One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 81 100. 81081 Relationship established. Although Lu Chengkong didn't know what Khalifa and Boa Hancock said, he could probably guess something from the two women's reactions. "It's cheap for you." Khalifa deliberately pretended to be vicious and gave Lu Chengkong a huge white eye. Of course, Lu Chengkong, who was cheap and sold well, could only smirk darkly, but he was very proud in his heart. His wife actually helped him to seduce her friends. This kind of funny is absolutely not in modern times, not to mention that Lu Chengkong in the earth could not imagine that he would have a woman as good as Khalifa, not to mention killing two birds with one stone. If there is one, he has already burned incense and worshipped Buddha. Solving the Boa Hancock matter. Boa Hancock, who has no worries, although he started a tender offensive against Lu Chengkong, it can be said that every word Lu Chengkong said during this period was no less than the existence of the imperial decree, that tenderness and sweetness. Khalifa's performance made Khalifa feel sour in her heart. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong used her body to comfort Khalifa's jealous soul every night. Boa Hancock, who will not have lovesickness, does his best to teach the two how to awaken Haki. It is difficult to say, but it is actually quite simple. One will rise to the sky, or they will be tied up and given an oxygen bag to sink the two of them into the bottom of the sea. In layman's terms, it is to exercise their courage. Exercise the chi to a strong enough point and then burst out. During this period, Lu Chengkong and the two fully experienced what Boa Hancock said. Haki's cultivation is simply life-threatening, and it is not as simple as once, but before Haki is awakened, every cultivation is equal to after dying. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa couldn't help but let out a sigh at the moment when they finally woke up to Haki. Haki is really not cultivated by people. It's no wonder that so few people can awaken, and very few can use it skillfully. Now I finally understand why your strength has improved so fast, Hancock. Living like this. Quote. That's right, no effort is made, no gain. Boa Hancock has gained such a strong strength in such a short period of time is not just because of her good aptitude, but her dedication is really huge. Only half a year of Haki's cultivation career. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa had already been left alive and dead, but Boa Hancock spent 7 years in such a life. Every day for 7 years, she experienced countless lives and deaths, constantly struggling on the edge of life and death. It's no wonder that the strength of the people will improve so fast. The potential of people in that state is the easiest to explode. Otherwise, the two of you thought it would be easy. The concubine is a little sleepy when I think about it now. You have to stay with me, Zhang Kong. Boa Hancock said here and suddenly wrapped his arms around Lu Chengkong, with a frightened expression on his face. Said. Of course. Of course Lu Chengkong agreed, because he knew very well that Boa Hancock didn't act like a spoiled child on purpose. And the fear in her eyes was real. After all, she had lived this kind of life day and night for 7 years. For a woman who is only 19 years old now, it is really a nightmare. Looking at Boa Hancock, who is basically her own woman, shows such a pitiful appearance. Of course Lu Chengkong agreed to everything, and his mouth was full of comfort. It can be said that Lu Chengkong, all the love words in his brain have been spoken in an instant. Hey, the two of you are too much. Anyway, I'm also by your side. You don't need to be so direct. Khalifa said silently on the side, helping the two of them to hook up, and now the two are hooked up. Can she be happy that she completely ignores her existence? We didn't show any affection, we just talked about it directly, and how could I ignore you? You are my wife. Lu Chengkong immediately hugged Khalifa in his arms and hurriedly assured. Zhang Kong, you two have now mastered your aura, and armament and observation Haki have also awakened, but the real Haki career has just begun. The practice method of Haki on 9 Snake Island is actually not as advanced as you think, and there is nothing to it. Cheats and the like, but it is summed up by the Haki powerhouses of the past dynasties. Challenge death, experience death, feel death, and transcend death. Boa Hancock frowned two very good-looking willow eyebrows and said this. In a word. What do you mean? Lu Chengkong and Khalifa looked at each other and said somewhat confused. It's very simple. The initial form of haki can be said to be the spirit of the user. Have you ever seen a person who is afraid of death awaken haki to be a strong haki? Basically, the stronger the haki, the stronger the obsession. There are people who are afraid of death, unless their hearts have fallen, and the people who have awakened haki want to quickly increase the power of haki. There are two ways, one is high-intensity battle, and the second is faster. Boa Hancock explained to Lu Chengkong immediately, looking anxious as if he wanted to give everything to Lu Chengkong. Death, that's the life you made me and Khalifa live before, dealing with death every day, the power that blocked us flying into the sky and falling, sinking into the sea, jumping off cliffs, etc. All to give them a challenge to death the spirit. Lu Chengkong's brain flashed and he immediately understood. That's right, now I have reached the point where I feel death. It should be regarded as the beginning. It can be said that death is no longer a terrible thing for me, nor is it an unknown thing. I have basically begun to understand him. The most terrifying thing for people should be death, especially for some people who have a goal of survival. Let people who don't want to die feel death and be neighbors with death. It's easy to say, but it's done. There are a few more people who can do it. Boa Hancock said sarcastically. I think I understand. Lu Chengkong had a sense of comprehension at this moment, and so did Khalifa beside him. Boa Hancock nodded with joy when he saw the expressions of the two, secretly thinking that it was indeed his concubine's fancy. Men and friends, really extraordinary. Khalifa, who are headless flies, and they are not as hard as they were at the beginning. They have even begun to try to experience death for themselves, although it was very difficult at the beginning, and the kind of being overwhelmed. Shrouded in the breath of death, the taste of life and death is very uncomfortable, but if you don't do this, you can't exercise your own spirit at all, that is, haki, so this method of improvement is painful and terrible, but it is received. The effect is very huge. 82082 Bad feeling. 5 months passed quietly under Lu Chengkong and Khalifa's sleepless haki practice. During the period, Boa Hancock joined them and started her practice, driven by the positive atmosphere created by the two. Those who practiced were more advanced than Lu Chengkong and the two of them, and the difficulties were countless times. After all, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa are just going to experience the taste of death and don't need to remember what it is like, but Boa Hancock is different. He not only wants to challenge death, experience death, but also feel everything about death. So Boa Hancock, the days of cultivation they had spent were countless times harder than those of Lu Chengkong and the two of them. This day is also the day Lu Chengkong and Khalifa left. After all, the two of them are still CF9 in name. Even if they don't take this matter seriously at all, they both know Marine's patience. There is a bottom line. Although the two have learned haki, they don't think that they can defeat the three admiral just by practicing haki for a year. Plus Eni's lobby, they really need this identity to do something for them. After all, Eni's lobby's intelligence ability for Barry, who hunted pirates by himself, obtained merits and bounties, it was very helpful. If he left Eni's lobby and was no longer CF9, he would definitely not have such huge and rich benefits. You guys are really leaving. Sitting on the boat that Boa Hancock gave them to them, looking at her reluctant expression, coupled with her pitiful expression, the amazing charm emanated from her, and visibly the reason is that the female warriors of Lily Island behind her are already intoxicated and worshipped. Yeah, but I think it won't take long for us to meet. Then we'll go on an adventure together and do what we want to do. When you're free, you can train the next queen, even if you're not there. There won't be any major problems, and you can leave with peace of mind. Lu Chengkong is always determined, and after practicing haki for so long, he can certainly resist Boa Hancock's intangible charm that is just like his temperament. Can live. Okay, the concubine knows how to do it, but you must come back quickly. Although Boa Hancock was reluctant, he finally agreed after Lu Chengkong and Khalifa took turns to persuade them, but the two of them did not agree. What he knew was that Boa Hancock was already looking for the next candidate to become the queen of his own qualifications at this time, so she could follow Lu Chengkong's side without any scruples, and would not give Lu Chengkong any excuses to refute. It's really strange. Is this the taste of love? The concubine actually agreed to any request made by Cheng Kong without any thought, even if it was impossible to separate, but as long as he said it. I agreed with the truth and strangeness, but this kind of it feels so comfortable, so sweet, it's like being cut by a knife when we separate. Boa Hancock thought to himself, and at the same time put a jade finger on his small mouth and gently covered it. It looks so beautiful. Okay, just you, since you brought Sky and Khalifa to Empress, and even more to Empress to get Sky, then this credit is enough to qualify you to become the next queen. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes glanced at the person behind him, and finally fixed on Margaret's body, and suddenly decided to train this girl to become the next queen, although it is not known whether she has a conqueror, but this at that time, Boa Hancock couldn't manage so much. Anyway, not all queens of so many generations of emperors have conquerors, as long as they are strong enough. If the previous queen knew that Boa Hancock's way of choosing the next queen would be so casual and sloppy at this time, he might be so angry that he would go into the coffin immediately. Margaret, you are Empress's apprentice from now on. Empress will give you special training, as long as you survive, then you will be the next queen of Amazon Lily Island. Remember, as Empress's apprentice you must never think that you will fail and die, you can only succeed and never fail. Boa Hancock, who wanted to do it, immediately said his decision, ignoring the dull eyes of the audience. The technology of the pirate ship on Amazon Lily Island at this time is ahead of the world. Not to mention, although this ship is not a big ship, it is at most the size of a medium-sized pirate ship, but its balance and speed. They are all faster than any ship Lu Chengkong has ever built. It can be said that this ship is no less than Kuzan's ship that Lu Chengkong has built once before. Of course, I am saying this now, not 9 years later, which is the period of the original book. At that time, marine sailing technology and ship manufacturing technology were already ranked first in the world. It can be said that it is the only one that can rival marine. That is, the increasingly developed shipbuilding industry in the water capital, that is, the ships produced by Tom's two apprentices can be comparable to the ships of the later marine. It took Lu Chengkong more than 3 months to come to Lily Island in the Amazon, but now they are working on the boat given by Boa Hancock, and the speed is very amazing. It only took more than a month to go back to Annie's lobby. The speed is more than twice as fast as when it came. There is really nothing to say in terms of speed, but this boat is not suitable for long-term sailing, because a lot of things have been sacrificed for the speed of this boat. Such as staying power, wear resistance, defense power, etc. Are all weakened a lot, only suitable for short-term sailing. What's the matter? Why did I feel a little bad when I walked into the Annie's lobby, and the feeling came back when I grabbed the Tenryubito devil fruit? Why is it so uncomfortable, as if my relatives or friends have appeared uncomfortable? Good things are normal. Lu Chengkong's complexion changed dramatically the moment he stepped on the land of Annie's lobby. He couldn't help but put his hand on his heart. What's wrong with Chengkong? Khalifa quickly asked Lu Chengkong as he covered his heart, thinking that something had happened. I don't know, that feeling has come again, which is the very accurate feeling I told you many years ago, as if someone important to me is being attacked and seems to leave me at any time. Lu Chengkong Yaohe shook his head, his mind started to run at a high speed, and there were definitely not many people he knew when he came to this world. Will something happen to Boa Hancock? Are you kidding me? It is impossible to kill her without 3 Admiral's full force shots. After all, it is no joke when the 3-colored hockey burst out, and there are so many warriors from 9 Snake Island behind her. Could it be Lucci and Juliana? Lu Chengkong had this idea at the same time, and the feeling came again. His intuition told him that there should be a problem with one of the two, or a problem with both sides. Let's go. Lu Chengkong's face was extremely gloomy. For him, the friends in this life were hard-won. These friends did not have any intentions for him, but really regarded him as friends. It can be said that except for Khalifa and Boa Hancock apart from others, these friends are the most important. Now that he thinks that these friends are going to have an accident, can he feel good? 83083 Incident. Spandam, where did Lucci and the others go? Lu Chengkong had left all his worries behind in a hurry. He kicked the door to pieces and shouted at the frightened Spandam. "Ah, you're back, don't be nervous. The world government has discovered the exact location of Nico Robin, and she has been followed by the lone swordsman Juliana, and she must not be allowed to develop further, and she is actually looking for the historical text, so let the people from CF9 clean them up." Seeing Lu Chengkong's gloomy and terrifying face, Spandam dared to hide what he said directly. "What are you talking about? The world government asked Lucci and the others to kill the lone swordsman and capture Nico Robin." "Bastards, world government, marine headquarters, if there is a problem with either of them, I will never let you go." Lu Chengkong roared inwardly. Khalifa beside him was pretty and frosty, but Juliana saved her and Lu Chengkong, and she was one of her few good friends. It can be said that in her life, apart from Lu Chengkong and Boa Hancock, it is only Juliana who is a close friend. "Asshole, no wonder I feel so uneasy in my heart. It turns out that people on both sides are killing each other. Asshole, is the world government making it clear that they can't get along with me? Or is this incident an accident?" Lu Chengkong got Rob Lucci and the others without a word. Immediately after the location where he went, he flew out with Khalifa, and even ignored the matter of exchanging his merits for a big quick knife. "Damn, it's actually Alabasta. How did that little girl Robin know that there is a historical text there?" Fortunately, the speed of Hancock's ship is no less than that of Marine Admiral's ship. If you travel at full speed, you should be able to reach it in 10 days. But they've been out for almost 7 days. Even if their speed is slow, the boat given this time is not bad. Definitely not worse than the marine boat that went to Alabasta last time. I hope I can make it in time. Although Lu Chengkong was very angry and even anxious, he did not lose his sanity and calmness, and he knew very well that at such a moment, the more calm he needed to be. After getting on the sea train, Lu Chengkong removed all the carriages behind the train, leaving only the locomotive, and then drove the speed to the maximum. Without any drag, the speed of the sea train should be able to reach the capital of water in half a day. Yes, his boat is also in the water capital. Lone swordsman Juliana, give it up. There are 2 vice admiral and all the members of CF9 here. Even if your strength is stronger than the average vice admiral, but how powerful can you be with 2 burdens? Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Momanga persuaded with a serious look. Although they have the upper hand in terms of numbers and strength, Juliana has not been in vain for so many years. When she first met Lu Chengkong, her strength was only barely able to fight a vice admiral, but now her strength began to improve by leaps and bounds, especially her state of mind breakthrough. After shattering the previous shadows, she made rapid progress. Now she faces 2 marine vice admirals. Although she can't defeat them, she has absolutely no problem to be even. Don't underestimate me. If you want to take Robin behind me, you can speak with strength. Does Marine have only one mouth? Juliana's face was very ugly at this time. But now she is not the only Nico Robin behind her. There is also a girl who looks almost exactly like her. At least 90% similar. I believe smart readers have guessed who this is. Yes, this is Kuina. After getting to know Juliana, Lu Chengkong was worried that Juliana would lose her daughter as in the original book, so she hinted at when her daughter might be born, but these things are difficult to be strict, so Lu Chengkong can only tell Wan ordered Juliana to find her when she was 10 years old if she didn't want to lose her daughter. Since Lu Chengkong was very serious when he spoke at that time, Juliana, who knew that Lu Chengkong would not speak the vernacular, just went back to find her when Kuina was 10 years old with the idea that she would rather believe it or not. Beside her, at first she thought Lu Chengkong was wrong, but when she saw Juliana rolling down such a high ladder when she was holding the whetstone, she was so frightened that her heart almost fell. Fortunately, she took Nico Robin with her at that time, so Robin used the flower fruit to save Gulena. Then, after some explanation, Kuina knew something about her mother, and she was very dissatisfied with her father, and finally left with Juliana, so Kuina, who was dead in the original book, has now become missing. HMPH, the righteous marine is also something you can insult. Since you refuse to surrender, then you will be dealt with on the spot, come on. Momanga is a vice admiral who is absolutely loyal to Marine. You can tell from his performance in the original book. Now hearing that Juliana actually insulted Marine on the spot, he immediately marked Juliana as a must-kill in his heart. Let me meet you, an arrogant woman. Jabra, the most grumpy, immediately used the shave and rushed down after seeing the order of the commander Momonga this time. HMPH, your Rokushiki is too far from his level. Gulena glanced at Jabra who was rushing towards her with disdain. She suddenly pulled Shiu out of her hand, a dazzling knife with a drawn sword. The light formed a meniscus arc in midair. Poochie. How is it possible? My iron block was broken in one move. Jabra opened his eyes and looked down at the huge knife wound on his chest, and the blood was pouring out, and he shouted in disbelief. Jabra pull, go away, this woman has at least the strength of a swordsman. You idiot, you are going to touch a swordsman's knife with your body. Moon step, Renkyaku, tempest kick chaos. Kaku shouted, double the vacuum slash from the wide area slash made by swiping both feet at high speed in the air flew towards Gulena, and Jabra also instantly turned into a werewolf, with a sudden increase in speed and defense, and suffered a loss. Jabra pulled away immediately. There was nothing he could do. His strongest was iron blocks, and he specialized in iron blocks. He never thought that his strongest iron blocks would be cut by someone in an instant, that's why he did this. Of surprise. Momonga, aren't we going to shoot? Anagumo asked Momonga next to him. No, the potential of CF9 feet S people is very good, especially that Rob Lucci, but after all, she lacks the opportunity to fight against the masters. This woman's strength is definitely very strong. Although I don't want to admit it, I can't defeat her in a one-on-one situation. This battle is a good baptism for CF9 and them. I believe that CF9 feet S combat effectiveness will be greatly improved after this time, and do you think the three of them can escape under our siege? In that case, it is better to make good use of it. Take this opportunity to maximize your benefits. Quote. Although Momonga is worthy of being the leader this time, although his strength is almost the same as that of Anagumo around him, his wisdom and arrangement are not comparable to Anagumo. At least Anagumo is convinced after hearing Mole's idea. 84084 A close call. Renkyaku Tempest Kick, Lotus Flower. Kaku used Renkyaku Tempest Kick in the sky, chaos, then Rob Lucci immediately cooperated and transformed into a leopard man. His strength suddenly increased to the maximum, and used Renkyaku with the same effect on the ground Tempest Kick Lotus. Bastard, these guys are not very strong individually, but they work together very well. Now I have to protect the two little guys behind me. If you don't come back, Lu Chengkong, the old lady will explain it here today. If it's just one person, she doesn't care even if she faces the attack of all CF9Vs. The problem is that there are still two fuel tanks behind her. At the same time, she has to deal with all the attacks of CF9 and protect the two people behind her. She can't concentrate at all. Attack. It's me again, I just want to know the history, but why does my dream have too many enemies? If it wasn't for me, Juliana wouldn't be like this, because she would be like Saren if she wanted to protect me. I don't want her, I definitely don't want her to die. Nicole Robin thought sadly, but she didn't plan to run away. She didn't want to run away. She had betrayed too many times, this time she didn't want to gone. I'm tired of walking in this life, so it's good to be buried here. Nico Robin thought to himself, and Nico Robin, who had this idea, immediately shot. The Flower of Hell. Nico Robin's strength has improved a lot after Juliana's adjustment. Although it is impossible to defeat anyone in CF9, it is still possible to help Juliana at the right time, just like now Fukuro used the shaving preparation to attack himself and was blocked by Juliana. Robin immediately used the Flower of Hell to grow his arms from the ground to restrain Fukuro's body. That's enough. One knife flow, ghost cut. Juliana finally had a chance to counterattack this time. If she didn't make a move, she would stun the audience. She rushed towards Fukuro like an evil spirit. It's too late to dodge with shaving or dodge with Kami-e. Poochie. A huge stab wound formed on his body, and crimson blood shot away from his body. The huge force hit him like a train, and his whole body was pushed out. Bluno. Rob Lucci's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Gulena, who was passive at the critical moment, to have a tendency to turn over. He immediately shouted, and Bluno immediately knew that he would use door fruit to fly out and hit the wall. Fukuro caught it and brought it back, mainly attacking the two girls behind her. If it was only Rob Lucci, he would never do it. After all, he also has his dignity and bottom line, but now he is carrying out a mission. What he wants is to do whatever he can to complete the mission, and he is behind him. There are two Vice Admiral watching, plus Gulena's strength is too strong for them. If it goes on like this, it is likely to kill the people around him. In front of Kaku's life and death and his self-esteem, he has no hesitation. Choose to throw away the so-called dignity by any means, as it is now. Damn, are Marines so shameless? Juliana yelled indignantly, but she was very bitter, and the thing she was most worried about finally happened. For those of you who violated justice, any means is acceptable. Momonga's expression remained unchanged, and he did not feel ashamed because of CF9's actions, but nodded proudly. I'm dizzy, is this what the boy in the sky said about Marine? Although it's shameless enough, it's no wonder that guy wants to leave Marine. Juliana only has a knife, no matter how strong she is, she will still be besieged by so many people. Even if her strength is good for a long time, she will lose without a doubt. Sister Juliana, you don't have to protect me. If we continue like this, we will all die here. Maybe it's really because God destined the historical text that I can't find it now. It's because I'm too self-sufficient. Yes, it is a very stupid thing to want to touch something that requires extremely strong power without enough power. It will not only harm yourself, but also the people around you. Nicole Luobin said with a look of determination. Juliana didn't expect Nicole Robin, who has always been very obedient, to suddenly say these words. It's just that she can't tolerate a little distraction when fighting. At the time, it was even worse. At the beginning, Juliana was able to win her with the slightest contempt and being used by Lu Chengkong, not to mention that she was at a disadvantage at this time. When she was distracted, Kaku and Rob Lucci immediately grasped this trace. Opportunity for two people to use the moon step side by side. Renkyaku Tempest Kick. The combined Renkyaku Tempest Kick kicked out a vacuum slash that was huge and powerful. The air where she passed was completely cut off, but at this time Juliana was distracted. When the vacuum cut came to her, she came back to her senses. At this time, she knew it was not good. Fight! Juliana's face sank, and she hurriedly mustered up her whole body and raised Shiyu on her right hand like a conditional launch. Boom! The fiery light of the two intersected from the knife, and the powerful force continued to emerge wave after wave like a tidal wave. Juliana, Rob Lucci and Kaku came prepared, but Juliana was very hasty. Knife resistance, the gap between the two is very large. Card wipe. Oops! The horror flashed in Juliana's eyes. She has always used this Shiyu in the face of various opponents. You must know that almost all the enemies are basically her alone. To clean up, her knife is the worst level among the famous knives, and its hardness is also limited. In addition to constantly resisting the vacuum slash kicked by Renkyaku Tempest Kick, she has to rely on this knife to resist every time. There was no counterattack. At this time, the knife finally reached its limit and snapped in half. Kumadori, Bluno, Rob Lucci's face was overjoyed. He didn't expect her weapon to break at the critical moment. Although he was not a swordsman, he also knew that if a swordsman's weapon was broken, it would have a great impact on his strength. Don't say it's such a close call, it's time to race against time. Renkyaku Tempest Kick Chop. Renkyaku Tempest Kick Lotus Flower. Bluno and Kumadori immediately use Renkyaku Tempest Kick slash and Renkyaku Tempest Kick against Nico Robin and Kuina from the other side. Lianhua, a large-scale vacuum slash shot from the ground to Kuina and the others, and at the same time, Bluno's sword-like vacuum slash above the sky slashed straight at Juliana and the others. Bastard, do you really want to reveal Chengkong's identity? Forget it, if they don't use this weapon, the two of them will be doomed. At this time, Juliana decided to risk revealing Lu Chengkong's identity and planned to pull out the back. When Yoshioka Ikimoka, who had been wrapped in black cloth, let out a sigh of relief, an angry roar came from behind her. "You bastards, Bluno, Lucci, stop me. 85085 Bad Influence." What? Hearing such a familiar voice, Rob Lucci and the others' faces became moved. Although they hadn't heard this voice for almost a year, they still immediately knew who the owner of this voice was. It's a pity that at this time Bluno the Renkyaku Tempest Kick of both Kumadori and Kumadori has been kicked out, even if they want to stop. Damn, armament hockey, give me the attack stance. Lu Chengkong, who arrived at the critical moment, couldn't take care of that much anymore. His eyes instantly turned pitch black, his strength instantly turned to the maximum, and the speed of shaving was used to the extreme, silent. Wu Shi crossed a distance of more than 20 meters and came to Juliana in an instant like Shun Mu. A layer of invisible airflow surrounded his right hand, awakening armament hockey after practicing for so long. Lu Chengkong is the first time to use it. In combat, however, the effect is still very good. Boa Hancock said that armament hockey is the hardest armor if it is to defend, and the hardest blade for attacking, although the current Lu Chengkong is far from what Boa Hancock said, but the two in front of him are the hardest armor. It can still be done by vacuum smashing. This guy is getting stronger and stronger to break the Renkyaku Tempest Kick with his bare hands. Although Rob Lucci was surprised by Lu Chengkong's sudden appearance, he was even more surprised that Lu Chengkong broke the Renkyaku Tempest Kick with his bare hands, but he could see clearly he knew that Lu Chengkong didn't rely on the defensive hardness of the iron to break the Renkyaku Tempest Kick just now. He didn't know hockey, so he thought that Lu Chengkong would break the Renkyaku Tempest Kick with one punch. Bastard, what's going on here? Kaku, please explain to me clearly. Lu Chengxi saw that Juliana had multiple scars on her body in order to protect Nicole Robin, and she suddenly felt a surge in her heart. The anger, not only so, he didn't know why he found that he didn't know how to have a terrible killing intent in his heart, as if he couldn't wait to kill all the people in front of him. Lu Chengkong, you know what you are doing. You are a member of CF9, and you actually defend Marine's enemies, criminal Nico Robin, and rebel Juliana. You know what you are doing now is tantamount to becoming an enemy of the world government. Momonga didn't expect that the moment of success, she killed a Cheng Yaojin, and someone from the Marine headquarters immediately questioned. If it's just Rob Lucci and the others who can't come to Nicole Robin, then it must be you guys, damn you. Lu Chengkong's eyes that were as dark as ink and deep like a black hole actually burst out with intense anger, and icy murderous aura emanated from his body. It was the usual Lu Chengkong. No matter how angry he was, he wouldn't turn into a qualified person, but since he woke up hockey, that mysterious dream actually came to Lu Chengkong without being injured. Meet the man with demon wings in the dream. Rokushiki or even mirror fruit in his dreams, even if his strength was the same as reality, but what was strange was how Lu Chengkong resisted. Rokushiki's ability was completely against him. Ineffective, if it hits him, it can penetrate directly, but if the man with devil wings hits him, he will feel the same pain as reality. This kind of dream is too realistic. And every time when Lu Chengkong is about to be killed, he wakes up. He has been having repeated dreams every night since he learned hockey. He has tried countless methods and the result is that he was almost killed. The end of the killing, but on the night that Lu Chengkong awakened hockey, he used armament hockey with the idea of giving it a try. Obviously, hockey had just awakened at that time, and his power was very weak, but he was able to fight against demons. The winged man will not directly pass through his body as before. Now that there is a way to fight, after being chased and killed in the dream for so long, it is time for him to fight back, so from that time on he wakes up and experiences life and death training hockey. Using hockey and the devil wing man at night after fighting, he came to a conclusion that the results of the battle he experienced in the dream can actually be brought to reality. That is, the battle between him and the demon wingman hockey is more and more skilled, and when he uses it in reality it also has the same effect. If hockey is stronger in the dream, then the same is true in reality. So Lu Chengkong was passive from the beginning, but in the end, he actively waited for the man with devil wings to come to him every day, and he started fighting without saying a word when he met. This made Lu Chengkong Hockey's cultivation speed increase in a straight line, several times faster than Khalifa's, making Boa Hancock, who had been watching Lu Chengkong's cultivation, stunned and exclaimed in wonder. It's just that everything has a good side and a bad side, just like the devil fruit has powerful and magical abilities but has many limitations and weaknesses, such as land ducks. The same is true of the magical dream that Lu Chengkong experienced. Although it can make his hockey practice a lot faster and integrate into the battle more quickly, it has a bad effect that Lu Chengkong has not noticed now, that is, his temper is getting worse and worse. The more irritable, the easier it is to kill. If he encounters something that makes him unhappy or angry, it is difficult for him to control his killing intent, just like now, but he himself did not notice it at all. I just thought that Juliana's injury made me so angry that I wanted to kill myself. Hey, if I kill the two of you, do you think Marine will know it's me? And even if she does, what if I, Lu Chengkong, are no longer a member of CF9 from now on, since the world government dares to hurt me? Friends, then I will ask them to pay everyone, even if you are unlucky today. Lu Chengkong's voice was extremely cold, and he completely abandoned all his previous scruples. This was the effect of that mysterious dream on him. This was especially true when his eyes turned pitch black. At this time, Lu Chengkong was almost unable to control his killing intent. He only had one thought in his heart, that is to kill. Haha, I laughed so hard. Who do you think you are? And make the world government pay the price, but since you say these words, then you are a traitor and dare to defend Marine's enemy, then you are. Momanga Dunya disdainfully when he laughed. His voice was full of ridicule towards Lu Chengkong, as if he was laughing at Lu Chengkong's self-control. Really, mirror clone. There was a hideous smile on the corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth. At this moment, he just wanted to kill the two vice admirals in front of him. No one could stop him, no one could. 86086 Vice Admiral. Shaved silenced, Haki Shigan, finger pistol. Three identical Lu Chengkong with dark eyes like ink appeared in Momanga's line of sight. As a Vice Admiral Momanga, he still has very rich combat experience. When he saw that there were two more Lu Chengkongs, he didn't laugh at the other party as a clone that confuses him, but concentrated on fighting back at any time. Break it for me. Lu Chengkong's expression remained unchanged. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his aura continued to increase, and the smile on his mouth became more and more hideous and gloomy. Finger pistol moves to attack, speed and power are more powerful. A piercing metal crash sounded into everyone's ears. What Rob Lucci and others couldn't believe was that Lu Chengkong didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when confronting Vice Admiral Momanga head-on. Looking at it, you will find that Lu Chengkong can't beat Vice Admiral alone. He can be on par with Vice Admiral in this attack entirely because Lu Chengkong is the first to attack, and it is still two clones in one shot, 3. At the same time, the individual used the trick to hit the opponent by surprise. There are often two situations in battle. 1, or you can preempt the opponent until you are overwhelmed to death. Once you are overturned by the opponent, then your momentum will be weakened. It is basically difficult to go down. 2. Either it is a late attack, waiting for the opportunity to consume the opponent's physical strength, and at the moment when the opponent reveals his flaws, he bursts out his most powerful attack and catches the opponent by surprise. Now Lu Chengkong's battle is the first one. If you can't completely suppress Vice Admiral Momanga, it is very dangerous. After all, the opponent's strength is stronger than Lu Chengkong. Vice Admiral is also Vice Admiral, a real powerhouse. Hockey, you might have learned to use hockey. Vice Admiral Momanga is a powerhouse only below Admiral's in Marine. Although his strength is far worse than Admiral's, he can't be underestimated, at least he is absolutely much stronger than the current Lu Chengkong. Jia, otherwise you think that Marine's people will not be able to learn if they are integrated into hockey. Today I will show you what is called leapfrog combat, defeating the strong with the weak, Renkyaku Tempest Kick Banyalong 3 combos. Lu Chengkong didn't notice his strangeness at all at this time, and the murderous aura on his body was getting bigger and bigger. If Boa Hancock was here at this time, he would definitely find Lu Chengkong had that kind of weird aura that appeared when he faced her conqueror Haki. However, compared to that time, Lu Chengkong's breath was stronger at this time, and 3 Lu Chengkong shot at the same time, surrounded by a yellow triangle of Vice Admiral moles. 3 blue and white angry dragons covered by armament Haki roared at Vice at the same time. Admiral Momonga rushed over. The power of Renkyaku Tempest Kick at such a close distance is already great, not to mention the enhanced version of Renkyaku Tempest Kick Raging Dragon and can still use Haki. At this moment, Lu Chengkong can fully understand why the mysterious girl likes this fruit so much. It's simply amazing. The clone has everything of the main body. With the improvement of strength, it has more. Now even Haki can use it. Also confirmed Lu Chengkong's guess. Damn, this little devil is so difficult to deal with, sticking to my side so tightly that my great sword can't keep a distance and exert its due strength. Vice Admiral Momonga's expression is a bit heavy. His great sword is not Zoro, Gulina's kind of sword, but a great sword with a lot of punches compared to those great swords. So to maximize the power of this great sword, it is necessary to there is a certain distance, but now Lu Chengkong is sticking close to him like a snake and constantly attacking him. For a time, he can only passively resist Lu Chengkong's powerful offensive wave after wave, waiting for the opportunity to counterattack at the moment when Lu Chengkong's offensive slowed down. I don't believe that your strength is worse than mine, and you can continue to attack like this. When your attack slows down, you will die. Vice Admiral Momonga's eyes flashed with murderous light, wanting to come to everyone. It's also very strange why Vice Admiral Momonga would have murderous intent towards Lu Chengkong. Logically speaking, Marine would not kill Lu Chengkong until he had no choice but to clarify Lu Chengkong's identity or that mysterious girl came out to clarify. Empty. He and Onagumo didn't go to the marine that came out of Sabayati Archipelago. After all, with Admiral going, it's not superfluous for them to go, plus Marine and Tenryubito tried their best to block the news after the incident. You know, everyone has been invited to drink, kiss coffee, so people who know the inside story will never talk nonsense. Even if he heard some deeds about Lu Chengkong, Isha would ignore it without his own confirmation. So now he simply thinks that Lu Chengkong is a son of a big family, but since he betrayed Marine, no matter who it is, must die. Apparently he is a typical diehard Marine like Akainu. That's why Vice Admiral Momonga will do everything in her heart and will make up her mind to kill Lu Chengkong here. After all, how can Marine talk nonsense about these shameful things about Marine? Those who know the secret must keep the secret in their heart. Otherwise they can only ask those who know the secret leave this world, so today only one person can survive between Lu Chengkong and Momonga. As for Onagumo on the other side, Khalifa has already beaten him up, and Rob Lucci and the others are because of Lu Chengkong. He didn't make another move, but stood aside to see the situation clearly. Vice Admiral Momonga's conjecture has been established. If Lu Chengkong's strength is stronger than him or not inferior to him, then it will not be a problem to be completely crushed by the ability of Haki and the fruit, but the problem is that Lu Chengkong's strength is not comparable to Vice Admiral's. So after a few minutes of Lu Chengkong's crazy Rokushiki onslaught, the action began to slow down, and Vice Admiral Momonga, who had been forbearing, immediately seized this rare opportunity to see the needle. Go to hell, Marine traitor who has blasphemed justice, slashing the wind with a single sword. Vice Admiral Momonga roared. His eyes were full of ruthless murderous intent, and he swung the big sword in his hand, giving people a terrifying sense of oppression. The huge sword energy visible to the naked eye condensed from the blade of the big sword and slashed ruthlessly against the most powerful body, Lu Chengkong, who had 100% strength. 87:087 The Devil Awakens. Boom. Because the distance between the two is not far away, and the timing of Vice Admiral Momonga's grasp is really good, and the speed of this move is so fast, where the thick sword chi passes, it even cuts a deep line on the ground. The crack of the fire shot towards Lu Chengkong. If you want to kill me, it's up to you, don't even think about it. Lu Chengkong, can go from being empty to the present, rising from the last minute, and now is the time for me to soar into the sky, just rely on you. Vice Admiral just wanted to kill me, it was just a dream, armament hockey fully opened, life returned, steel body. Looking at the huge sword energy coming towards the face, the air was completely chopped up, and there was no air as a block. Yes, Lu Chengkong, whose soul was shrouded in the breath of death, roared loudly, and with his jet black eyes, it gave a feeling of a demon rising. Chengkong's potential was instantly triggered, his brain full of crazy killing intent suddenly became clear, and the words of Boa Hancock suddenly echoed in his ears, challenging death, experiencing death, feeling death, transcending death. When your hockey is strong enough to make you transcend life and death, then you are the real hockey supreme. Block me, Lu Chengkong roared, and armament hockey covered his body to form an armor with amazing defensive power. At the same time, the muscles of the whole body suddenly tightened as strong as steel. In the face of powerful slashes, he could not dodge or dodge. Using the shaved foot to continue to charge towards Vice Admiral Momanga. If you want to resist my sword skills, raise the momentum to the limit and press me down again. Don't even think about it. You are not the only one who knows Rokushiki. Any Vice Admiral is a master of using Rokushiki, Renkyaku, Tempest Kick Raging. Vivi raised the corner of Momonga's mouth, sneered in his heart, and kicked out his right foot suddenly, forming countless small vacuum slashes in front of him at the same speed as the sickle wind and flying towards Lu Chengkong. Gotta wreak havoc. I dare to challenge even death, and even have the courage to experience death. Am I still afraid of these slashes? Lu Chengkong thought to himself. When this idea appeared, he only felt that his brain lightened, as if there was some kind of seal. The things in the brain broke open the seal and surged out. In an instant, with Lu Chengkong's body as the center, an extremely strong momentum erupted from his body like a whirlwind. It seems to have ignored the distance and directly descended on Momanga. The powerful oppression not only hit his body, but also sent waves of terrifying shocks to his spirit, causing him to continue to use his sword. The hands actually stopped. It's an opportunity. Life is returned. Blast. Lu Chengkong immediately used life to return to spread his spiritual consciousness on his feet. In an instant, Lu Chengkong only felt that he could perfectly control every muscle and toenail on his feet. Even the hair on the pores, and these muscles, toes, toenails, and even the hair in the pores seem to have the wisdom of Lu Chengkong, and can make various changes. Shaving is no longer a simple step on the ground. Dozens of times, but all the parts above both feet stepped on the ground together, and the rebound force that erupted in combination was unimaginable. Go to hell, Hockey Shigan, finger pistol. Lu Chengkong knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he must seize it. In order to increase his speed to the extreme, Lu Chengkong used the return of his life to not be able to separate his spiritual consciousness. The feet make any part of the feet seem to have an independent consciousness. As long as Lu Chengkong thinks, those parts will make corresponding changes according to Lu Chengkong's thoughts, just like Kumadori's hair in the original book grows longer. Then use Shigan, finger pistol, like a finger, but Lu Chengkong's return of life is more advanced and complete than his incomplete version of return of life. Poochie. No, impossible. Even if you learn hockey, you can't be the king's aptitude. There is only one conqueror hockey, in a million people. The owner. No, you're not a conqueror, you. What exactly is your hockey? He lowered his head when a huge tearing pain came from his chest and forced Momonga's trance back from the shock of Lu Chengkong's sudden burst of strange hockey. Looking at the blood that was punched out of his chest, he held his breath and reluctantly said a paragraph of words intermittently. Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have the qualifications of a king, and I'm not a chosen person. As for this hockey, I want to call it a devil-colored hockey. You can be the first person to try this hockey. He should have died properly. The murderous intent and violence in Lu Chengkong's eyes disappeared at a tidal speed. At this moment, Lu Chengkong not only regained his composure, but also understood everything about himself, even that one. The meaning of the existence of the mysterious dream is also understood. It turned out that all the strange changes in Lu Chengkong's body, such as entering the mysterious dream after being seriously injured. The body injury will recover at an alarming speed, and the meaning of this dream, the changes in himself after cultivating hockey. Why use hockey to be in the dream, inflicting index finger damage to the man with demon wings, etc. He had already understood all the doubts that he had been puzzled before after Lu Chenggong broke out the hockey that he named the demon color. It was brought about by the fruit that had a striking resemblance to the devil fruit that I ate when I was on Earth. To put it simply, that fruit is just its shape. Although it looks very similar to a devil fruit, it is not a devil fruit at all, but it can also be said that it is a devil fruit. Why? Because there is a word in the middle of the devil fruit, and the devil fruit of One Piece, King of Pirates, are two completely different ignorance. I didn't expect that thing to be a kind of blood cohesion, something that transforms the constitution like a rubber fruit, but my transformation is much more advanced than the rubber man in the devil fruit, which is similar to the rubber fruit transformation, because it is not only transforming my constitution, my body can transform my soul. For so many years, I have been transforming my body and soul, but the speed of transformation is too slow. The only way to speed up the speed is that the body has suffered huge trauma. When life is threatened, the potential will explode. It is also a transformation of the body. The transformation of the soul is to defeat the demon spirit, the man with demon wings, in the mysterious dream, or to understand the so-called demonic hockey. In the process, before these two methods succeed, my temper will become more and more grumpy. It is easy to have negative emotions, and even uncontrollable killing intent. Hockey or defeat the demon spirit before my mind is controlled by these killing intents. I will replace it with the demon spirit, and it will cease to exist in the future. It's really luck. I didn't expect the incident with Gulena this time. With the stimulation of Hancock and Hancock's words, I got through the biggest difficulty by chance. Lu Chenggong thought to himself. Momonga's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he used all his strength as if to say something, but in the end he could only spit out two words of, I, and then fell to the ground weakly, his vitality already gone. All gone. 88088 Destroy Vice Admiral. In fact, what Lu Chenggong didn't know was that this so-called devil fruit was not simply formed by the condensed blood of a demon, but was made from the blood and condensed combination of many various demons and beasts. The gap is huge, but these are no longer important to the current Lu Chenggong. The most important thing is that Lu Chenggong is very happy now, because he not only solved the mysteries in his body for many years, but also solved all the hidden dangers in his body at one time, the moment he realized the demonic hockey just now. Spirit, that is, the winged man composed of the souls of many demons and beasts, has been completely killed and swallowed by Lu Chenggong, and he has also completely accepted the inheritance of blood. It turns out that my eyes turned black as the so-called demonization, but I hadn't killed and devoured the demon spirit at that time, so I couldn't use the complete demonization of playing, now. Should I look for it? How about someone try it? Lu Chenggong glanced around with malicious eyes, and when he looked at the other Vice Admiral Onagumo, he was speechless. Khalifa seemed to be worried about himself and her gun, one after another, hot and full of holy breath. The holy light was turned into a sword by Khalifa and was continuously thrown at Onagumo. It is not unreasonable why the Logia fruit is the strongest fruit. Although it is not completely correct, in the early stage when the opponent does not have hockey, and the Logia ability person develops the ability of Logia to a certain extent, then the basic it is at least invincible in the face of people who do not know hockey. To Khalifa, which is still the top Logia fruit of light, it needs speed and speed, destructive power and recovery power. Not as good as Onagumo, but with the speed of elementalization and light, he constantly releases long-range attacks to press him to fight. It's miserable. Fortunately I broke through, awakened the demon hockey, and solved all the hidden dangers. Otherwise I really can't compare to Khalifa, but now I'm not afraid even if Khalifa's strength is several times stronger. Lu Chong, thinking that he was going to be protected by Khalifa, he suddenly felt a bit heavenly, and at the same time, he was glad that he had gained a lot just now, otherwise he would really not dare to come out and mix in the future. Lucci, from the moment I shot Vice Admiral, our relationship has been hostile, and maybe one day we will become enemies of life and death. Okay, don't say anything, listen to me, as a former comrade in arms I have a word of advice. You are basically brought up by the world government, so you all think the world government is very good. See what kind of world it is and what kind of marine it is. The last sentences don't kill any of you because of the reasons of the world government or the so-called tasks and ideas. You can still do it after the task is gone, but if you die, there is nothing left. I will not make it difficult for you to do it. After you go back, say that the two vice admiral tried their best to protect you two and held off the two of us in the final defeat. Dead people can't speak. You can go. Don't leave me alone when you meet next time, as long as you are still CF9. Day. Lu Chenghong stared at everyone in front of CF9 with a pair of bright eyes. Although he knew from the first day he entered CF9 that he and Khalifa would leave one day, he didn't expect it to be so fast, and his own I feel so reluctant in my heart. Thinking about it, these people have been with me for many years, and they have established a deep friendship, but when thinking about the identities of both sides at this time, Lu Chenghong had no choice but to not all of these will be collected. Next time we meet, we won't keep our hands, and don't die. Rob Lucci took Fukuro, Bluno, Jabra, Kaku, and Kumadori a deep look at Lu Chenghong, then turned and left, the only one left behind as a word. Khalifa, stop playing, just kill it. Lu Chenghong immediately said to her, looking at Onagumo, who was being suppressed by Khalifa. Okay, the binding of light. Khalifa responded, and then the circles of light circles wrapped around Onagumo's body at the speed of light. You must know that this ability is an elemental flower that can stop the ability user. At the beginning, the ability of the fruit was better than that of Kesh. Kettle is so much worse than Khalifa that it can restrain Crocodile for less than a second, let alone now, and whether the battle is won or lost, life and death are often changed in less than 1 second, just like now. The Blade of Light. Khalifa's jade hand was facing the void of Onagumo, and at a distance of tens of meters, Khalifa's jade hand suddenly burst out with a ray of light like a sharp blade. His body, not only that, the temperature of this blade of light is very high, and the hot blade that entered Onagumo's body directly evaporated all his internal organs and died instantly. Okay, now we're about to slap Marine in the face. Let's go, it's time to go to Sky Island. Lu Chenghong took Khalifa's jade hand and said softly, while not forgetting to ask Ji Yulian who was behind him not at all. Juliana might as well put Nico Robin and Kuina in the daughter's country, which is the country of the other 3 girls I was with at the time. You can see it, Boa Hancock, it's her. If you put it in her, you can let her teach Kuina and Robin to learn hockey, so that after a period of time, Marine's wind is not so tight to find them too. Otherwise you will die with the 2 of them in the face of Marine's pursuit. Okay, I actually met that woman once. That should be the first time she came out to be a pirate. I felt a strong sense of oppression just by looking at her, as if facing the sea. I can rest assured if you put it with her. Quote. Ji Yuliana nodded and did not refuse. Although she was reluctant to part with Kuina, the daughter she had finally met, she also had to part with Nico Robin, but she was not unreasonable. Of course she knew what Lu Chenghong said. For their good. Her strength is at the admiral level. Marine would have to dispatch 3 admirals to kill her completely. Now the new world is just about to calm down. How could 3 of Marine's admirals go to the Amazon Lily Island at the same time? So you can rest assured, basically every woman in Lily Island can use hockey, although they are strong and weak. But Marine will not attack Lily Island as long as they are not all stupid. Lu Chenghong said with relief immediately. 89,089 reward. Mom, don't worry, I know that following you with my current strength is also a drag. I will definitely become very strong when we meet next time, and I will definitely not be a burden to you. Juliana Nico Robin and Nicole Robin glanced at each other, and both saw a hint of desire to become stronger in each other's eyes. And then they both said in unison. Okay, they're all my good daughters, but you're not my drag. They weren't before, they're not now, and they won't be in the future. Juliana's eyes suddenly became wet, but she was a strong woman and didn't let her tears. She fell down, held back her tears, and then gently hugged the two women in her arms and said with a choked voice. After getting on the boat that Hancock gave him, Lu Chengkong and the others could return to Lily Island even if the HNA skills were poor under the guidance of the recording pointer. Wow, it's really all women's. This island is really weird. Kuina used to be alone, and when she was with the people in the gym, she became stronger and practiced swords, but her after all, she is only 12 years old, that is, 2 years older than Zoro. She is not as young as Lu Chengkong with an adult soul. She had always been affected by the environment and had to mature, but now there is no oppression. With Nico Robin's company, the innocence that belongs to her age began to slowly appear, just like now. Chengkong, now I have completely believed your words. It's just bullshit that a woman can't be the #1 swordsman in the world. There is such an incomparably powerful aura in the castle in front. Even if it is the #1 swordsman in the world, I think it is about the same level. Juliana said with deep emotion. Lu Chengkong kept instilling these thoughts when he was with Lu Chengkong before, but he always felt a little uneasy in his heart without seeing it with his own eyes. Now that she has personally felt the powerful momentum of Boa Hancock, she has completely believed it, and at the same time, she no longer has any distractions in her heart. At this time, she is full of stamina for the road to the world's #1 swordsman. Robin is very at ease here. Now you can rest assured to pursue your swordsmanship. Lu Chengkong was also very happy when he saw Juliana's relieved look. Chengkong, you're finally here. If you didn't say go back to Annie's lobby to get something, why is there a reward now? Just as Lu Chengkong was about to say something, Boa Hancock's worried voice immediately came from the front. Juliana, only I feel like a flower in front of me. I don't know when a woman in a cheongsam, tall, plump, bumpy, and gorgeous, even if Juliana thinks she is a beauty, it's not bad, but watching after arriving at Boa Hancock, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. It's so beautiful. Even a firm-minded swordsman like Juliana was fascinated by Boa Hancock's invisible charm, not to mention Nico Robin and Kuina. At this time, the two girls' both eyes turned into two red hearts, and they said involuntarily, I've been offered a reward. Let me see. Lu Chengkong Vivi was stunned for a moment, but he came back to his senses soon after. If he and Khalifa killed 2 vice admirals, no matter what, Marine must offer a reward. At the same time, Lu Chengkong also understood that the identities of himself and Khalifa and others should have been revealed. Killed 2 vice admiral, very vicious. I admit the previous sentence, but I am very vicious, but it seems that Marine really wants to get rid of me now. 80 million from the beginning. Obviously not as strong as Hancock, but from Marine's point of view, my threat seems to be no less than that of Hancock. Lu Chengkong thought to himself as he looked at the photo he didn't know when it was taken. Khalifa is yours. Boa Hancock is very happy now. Although he is a little worried about the danger of Lu Chengkong being hunted down after he becomes a pirate, he is more happy and joyful, because then they will not after being separated. She no longer has to suffer from that kind of separation, the pain of parting. Mine. Khalifa's face brightened. When she heard Lu Chengkong said that he had killed 2 vice admirals, she thought that Marine had pushed everything on Lu Chengkong and was a little unhappy, but now she heard that she could give Lu Chengkong shared and still has the same identity as Lu Chengkong as before. She smiled like a flower, and it seemed like the spring sunshine gave people a warm and comfortable feeling. Of course, Khalifa, maybe your fruit ability has already been known, so your bounty is the same as mine. Bright fruit tisk tisk. Marine is a headache now. Once you have admiral level strength, they won't be Vice Admiral Garp. Shoot with Marshal Sengoku, otherwise they won't dare to come to you. Boa Hancock was happy for her when he saw Khalifa's happy expression. After all, if it wasn't for Khalifa before, she might not have developed as fast as Lu Chengkong. But first think Marine and the others are more afraid of Chengkong, because Chengkong has never used the fruit ability in front of them until now, and the people who see it are either trustworthy or dead, so I think they are more afraid of Chengkong. Khalifa tilted her head and thought about the analysis. It's reasonable for you to analyze it this way, but your bounty isn't bad either. Like Sky, it has 80 million. Boa Hancock said in agreement. Hee, If Sky's fruit ability is known to them, maybe his bounty will be higher. By the way, Hancock, we will leave for Sky Island soon, what should you do? Khalifa asked, changing the subject. Follow me, of course, how can such a good thing leave me? Boa Hancock said with his own heart. But what if you left Lily Island? Lu Chengkong said worriedly, but he didn't want to cause any bad problems to Lily Island when she left because of Boa Hancock's anger. I've already found a candidate, and I'm teaching her to use hockey now, and to my surprise, I didn't expect that there would be a second chosen person besides me in Lily Island. Maybe I was practicing hockey before, so I didn't pay much attention to it, now I'm unofficial and light. Boa Hancock said with a look of joy, looking at her appearance, it seemed that it was a good thing not to be the queen. Oh, besides you, there is another person who owns Conqueror Hockey. Who is it? Lu Chengkong was also interested. The description of Lily Island in the original book doesn't seem to be too much. As far as she knows, no one except Boa Hancock is. There is a Conqueror Hockey. It's the little girl who brought the two of you here, Margaret. Boa Hancock didn't hide his hand and replied, completely ignoring that this is the secret of Amazon Lily Island and can't be said. The previous emperor knew that he would be so angry that he would vomit blood again. 9090 Depart from Sky Island. What happened to her? Didn't she awaken hockey before? I saw her use hockey at that time. If she was a conqueror, you should have known it earlier. Lu Chengkong said in disbelief. Hee, it's hard to say. Many conqueror owners may not be able to wake up until they die, so how can they be known if they can't wake up? And hockey's awakening is all at once, and it's not that there is no conqueror. For the first time, the owner did not awaken conqueror, but awakened armament or observation hockey. This is the case with Margaret. She awakened armament for the first time, followed by observation hockey. She awakened the Conqueror Hockey and I didn't know she was the owner of the Conqueror, Boa Hancock explained. Oh, I understand, there is no Conqueror owner except you in Lily Island. You were practicing before, and you never used Conqueror Hockey to oppress her, so you can't see that she has Conqueror aura. Now when you started teaching her, you must have used Conqueror to constantly oppress her in order to increase her cultivation speed, so you found out that she has Conqueror. Lu Chengkong immediately understood. That's right, she practiced with Kikyo before, and her first awakening was not Conqueror, so Kikyo also thought that she didn't have the qualifications of a king, and Conqueror's awakening often required huge stimulation or extreme emotional passivity can only appear, and she has been very calm for so many years and has never experienced great joy and sorrow. Moreover, her mind is very simple, protected by Kikyo and others. How can she be stimulated, so I only know now. She has the qualities of a king. Boa Hancock is also a little speechless. After all, if she can find out that she also has the qualifications of a king earlier, and cultivate her early, then she will be able to go out to sea and be with Lu Chengkong early in the morning. Why do you need to wait so many years? But she just started now, right? Can she be okay if you leave? Lu Chengkong said a little worriedly. After all, whether it was because of Boa Hancock or because he had a crush on that Margaret, no matter what the reason was, he didn't care. It's a little worrying. Don't worry, as a concubine's apprentice, her aptitude is very good, and she has endured hardships. Now Conqueror can appear from time to time, although she can't use it at any time like Armament and Conqueror, and she can't control it freely. But since the Conqueror has appeared, it is the best to let the former emperor teach her. Her experience is much richer than that of the concubine, and her strength is not bad. Lily Island was the best when she came. Boa Hancock recklessly put all the responsibility on the previous emperor, but he wanted to be happy. If that's the case, let's go. With Boa Hancock's assurance and explanation, Lu Chengkong was relieved. After all, there are so many accidents in this world. Just as he completed the change of the constitution before, Lucci et al. Cannibalism, Marine suddenly didn't care about the false identity he fabricated. Wasn't this an accident that he expected? So he tried his best to be fully prepared, even if an accident occurred, he would be able to face it. Hey, Don't pull me down. I haven't been to Sky Island. I just heard about it. I want to go to such a fun thing. And the environment above 10,000 meters in the sky told my kendo practice maybe there is help from outside the barley. Juliana said, looking at Lu Chengkong and the three of them, ignoring her and immediately chasing after them. Ah, sorry, I thought you were still a solo swordsman to challenge your opponent. This time, I'm just going to explore the secrets of Sky Island, and by the way, I can see if there are any unexpected gains, and the environment of the 10,000 meter high altitude is very difficult for me. It's a challenge for people like us who go there for the first time. There are not many experts there, so I thought you would not go. Lu Chengkong looked a little embarrassed. After all, he really ignored the existence of Juliana just now. HMPH, I want to forgive you, unless you have a fight with me. Juliana won't forgive Lu Chengkong so easily. After all, this kind of opportunity is still very rare. Although she has made rapid progress, her progress is also not slow after breaking down the hurdles. In Lu Chengkong's words, he is not the only one who can make progress, so it is not so easy to catch up with Juliana. After all, the other party already has the strength of a swordsman before Lu Chengkong knew her. The past few years have passed. Her strength has also improved a lot, and she will definitely lose against Vice Admiral, except for Logia of course. Okay, it's really a fighting maniac, but I'm not going to Sky Island to talk about it now. Lu Chengkong's face stiffened, but after thinking about Juliana's strength that surpassed ordinary Vice Admiral, he thought about it and agreed. After all, fighting with people who are stronger than himself is of great help in improving his strength. Now he does not have the dream of the devil as an assistant to cultivate hockey. Everything can only be improved by his own understanding in battle. Just when Lu Chengkong and his party boarded Boa Hancock's big ship and headed to Sky Island, the office of the Marine headquarters also started a special meeting because of the existence of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa and others. You must know that in addition to Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, other big pirates can often gather all the high-end combat power of the Marine headquarters for meetings, but not many people can receive this treatment. Now Lu Chengkong, Khalifa and others can often make them very lazy with their strengths that are not at the level of big pirates. The Garp, Kuzan and others gathered together and have to say it was a miracle. Sengoku, you actually want them both, doesn't that look like you? Are you so righteous? Garp pointed his nostrils and looked at Sengoku suspiciously, completely ignoring the appearance of his blue veins. Asshole, Garp, if you don't talk, no one says you're dumb. You bastard, you often eat donuts, pick your nose, snore and sleep in the marshal's office, and you're still fighting against me now. It's not that I have a long life, you want to make me mad and then give me a stick of incense when you go to worship Roger. Sengoku roared angrily, that is, this guy Garp dared to do this to himself. Che, didn't you become a great Buddha? Isn't the Buddha going to ascend to heaven? Isn't going to the West Heaven the highest realm of Buddha cultivation? I'm not thinking about you yet. Garp whispered, but he completely forgot what he said. How lethal it is when it comes out. You can see how hard Kuzan and the others are holding back their laughter. 91091 World Famous. Bastard, you kill 1,000 knives. I don't even bother to talk about you. Maybe it was because he was so angry. And he was so angry that Sengoku couldn't say why. Let's not talk nonsense. I want to hunt down those two people with all my strength, and if they find it, they will be killed immediately, no need to live. Sengoku suddenly put away the blue veins on his forehead, and commanded in a very calm tone. I want to know what's going on. Kizaru glanced at Kuzan and Akainu. One was sleeping and the other was eager to rush out to find Lu Chengkong and Khalifa to settle the account. He was a little speechless. Why didn't he ask clearly? Then he would be caught by Sengoku. What should I do if the resourceful general is trapped? The old man and he have been officials in the same dynasty for so many years, and they have known his character a lot, and he has cheated a lot. You two children are so calm and impulsive. Isn't it cheap for him? Look at it for yourself. Sengoku seemed to have been prepared for a long time. Apart from being pissed off by Garp at the beginning, he looked refreshed, and he didn't seem to be bothered by Lu Chengkong before. Kizaru looked carefully at what Sengoku came in, and after reading it, he immediately understood the seal of the dragon below. It turned out that it was the Lord, although the two of them were the Lord's fancy, but they didn't say that they were indispensable. If they grow up, it's okay to say, but it says inside, we don't need to worry so much. If they die, it proves that they are at this level. If they can survive under our Marine's full pursuit, then we have no face. What did you say? Sengoku said with a smug look on his face. Thinking about it too, they have always been struggling to support Liu Chengkong because they don't know if Liu Chengkong and the two are the indispensable candidates for that adult. Now it seems obvious that this lord is the two of them that he likes, and it's not the most important thing. Since that lord has written to say that he doesn't need to worry so much and pursues with all his strength, then Sengoku is of course happy, and the sullenness in his heart can finally come out. The villain is successful. I didn't know who had a bitter face before. Garp obviously couldn't see Sengoku's pride. Although his voice was small, the worst strength in the field was admiral level. How could he hide this voice? Their perception, Sengoku, who was still very proud, suddenly turned blue-purple. Hey, the old man has something to do. By the way, it seems that Luffy wrote to me and said that he misses the old man very much. Then Sengoku, I will take a vacation for a while. See you when I have time. Garp did not give Sengoku a chance to refuse immediately after he finished speaking. The jerk ran away. I seem to remember that his grandson was very afraid of him, right? Why did he take the initiative to find him? And he wrote a letter. Kuzan asked blankly, picking up the blindfold on his head. Idiot, it's obviously Garp's excuse. Forget it. Don't think I don't know what that guy is thinking. Now, besides the pirates in the New World, the most important thing is to get rid of Khalifa and Liu Chengkong. One is the ability of the Fruit of Light. It's hard to kill her if she wants to escape after she grows up. Although the other one doesn't know what his fruit can be, I think it's also a high-end product. It's really tricky. If it weren't for the new century, Admiral would still need to guard me. I really want you to go after them yourself. Sengoku said with a bit of a headache, although he can attack Liu Chengkong and Liu Chengkong unscrupulously now, but Marine's high-end combat power is contained. There are 4 emperors in the New World, and the Revolutionary Army in the first half of the Great Channel, although Marine also has Shichibukai to help contain it. But Sengoku knew very well that these Shichibukai would never mind if something unexpected happened in Marine, so they still had to rely on their own family members, but now the problem came out. Garp with the most available and highest combat power actually sneaked back to East Blue under various excuses, obviously worried that he would attack Roger's son Ace. Hey, it's really troublesome. That guy Garp doesn't believe me too much. I just attacked once. If I want to attack, I can go by myself. You can still defend me every day. Really? Sengoku, I was very upset and thought, completely forgetting how I used Garp to find Rouge before. How about that Boa Hancock? Although I haven't met her, it is no doubt that she can use Conqueror Haki's strength, and she has a good relationship with Liu Chengkong Khalifa. How do you plan to deal with it? Kizaru suddenly remembered another Boa Hancock asked right away. This is easy to handle. Shichibukai seems to be one person away. Send someone to the Amazon Lily Island to invite her to Shichibukai, but remember that you must not step into the daughter country. You can talk outside. Sengoku obviously already has it. What is the plan of the whole? It can be said that he can talk about it freely, and he is not afraid of having the style of a marshal pointing the country. What if I refuse? Kizaru had to think carefully about this. After all, the intelligence said that the relationship between them was very good, and the possibility of refusal was very high. If Boa Hancock is just her, then I won't waste time and effort to invite her to join Shichibukai, but there is a Lily Island behind her. Our Marine's HNA technology has become more and more mature. I believe it will not take long to be able to overcome the Windless Belt, and as a queen, she will definitely think about her country, explain the interests of her, and she will basically join, and maybe it may alienate their relationship a bit. Sengoku looked relieved, but he didn't know that Boa Hancock had followed Liu Chengkong to Sky Island, and he didn't know that Boa Hancock was not the Boa Hancock of the original book, but she could abandon everything for Lu Chengkong. It can be seen that the former emperor of the previous generation had murderous intent towards Lu Chengkong, and she immediately became furious, so this time Sengoku's plan is very likely to have a cup. Unless Lu Chengkong asks Boa Hancock to agree, otherwise Sengoku is doomed to fail. At the same time, the four sovereigns of the New World looked at the bounties from two people. These two were Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. They had Yishi's unique intelligence ability. Tenryubido's kneeling was hidden. A lot of people, but they couldn't hide from the four emperors at all, so they were surprised when they saw Lu Chengkong and Khalifa defecting to Marine and killing Vice Admiral. The first time there was a reward of 80 million. Kula la la la, Sengoku, you have suffered a lot now, but these two little babies surprised me. One is the fruit of light, and should also use Haki. The other, although the fruit's ability is unknown, but it won't be weak after thinking about it. It's getting more and more interesting. I really hope that the two of you can grow up, and then there will be two more pirates who really pursue freedom. I can also have two opponents without being so boring like now. 92092 Reviews by Whitebeard. Whitebeard sat on the boat, looking at the two bounty orders from Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, and muttered, as expected, people at the level of Whitebeard, Sengoku, and Garp have very unique and sharp eyes, just from Lu Chengkong. It can be seen from the photo that Lu Chengkong is a person who pursues freedom. Otherwise, Sengoku would have tried his best to train Lu Chengkong and Khalifa and would not have many scruples about Lu Chengkong. It was because he saw that what Lu Chengkong was pursuing was the opposite of he Marine and would become an enemy one day. That's why he was so scrupulous and even obstructed in every possible way. Dad, don't you think too highly of the two of them? Marco, the captain of the first team, said impatiently. It's not high at all, just look at Marine's actions. Although I haven't met the two of them, if the two of them can survive under the pursuit of Marine, their achievements are absolutely limitless. The most important thing is that the two of them are real pirates. People who pursue a free life are not restricted. Not to mention the fact that one of them has the fruit of light and the other is unknown, but it is obviously not bad. As long as that little girl develops the ability of the fruit of light to a strong enough Chengdu, she will have a strength comparable to or even surpass that of Admiral. Whitebeard shook his head and explained. Dad, is the fruit of light really that strong? Why don't I seem to have heard of it before? Marco was a little disbelieving. Knowing that the ability of the three Admiral's fruit is beyond doubt, he actually said that only the ability of the fruit of light is used. How could it not be enough to surprise him that the development was comparable to or even surpassed the three Admiral? All I know is from what I've heard. Although there are no 3, 6 or 9 grades of devil fruits, if you insist on dividing them into improvement and help for combat effectiveness, you can still distinguish between high and low. As far as I am currently, the Logia I know is also divided into ordinary fruits and top fruits. Among them, the dark fruits and light fruits are the top Logia fruits, and they have been circulating for many years before I was born. You say this is groundless. Whitebeard hummed Isho. His voice was full of anticipation, and Marco on the side was also interested in Lu Chengkong and the others and wanted to meet them. Not to mention that Whitebeard and the other 4 emperors were thinking about their own affairs at this time, and returned to Lu Chengkong's side. At this time, Lu Chengkong had already arrived at the place where Lu Fei and others flew to Sky Island in the original book. Of course, because of Marine's wanted Ling appeared, and Lu Chengkong and others were not well known before, so many pirates and bounty hunters who fished in troubled waters came to find them. But these were all tests of the effect and power of Lu Chengkong's test color Haki. It's miserable, how can we go up without excellent navigators? Lu Chengkong said, looking at the sky a little depressed, standing near the place where Luffy and the others flew to Sky Island in the original book. Chengkong, why did you forget me? Boa Hancock stretched out his hand to smooth Lu Chengkong's frown from depression, and said in a soft and charming voice. Yes. Now your Amazon Lily Island's sailing skills are ranked first, and even the windless belt can be easily passed, how can it not be here? Lu Chengkong said with a look of joy. Just now he was still. I almost wanted to go back and bring Nami over to see if she could fly up, but now Boa Hancock's words have resolved all of Lu Chengkong's troubles and depression. Then I'll go catch that strange bird first. Lu Chengkong kept rummaging through his memory and finally found what the bird looked like. Although some things have been forgotten over the years, the more important thing is that he is the time. Keep it in mind at all times, just like going to Sky Island. I want to see the rising explosive air once and see if it is necessary to modify the ship. After all, flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters is no joke. This is not only a challenge for the human body, but also a challenge for navigators and ships. Boa Hancock's face became solemn after Lu Chengkong left, and walked around the island with elegant steps, while also waiting for the arrival of the updraft. Sure enough, Boa Hancock proved with facts that Amazon Lily Island's shipbuilding technology and navigation technology can indeed rank first in the current era. Because Boa Hancock groped for it without the explanation of someone familiar with the updraft of the explosion. After seeing the updraft once, he immediately remodeled the pirate ship. It can be said that she did it all by herself. Boom. This day, that is, the second updraft of this month comes. At this time, the pirate ship has 2 more wings like the Straw Hat pirate ship, but it is slower than the 2 that drafted the pirate group. It's just so beautiful, so beautiful. Come on, Khalifa, if there is an accident at that time, you will immediately turn into a light and rush to find something similar to a rope, tree and vine and throw it down. With the ability of Moon Step, it should be able to last for a while. Lu Chengkong knows these things. It's not a joke, he doesn't think he has the sky-defying Straw Hat pirate's luck. Of course, must be fully prepared for the worst in all aspects, otherwise it is easy to die. After all, it is a good thing to have an extra path. Yeah. This time Khalifa nodded and agreed without hesitation, because she knew that this was no joke. If something happened and she rushed up, it was very likely to end together, so she knew that she shouldered a great mission. Hey, you two don't look like life and death, okay? You have to trust the skills of the concubine in the sky. The concubine dares to give you a guarantee. If you fail, I will, Boa Hancock said here. I really don't know, it's good to say something. After all, she doesn't seem to be able to make any promises. She gives everything Lu Chengkong needs without reservation, so what else can she give that Lu Chengkong needs and doesn't have? Hancock, if you fail then give me your first time. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed, and he immediately seized the opportunity, completely ignoring Boa Hancock's blushing face because of Lu Chengkong's incomparably straightforward words. Face. As long as you. In fact, it's not worth it. Concubine can give it to you. Boa Hancock bit her pink lips and said in a mosquito-sized voice. 93,093 went up. Humph. Although Khalifa knew that this would happen sooner or later, she was still very uncomfortable when she said it in front of her, but she didn't say anything but snorted coldly and wanted to go to the side. Space is reserved for Lu Chengkong and Boa Hancock. It looks like I'm in trouble today. Lu Chengkong saw Khalifa's little mouth pouting because of jealousy, and he knew that Khalifa would never make him feel better tonight, and would definitely make him want to die, although he didn't care. But Khalifa's little tricks are still very powerful. She stops every time she sucks the coolest moment. This kind of taste is very difficult, so every time she sees Khalifa showing this expression, Lu Chengkong will never let Khalifa's. Hee, let's go up first, but Hancock, you have to remember what you just said. Although Khalifa made room for himself and Boa Hancock, it is obviously not suitable for these tunes now, so wait until you go to Sky Island. Only opportunities such as high-altitude love are not common, and the place where you are the most beautiful woman in the sky is even more difficult to find in the world. Since he has this opportunity, Lu Chengkong will of course not let it go. Otherwise he pushed Boa Hancock long ago when he came here and won't wait until now. Hearing this, Boa Hancock breathed a sigh of relief and felt a touch of disappointment in his heart, but after thinking of Lu Chengkong's words, she just put down her heart again. Come on. An hour later, Boa Hancock had basically recovered, but his face was calm, and it gave off an unfathomable feeling like the calm sea. Although she spoke, a huge vortex slowly appeared in front of Lu Chengkong and took shape. At the same time, a powerful suction came from the vortex, but Boa Hancock did not resist this suction but let it go. The suction force pulled the pirate ship over. Hold tight, Khalifa is ready. Lu Chengkong used the moon step to get up and looked at everything in front of him and immediately said to Khalifa. Understood. Khalifa nodded. The sourness on her pretty face disappeared, replaced by a serious, calm expression. Boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded from the huge vortex, and a huge rotating water column suddenly stabbed below, directly pushing the pirate ship up, and the strong wind roared upwards at the same time. Boa Hancock immediately glanced at Lu Chengkong. Those eyes that seemed to be able to talk had already revealed her thoughts. Lu Chengkong was immediately divided into 3 parts, and the 2 mirror clones immediately pulled the huge sails away. The pirate ship was clinging to the water column, and at the same time, the wing-like things and sails on both sides followed the gale and flew into the wind. Success. Boa Hancock saw that everything was going as she imagined, and already knew that it was a success, and Lu Chengkong, who witnessed all this, admired Boa Hancock's sailing skills very much. She was simply an almighty woman, a woman with beauty, body, temperament, strength, housework, gentleness and consideration, and talents in all aspects can be said to be hard to find in the world. It is no wonder that Lu Chengkong and her rarely meet, but in Lu Chengkong's heart, Boa Hancock's status is only next to Khalifa. Have you seen it? Chengkong, the concubine has lived up to the word, and I will never lose to Khalifa. Boa Hancock clenched his pink fist, and thought to himself with a determined face while gritting his silver teeth. Poochie. The wind is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed of the current is getting faster and faster. Lu Chengkong knows that this is the last wave of sudden shock and current. If it can't rush to Sky Island before this current wave ends, then the defeat is over. Khalifa. Lu Chengkong roared. Khalifa immediately turned into a light and disappeared in the blink of an eye and rushed into the clouds. Obviously, he has reached Sky Island. On the contrary, Boa Hancock is extremely calm, and there is nothing on his delicate and beautiful face. Emotional passivity, as if all the changes up to now were under her control. Go up, Boa Hancock said softly, although the speed of the pirate ship's ascent suddenly was 2 or 3 times faster than before. The pirate ship, which was a little lacking in stamina, seemed to have eaten the expired and actually followed the last huge wave. The ocean current directly broke through the clouds and came to the sky above the clouds of Sky Island. At this time, Khalifa was holding some vines not far away. Apparently, she flew directly to Abiado, the island of gods in Enel at her own speed, but when she saw Lu Chengkong and others after she came up, there was obviously a relieved expression on her face. Okay, VV's face changed when Boa Hancock stood on the boat and was about to say something to Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, who was hugged by him in his arms. The moment she came up to Sky Island, she immediately released observation haki. Within her perception range, it was obvious that a person was rushing towards her and others on her skates. Rangkyaku, Tempest Kick. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa learned haki from Boa Hancock, and Boa Hancock also learned Marine Rokushiki from Lu Chengkong. The same Lu Chengkong also said the principle of returning life. Boa Hancock is powerful. The fruit ability and observation haki cultivation base believe that it will not take long to realize the return of life, which is the benefit of strong spiritual awareness. A blue and white vacuum slash that was more than 10 meters long appeared in front of Boa Hancock's perfume femur and flew towards the front. Lu Chengkong, who had only been practicing for about a year in observation haki, was obviously not as large as Boa Hancock's, so Boa Hancock issued Renkyaku. It took a while for Tempest Kick to sense that someone was coming. Although he had only seen this person once or twice in the original book, Lu Chengkong still remembered his name. That one seems to be the descendant of the great Shandia warrior Calgary. What is the name of the war ghost Wayapa? In the early stage, it was quite powerful to rely on those platooning shells to face those who would not be able to elementalize. Lu Chengkong, although it was a bit pretentious for someone who didn't appear at this time in the original book to suddenly come out, but he didn't stop Boa Hancock from taking action, because he also felt the killing intent from the war ghost Wayapa. What? How did those guys find me? and they were able to launch an attack from such a distance. War Ghost Wayapa's expression changed, and he picked up the incendiary cannon in his hand and flew towards him at an alarming speed. The vacuum slashes just, and at the same time, he managed to avoid the catastrophe by lying down by recoil, but although he survived, his face was still full of cold sweat in the face of the huge pressure surrounded by death just now. 94094 God Enel. Go away. Boa Hancock spit out a word in his mouth. The sound was not loud, but it could be clearly passed into his ears. Just now, Boa Hancock was just on a whim and also felt the killing intent of the other party. He wanted to try his own marine rokushiki practice. To what extent, although having a good foundation and a strong body and strong strength, it is fast to cultivate marine rokushiki, and in just 1 year, it is almost comparable to the achievements of Nengliu Chengkong and Khalifa who have cultivated for so many years. As a descendant of a great warrior, there is only one death that never retreats. Wayapa's face was very ugly, but he did not retreat at all. In the original book, this guy's body received more than n fatal injuries and could stand up tenaciously. Not to mention that his will is absolutely very strong. If his strength can be stronger, this person should not be underestimated. It is a pity that his strength is similar to that of the Straw Hat Luffy who just went to sea. Even more so with guns. Wasting time, Enel should have eaten Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, at this time, and destroyed his hometown. Then he should know when we come, although it is not 9 years after the original book, but Enel the genius of the fruit alone is not inferior to the strength of Admiral. Although it is not as strong as Admiral now, it is definitely a near invincible existence below Admiral. Although the ability of Xingang is not as large as that of 9 years later, I find that I should still be able to of. Lu Chengkong motioned Boa Hancock to stop, and said to the two of them that Wayapa was just a clown. There was no need to care, but he was more interested in Enel. God of Sky Island, I think you should be able to hear what I said. What is your strength after eating Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit? Come out. I don't want to waste time looking for your place you. Lu Chengkong looked up and suddenly said loudly. Boa Hancock on the side was a little strange. There was obviously no one in his perception range. What was Lu Chengkong doing? At the center and top of Abayado sits a man eating an apple. His ears seem to be longer than those of Maitreya Buddha. At this time, his face is full of interest, as if something happened that made him very interested. Things of interest. The guy from Blue Sea, how did he know that I ate Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit? I'm really interested in you, but I want you to see this god. If you have this strength, please use the god to say, God's punishment. 1 million volts discharge, can survive, but those who dare to challenge the majesty of God will have to pay a price. Enel raised his wrist while eating an apple. The blue electric light burst out from his wrist and turned into a large bright thunderbolt rushing into the sky. At the same time, a blue light suddenly flashed above Lu Chengkong, and a loud roar of thunder suddenly sounded, followed by a thick lightning strike from the sky toward Lu Chengkong. Although it is very powerful, relying on this level of lightning alone is useless to me. Lu Chengkong shook his head, but she did not use armament hockey to resist, because there was someone beside her who shot earlier than her, not Boa Hancock, is actually Khalifa. The light of judgment, Khalifa said coquettishly, and a thick golden light burst out from the jade hand to meet the blue dot in the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded at the moment when the two lights of different colors collided, and the sound could definitely spread for several miles. When the dazzling three-color light dissipated, only Khalifa was left in the sky. The golden light, the blue electric light and shadow dissipated into the invisible. The thunder fruit is one of the few fruits with invincible abilities in the eyes of outsiders. Compared with the fruit of light, there is still a little gap between the fruit of light. At least the fruit of light conceal the ability of those who have the ability. Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, is not allowed, but there are many similarities between bright fruit and Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. Lu Chengkong knew that this time it was Khalifa's battle, because he had already seen Khalifa's eyes. There was a raging fire inside. Chengkong, let Khalifa do the trick this time. When she knew she didn't have a conqueror, she could see that her mood was a little low. I think she heard you say that the Enel fruit has a strong ability, and it's a Logia fruit. That's why Khalifa doesn't want to distance himself from you, so he wants to fight him. Boa Hancock worried that Lu Chengkong didn't know Khalifa's intentions, so he immediately helped. Hee, I have lived with Khalifa for so long, how can I not know her thoughts? When I awakened the demon Haki, her performance became more and more obvious. She wanted to make up for me in the fruit ability. The gap with her is really stupid. Everyone has her own strengths and strengths. There is no need to belittle yourself because there is no overlord bag, and the power of the fruit of light is not as simple as imagined, but this battle is of great help to Khalifa. It is a fruit-capable person, and it is also Logia. One is light, and the other is thunder. Lu Chengkong shook his head a little funny and said, I know. Khalifa's eyes turned red with Vivi. She thought that Lu Chengkong would not care for her as much as before after having Boa Hancock. She thought that Lu Chengkong didn't know what she was thinking, but now it seems that she is the one. She was wrong. Lu Chengkong had always known what she was thinking, but she just didn't say it. For a while, Khalifa's feeling a little sad and unhappy because of Hancock's incident also recovered, and her heart was like eating honey. Sweet as sugar. Enel of the Holy Land, the island of God, Abayado, looked a little serious after seeing that his ability was actually defeated head-on. He was able to develop Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, to the Admiral level, although now it hasn't fully arrived yet, but it's not far behind. Of course, he has a clear understanding of the Logia fruit. When Khalifa used the light of judgment, he already understood that the other party should have the same ability as him, although he is arrogant. But it does not mean that he is an idiot, stupid and arrogant, so he has already admitted the strength of the other party in his heart. The duel between the light and the thunder and lightning. The god likes this sentence. Ha, it was originally. Enel laughed wildly. How could he refuse a challenge, especially a challenge with the same ability as himself? He immediately turned into a thunderbolt and moved at the speed of thunder, and soon descended on the clouds not far from Lu Chengkong. Are you here? I'm sorry, Enel, I originally wanted to fight you, but my woman also seems to want to fight, so I can only step aside, and I will fight again when your injury recovers after your defeat. It's on the field. Lu Chengkong said in a helpless tone with a casual expression, as if he was talking about what was about to happen. 95095 Bright vs. Thunder. Oh, you mean I'm doomed? Enel asked with interest instead of being angry at Lu Chengkong's prophecy-like arrogance. Hee, it's true that you will lose. You won't believe it now, but you will soon believe it. Lu Chengkong Haisho. From the outsider's point of view, the battle between Logia and Logia lasted a long time, but in fact that's not the case. In that case, it will take so long to decide the winner when both sides are Logia fruits and have no attributes to counteract each other, and the strength is almost the same, but once there is a gap in strength, it will be like a Kainu. Like Ace, it is also fire, but the difference in strength is a one-shot kill. And now Khalifa's fruit ability is not as developed as Enel, who has been focusing on fruit ability for many years, but Lu Chengkong is confident that Khalifa will win. Then let's wait and see. If you lose, you will die. Enel laughed, facing someone who was also Logia, but he was very excited. After all, he really wanted to prove that no matter what he was facing, humans are godlike beings, even if the other party also uses Logia's ability, but now he has a good opportunity to prove it to him. How can he be unhappy or excited? Wayapa, go back and tell everyone in Shandia that Enel will be leaving Sky Island soon. Don't talk nonsense. The battle here is not something you who rely on external forces can participate in, and it is best for you to take advantage of it. But I advise you not to fight the Sky Island people here after you can return to Sky Island, otherwise I don't mind killing all of you Shandia people. Lu Chengkong was seeing Khalifa turn into light, and Enel turned into after the lightning disappeared in front of his eyes. He said to Wayapa, who had come not far from him. Why? Wayapa said with a look of disdain. Obviously he didn't take Lu Chengkong in his eyes at all. Just because I am stronger than you, because you are just an ant-like existence in front of me. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly sounded behind him, and at the same time he held his neck with one hand and lifted him up. Wayapa glared angrily, but no matter how much he resisted and struggled, the physique he had always been proud of couldn't break free from Lu Chenkong's right hand, and the gap in strength forced him to recognize the reality. I don't think you can talk. The person who makes the decision, go back and bring the person in your union village who can make decisions on behalf of everyone. After Lu Chenkong finished speaking, he threw Wayapa out. If not, it takes them who have survived here for a long time and know everything about Sky Island very well as their tour guides, so he can't bother to care about each other's affairs. The best way to ask strangers to help them use carrots and sticks is the best. You bastard, don't underestimate me, platooning shellfish. Wayapa's face was ferocious, really like a ghost. The sliding shoes with wind shells under his feet spurted a hurricane backwards, and the speed of going suddenly shot towards Lu Chenkong. Rush over. It's true that you won't die until the Yellow River. Are you determined to be strong-willed, or are you too stupid and won't turn? Haven't the gap in strength been discovered yet? Life is returned, iron and steel body. Lu Chenkong immediately predicted based on observation hockey when it came to the attack that Yi was afraid of. There seemed to be a small voice in his mind telling him the other party's timidity. The way he did it was normal, but he didn't bother to dodge it. He was not Enel, he only knew how to use the fruit ability but ignored the importance of the body. It can be said that his physical skills have never stopped exercising until now. Slap. Wayapa's bandaged right hand pressed against Lu Chenkong's body at once, and a strange sound that shook the air rippled out of it, and waves of powerful shocks pierced from Wayapa's body. The right hand charged towards Lu Chenkong's body, and billowing smoke and dust emanated from the place of the two of them and surrounded their bodies. Relying on external force. Human beings can stand at the top of all things because they are good at using weapons and making weapons. Only those who can survive are the real winners. Wayapa said coldly, as if mocking Lu Chenkong's ignorance. Really, proper use of external force is a good thing. But for a strong person to rely too much on external force is a stupid thing, just like you are now, Shigen, finger pistol. Lu Chenkong's voice suddenly came out. Suddenly, the face of Wayapa, who thought he was dead, changed suddenly, and at the same time, his chest hurt. Lu Chenkong's fingers had pierced several holes in his chest, and the blood continued to flow out. Go back, I don't have any hatred with you. You can say that I am your benefactor, for the so-called face. You have to take back the lost land by yourself. Don't laugh at me. Guro no mi, rumble fruit, you can't imagine how powerful you are. If Enel can't let you wrong touch his body with the speed of thunder, sea stone. Can you touch him? Lu Chenkong kicked Wayapa out with one kick, and didn't go back. Leave him alone, but look up at the already fighting above. The golden light keeps flashing, and the thick thunder and lightning keep pouring down. Isn't it a gift for you to be able to stay at Sky Island for free without any effort or sacrifice? It is necessary to fight with my benefactor. Lu Chenkong's voice gradually returned to dullness, as if he had just dealt with a piece of very common thing. We Shandia people have our own dignity. As the descendants of warriors, we have to take back what we lost. What are you doing? The Blue Sea people, whoever gets in my way, I will mind killing you. Paco showed his strong vitality and will to the fullest. He used a platoon shell and was punched 3 holes by Lu Chenkong's Shigen, finger pistol, but he was still able to stand up. Do you have to get back what you lost? I like this sentence, but do you have the strength to get it back? Forget it, it's a waste to talk to you, a brainless person. After you clean up Enel, you will be with your village. Let's talk a little longer. Anyway, there are still many people who love peace. If I didn't need you as my guide, I would be too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Quote. Lu Chenkong also felt a little strange. It seemed that he appeared here and this guy had no reason to kill him, but when he thought of this time, the people from Angel Island and the people from Shandia were still fighting, and the other people from Shandia were still fighting. One is a guerrilla, and it is strange to find out that people who are not Shandia do not kill. And for people who are constantly killing on the battlefield, it is just a normal thing to kill them when they encounter them. Looking at Wayapa's appearance, it is obviously because some of the brothers in Shandia died in battle, so I went out to see if I could meet the people from Angel Island and kill a few to vent. In the end, the people from Angel Island didn't meet them, but they did meet those who found Lu Chengkong and others, so he wanted to use these people to vent his grievances and anger, but he didn't expect to kick the iron plate. 96096200 million volts Thor. Take care of Enel, haha, Blue Sea Man. I admit that you are stronger than me, but if you want to clean up Enel who turned into a thunderbolt without the help of Seastone, it is impossible for him to melt into his body. Weipa heard Lu Chengkong's words but he laughed disdainfully. This can only show your ignorance. He has Guro no mi, rumble fruit, but my wife has a brighter fruit than him. Khalifa, who has the speed of light and surpasses the speed of thunder, has long been standing in the dark. Lost. Lu Chengkong didn't care about Weipa's ridicule, and he was still looking at the collision of light and lightning from above. Bright fruit. Weipa's face changed. In the anime, he already knew that Enel was eating Guro no mi, rumble fruit, of devil fruit. Knowing the legend of top-level abilities such as the Fruit of Light, the disdainful voice also stopped abruptly, and at the same time, in order to verify with his own eyes whether what Lu Chengkong said was the truth, he also stopped and looked at the battle above. Little girl, your strength is really good, but your development level is not strong enough. 20 million volts, discharge. Enel watched Khalifa not far away, dodging his own attacks every time he was faster than himself, so this time the scope of application is wider, and he does not believe that Khalifa can move at the speed of light for a long time. Have you seen it through? Although I have been developing bright fruits over the years, the development difficulty and consumption of top fruits are still too great for me to use for a long time, but I have not been in vain over the years. Lasers. Khalifa said in his heart. He thought to himself, while a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth, and his jade hand pointed to Enel in front of him. A small light ball composed entirely of holy light was formed from the tip of Khalifa's jade finger, and the moment the small light ball was formed, it was fired towards Enel like a laser. Boom! The collision between the lightning and the beam is constantly appearing in the sky above. The damage range of the lightning is bigger than that of Khalifa, but Khalifa's attacks are all point-breaking. The penetrating power of a light is very terrible, and it can penetrate every time. Enel is dense and thick lightning. Concentrate the attack to the smallest point and burst out. The penetrating power is the most terrifying, to break the face. Lu Chengkong said softly, Khalifa has basically won, and her speed is better than Enel. The speed of the laser is the power of the laser attack, and these rays contain terrifying high temperatures, as if they are as hot as the sun shining on the earth. How could this be? All my thunderbolts have been penetrated. It's impossible, I don't believe it. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Enel roared in disbelief, at the same time beating the big drum behind him, a length of tens of meters. The long Thunder Dragon suddenly formed in the sky and bit Khalifa away. I see how you dodge. 200 million volts Thor. Enel knew that he would lose if he went on like this. Khalifa couldn't use the speed of light to move for a long time, and he couldn't turn into lightning every second, even if his mental power was very strong. Powerful, but he can't keep the elemental handle for hours. The so-called long-term use of elementalization is to change into elementalization when needed, and then recover in the moment of dodging the attack, but to face Khalifa's light-like attack, it is fundamental to maintain elementalization into lightning for a long time. There is no way. His observation hockey is very powerful, and even Boa Hancock's coverage is not comparable to that of Boa Hancock, but don't forget that sometimes you can predict the opponent's attack movement and your nerve speed can't react, so it's not useless to rely on hockey alone. It's useless, you have to get stronger in body and strength at the same time, so that you can exert the greatest power of hockey. HMPH, do you transform into nothingness with lightning? Such a huge body has the speed of lightning and maintains the power of 200 million volts with every attack. Khalifa looked at Enel in shock as he was not using the arc. The most powerful trick, facing Enel who is like a real god at this time, anyone will be shocked. That's it, Enel. Lu Chengkong's neighborhood was full of people at some point, but these were just people from Angel Island, but people from Shandia in Union Village. It seems that Lu Chengkong's conjecture that's right. The place where he rushed to Sky Island is different from Luffy. Luffy is Angel Island and all the people from Angel Island are facing, while Lu Chengkong came from Union Village, so of course all the people nearby are from Shandia. The nearby Shandia people saw the battle between the light beams in the sky and the thunder and lightning. In addition, Enel kept using various shapes of thunder and lightning, and now they have created a thunder god. It would be strange if they could not be attracted. That's the power of Enel, the god we've always had to beat. Is this power really something we can beat? One and Boa Hancock, with long black hair, had the same appearance as Nami and others, tall and dressed in pink. The woman in purple-blue short-sleeved trousers looked at Enel, who had grown bigger in the sky, and muttered. That is, using the power of light to give people a warm and comfortable feeling like a spring breeze shining on the earth, but when angry, it can destroy and purify everything. This is the fruit of light. It suddenly opened wider than a copper bell, and said in a surprised voice. Although the Shandia people with a history of more than 400 years know everything about devil fruits very well, you must know that there are many people in Blue Sea who don't know the top fruit abilities of the bright fruit. Lu Chengkong said as soon as he opened his ears, he could hear the chief's words clearly, and thought to himself. Ha ha, I admit that your strength is very strong, and you can overwhelm me in terms of fruit ability. If you develop to the same level as me, then I am really not your opponent, but now you are defeated, man of Blue Sea, now your woman is about to lose, so what you said just now that I will lose turned into empty words and slaps yourself. Enel watched as he faced countless lightning strikes in his state of Thor. Khalifa, who could only be tired of coping with dodging, immediately thought that he was sure to win, so he looked at Lu Chengkong, who was still calm below, and said in a smug tone. That's right, he was really happy. Although the battle lasted for a short time, he used his own strength to prove that he was a god, and he could still defeat even if he faced abilities stronger than himself. As Enel's words came out, only Shandia noticed the existence of Lu Chengkong, so they looked at Lu Chengkong and Boa Hancock with curiosity and doubt, but many of them moved evilly when they saw Boa Hancock. That obscene gaze made Boa Hancock very disgusted. The next moment, Boa Hancock used her actual actions to confirm that her nickname was Pirate Queen. How did the female tyrant come from? 97097 lost to Enel. Hate, the body of the concubine can only be seen by the sky. I hate people looking at me like this, marrow mellow. Boa Hancock's pretty face was as cold as ice, and a heart-shaped light flew out from her jade hand, wherever she passed. All those who have evil thoughts on Boa Hancock and are fascinated by her beauty are all turned into stone sculptures. What kind of ability is that? Lan Chi, who saw that all the men in Shandia had turned into stone sculptures, except for Wayapa and the chief who were not petrified, immediately screamed in horror. It's the ability of the Paramesha fruit. It should be that all people who are fascinated by her beauty will be petrified. Wayapa didn't look at her just now, and has been paying attention to the battle above, and I felt a strong threat from her, so I didn't go to see her, so I'm fine. As for other people's trouble, the chief said with lingering fears. Bastard, she must be relieved. Lan Chi suddenly looked angry. Enel at most prevented them from going back to Angel Island, but now Boa Hancock is equivalent to exterminating their family. Can she not be angry? It's a pity that she couldn't rush over to find Boa Hancock after being held by the chief. Don't do it, they are not dead. As long as the woman is willing to lift it, it will be fine. Don't be impulsive. That woman gives me a far more terrible feeling than Enel. How can a chief not have any ability? At this time his eyes were full of fear when they looked at Boa Hancock. What? You're saying that woman's strength is stronger than Enel? God, chief, you're not kidding me. Lan Chi said with a look of horror. She couldn't believe the chief's words in her heart. When she said these words, she had already passed by with a shock. Otherwise, why do you think Enel came? Why did you say these words to that man? The chief said helplessly. As a chief, he was not angry when he saw his own family being petrified. That's a lie, it's just that he is much more sensible than lanky. The difference in strength between the two sides is so big. How to recover the petrified person is the most important thing, so he can only beg Boa Hancock. After all, the other party has eliminated all the male warriors of the Shandia people in one fell swoop. Is that useful? Didn't you see that the most impulsive and stubborn Wayapa also clenched his fists and didn't rush up? It's not for the other petrified Shandia people. At this time, not only will they die, but the Shandia people will also be finished. Very well, it will save time for them to tell me where the Emperor of the Sea is. Although they may not know the exact location, at least they know more than me, so maybe they can have some clues. Lu Chengkong didn't stop Boa Hancock's words. After all, he knew very well how attractive Hancock was. It could be said that the people who could not be fooled by her charm were very determined and powerful people. Of course, Luffy, who ate an arrow from a rubber fruit, was an exception. HMPH, do you think you are the only one with this ability? The sun shines brightly. Khalifa snorted coldly, looking at Enel, who was a little complacent, and suddenly became unhappy. He wanted to play with the other party, so let's deal with him. I saw Khalifa suddenly burst into a strong light, and the holy light on Khalifa no longer gave a sense of tolerance and holiness as before, but was full of a kind of destruction and a strong smell of death. Sure enough, the light of anger is the most terrifying. The light can illuminate the earth, and it can also destroy the earth. The chief suddenly changed his face and said in horror. Destroy it, Thor. Khalifa emphasized the word Thor. At this time, Khalifa seemed to have become a small sun. The dazzling holy light made people unable to open their eyes to see. Khalifa, who turned into a miniature sun, burst out countless rays of laser light full of destruction and destruction. The coverage is so large that Enel, who has become a giant Thor at this time, can't escape. After all, the speed of light is no joke. Although the brain's thinking speed is faster than that of light, the neural response can't keep up. Not useless. Not only that, but the emitted laser light is all attached to it with armament hockey, so even if Enel's Thor stayed on the opposite side as nothing, it can penetrate his body completely and hit his body directly. Ah, no, impossible. I'm a god. I'm invincible. Enel screamed miserably. He didn't expect that he, who had the absolute upper hand just a moment ago, would be ruthlessly defeated the next moment. This kind of feeling of climbing higher and falling more miserably is not so pleasant, let alone not knowing that there are gods and gods, even Enel, who has always thought that he is invincible. For those of you who are not so good, the taste of failure is not so pleasant, let alone in the case of being defeated head-on if the attributes are not mutually restrained. I didn't expect to use such a large-scale destructive move for the first time. I finally defeated him with armament hockey's surprise, but this time the harvest is really quite big. Khalifa recovered the moment Enel fell. The holy light on her body had disappeared, and after muttering a word, the blackness in front of her whole body also fell down. Obviously just now she was also relying on the will. Took a breath to avoid fainting, but now that she defeated Enel, her nerves suddenly loosened, and she passed out because of the exhaustion. Moon step. When Lu Chengkong saw Khalifa's shaky appearance, he immediately knew that she had consumed too much and had overdrawn her fruit ability. The move that seemed to turn into a sun just now obviously overdrawn Khalifa's physical and mental abilities. So he used Moon Step to fly up early in the morning. Facts proved how accurate his vision was, and immediately when Xiang Nephrite Jade hugged him as a reward. He's really a stubborn guy, but this overdraft is not without benefits. After letting go of her heart, the overdraft consumption was too large. After recovering, it might be broken and standing up. It seems that Khalifa is strong after recovery. It will improve. Lu Chengkong hugged Khalifa's delicate body and stepped on the air when he was about to land. The strong air force made Lu Chengkong stop when he was only about 1 meter away from the sea of clouds. And then landed safely. She really defeated Enel. Wayapa, the chief, Lan Chi looked at Enel, who had fallen above the sea of clouds not far away, and kept talking like a fool. 98098 Sea King. It's not surprising, no matter how strong the devil fruit's abilities are, as long as they have the ability to deal with them, even the light fruit can defeat them. Lu Chengkong looked at the people who were stunned by their extreme surprise. Of course, all the men were stunned. It was petrified, and the rest are women. I will take Enel, but you must answer me a question, and at the same time live in peace with the people of this island. Then you can return to this land, and I will not interfere, and I will let Hancock solve these people. The petrification, you can choose for yourself. Lu Chengkong knew that the chiefs of the Shandia people would definitely agree. After all these things were not harmful to him at all. Only harmful, because he was also a peacemaker. If it wasn't for the sake of getting back the lost the land, he would not agree with Wayapa to challenge the gods and fight the people of Angel Island. Please tell me, as long as I know, I will tell you everything. Although the chief's answer was the same as Lu Chengkong thought. Tell me, where is the Emperor of the Sea? Lu Chengkong said here. A terrifying aura that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly burst out. Unlike Conqueror, Lu Chengkong was a devilish haki, and the chief only felt like it was a little lamb who had lost all resistance and was waiting to be slaughtered, and Lu Chengkong in front of him seemed to have transformed into a terrifying demon so huge that it seemed to cover the sky, and the unparalleled terrifying pressure fell on his body and mind like falling from the sky. Facing this extremely terrifying momentum, the chief only felt as if he had lost control of his body, and at the same time he had also lost control of his brain, and the words he said were all without the thought of his brain at all. I don't know either, but our ancestors were only responsible for guarding the historical stele that recorded the ancient weapon, see Emperor. I don't know anything else at all. As soon as the chief's words came out, that terrible pressure seemed to have never happened. It usually disappeared without a trace when it appeared. At the same time, he also discovered what he had just experienced. Very good. No one can lie to me, this ability is really good. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed. The chief's answer was the same as what he knew, and it also proved the difference between his demonic haki and conqueror haki. However, under the pressure of his own haki, if the opponent can't resist, he will lose control of his body and brain. Every sentence Lu Chengkong utters is like an imperial decree. He will do it unconditionally. His brain will not know to think, just like the chief just now. It's terrifying. This man is even more terrifying than Enel. The chief looked at Lu Chengkong with a heart-pounding look on his face. His face was full of fear and lingering fears, as if he had experienced something terrible just now. In this case, Neptune should not be on Sky Island. Ancient weapons should be relatively large. If there is no reason for the collector of this weapon on Sky Island, it will not be discovered for so many years, and Enel's heart can spread throughout the entire Sky Island. If it was here, it should have been discovered long ago. It seems that it is really not here. Lu Chengkong analyzed in his heart. Okay, Hancock solved the petrification of them. Your charm is indeed terrible, let alone their people. Even if it is my words, I can't help but feel evil in your heart. And let them all be low when they meet you in the future. The head is. Lu Chengkong knew that there was no way to stop this. After all, Hancock was just a natural charm that even Vice Admiral could not resist. If the power used petrification, even Admiral would have to hide his edge unless Lu Chengkong killed them all. Otherwise, the men in the entire pirate world have no choice but to kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. No matter where Hancock appears in the future, all the men there will bow their heads and can't look at Hancock. Then this is the best way. But these are all based on absolute strength, and now Lu Chengkong is facing these people already have this strength, so the chief can only nod unwillingly and agree. Okay, the god of the previous generation, I think the affairs here will be handed over to you. I will not interfere, I will live here for a while, you can just treat us as non-existent, and hand over the maintenance of peace or something. Here you are. As long as this Enel doesn't die for a day, he won't mess around. Lu Chengkong looked at the largest cloud in the sky nearby, said softly, and then handed Khalifa into Juliana's hands. Picking up the comatose Enel on the ground, he jumped back to Hancock's pirate ship. Of course, he had to ask the chief to take a few squid and press them on the ship. Ganfer, do you think that man's words can be trusted? The chief was a little undecided when he saw that Ganfer, who was riding a Pegasus bird, landed for a while, so he asked the god of the previous generation in front of him. Even if you can't believe it, you have to believe it. You should have seen it. Each of the four of them has the ability to defeat or equal to Enel. That woman whose charm is unimaginable is even more terrifying. I think if she is the one who shoots Enel, it's definitely not going to last 10 rounds, and I don't think they have any nostalgia for Sky Island, which is to ask themselves what they want to know, and I feel separation from them. So I think they will leave soon, as long as we don't offend their group, then I think they're a lot better than Enel. Gonfeur is worthy of being the god of the previous generation. Although he is not strong, he is very good at understanding people's hearts. After all, who in the high position will not understand people's hearts? Well, Weipa, forget it. This world is such a reality. The weak are the food, the strong are respected, their strength is too strong. No matter how arrogant their attitude is, these are all natural. In order to get back the lost, it is necessary to challenge the gods and fight against the people of Sky Island. Now there is no need for this. He is right. It is the best ending to be able to take back everything that belongs to him without any effort. Quote. The chief looked at Weipa on the side, but he knew that Weipa was arrogant. Facing the extremely powerful Lu Chengkong, he was worried that Weipa would do something stupid and immediately persuaded him. Chief, I know what to do. I will not do anything harmful to the people of Shandia, but as a descendant of the War One have my own glory. I can die in battle, I can be defeated, but I must not be humiliated. His strength is very strong, I admit, but from now on, I will use him as my goal to cultivate and become stronger. When I become stronger, I will go to him. At that time, I was a loser in the past, but later came to him as a solo challenger. Weipa is not an irrational person. Of course, he knows that such a result is the worst for all Shandia people, but his self-esteem and his glory will not allow him to back down, no matter how strong the opponent is. 99,099 Woman's Possessiveness. Weipa, hey. The chief looked at Weipa and finally could only turn into a complicated sigh. After all, every warrior has his self-esteem and his glory. For this man who has always been Shandy for the strongest warrior of the demihumans, Lu Chengkong relied on external forces and told him to go back. In front of him, Weipa is an ant. These words have deeply melted his heart, but the same Weipa this time the gains are also huge. I will give up platooning shells and burning guns. I will use my own hands to strengthen my body, and I will definitely not lose to you. Weipa thought fiercely in his heart. It seemed that Lu Chengkong was sturdy before. The performance also made him deeply realize that it is the king who taps his own potential to become stronger. Relying on the platoon shells and incendiary guns like him is only a seemingly powerful weak. Can that man really be defeated by Weipa? A small circle is tied at the back of his head, and then there is a waterfall-like vertical black-haired Lanchi looking at Weipa and thinking to himself, although Lu Chengkong she had never shot in front of her. But when Khalifa fell from the sky just now, she could see clearly that Chu Lu Chengkong actually flew up, and she also had some eyesight. She clearly saw that Lu Chengkong was relying on his strength. With the strength of his feet stepping on the air and flying into the air, is the person who can fly with the flesh really that Weipa can defeat? Not to mention that Chief Shandia, who had already discussed with Ganfer how to return to how to divide the land, said that Lu Chengkong, who had just left, had already come to the Abiado of Enel at this time. When he woke up, he ran away immediately. People who can defeat even gods are not the ones who can defeat them, so they are very clever and hide to the side to see what will happen and see what the situation is saying. Although Enel's fruit ability is developed to a higher degree than Khalifa, his resilience is much worse than that of Khalifa, who has the ability to light fruit. Khalifa, who had fallen asleep at night, has woken up, although his face is still a little pale. However, it made Khalifa look more pitiful than her daughter's family, and Lu Chengkong was even more moved by it. HMPH, people are injured and don't even know how to care about me, but they still think about these things. Go away and find your Hancock. Khalifa said with a coquettish expression, although she was saying that Lu Chengkong should leave, but the expression on her face clearly told Lu Chengkong that if you dared to leave, you would be dead, and Lu Chengkong would have taken it for granted that women were duplicitous. How could it be? Now that you are injured, Hancock is very worried about you. Those things can be done anytime, but of course you need to take care of yourself if you are injured. Lu Chengkong said immediately with concern, In fact he knew very well where did Khalifa suffer from any damage, at least the body was not injured. Generally, Logia fruit ability users will rarely be injured unless they fight with hockey masters. Most of them eat too much fruit ability, resulting in physical and mental overdraft. Now Khalifa is obviously overdrawn. In general, those with the fruit ability basically recover a lot after taking a few days of rest, but Khalifa has the ability of the Fruit of Light, and the recovery power is far superior to those of other abilities, so all the other abilities will recover in at least a week. But Khalifa will recover completely in 3 days at most. Khalifa pretends to be so pitiful, but it's not because he wants Lu Chengkong to spend more time with him. How can these careful thoughts be hidden from Lu Chengkong? HMPH, you can talk. Khalifa immediately had a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth. Of course, Lu Chengkong accompanied Khalifa that night, but because Khalifa just woke up, his whole body was weak and lacking energy, so Lu Chengkong didn't what a mess, just fell asleep with Khalifa who had a sweet smile on his face all night. As for Boa Hancock, in order to know more about Lu Chengkong, of course, he found Juliana to sleep with him, and even his own noble and inviolable body, which no one can touch except Lu Chengkong, did not care, and directly and Julian Na sleeps with her clothes. Of course, it is also huge for her to have such a huge sacrifice. Juliana, who has lived with Lu Chengkong for a while, has already figured out most of Lu Chengkong's affairs and temperament, so she asked Juliana about Boa Hancock's questioning. He also knew everything and told Boa Hancock everything like pouring water. HMPH, Khalifa, although you are a concubine's good sister, but now I am also the person who Chengkong likes, I will not lose to you. Boa Hancock's eyes burst into a light of unyielding, biting his sleeve and thinking to himself Road. Of course, these little fights between them were not the court fights in the ancient emperor's harem. These were just goodwill fights, otherwise Khalifa wouldn't have done everything possible to bring Boa Hancock and Lu Chengkong together. All of these are possessiveness humiliating from women's hearts. Men have their own unique domineering possessiveness, but how strong is the possessiveness of that man? Women also have it, but their possessiveness is different from that of men. Men have a strong possessive desire for women who have had a relationship with them, and the stronger and more capable men are, the more serious they are, while women will only have a unique relationship with a man they like. He is possessive, longing to be with him all the time. One is for all, the other is for only one. There is still a big difference between the two. Enel, who was thrown into his temple, has woken up, but seeing Enel is not just overdraft. He is not only overdraft, but also physically traumatized. It will take a month to fully recover. It is possible, but the physical trauma is not the most painful for him. The most painful is the psychological. I actually lost. No, I can't lose. I am a god. God is invincible. How can a god lose? That must be an illusion. Yes, I should have had a very real dream. Enel roared fiercely, but because of the physical injury and mental overdraft, the sound of the roar is a personal feeling of returning to the light. I said, have you roared enough? If you are a god like this, then aren't there gods everywhere in the blue sea? There are many people who surpass our strength, at least I know a lot, and your current the strength has started to far surpass all Vice Admiral. I believe that it will take a long time for you to be no worse than Admiral. Your vision is too narrow, and you have never seen a real master. The chance of failure. Let go of your body and mind and take a good look at how big the world is, but it is not comparable to the infinite. Quote. 100 Use of light and thunder. What? There are so many strong men in Blue Sea, it's impossible. Enel was hit even harder this time. He couldn't accept only Lu Chengkong and the others. Now he actually heard more than Lu Chengkong and others. There are more and more people who are stronger. So isn't he, the self-proclaimed strongest god, the funniest existence? Nothing is impossible. I have said that your vision is too narrow, and all you see are just superficial things. If it weren't for the resources of Sky Island, the Sky Island that is not precious to the people of Blue Sea would have been occupied long ago. Do you think you can still be a god for that long? Lu Chengkong not only did not comfort Enel, on the contrary, there was a smell of falling into trouble. Didn't you say that you were a god? How can you look like a god with this decadent look? You can be a god if you want to. Become stronger, and make your strength to the strongest. You are not invincible in Sky Island from the beginning, even if did you eat Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, and it took many years of training to achieve what you are now. This is what God looks like. If you fail, you can't get up. I think you're not as good as a human being. Quote. Hee, motivation is really better than anything else. It looks like the Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, person in the sky knows the character of the ability person very well. Khalifa and Boa Hancock, who were standing on the side, thought to themselves. Damn, who said that I can't stand up if I fail once? I'm a god, even if you can beat me now, but I can beat you in the future. Those who offend God must die. Enel immediately forced his body to stand when he got up. Although it still looked shaky and seemed to fall down at any time, the determination in his eyes told everyone present that she was so serious and firm. But how can you become stronger with such poor physical skills? The power of the devil fruit is only a kind of assistance. There are too many. If you want to become a strong person, you must have superhuman physique and will, and now you don't have either. Come back to me arrogant when you have it. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he took Boa Hancock and Khalifa and turned and left. As for Juliana, of course, she found a waterfall and started to practice her kendo. This is 10,000 miles in the sky. Although the air is not as thin as I imagined, it is used to the geographical and ecological environment of the blue sea. It suddenly rises to 10,000 miles in the sky. If ordinary people are dead, they can no longer die. But for those who pursue the path of the strong, it is said that it is a good natural exercise environment. At least Lu Chengkong has already figured out how to exercise for himself. Superman's physique, Superman's will. HMPH, I don't have it now, but for the Almighty God, it will soon be possible. Enel is not an idiot. Of course he knows that Lu Chengkong's sarcasm and ridicule are actually a kind of inspiration, but because of his face, he would not thank Lu Chengkong in person, and he also knew that Lu Chengkong had given him hints secretly, and he also grasped these hints and was already thinking about how to change himself. Zongkong, since there is no Sea Emperor here, why are you still staying here? Boa Hancock asked in confusion. It's very simple, our strength is still not strong enough. In the first half of the Great Waterway, we may be very strong together, but in fact, we have the strength to compete with Admiral Hancock is the only one of us here. Lu Chengkong looked at Hancock and said. Getting up is not as good as you said. Boa Hancock was stared at by Lu Chengkong like this, completely taking Lu Chengkong's words as a compliment to himself, and immediately blushed and said shyly. Now the new world is about to stabilize, and the Marine headquarters will be able to divide enough combat power to destroy us, so we must not be satisfied with the status quo. This is 10,000 meters high in the sky. I thought of two very good how to exercise. Lu Chengkong's head was dripping with cold sweat, and sure enough, Hancock was still a little narcissistic. What method? Khalifa hurriedly asked. Obviously she saw Boa Hancock's appearance and Lu Chengkong was admiring her, but Khalifa thought that her strength really couldn't compete with Admiral, so she heard Lu Chengkong say that there is a good the training method was immediately asked. First, with the help of the environment here, since it is 10,000 meters high, what if we jump down? The moon step is the most stamina intensive. Be strong, let's land directly under the clouds, fall down and fly up with moon step. If we don't come up and end the game, you all know that we will become stronger between life and death. Lu Chengkong said with a finger out. Second, of course, I use Khalifa's light energy and Enel's thunder and lightning to practice. Lu Chengkong couldn't help but think of an anime called Naruto that he had watched, although he watched it not much, just saw where the Chunin exam was, but he still remembered very clearly that Uchiha Sasuke, who was very rookie at the beginning, was able to greatly improve his strength in a very short period of time, all because of your Kakashi's thunder. The attribute chakra stimulates cells and activates cells in the legs. This method before he became CP9, but at that time he had no lightning, and even if there was, he couldn't control it, so even with Khalifa, who had a very strong resilience, he would not dare to mess around, so he thought of it Enel, it's just that his strength is not strong enough. If you want Enel to help him, you must have a strength stronger than him, so this idea can't be implemented until now. I understand, use Enel's electricity to shock the body's cells, habits, blood, etc., but the intensity is from small to large. Every time it is a little bit beyond the body's tolerance. If the body is damaged, use Khalifa's light. The ability of the fruit to be restored. Exercise is to continuously strengthen every organ of the body, such as cells. The damaged cells contain more energy after growing new cells, but the number of cells that a person can divide is limited, so it can be said that the exercise method of destroying the body is not tenable, but now that there is controllable lightning and light fruit with strong resilience, everything is solved. Boa Hancock really deserves to be the queen, and his wisdom is really extraordinary, and he immediately understood. Yes, with my physique that has surpassed the physiological limits of the human body so many times now, I can fully withstand the damage and pain caused by the current flowing through the body, so I am not sure about other things, but as long as I complete these 2 exercises, I will. Even if they lose to Admiral, it's not so easy for them to kill us. They must pay a lot of price, and it's not impossible to escape with our physical strength at that time, so the reason why I'm here this time is Neptune. A breakthrough in strength, and finally taking Enel for his own use. Quote. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 101-120. 101 Eat Hancock. That long ear, although we can completely keep him with our strength, it is not very difficult to make him use it sincerely for us. Khalifa said with a little worry. He is an arrogant man, and he was defeated by you. Do you think he will leave us before he defeats you? Lu Chengkong was not worried at all, but answered confidently. It's usually the case with arrogant people, unless you hit the bottom all of a sudden, you'll never be able to stand up, but now Enel is up again, and he didn't admit it on the surface, but what I said just now in his heart, he basically admitted that he owes me a favor, so he basically decided to go with me. Lu Chengkong said openly, not at all worried that Enel would use Xingang to hear his own words. It's very simple, because Enel is overdrawn now. The most serious injury is the ability to stand up, the fruit ability, observation hockey, etc. are not that strong to use. Khalifa immediately said with a touching expression. Her delicate and pretty face was full of pride, and when she looked at Lu Chengkong, her eyes clearly meant you hurry up and perform me. Obviously, Khalifa faced Lu Chengkong like a long time ago. Not a little girl in general. It's really amazing, I've said it, I'm born with talent, it's just to see if you can find a place to show your talent perfectly, and Hancock, as far as I know, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Sengoku are all strong. It has Paramesha rather than Logia, so I don't think Logia is the strongest of the 3. As long as you use any fruit properly, it can exert its power. If your sweet fruit develops to the point where it can completely hypnotize the other party's spirit with charm, it will be very scary. The person who does not will do exactly what you said. Of course, this is just my idea, and I don't know whether it will succeed or not. Lu Chengkong has come to understand after getting along with the 2 women many times that no matter who he wants to praise, he can't praise one alone, otherwise, although the other one won't say anything, it's obvious that I'm very unhappy on his face. My concubine knows. Boa Hancock nodded and said with a light smile, her eyes were full of confidence. She never thought her fruit ability was inferior to anyone else, otherwise she wouldn't be cultivating the 3 kinds of hockey. Under the circumstances, Gao's real ability can also be developed to the point where it is close to Admiral. So the 3 people who had a plan started their death training. Of course, Juliana also found it very interesting after seeing the exercise methods of Lu Chengkong and the 3 of them, so she asked Lu Chengkong to teach her moon step and shaving. She is a swordsman. After listening to Lu Chengkong talking about the importance of speed and skill, she also got inspiration. She is no longer blindly pursuing her own insufficient strength as before, and constantly increasing her strength, so now she is most interested in things related to speed and skills, and a swordsman needs to have the heart to move forward and never back down, so she didn't learn Rokushiki's evasion skills, nor did she learn attack skills, but only learned moon step and shaving. Moon step is to carry out this kind of training with great effects like Lu Chengkong and others. She feels that this physical skill will be of great help to her in both combat and speed, and it is suitable for her to sprint forward in battle. She learned to shave, and she must learn even if it is useless to her, because to learn moon step, you must learn the most basic shaving. Animals, even if they have superhuman strength. The 4 of them are strong, and each of them is arrogant and does not think that they are better than others, so a healthy competition is absolutely indispensable, and there is competition to have motivation, which is exactly what the 4 of them are. Competing with each other makes the exercise far better than when you are alone. This kind of exercise lasted for almost half a year before it ended. In the past 6 months, in addition to their essential kendo practice, hockey practice, and fruit development, they basically practiced climbing the ladder, and passed through the clouds under their feet. Fall down, then climb up. There is no failure, only success, because if you fail, you will die if you fall 10,000 meters into the sky. However, the effect of such a dangerous exercise is also very significant. If nothing else, each of them has a feeling of being reborn, especially with the full healing of Khalifa's bright fruit, there is no need to worry about the body. In the case of irreparable damage, the results are even more remarkable. At least Rokushiki's training Lu Chenggong and Khalifa have already achieved greatness, and the latecomer Hancock is also close to the point of greatness. As for Juliana's harvest, it is also very huge. Speed, foot strength, toughness, endurance, all aspects are several times stronger than half a year ago, and because Enel also began to exercise his body and will, so Sky Island is also it has been quiet for more than half a year, but today, the Sky Island, which has been quiet for a long time, has ushered in a very extraordinary day for Lu Chenggong and Boa Hancock. Why, of course, is to overthrow Boa Hancock. Chenggong, today you really want a concubine. Boa Hancock is false to say that he has no grievances in the past 6 months. Every night he listens to Lu Chenggong and Khalifa's fierce fighting voices, and what is in her heart? A sense of resentment is increasing at a geometric level every day. Now, hearing what Lu Chenggong suddenly said to herself, of course, she couldn't believe it. She had thought that Lu Chenggong had forgotten about it all this time. 102 Tear down Hancock. Of course I can. I didn't immediately take yours because I wanted to develop a good relationship. Now that I have this opportunity, of course I want a perfect relationship. After all, the combination of passion and desire is the best. Lu Chenggong said it's not unreasonable. After defeating Enel, there are many opportunities for him to eat Hancock for a while, but since there is such a good environment and opportunities, of course, he has to cultivate his feelings for a perfect first time. Now it's almost time to accept the fruits that have been cultivated for so long. Really, don't you just focus on doing things with Khalifa. Do that shameful thing and completely forget about your concubine. Boa Hancock said and looked at Lu Chenggong with expectant eyes. Of course not, Lu Chenggong said without any change in his face. In fact, his heart was a little sweaty now. In fact, every time he did something with Khalifa, he only had Khalifa in his heart. It is a respect for his wife. If the other party is Boa Hancock, he and she will only think of Hancock when they do things. Then you want a concubine. The concubine will definitely not be worse than Khalifa. Boa Hancock said immediately with great joy, his voice as clear and sweet as a lark. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lu Chenggong immediately pushed Boa Hancock onto the bed and kissed her perfect red lips, holding her 2 seductive sweet lips, sniffing Hancock's body. The fragrance of the virgin and the unique aroma and body odor, the dragon on the lower body suddenly rose to the sky. Well, that's what Juliana said about a man, but it's much bigger than what she said. God, can this object be accommodated in the concubine's body? Boa Hancock immediately felt the lower body the clothes were strange, and what Juliana described to her could not help but emerge in her mind, and she immediately understood what it was, but the size made Boa Hancock almost scream. After some exploration, Lu Chenggong finally took off all the shy things on her body under Boa Hancock's refusal to greet her. Looking at the perfect body in front of Lu Chenggong, he let out a sigh. God, what is this? What kind of body? The creator is really partial. He concentrated every part of a woman's best on Boa Hancock. He saw an oval face composed of exquisite and stunning facial features, a waterfall-like black hair, and irregular bumps. The breadth of green say gives people a plump jade body, slender and rounded legs with going proportions, and jade fingers carved out of white jade, each of which gives people a natural feeling, all of which are combined together. Like a 9-day fairy who entered the mortal world. Lu Chengkong immediately let out a wolf howl in his heart, kissing Hancock's jade body while exploring and stroking her jade body, feeling the amazing smoothness and elasticity of the jade skin and snow skin. When Lu Chengkong's big hand crossed without a single bulge when Qiping Yuan touched Hancock's most mysterious peach blossom garden, she immediately felt that her fingers were a little sticky. Obviously, because of her actions and words just now, she was already moved by Hancock. Now that the beauty is ready, she doesn't need to enduring the torment of lust again. He rolled over and pressed against Boa Hancock's jade body. Just when he was about to start, Boa Hancock reached out to stop him. "What's wrong?" Lu Chengkong asked a little strangely. He could see that Boa Hancock had a look of anticipation and fear on his face, but he was not unwilling. How could he stop himself at a critical moment? I heard Khalifa say you like her to use her mouth. Do that, although I haven't tried concubine, but I will. I will study hard." Boa Hancock used all his strength to put immediately after the thoughts in his heart were spoken. He collapsed into Lu Chengkong's arms, and his pretty face was so red that water was about to pour out. Happiness came very suddenly, but it was very timely. It seems that I have been unlucky for so many years and really started to change. Is this the beauty of strength? Lu Chengkong thought happily, and at the same time his comfort it was to cooperate with Boa Hancock's movements and sat up, watching the pirate queen lying on her crotch in a puppy position, teaching herself how to. The warm, moist, compact feeling suddenly made him feel surrounded by the giant dragon. The extremely refreshing feeling immediately spread from the dragon as the starting point along the nerves throughout the body. It's so comfortable, it's not just for physical enjoyment, it's more for spiritual enjoyment. Lu Chengkong couldn't help but let out a soothing cry, thinking to himself. Half an hour later, Boa Hancock's movements were green from the beginning, and he almost bit Lu Chengkong several times. As time went by, his technique became more and more proficient. The speed of progress made Lu Chengkong speechless. If he hadn't known Boa Hancock has never been touched by anyone. At the same time, he is witnessing the progress of Boa Hancock's technology. He will really doubt whether Boa Hancock has been through many battles for a long time. This is simply the best gift from God to men. The sky. From now on, you have to change your name to husband like Khalifa, or you can call it an official. Lu Chengkong immediately corrected Boa Hancock, and at the same time thought of what ancient women called their husbands. He immediately said it. Come out. Yes. Official, you can come here. The little mouth of the concubine is a little numb. You are too powerful. Boa Hancock's words immediately ignited Lu Chengkong's already strong desire to the limit, turning it into with the burning desire. What man would not like his beloved woman to say that he is strong? Even Lu Chengkong is no exception, not to mention Boa Hancock's mouth immediately overwhelmed Boa Hancock and held her jade hand. Kissing her red lips, the lower body dragon is a quick and violent impact on the small intestine. Ah, well, it hurts. The official man is too big, the concubine can't bear it. Can you take it lightly? Boa Hancock said with pain all over his face. His hands and feet like 8 claws. The fish usually entangles Lu Chengkong, but although the tearing pain in her lower body made her feel unbearable, she did not let Lu Chengkong withdraw. Instead, she just let Lu Chengkong lighten up and take care of her. Okay, the pain will pass away soon, and then you will experience what is called blissful pleasure. Of course Lu Chengkong agreed, but in fact he didn't move after entering Boa Hancock's body. He just waited. Boa Hancock's body adjusts to his terrifying size. Okay, officials, you can come and love your concubine. Don't be merciless, put all your love for your concubine on your concubine. Although Boa Hancock is a natural beauty, he will soon be after recovering from Khalifa, she has already learned what Lu Chenghong needs most. The best bed facing him is a slut, and under the bed is a lady, so even if she was shy and almost wanted to find a hole to dig in, her mouth was still full. He used all his strength to say the most embarrassing words in his life, all to make Lu Chenghong more satisfied, really well-intentioned. 103 Hancock's style. Okay, I'll come right away. Of course Lu Chenghong understood that with Boa Hancock's dignified, noble, and proud words, he would say these words entirely to please himself. Whichever is more, what can he ask for? Lu Chenghong's actions are as gentle as possible at the same time. It is violent and violent, allowing Boa Hancock to enjoy waves of indescribable pleasure, making her whole soul flutter like a fairy in the sky, which is what makes Boa Hancock very shy to say it. The words became more and more smooth. Of course, she could only say it when she was facing Lu Chenghong. Lu Chenghong spent the whole night with Boa Hancock in love, and Boa Hancock obviously knew Lu Chenghong's sturdy fighting power from Khalifa, so when the lower body could no longer bear it, he immediately reluctantly cheered up. He raised his head and offered the little mouth that had recovered and was not numb. In the end, Boa Hancock used all his heart, his mouth, and Peach Blossom Garden together, and Lu Chenghong deliberately controlled him to launch it quickly, and he finally let Lu Chenghong launch it once, and felt the hotness from his lower body. With a strong impact, Boa Hancock suddenly screamed with satisfaction on his face, and fell into Lu Chenghong's arms with a smile of peace and fell asleep. Fool, there's no need to force yourself so hard. If I didn't realize that I could control my body at will, then wouldn't you die? Lu Chenghong looked at Boa Hancock's lazy, contented, sweet, but loving face. It was a very tired pretty face who said softly, and at the same time, he was lying on the bed and carefully hugged Boa Hancock in his arms and slowly fell asleep. After waking up the next day, Lu Chenghong covered Boa Hancock with the quilt, took a bath, and walked outside. Looking at the place where he had lived for more than half a year, he spit out a sentence, "It's time to start." Said that, a moon step rushed to Enel's temple. By the way, he almost forgot to say that Lu Chenghong didn't want Enel to hear Hancock's voice and himself relying on observation hockey, especially Hancock's bed cry was not allowed to be heard. So whether he was doing something with Khalifa or before he pushed Hancock, he would go to Enel to play a game, and he was famous for exercising, but every time he overdrawn Enel, he fainted, but faced with Enel Lu Chenghong, whose strength has been improving greatly over the past 6 months, he is still half tired every time. If Enel relies on thunder speed to fight a protracted battle, it will take more time and physical strength. Fortunately, Enel had his own pride and dignity, especially when it was not a life and death battle, and it would be too embarrassing to run away, and he wanted to fight Lu Chenghong a long time ago, although he had never met Lu Chenghong. Shoot in the sky. But his observation hockey made his intuition very sharp. Intuition told him that Lu Chenghong's strength would only be stronger than Khalifa and not weaker than him. In fact, it proved how correct his intuition was, but the price he paid was drowsiness. 1 day and 1 night, but the benefits are equally huge. The continuous use of the fruit ability has been used every time until it can no longer be used. When it recovers, the power will be even greater. Many people with fruit ability know this method, but not many people dare to use it. After all, great unexpected changes can occur at sea all the time, and when encountering powerful enemies, who dares to consume all their spiritual power after being lethargic, and it will take so long to fully recover, whoever wants to lose his strength, who would dare to gamble his own life in that dangerous environment and situation. This is also the case, so people who go to sea are afraid to use this method, so the speed of improvement is relatively slow, but Lu Chenghong has a strong and trustworthy wife by his side, so he can use this method completely, and the effect is also remarkably, at least Lu Chenghong's mirror image clone has 25% of the power of the main body. This guy Enel is really lucky. No wonder he was so young when he developed his fruit ability in the original book to be no worse than the third admiral. In a safe environment like Sky Island, he would not be in any danger at all, as long as a secret place is fine. If he hadn't ignored the importance of his body, it would have been impossible to bring him down with his talent. Lu Chengkong came to the temple and found that Enel had woken up, but his face was still awake. Very weak, let alone using the heart at this time, it is already very good to be able to walk like an ordinary person. You can't I. Although Lu Chengkong was as tired as death after he brought down Enel, his body and soul were completely transformed and he became a real demon. His resilience was no longer there. As if it only appeared when he was seriously injured and entered a dream, it can be said that this terrible recovery ability is already an instinct of Lu Chengkong, and it can be said that it is a kind of innate ability. God, is this guy a god or I am a god? I saw him consume a lot of energy before he passed out. Even if he didn't pass out, he should be a little better than me. He's in good spirits like he was before the fight. Enel looked at Lu Chengkong blankly, but thought with grief and indignation in his heart. In the past 6 months, he has completely accepted Lu Chengkong and others. After all, no one would like to have friends. It's just his childhood experience and his strength and actions over the years. How could anyone dare to be friends with him, and he doesn't even bother to be friends with the people from Sky Island, but Lu Chengkong and others obviously have the qualifications to be friends with his god Enel. If nothing else, he dares to overdraft himself when he can face so many people from Lu Chengkong. In the end, he was not afraid that Lu Chengkong and the others would take the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to see that Lu Chengkong and others had fully accepted in his heart. Why don't you talk? I have to ask you a favor. Lu Chengkong noticed that Enel was always staring at him, so he looked at his body and found that there was nothing special about it. Let's talk. Enel also knew that it's not good to look at others like this, but after hearing that Lu Chengkong wanted to ask him for help, he didn't ask clearly and directly agreed. I want you to call me. Lu Chengkong's words almost didn't make Enel burst into laughter. He obviously didn't understand what Lu Chengkong meant for a while, otherwise he wouldn't show this expression, so Lu Chengkong took his own idea came out, and at the same time, he secretly said that although it was a child who could not be judged, the gap between Hancock and Hancock was huge. I see, this method sounds like a good idea. Hey, how come I didn't think that I wasted so much time in vain? Enel thought regretfully and nodded in agreement. Very good, then come to me when you recover. Lu Chengkong seemed to know that Enel would agree early in the morning, so he turned around and left. What this god owes you will definitely be repaid. You let me know that there are so many strong people in this world, and you also let me know that I am not enough, so what if this god accompanies you to go down to the Blue Sea? Anyway, there are many masters there. I can make this god's strength improve faster, and then I will let everyone in Blue Sea know that this god is a godlike existence no matter where he goes. Of course, Enel has known Lu Chengkong's thoughts and plans for the past 6 months, but he did not refuse, because he originally wanted to go to the Blue Sea to fight with more people to prove that Beiji is a god beyond mortals wherever he goes. So Lu Chengkong's plan turned out to be logical. 104 The potential of the human body. Although I admit that your body is very powerful, but you are sure that you want me to power your body, you should know that if you are not careful, you will be finished, even if I can control the power. Enel found himself caring for others for the first time. It was probably the first time that he said such a thing, so Enel always felt a little awkward when he said it. Don't worry, as long as I don't die instantly, I'll be fine with Khalifa, and as long as you take care to control the current so that it doesn't flow into my brain, it's fine. Although Lu Chengkong dared to guarantee that his body could withstand lightning the electric shock, but he dared not use his brain for experiments. After all, it is the most sophisticated place in the human body. Even in the earth where Lu Chengkong lived in his previous life, no doctor dared to say that he knew the brain very well. This is just to say that he understands and he is not familiar with all the functions of the brain, so he does not dare to mess around. I can do it if it's just controlling it, Enel assured right away. That's all right, Juliana, Hancock, please 2 of you to protect me. Lu Chengkong glanced at Juliana and Hancock beside him and said. Don't worry, there's absolutely no problem with me and Hancock as long as 3 people who are not Admiral's level shoot at the same time. Juliana immediately patted her chest and said, but she completely ignored her chest. How attractive it is, and it is even more attractive to take a photo now. At least Lu Chengkong was deeply attracted by the self-ghost jumping up and down in front of him. As for Boa Hancock, the woman who completely handed herself over to Za Chengkong a few days ago, although she didn't speak, the determination in her eyes told everyone directly that as long as she didn't die, no one would disturb Lu Chengkong. Come on then, Lu Chengkong said to Enel after he had no worries, and closed his eyes at the same time, using a weapon that was ready to use his life to return at any time, to strengthen the parts of his body at any time, and his endurance was even stronger. Such a perfect ability to control any part of the body is more able to accept the stimulation of lightning. Not only that, Lu Chengkong's use of life return has become more and more advanced with the exercise during this period. Of course, because there are too many cells, no matter how powerful Lu Chengkong's spiritual consciousness is, it is currently impossible to distribute spiritual consciousness to all the cells in the whole body, so that these cells seem to become an independent life, independent. The Lu Chengkong is average, but it is still possible to control only a part of the cells. 500 volts discharge. Enel immediately controlled the discharge volts to 500, thinking that it was the first time, so give it a try first. Otherwise, if it is too large at the beginning, it will not be good for the internal organs of the body to withstand. After all, the internal organs of the body, but it is different from the outside. The external impact is very strong, and it can be easily recovered from injuries, but the internal organs are not like this, so Enel does not dare to mess around, but he knows very well that there are 3 tigresses next to him. Eyeing him, he could imagine that the 3 women in front of him would definitely let him be buried with Lu Chengkong. Hiss. Damn, is this what it feels like to be electrocuted through your body? When you say pain, it's not just pain, but also paralysis, as if something is flowing in your body. Fortunately, after I came to the world of pirates, the physical exercise is very powerful, surpassing the physiological limit of the human body many times, otherwise the average person will be finished. Lu Chengkong slowly felt his body becoming more and more numb. It was only pain at first, and then paralyzed. Stop. Seeing Lu Chengkong's appearance, Khalifa on the side made Enel stop immediately. At the same time, his jade hand pressed on Lu Chengkong's body, and the holy light immediately bathed his body. It's so comfortable. I feel that the cells in my body are filled with power in an instant, as if I ate some ginseng fruit. Is this the activation of cells? Excellent cells become more powerful, and then immediately split into new powerful cells to replenish and consume. Lu Chengkong clearly felt the changes in his body cells through life way, and said with ecstasy. However, because the number of divisions of human cells is limited, if there are too many, the human body will accelerate aging, shorten the lifespan, and then die. But now the bright fruit of Khalifa not only eliminates all these sequelae, but also can make the body every time. Part of it is because the damage and dark wounds caused by the lightning current are all healed. It can be said that any strong person, especially a strong physical skill strong person, will definitely leave a lot of dark wounds in his body, which may not happen when he is as young as Whitebeard. What is the impact? But when you get old, you can only have frequent infusion therapy. But Lu Chengkong was surrounded by Khalifa, so he, Khalifa, Hancock, and Juliana didn't leave any dark wounds on their bodies. Just like when they didn't practice, they were all bathed by Khalifa's holy light. Healing and clearing. Having the powerful resilience of the holy light as the energy needed for cell division will not affect your body and lifespan at all, but will simply improve your physical strength. Haha, I succeeded, although it is not in the anime. Naruto said it so simply, but now the combination of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, and Bright Fruit is definitely many times more than the simple cell activation in Naruto. Lu Chengkong thought in his heart. He even imagined that after himself Hancock, Khalifa, Gulena, Nico Robin, Nami, and others all accepted this exercise method, and then combined with a lot of usual exercise to make all these stronger cells. If you are familiar with mastering this power for yourself, your strength will definitely be greatly improved, and the speed of strength improvement is even more amazing. With a good start and Lu Chengkong's success as an example, the next action is much simpler. Every morning, I receive the lightning exercise method, and I continue the moon step exercise in the afternoon. Of course, with the passage of time, Lu Chengkong and others will die. The farther you fall, the harder it is to get up, but the effect is very significant, especially Lu Chengkong, who has received the lightning exercise method, who has strengthened his body in the morning and then exercised in the afternoon, can completely eliminate the sudden increase in strength. The power is completely mastered, and it will not be uncontrollable to be controlled or even counterattacked by the power. Because the lightning exercise method is suitable for everyone, as long as the body is strong and the will is determined, Lu Chengkong and others who originally planned to stay on Sky Island for a year have stayed for more than 2 years, and they are already almost 15 years old. Lu Chengkong was now 17 years old, and Khalifa was 20 years old. It was almost time to leave the island. 105 Musician Canis. Have you left today? I'm a little reluctant to live here peacefully for 2.5 years. Gulena sat on Hancock's pirate ship, looking at this land where she lived for 2.5 years and said with a chuckle. Reluctant. I don't know who was happy last night when he knew that he could go back to see his daughter and Robin. Lu Chengkong, however, discredited Juliana's true thoughts. Damn, can't you give me some face? Juliana looked at Lu Chengkong fiercely and almost did not pull out her weapon and fight Lu Chengkong, so Khalifa on the side quickly comforted him for a long time before he recovered. Down. Isn't the long ears here? Why haven't you seen anyone yet? Khalifa asked after looking around and seeing Enel, after comforting the indignant Gulena. That guy said that God must have the demeanor of God, that he wants to be a spaceship unique to God, and don't look at him as if he has his nostrils upside down. This guy has listened to the people of Sky Island for so many years, but he is very clear about himself. What should I do? Of course, I can only have a man in this boat. Lu Chengkong said, after all, he is not as great as Luffy. Khalifa and Hancock are his own treasures. If it is a woman, it can be reluctantly accepted, but the man had to be kicked out, and he also thought that to fight Marine, he had to have his own fleet like Whitebeard. So Enel's boat is a must, and it's a good start, isn't it? Haha, this god is here. Just as Jelena was waiting impatiently, there was a loud laughter in the sky, and I saw a spaceship appearing above Lu Chengkong at some point. On a huge sail is written a huge word of God. This guy Enel is really a genius, not only in the improvement of his strength, but also in shipbuilding. He alone has built this kind of ship. It's really not easy to fly for a long time. Lu Chengkong sighed. This ship is exactly the same as Enel's arc motto in the original book. Obviously, because he knew that he was going to leave for the Blue Sea, Enel deliberately accelerated the work, so it was completed many years earlier than the original book. Okay, don't go crazy on it. Come down quickly, Blue Sea haha, I've been away for 2.5 years, and after being silent for so long, it's time to bring up the storm and prestige that belongs to me Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong signaled that Hancock on the side could the boat has started, and Ji Yujing Bubo's mood is actually a little excited, but he is eager to find a strong opponent to verify his current strength and see if he can match the situation after turning over a lot of trump cards. Admiral Confrontation. Although Boa Hancock is also of Admiral level strength, and Hancock, who has undergone the Thunderbolt exercise and Moon Step exercise in the past 2 years, has greatly increased his strength. Her strength at this time alone can completely defeat any of the 3 Admiral, but facing her own woman he didn't always have the ruthlessness to let go of everything, so Lu Chengkong didn't ask Boa Hancock for verification. Wait. Just as Lu Chengkong and others were about to sail to Angel Island and finally use the octopus hot air balloon to leave Sky Island, 2 voices sounded at the same time, forcing Lu Chengkong to stop and turn around to look at the source of the sound on the ground. What catches the eye are 2 women who are very familiar in Sky Island in the original book. Both have angel-like white wings, but one has 2 golden ponytails and 2 golden balls-like tentacles on the head, making this woman look beautiful and refined, pure and lovely, with such a unique hairstyle, plus the ancient Greek violin in his hand. I believe everyone can remember it. This is Connus who helped the Straw Hat Pirates in the original book. Other has the same black and shiny hair as Boa Hancock, with a heart-shaped hairstyle tied at the back of the head, a hair strand on each sideburn, and a long ponytail tied behind the back, giving people a hearty, capable look. I feel that compared to Connus, the woman with black hair looks more mature, a little more dignified and less lively. This person is Lackey. Another translation name is Lanky, which is the first time Enel appeared in the War Ran C in the previous article. It is better to use this name now. The speed is really fast, so quickly hooked up with these two women. Juliana said whether it was intentional or unintentional, and after she finished speaking, she looked at Hancock and Khalifa. Obviously she was doing it for Lu Chengkong just now. Revenge for debunking her ideas. Pity that the performance of Hancock and Khalifa disappointed her greatly. The expected outbreak of jealousy between the two women did not appear at all, and even a smile appeared on the face of the two women in front of her, obviously telling everyone present, including us wise of readers, know that Khalifa and Boa Hancock knew the two women. Take me, I also want to see the world below Sky Island, and my father has agreed. Connus, a very upright little woman, came to the pirate ship without concealment or pretentiousness and directly expressed her intentions, and explained a little bit. Well, Connus is Lu Chengkong and Khalifa Hancock, who have known each other on Angel Island for the past 2.5 years in addition to practicing. Connus, music and her upright, straightforward and unpretentious character were quickly recognized by Carrie and Hancock. After all, it is very boring to exercise every day. Many pirates have entertainers and musicians in them, and the very unique taste of Connus, music really makes Lu Chengkong and others who live a life of exercise have a kind of very enjoyable feeling. And the tense heart has also been relaxed. The effect of this exercise is even more obvious. It seems to have the ability to wash the body and mind. So when there is nothing, Connus often comes to Hancock's marine to play. And after she knew Lu Chengkong, after the people actually cleaned up the god Enel, they even admired Lu Chengkong and others incomparably, and their relationship became more and more familiar. For this reason, Khalifa and Hancock did not want to invite Connus to join the pirate group to be with them and others, but they never said anything. Lu Chengkong, who knew about this, did tell Connus secretly a week ago, asking her to think about it. But now I didn't expect that she really agreed. And she agreed at the moment of leaving, and that's why Hancock and Khalifa were not jealous but showed a smile. What about you? I don't think I've met you more than 5 times. Besides the fight between Enel and Khalifa, I've seen you 4 times on Angel Island. What's your business with me? I'm a little curious. I don't seem to meet her many times, and even if I have ideas about her, I can't let her come to me. 106. I want to join you too. Lu Chengkong was a little confused by Lackey's words. Although Lackey was very beautiful and full of maturity, he was comparable to Khalifa, but he wouldn't agree directly because of that. Such a woman entered his own pirate group. After all, this ship is not his own, and now he is not a lone pirate, and there are 2 wives who are also crew members. He must have an explanation with them, so he did not immediately promise. Why? Give me a reason. The weakest people in our ship are Enel's level. Your joining doesn't seem to help us at all, but will only become a burden. Lu Chengkong did not directly answer Lackey's words, but said, asking back. His actions immediately made Hancock and others on the side nodded. If Lu Chengkong agreed directly, they would really consider whether to let Lu Chengkong be the captain. Bastard, what are you talking about? The weakest is at the level of this god. It seems that the weakest person is not me. The woman who uses the sword is also half a pound with me. Why don't you use her as a metaphor, but use this god? Lackey hadn't spoken yet, but Enel immediately jumped out and pointed at Lu Chengkong's nose and cursed. Ha ha! Hancock, Khalifa and the others immediately covered their mouths and laughed softly. Even Connus, who had just joined and was a little afraid of Enel, couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, he also realized that Enel was not what outsiders thought. Horrible. Che, if you don't try elementalization, the old beetle will knock you down. Juliana pretended to be disdainful and said, but she was a little helpless in her heart. 2.5 years ago, her strength was only under Hancock, but after 2.5 years, not only Lu Chengkong's strength surpassed her, but even Khalifa. And with Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, and the Thunderbolt training method, Enel, the Thunderbolt man who is constantly using himself, is charging himself every day. As a result, even Enel's strength is chasing Gulena in a short period of time, especially when it wasn't a life and death battle. Enel's long-term elementalization and thunder speed prolonged her and Enel's battle, and in the end, no one could do anything. Of course, in fact, Juliana is better than Enel in overall strength. After all, it is not easy to catch up with the solid foundation of so many years, but Juliana who has not practiced hockey can't cut Enel, and maintaining Juliana is the same as Hancock. I started to learn hockey, but everyone knew that it took Lu Chengkong and Khalifa a long time to awaken hockey under the full teaching of Hancock, and they cultivated to a certain level of power, so how can there be anything remarkable in such a short period of time? The effect of, so in the eyes of outsiders, the battle between the two of them is half a catty. Che, if you have the ability, don't take the sword, this god will bring you down at once. Enel is even more ruthless. After the originally high god joined this pirate group, so many people stepped on him, and now the only one who didn't win him, all the women were so arrogant, and he suddenly started bickering hotly. When did Enel's mouth become so sharp? You Jude, but now Juliana is helpless. Although the swordsman is as strong without the sword, he is only 3 or 4/10 of the strength at most, so there must be a sword used as a weapon in his hand, even if the weapon is in the trash. Lu Chengkong also found it very interesting, but he didn't expect that Enel in the original book would have such a funny flyer. Okay, the two of you will talk later, then Lackey, you can answer me. Lu Chengkong immediately turned the topic back to Lackey when he saw that the scene was a little chaotic. Lackey's face was a little embarrassed. I couldn't tell why, even a blush appeared on Bai Nen's pretty face. You're stupid enough, thank you for finding two so beautiful, wife. This woman of course likes you, but the difference in strength, plus you have 2 women by your side, both of them are beautiful and beautiful, the all-powerful people think that they can't win the 2 of them, but the Shandia people never know what it means to give up. Once they have a decision, they will pursue it with all their strength, so she rescued you and found you, but you, if a woman who has never experienced anything says these words, she might as well die. Enel on the side can't tell why you come and go, Lackey, he was definitely a little bored, and he immediately spoke Lackey's heart, not to mention Enel's observation. Hockey is now getting closer and closer to the original. He can almost hear the voice of the entire Sky Island, so he can hear Lackey's usual murmurs clearly. Of course, he dare not listen to the conversations of Lu Chengkong and others. After all, Hancock's sweetness. He tried the taste of the petrified fruit once and didn't want to try it again. What? When did this happen to Chengkong? You won't really hook up with her like Juliana did, right? Hearing this, Khalifa looked at Lu Chengkong suspiciously, but thinking about the past 2 years halfway through, Lu Chengkong never left his line of sight and immediately dismissed the idea. Hey, thanks to you being someone else's husband, you don't even understand a woman's heart. At the beginning, you were very lucky to defeat me, so at that time your figures were deeply imprinted in her heart, plus the several meetings over the years have reminded her of your existence from time to time. Although she has not seen your shot, it does not prevent her from liking you. Enel said that he was very embarrassed when he was defeated, and he deliberately used a lot of words to make the whole fact of being defeated sound a bit watery, but unfortunately everyone present knew the fact, so they used contempt. His eyes looked at him, making him embarrassed to go on. Okay, Enel, shut up. It's not a good thing to say what's in a person's heart directly, and it's not an enemy. There's no need to make people so embarrassed. I don't care if you like me or not. I don't want to bring an oil bottle, and I don't have the strength of the green plum with many strong people to completely protect you, so you must give everyone a reason to admit you, otherwise I can't accept your joining. When Lu Chengkong heard Enel's words, he was still very proud. After all, the other party was still a beautiful woman. Although she had few appearances, her beauty was no worse than Nami and others, but now the pirates are not the only ones. He is alone, he needs to convince the crowd, so Lackey must give everyone a reasonable reason, a reason for her to join. 107 Arms Researcher Lackey. I know that my strength is weak in your eyes, and will only become a burden, but I have something that you don't have. Lackey's face was already dark, but she couldn't be darker, but she felt deeply about Lu Chengkong's performance. Very satisfied, if Lu Chengkong would let her join just because of her body, appearance and likes him, then she will definitely refuse, and she does have her own capital, so she will definitely stand the test. Oh, say it. Not only was Lu Chengkong interested, even Hancock, Juliana, Khalifa, and even the newly added Canis looked at Lackey with curious eyes. I have a good talent for long-range attack. The most important thing is that I will improve and manufacture many weapons and tools, incendiary guns, and the improved version can be used several times without dying. Lackey said. At first, it didn't make people look at it, but as she spoke out what she was good at, she also took out what she prepared as an example, and even improved and manufactured weapons on the spot, but it made people have to think carefully about whether to let it or not. She joins. After all, it doesn't matter if the strength is poor at the beginning. Canis is not similar to ordinary people, but she has her unique talent. As for so many high-level players in the strength boat, you can learn anything you want, as long as you are willing to work hard, even if you can't become a strong person the ability to protect themselves. So compared to those in the New World pirates who only look at strength, Lu Chengkong and others value talent more. It turns out that in the original book, Weipa could stand up after so many times of using the peeping shell. Although his body and determination were one of the reasons, it turned out that the most important thing was that Lackey minimized the side effects of the shelling shell. And the incendiary cannon, she can make this kind of weapon, so if you train it, it may not be as good as Usopp and Usopp in blocking, but it definitely surpasses the two of them in the power and practicality of making weapons and weapons. Lu Chengkong a little surprised in his heart. Lackey's performance and ability made him have to think carefully. One Piece King of Pirates knows how powerful the platoon shell is. It can easily penetrate such a huge bean sprout tree. Even in the original book in the Battle of Enies Lobby, the power of Rob Lucci's 6-king gun is more than that of the shock shell. But under the platoon. And now Lackey actually has the ability to improve the side effects of platooning shells, and he has the ability to strengthen the power of platooning shells. There are other advanced weapons. Although there is one piece that has not been manufactured, Lu Chengkong can see this weapon. How powerful is it? These easy-to-carry weapons that can be used in the hand, and the power is very huge, even Marine may not be able to have it, so Lu Chengkong will value it so much. Let the people in the boat decide, and those who agree with Lackey's joining will raise their hands. Lu Chengkong himself was very much in favor of Lackey's joining. Her talent in making weapons should not be underestimated, so after he finished speaking, he was the first to raise his hand. Enno looked down on these weapons. He had to admit the power of these weapons, so he raised his hand after thinking about it. The power of the weapon on the ship is even greater, so he will raise his hand. I agree too. Juliana thought for a while and raised her right hand. Although I really don't want a woman who has ideas about Chengkong to join in, but whatever benefits come to approach Chengkong, and you do have real materials, then I have no reason to refuse. Boa Hancock and Khalifa looked at each other, and there was a hint of bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes, but more of it was pride. Lu Chengkong's performance made them all happy, and Lu Chengkong's strength is so strong. This is not proof how good are their eyesight. Thank you, I will definitely do my part. Lackey didn't expect that these perverts who were strong in her eyes would let her join so easily. In fact, she really underestimated her own talent. It looks like nothing now. But in the original book, when Luffy entered the Sky Island, there was no one in the regiment who dared to withstand the power of platoon shells and incendiary cannons without dying, and even Zoro, whose vitality was not under Luffy, faced incendiary cannons. The attacker every time its edge. If there is a lot of sufficient funds to continue research and development, it must not be underestimated. And the pirate group really needs a sniper, and the person who develops weapons is used to control the weapons, cannons, etc. On the ship, so lackey is indeed essential for the pirate group of Lu Chengkong and others. Okay, Qingmei is a real dragon pool compared to Sky Island. Since I've come up, I can't make any guarantees for you, but as long as you are still a member of the boat, as long as I, Lu Chengkong, are not dead, then you will absolutely not. I will fall down, this is the promise I can't give you, so you have to join in carefully. At this time, Lu Chengkong fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of a captain, and said without exaggeration. It's my decision, Lackey said in a sonorous and resolute tone. Okay, then you are a member of our pirate group from today. By the way, Hancock, now we are not considered a nine-snake pirate group, it's time to have a unique plum pirate flag and name, otherwise it's not too good. Lu Chengkong then remembered that his pirate group didn't seem to have a pirate flag and name, and felt a little embarrassed, but since there is a problem, it must be faced. If there is too much cover-up when the problem occurs, if it is not resolved immediately, the cost will be even greater. Aren't we pursuing freedom? Then it's called the Free and Easy Pirates. Hancock didn't refuse. After all, on the day she and Lu Chengkong went out, she said that she was going out as Lu Chengkong's woman, not Lu Chengkong's woman. On the ship of the Nine Snakes Pirates, the Queen of Amazon Lily Island came out of Meaty, so although the current pirate ship is still the ship of the Nine Snakes Pirates, the reputation and the pirate flag are indeed going to be changed. Okay, let's just name it. It's simple and direct, and it points directly to the core. As for the pirate flag, of course, I'll leave it to you. Lu Chengkong didn't feel ashamed for throwing this task to Khalifa and others, because Hancock and sometimes Khalifa knows what he needs better than Lu Chengkong himself. This can be regarded as a way of saying that bystanders are clear about the authorities and fans, but a better way to say that is that they are connected with each other and care about Lu Chengkong more than himself. To be more, otherwise this will not happen. 108 back to Blue Sea. Then it's really gone this time. Enel, when you release Observation Hockey, which is your heart gang, see if anyone comes. Lu Chengkong said a little worriedly. Isn't it? I found out that you were so worried before. It's okay to have two at a time. There is still one waiting in the boat with a sword. 3 is enough for you to conquer for a while, right? Enel asked. He said in an extremely exaggerated tone, but instead of the expected effect, the phenomenon of self-rewarding appeared. A wave of Conqueror Hockey shot straight into the sky and then fell on Enel's body. Enel was horrified to find that he could not use his abilities. One of the abilities of Conqueror Hockey is that he can't use his abilities, and he can also block his attacks. Enel, who encountered this situation for the first time, panicked. Next time I'm talking nonsense, I'll tie you and Mei Lushi together and hang them on the sails, so that you can be the god above. Boa Hancock said in an icy biting tone, causing Enel to shiver all over. Immediately after Conqueror Hockey was put away by Hancock, it turned into a thunderbolt and returned to the cabin, daring not to come out. Obviously, in the pirates, Enel is most afraid of who is Boa Hancock. It's really stupid. I dug a gully and waited for you to drill. You really did. What Lu Chengkong said at this moment made Enel, who was listening with Observation Hockey, almost spit out blood. Is this what Lu Chengkong said about Conqueror Hockey? Although only one person in a million owns it, and among the people who own it, there are very few people who can see him controlling and exerting it, but I can't guarantee that I won't encounter it. Here, it seems that I really can't rely on the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. The helpless feeling of losing power just now is really terrible. Enel was a little horrified to think that the most painful thing for a person who is used to having great power is not to kill him, but to make him lose his power, especially for a self-confessed god. Enel, he definitely didn't want to try this sense of helplessness again. Chengkong and others finally stepped out of the Sky Island and looked at the huge octopus hot air balloon on the pirate ship. In addition to the appearance of the pirate ship, the role of this balloon, it's still very big, at least it doesn't show any signs of breaking if it descends above the 10,000-meter high sky. Lackey, since you are now a member of our pirate group, all the weapons and long-range blocking tasks on the ship will be handed over to you in the future, and it is necessary for me to explain the situation of Ohm. Now Ohm is the basic divide into several factions: pirates, marine, revolutionary army, Tenryubito. Lu Chengkong found that there was still time, so he explained to Lackey about Ohm's situation. After everyone got used to it, she still knew about Qingmei. We are also a member of the pirates. There are no rules in our pirate group. There is only one rule, that is, we must not kill each other and calculate anyone in the boat. We must be consistent with the outside world. There is nothing else. The strongest are the 4 emperors, and the leader of them is Whitebeard. Lu Chengkong told everything he knew one by one, which made Lackey, who heard about Qingmei for the first time, look fascinated, obviously better than Jingdao. Although Ohm is in danger, it is much more interesting. Of course, in the early stage, you will find it interesting if you have this strength. About half an hour later, Lu Chengkong and the others finally landed where he found out that it was not the island after landing, but Logatown, the hometown of One Piece King of Pirates and the place where One Piece King of Pirates was executed. Finally back, 2 years apart, Marine and Pirates, haha, I'm back, Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and roared loudly when he landed in Meiyang, and his body fell silent at the same time. After 2.5 years of suppression, the demonic color hockey was released like a tornado along with Lu Chengkong's voice, and Dame also turned upside down. This voice, Lu Chengkong, killed 2 Vice Admiral Lu Chengkong, so Khalifa is also beside him. Damn, this guy has been silent for more than 2.5 years and finally came out. Relying on my strength alone, there is simply no way to deal with these 2 ferocious and powerful pirates, and they can only report to the Marine headquarters. Quote. In Logatown's Marine base, Smoker's expression changed. Although he is a loner and likes to take care of pirates with his own strength, it does not mean that he is an idiot. If only Lu Chengkong is alone, he will definitely go by himself. Looking for him, but it is obviously not the case now. Plus the Marine headquarters has an order. Once the 2 people are found, they must notify the headquarters immediately, although he does not often keep the boss's orders, but this time it is the headquarters Marshal Sengoku who issued the order. No amount of courage dared him to disobey Sengoku's orders. Hey, Lord Marshal, I found out that the wanted criminal Lu Chengkong, Khalifa, is now near Logatown, requesting support. Has it finally appeared? After lurking for so long, it seems that he thinks that his wings are full. Don't panic, follow them closely, and can't lose their bearings. I will send Admiral over immediately. Marshal Sengoku first sighed, then immediately it was ordered. Yes. Smoker didn't dare to be sloppy in the face of the command of the headquarters Marshal Sengoku, and immediately took the strongest marine in this base, and of course Tashigi, who was deeply short-sighted, also followed with her famous sword. Of course, it should have been Chiyu in her hands was still in Juliana's hands at this time. Lu Chengkong guessed that in the original novel, Liana found that Kuina was dead when she went back home. Maybe she had no interest in life. Her daughter is very similar to Tashigi, so she gave Chiyu to her, and then she didn't know where she went. Of course, all of this is just Lu Chengkong's guess. Chengkong, do you really want to confront Marine head-on? They will definitely send Admiral this time, and there may be more than one. Khalifa said to Lu Chengkong a little worried. Hee, do you think it's interesting to only fight with people who are weaker than you? If you don't break through in a leapfrog battle, you will die in a leapfrog battle. Isn't that what we've been training for over the past 2 years? Since we are Marine's enemies, sooner or later it's against Admiral. Being chased like a lost dog is not what I want, Lu Chengkong, and I also need a fight with a real strong person to baptize my strength, physical skills, hockey, and fruit ability. Quote. Eyes flashed, and he shouted just now to let Smoker in Logatown know that in addition to venting his excitement, it was to attract Marine Admiral. 109 Anomalous Kuzan. Kazaru went to the New World. Garp, Akainu, Kuzan, which of the 3 of you are going? Sengoku asked directly without any nonsense after receiving the tip. Hey, he was allowed to live because of scruples in the past. Now that he doesn't have to worry anymore, and he has become a vicious pirate, then he must die. Marshal, I will go. Akainu said without thinking. His eyes were full of his anger was still fresh in his memory when he knelt down at the Sabayati archipelago. He would not be able to wash away the shame in his heart unless Lu Chengkong and Khalifa were smashed to ashes, so he was the most active one. Iya, even though this matter is very troublesome, and I'm afraid of trouble, I'll solve the troubles I've created by myself. They can be considered as my one-handed creations, so let me solve them. Hey, implement the righteousness of thorough laziness. Okay, Kuzan said with a lazy face, but this was the first time he took the initiative to apply to fight with others, and although Kuzan is usually lazy and likes to sleep, if he gets serious, he will really be like him. The fruit has average ability and is cold and ruthless. At this time, Kuzan BB's closed eyes are flashing with a terrifying cold light. Sengoku, Kuzan is so diligent. I think you hit his very rare enthusiasm this time. Maybe he won't talk to you in the future. As for Akainu, he is the most diligent, so hitting once or twice is don't be afraid. Garp picked his nostrils and said without any manners, and it was his eyes that flashed an unknown light in the depths of his eyes when he looked at Kuzan. The old man taught Kuzan for so long and this is the first time I saw him look like this. It seems that this time Kuzan is serious. Okay, Kizaru has just sent a request for support. That idiot who didn't know very well actually got into a fight with the red hair. And now there are not enough people to fight. Even if he still faces me for help, it's really troublesome. Akainu, you go to support Kizaru. Kuzan, you got to know those two pirates. Sengoku, who didn't know how to choose, immediately remembered when he heard Garp's words, as if this was the first time that Kuzan had behaved so abnormally. Others didn't know him, but he knew very well that Kuzan was the next marshal he was most optimistic about, so he will accept his request as long as it is not excessive, and with Garp's help, he immediately has an idea. Damn, Kuzan, you have to kill them. Akainu gritted his teeth, but in the end he didn't dare to disobey the order. After all, he always thought that he was the best marine. If he even disobeyed the order, it would be a good marine. Do your best. But Kuzan's answer almost didn't let the angry Akainu fall to the ground. The mother was so active just now, but now it has become so casual. That no one except Garp knew that Kuzan's eyes lit up after he rode his bicycle out of the range of the headquarters. The very leisurely riding on the bicycle changed in an instant, and he took it out from the words. Two things like jets collided with the left and right wheels at the back of the bicycle, and with a bang, the speed of the bicycle, which was originally very slow, increased by n times, and Kuzan's feet were so fast that he couldn't see a shadow. That guy Kuzan is really serious this time. Lu Chengkong and you two are really tragic, but Kuzan's hurricane bike looks really ugly. What Kuzan didn't know was that when he left not far away, Garp actually stepped on the moon step and appeared in the sea area in front of the jet of Yinshiyu. Looking at the ice layer above Dame, he thought to himself. This guy is so lazy on the surface. I didn't expect that the level of physical skills has not dropped at all for so many years. Among the three admirals, he seems to be the strongest. As an admiral, it is not like in the original work, he only uses the fruit ability. Their physical skills, Haki is also very powerful. Haki with red hair, but Haki is invisible, even if you use it, you can't see it, and usually they don't need to use Haki in battle. As for Akainu, who is facing Baihu, open HoloLens bracket dare to use Haki in close combat with Whitebeard, isn't that too long for life? Therefore, it is the most sensible choice to use the Logia fruit ability to carry out a large-scale long-range attack. Smoker, I think Admiral from the Marine Headquarters is coming soon. Before that, you will warm up with me. Lu Chengkong suddenly stood up from the sofa on the pirate ship, facing his tail hanging from the distance, worried that he would escape. The smoker roared, and then regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he directly landed on a nearby uninhabited island, which was also the place where he and one of the three admiral battles were prepared. Captain, is there any fraud? Tashigi, who is usually supernatural and dumb, has now become very shrewd. Hee hee, let's see who's on their ship. Smoker hurled Isho, then threw the telescope to Tashigi, and turned into a puff of smoke and flew towards the small island ahead. What? Why are there so many strong people on their ship? Boa Hancock, the Queen of Nine Snake Island, the owner of Conqueror, the lone swordsman Juliana, plus Khalifa, Lu Chengkong, with the strength in their ship, they can't cost a single soldier. It seems that Smoker is right, they are just waiting for the arrival of Admiral. Tashigi almost didn't frighten to death, there are too many strong. That's Shiger and Yoshioka. No, I will never allow famous swords to fall into the hands of evil people. When Tashigi saw the Shiger and Yoshioka characters in Gulena's hands, he immediately became furious, and just let her furious that the Smoker guy was worried that she would rush past when she saw Gulena's famous sword, so she destroyed all the boats when she left, and the marine ship was not allowed to start without Smoker's death order without his permission. Damn Smoker, you wait for me, Tashigi said fiercely, but the telescope in her hand was staring at Lu Chengkong and Smoker on the island ahead, obviously not wanting to miss this battle, and at the same time I want to know the strength of Lu Chengkong and others. There are 80 million pirates with just one bounty. You, who disappeared for 2.5 years, I thought you were afraid of Marine's pursuit, so you hid. Smoker came to the island and looked at Lu Chengkongzui in front of him. The first sentence above was sarcasm, obviously trying to attack Lu Chengkong's aura. Hee, if you are here waiting for your Admiral's arrival, you are afraid of your Marine, then you Marine are like dogs who only dare to follow my stern from a distance, so what do you call this? And destroy all the boats to worry that someone will follow me. What's your name? Lu Chengkong was not afraid of either fighting or fighting, and his words were so sharp that Smoker was at a loss. 110 instant defeated Smoker. HMPH, your mouth is powerful enough, I just hope your strength is also that powerful, White Fist. Smoker shot immediately, he didn't expect the opponent's mouth to be so powerful. If Lu Chengkong continued to speak, he would definitely affecting his momentum, so he made a decisive move. Logia's smoky fruit. It's useless to me, but let's play with you before Admiral comes. Lu Chengkong said in a mocking tone. If it was when Lu Chengkong faced Crocodile before, then he faced Logia the fruit as indeed very troublesome and very passive, but now with the strength of Smoker, it is useless to him at all. Without seeing any movement from Lu Chengkong, his body has suddenly disappeared in place, without making any sound. What a terrifying speed, is this shaving? Doesn't shaving make a loud noise when he moves? Why doesn't he make any sound when he moves? This guy is really powerful. And it is not a weakness to shave the inside of Rokushiki. The weaknesses have been overcome. Smoker's face changed greatly, he could not capture the trajectory of Lu Chengkong's movement, and his body did not want to turn into a cloud of white smoke. Boom. Sure enough, Lu Chengkong had already punched a deep hole where he stood just now. If it wasn't for his quick reaction and elementalization, the punch just now would have seriously injured him. So strong. Smoker thought in surprise. Although he knew that Lu Chengkong had the ability to kill Vice Admiral before, he didn't expect Lu Chengkong's strength to improve so much after not seeing him for 2 years. I'm afraid this kind of strength is really only Admiral. The level of strength can be subdued. White Blast. Although he was horrified at Lu Chengkong's strength, no matter how strong the opponent was, since the battle had begun, the battle had to continue. His wrists suddenly turned into smoke and attacked Lu Chengkong, and Lu Chengkong was standing now. The place was so close to Smoker that it was too late to dodge. Hey, I'm so sorry, maybe the battle is about to end, armament hockey is on, Shigen finger pistol. Lu Chengkong suddenly raised his head and revealed a charming smile. The index finger immediately exploded like a bullet, and armament hockey covered his index finger and turned into a terrifying blade. Flutter. Armament hockey, you really know how to use hockey. The face of Smoker, who was still in elementalization, changed, and he immediately stepped back and his body recovered, but there were 3 finished glyph holes on his chest. How dare I challenge your Admiral if you don't even know hockey? It's really boring. Is it going to end at the beginning? Rankyaku Tempest Kick. Lu Chengkong waved his hand, but the movement under his feet did not stop. A half-moon-shaped vacuum slash immediately formed from the air and flew out like a cannonball. Damn, his rokushiki has become a big one. Smoker didn't know where to throw the 2 cigars in his mouth at this time. In the face of the blowing vacuum, Smoker could only turn into smoke and dodge. Do you still want to go? Lie down with me, Shigen, finger pistol. Pierce your heart. It's just that Smoker wants to dodge and give him this chance. For Lu Chengkong, Smoker's strength at this time is only suitable for him to complete the warm-up exercise. The person who used shaving and silencer came behind Smoker, who turned into white smoke, and penetrated Smoker's body. Puff. Hee hee, is the gap really that big? It seems that I am usually lazy and underestimate the strength of pirates. Smoker is not Luffy, he has a super strong vitality, and Rob Lucci turned into a leopard in his stomach to use Shigen, finger pistol. Lu Chengkong, who was still alive and kicking after the penetration, was much stronger than Rob Lucci, who now penetrated Smoker's body. In this situation, Smoker could only spit out such a sentence before he fell into a coma, and the ground was already full of blood. Smoker. Tashigi on one side didn't expect that Smoker, who has Logia fruit, would be defeated in an instant. This huge gap made her unable to react for a while. When she came back to her senses, she could only he shouted, trying to sail to where the other Marines would give him this chance. After all, Smoker's order was still there, and it was a death sentence when it passed. Don't worry, Tashigi, he's not dead yet, because your admiral just arrived. I'm right, Marine Headquarters Admiral, old friend Kuzan. Lu Chengkong turned to look in Tashigi's direction, and said with a smile, at the same time his eyes glanced beside the Marine. Admiral is here. Tashigi breathed a sigh of relief when he knew that Lu Chengkong would not kill Smoker, but when he heard that Admiral was coming, he immediately looked left and right, and found that they didn't know anything about Kuzan on the Marine. Zan was already sitting securely on his BMW bike. Lord Kuzan. All the Marines, including Tashigi, saluted Admiral one after another. After all, Admiral is Marine's strongest fighting force, and many of them Marine soldiers may not be able to see each other until they die. Of course they will be excited. Is it already that strong? I'm only 18 years old, and my strength is far beyond that of all Vice Admiral. There is still a conqueror there, 2 people far exceeding the strength of Vice Admiral, a woman who is close to the peak of Janao. There is another one whose strength is unknown, but his aura is very strong. Where did he find so many partners? If they all grow up in a few years, wouldn't it be a boat of Admiral? I'm letting you down, it's really a problem to raise tigers. However, Kuzan ignored the soldiers next to him. Instead, his face turned serious. He jumped off the Marine on his bicycle and headed for the small island in front of him. At the same time, his heart dropped. Is it finally here? I have waited for a long time to fight against an Admiral-level powerhouse, and finally I have a chance, so that I can see how big the gap is. Lu Chengkong's eyes were full of strong fighting intent, seeing that he had come. Kuzan, who was not far in front of him, thought to himself. Although it's very troublesome, in order not to make the trouble even more troublesome, I have to let you die here. Do you have any last words to explain? Kuzan didn't take action immediately, but looked at Lu Chengkong like a winner and let him said his last words. There should be no last words, because I never thought that I would die, but if you don't have confidence in yourself, I can still give you a chance to leave a will. Lu Chengkong o Isho, why do so many people like to pretend 5? Well, he didn't know it before, because he was very low-key when he was on Earth, but now he has understood that it turns out that playing 5 is the unique style of a master, and the feeling of despising each other is really cool. 111 Kuzan arrival. It seems that over the years, you have not only improved your strength, but your mouth has also improved a lot. Since you have nothing to keep, don't regret the moment before you die. Kuzan said casually, and at the same time kicked up a grass and reached out to catch it, and the grass instantly turned into an ice sword. Ice saber. Kuzan looks a little weird this time, it seems that he has real killing intent towards me. Lu Chengkong's heart moved slightly. Kuzan said that it was still the same as usual, but Lu Chengkong's with his extraordinary eyesight, could still from the depths of his eyes, he saw a hidden deep murderous intent. Today, this small island will be your grave, so that I won't have to find a grave for you after you die. Kuzan's words suddenly shot out of his body. To outsiders, Kuzan disappeared in place in an instant, almost in the same place. Time came to Lu Chengkong, and the ice sword in his hand mercilessly slid towards Lu Chengkong with an icy aura. If you get hit, it's not a simple injury, but directly frozen into ice, but even if you are Admiral and want to hit me, it's not that easy, Kami-e. Lu Chengkong clearly thought of this. Ordinary slashing contains terrifying murderous intent. Even if Rokushiki is big enough, Lu Chengkong would not dare to touch the iron block's defensive power. It's hockey and tiki. Rokushiki is really great, his talent is really amazing, even more terrible than the dragon, Munchi D Dragon, and the King, One Piece, King of Pirates. The most important thing is that the two of them's scheming is not comparable to the horse. Kuzan is indeed Kuzan. Seeing Lu Chengkong use Kami-e to dodge himself, Ice Saber immediately saw Lu Chengkong Rokushiki's level. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Flurry. After Lu Chengkong dodged, a moon step rose into the air, and at the same time a 360-degree rotation in the sky kicked out hundreds of small vacuum slashes with the attack method of storm pear flowers surrounded by Kuzan. The density and range were so large that Kuzan could not use his physical skills to escape. Elementalization. At the critical moment, Kuzan used elementalization, easily dodging the vacuum slash that swept towards him like a storm. Ice block pheasant beak. The huge bird-shaped ice block slammed into Lu Chengkong's body at an astonishing speed. Long-range attack. Rokushiki, 6 styles. 6 King's Spear. Lu Chengkong pressed his fists on the ice bird in front of him without even thinking about it. The power of the King's Spear was many times greater than that of the platoon shell, and the impact force of Lu Chengkong's fists shot out, directly turning the ice bird in front of him into powder. Goodbye, frozen moment. Just at the same time Lu Chengkong smashed the ice bird, Kuzan came to Lu Chengkong's back at some point, and put one hand on his body. The blue-white ice layer was visible to the naked eye. The speed started from Kuzan's hand to Cheyenne to Lu Chengkong's body, and Lu Chengkong turned into ice block almost in the blink of an eye. If you are given a few years, your strength will definitely reach the Admiral level, and even I may not be able to kill you at that time. It's a pity that you don't have this opportunity. Sometimes being too good may not be a good thing. You went, looking at the ice sculpture in front of him, and not looking at Marine, who cheered because Kuzan had frozen Lu Chengkong into an ice block. Instead he was thinking about other things, but he often dreamed that he directly punched Lu Chengkong's ice sculpture. Click. Ice block under everyone's gaze, but Kuzan was surprised that neither Khalifa nor Lu Chengkong had any expressions. Instead they looked at him calmly. With years of combat experience and powerful the actual combat instinct felt bad, and the elementalization retreated without thinking. Sure enough, almost at the same time as he left, the place where he was standing was shattered. Kuzan, you think too highly of yourself, too underestimate me. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly sounded from the sky. Whether it was Kuzan or everyone nearby, they couldn't help but follow Lu Chengkong's voice and looked up, only to see Lu Chengkong, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture just now and then shattered by Kuzan's punch, was standing above the sky unharmed. When Kuzan's face changed, he didn't know that Lu Cheng had left, but just now he knew very well that what he touched was not an afterimage but an entity. But why was Lu Chengkong shattered by an ice sculpture just now? Not only was he safe, but he appeared above him. Haven't you, Marine, been asking what my fruit ability is? Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you today. Lu Chengkong's tone was a bit sarcastic. After so many years of CD9, he felt that Marine was inquiring about his own fruit. How can the matter of ability be hidden from his eyes and ears? At this moment, his wings are completely full, and there is no need to step by step as before. Since the other party wants to know, then let him fulfill him. What? He really ate a devil fruit, so what could it be? I just touched his body, did he leave in an instant? Could it be a devil fruit with spatial abilities? I became a little curious, and at the same time stared at Lu Chengkong, thinking that he wanted to see through Lu Chengkong's fruit ability for the first time. I can see clearly. Lu Chengkong grinned at Isho, and a person who looked exactly like Kuzan suddenly appeared beside him. This change shocked Juliana and Enel, who had never seen Lu Chengkong's ability. Because they all felt an aura from the person next to Lu Chengkong who was the same as Kuzan. Although it was not comparable to Lu Chengkong's body or the Kuzan below, they could be sure that this was definitely the real thing. How could it be like this? There are actually two Lord Admiral. Could it be that his devil fruit knows that someone else's clone is going to confuse the enemy? Tashigi, who didn't know much about Lu Chengkong, thought so in his heart. How is it possible? Can he create clones of himself and others at will, and these clones are all powerful? Kuzan's face was a little ugly. As an admiral, his vision is definitely not comparable to Tashigi's. He sees it relatively far away. He also thought deeply, and almost instantly thought of the horror of this fruit. Looking at your appearance, you should have thought of it. Yes, my ability is not a precious top-level Logia ability, but rather an auxiliary Paramesha ability. The devil fruit I eat is called mirror fruit. What ability does it have? I think you should use your own body to experience it yourself. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly became a little cold, and there was a trace of violence in his eyes, and this trace of violence was immediately captured by Khalifa and Hancock. 112 Devil Change. Do you really want to use that ability? But the opponent is a genuine admiral. Although Chengkong's strength far exceeds all Vice Admiral's, his strength is still not at the level of Admiral. If you want to fight Kuzan, it is still in this state. Too reluctant. The two women thought to themselves. Really? Come on then. Kuzan's expression had returned to the casual and lazy look on his face at this time, but the horror in his eyes could not be concealed from the extraordinary Lu Chengkong in his eyes. Ice Saber. The mirror image of Kuzan immediately rushed down. While rushing towards Kuzan, he reached out and pulled a grass on the ground and immediately formed an ice sword and stabbed at Kuzan. As expected, his fruit ability is able to create the main body and other people's clones. Not only has the power, but also has the other party's fruit ability. This kind of person must not let him live. If he reaches the admiral level, the fruit ability has been developed to the end. The level of control is even more terrifying. Kuzan saw at a glance that the strength of the mirror clone in front of him should be 25%, or 1/4, of Lu Chengkong's body. It was reversed. The mirrored clone should have 1/4 of Kuzan's strength, but Kuzan's strength is much more than Lu Chengkong's, definitely more than twice, so although the opponent's clone was successfully reversed, it was not 1/4 of Kuzan's strength. One of the strengths, instead, has become Lu Chengkong's own 25% strength. This is the reversal. Where mirroring capabilities are limited. You may be very strong in the future, but a clone with only 1/4 of your main body's strength, even if you have my fruit ability, it is useless to me. It's getting higher and higher, and it's clear that Kuzan wants to fight fast and doesn't want to see any more changes. Ice block. Partisan. I saw a large number of halberds made of ice blocks suddenly appear in front of Kuzan and fired at the mirror image Kuzan that was charging towards him. Frozen moment. Capsule. Kuzan's mirror image is not a vegetarian, although his strength is far less than that of Kuzan, but he knows all the tricks Kuzan can, but the power is far stronger than that of Kuzan, which is the so-called Earth's so-called the difference between genuine and counterfeit goods. Will he use the moves I haven't used before? It's really troublesome, but the power is too little. The frozen moment. Kuzan, you seem to have forgotten that it's not just your mirror image that you're fighting, but me, Rokushiki, 6 styles. 6 King's Spear. Just when Kuzan was about to use the frozen moment. Capsule, Lu came to him behind him however, Chongkong used the 6 King's Spear to interrupt him. Oops. Kuzan's face changed dramatically when he felt the sense of crisis coming from behind him. A thought suddenly formed in his heart. He actually forgot Lu Chengkong but went to Hancock. Then he should learn hockey, and he has been elementalized and can bring him a strong sense of crisis, so the other party definitely awakens hockey. But you're not the only one who knows hockey. Armament hockey defense. Kuzan was surprised, but he didn't panic. Armament Hockey immediately used it to form a defensive armor on his elementalized body to block it. The powerful shock wave of the Six Kings spear was like a tide, but although he was not injured, the incomparably powerful shock still pushed the whole person out. Huh, there's a clone hidden behind me, is it attacking me? Ching! Ao used observation hockey when he blocked Lu Chengkong's Six Kings spear with Armament Hockey's collection of elements, and immediately predicted Lu Chengkong's attack. A clone was hidden behind him who was pushed and flew out to attack himself. The Light of Judgment. Sure enough, Kuzan predicted the attack of the 7 children a moment ago, and the next moment, a golden light burst from Khalifa's hands and shot out. It seems that his strength is very close to Admiral, but if he is not Admiral, he can't compete with me. Even if there are more people, his ability is unique. The game is over, Ice Age. Kuzan thought so in his heart, and his feet easily dodged the attack behind him. The light's movement speed was very fast, but before the light moved, he had already made a move to dodge in advance. Then the next second, the Light of Judgment would attack his original place. And then, it is precisely like this that in the original book, Rayleigh can also suppress Kizaru's glint fruit. Oops, Kuzan wasn't serious at all just now, he was just testing me. Lu Chengkong changed his mind and immediately used Moonstep to get into the air, but it's a pity that Kuzan seemed to know that he was going to jump up early, but he was actually in Lu Chengkong before jumping up. He stretched out a hand to face Lu Chengkong and said coldly, "Frozen moment capsule. Although you have observation hockey who predicted my attack in advance, don't forget, you are not the only one who knows hockey. If you predict at the same time under the same observation hockey situation, it depends on the strength of both observation hockey's cultivation bases. I hear farther than you." Hiss. Admiral is the fruit of Admiral, if you don't do it, you will beat me so quickly. Lu Chengkong looked at the ice layer on his body, believing that he would be completely frozen in a second or so, and his face could not help but show a wry smile. You will fall into an eternal sleep, so you won't have any pain when you die. Kuzan stood up with a trace of ice on his body and walked towards Lu Chengkong step by step. Cough, it's really cold, even if you get some of it, it will have a great impact on your strength. Lu Chengkong didn't have the fearful expression that someone who was about to die would show. Are there any more cards? Kuzan stopped, not knowing why Lu Chengkong's uninvited appearance made Vivi a little uneasy in his heart. You guessed it right, you were testing my strength just now, and I was also testing the gap between my strength and Admiral, but I didn't expect the gap to be much larger than I thought. Vivi hooked at the corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth. At the same time, a bloodthirsty aura emanated from his body, and the ice layer on his body had completely frozen him, but Kuzan still heard a small noise just before the ice capped him. The devil turns. Click. Ice block on Lu Chengkong's body appeared numerous cracks at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then made a crisp sound like breaking glass, and then broke out of the ice, but the image of Lu Chengkong after breaking through the ice happened. A huge change, at least Tashigi, who was looking at it with a telescope, almost didn't scream when he saw Lu Chengkong's appearance at this time. 113 whole card. Is this guy still a human? Or is this one of his fruit abilities? Kuzan's pupils Vivi shrank for a moment, and he recovered in an instant. Looking at Lu Chengkong, whose image had changed drastically, he thought in surprise. Road. No wonder that Kuzan was so surprised, because at this time Lu Chengkong's appearance has indeed changed a lot compared to before. The facial features on his face have not changed at all except for the eyes that have turned silver black. The originally black hair has changed. It became silver black, with a pair of huge demon wings growing out of the back, and 2 small sharp horns that looked a bit like horns on the head, with a black windbreaker, plus the demons that were neither long nor short on both sides of the mouth. Yeah, looks exactly the same as the devil who chased and killed him many times in Lu Chengkong's dream, except for his face. Jia, this is the first time that this ability is used in actual combat. Is this the feeling of power? It's wonderful. Lu Chengkong completely ignored Kuzan in front of him, looked at his hands, and felt the contrast in his body. With the strength that was many times stronger before, there was a hint of intoxication on his face. He opened his eyes, and the silver-black eyes were full of ferocious killing intent and violent rays of light. This guy has changed a lot, it's bad. Suddenly Kuzan's face changed, and a voice suddenly sounded in his head, attack from above, straight uppercut. Frozen moment. This time, Kuzan didn't use elementalization, but instead used the iron block in Rokushiki. It's normal for Kuzan, who was taught by Garp and Admiral, to know Rokushiki, and it's normal to see his Rokushiki use it. It is obvious that it has reached the point of being a complete body, and at the same time, he also used armament haki to form an armor covering his body to strengthen his defense. Want to freeze me? Don't even think about it. Rokushiki, 6 styles. Devil kill. Sure enough, Lu Chenggong, above Kuzan, suddenly appeared inside, and at the same time pressed Kuzan with a straight uppercut. Just watching going to the ice block on the right fist, the corner of Lu Chenggong's mouth BB twitched, forming a mocking arc, and suddenly Lu Chenggong's right fist shook slightly, and the force like a flood burst from his right fist. It rippled out, and the ice block covering the right arm was instantly shattered into powder, and the remaining power hit Kuzan directly. Boom. It's a lot of power. Kuzan's face changed drastically. Yes, this was the first time Kuzan showed such an expression. He didn't expect that the defensive armor formed by his Rokushiki and armament haki could not completely resist Lu Chenggong's power. This is still the power left after shattering his frozen moment. If this power is not reduced in any way, he can be sure that he will be injured. Admiral is worthy of being Admiral. I can't imagine that my strength has improved so much, and I use the powerful Rokushiki, 6 styles, to just knock him out without getting hurt at all. It seems that even if I use the demon transformation, the ability brought by the fruit that the earth ate at the most, was barely remaining unbeaten in this state. I didn't think the gap between me and Admiral was still that huge. Quote. A ray of wisdom suddenly appeared in Lu Chenggong's eyes, full of violence and murderous intent. Obviously, those negative emotions such as violence and destruction are only brought about by this state. Lu Chenggong can still maintain absolute rationality, at least for now. Still remain. However, the battle still has to continue. Mirror clones, tyrannical dragons, 3 combos. Lu Chenggong didn't stop at the same time as he was thinking about his own affairs. Suddenly, 2 mirror clones appeared beside him. They also had devil wings like him. It looks exactly the same as the devil's sharp horns, and the wounded dragons combined to open their huge mouths and bite at Kuzan, who flew out. Did you think I only have one type of long-range attack? At the moment of freezing, the ice dragon roars. Kuzan's face sank, and the killing intent in his eyes froze all the land around him with an icy aura, and his hands were empty. With one technique, a huge dragon appeared out of thin air and directly froze the angry dragon formed by the 3 vacuum slashes in front of him into an ice block. And under Kuzan's control, its power did not drop in the slightest and hit Lu Chenggong directly. Even if I foresee his attack, I still can't dodge it. It seems that my haki cultivation level is not enough. Otherwise, I will definitely hear more voices. Lu Chenggong looked at the ice block on his body. The icy low temperature had already affected his speed. Shigen, finger pistol, exploding flames. Lu Chenggong's eyes flashed, and he stabbed straight into the place where his body was frozen. A flame appeared on the top of Lu Chenggong's index finger. Shigen, finger pistol. Most of the ice blocks on his body have been melted by the high temperature of the explosion, but Kuzan's ultimate move is also ready, otherwise Kuzan will give Lu Chenggong the time to melt the ice blocks. This is your grave, the frozen age. Kuzan's eyes suddenly shot 2 icy cold lights that seemed to be substantial, and a puck appeared in his hands at an unknown time. Kuzan gently pushed the puck out of his hand. When the ice ball left Kuzan's body about a meter or so, Kuzan immediately became elemental, and at the same time, the ice ball made a sound of glass breaking, and then the ice ball exploded with a bang. At the same time, the broken ice ball burst into a dazzling blue light. No matter whether it is on land or Dame, everything is frozen without exception. Just die. Tashigi looked at this admiral-level battle and felt that the pirates he had faced before were just some little thieves, and it was too far from the two of them. To be able to push Admiral to this point, he's good enough. Smoker, who was thrown aside by Kuzan early in the morning, woke up at some point in time, and at this time, he kept his elemental form and looked at the little boy in the distance except for his head. The island and the nearby dame are all frozen. This kind of terrifying and devastating damage will definitely not allow any creatures to survive in this area. Hancock, why are you pulling me? It's not like you don't know that even if Zonkong uses that ability, he can't defeat Kuzan's opponent. You should ask me to help him. Khalifa glared at Hancock with anxiety and anger. Zonkong told me before I left that if you go to help her, I must stop you. He said that this is his battle and a baptism for him. If he can't survive the battle with Admiral, then he will. Even if you die, you can't blame anyone. Hancock's face was expressionless, but when he looked at Kuzan, his eyes shone with cold light, and his murderous intent was awe-inspiring. Obviously, in the battle just now, she almost couldn't help but take action, but she finally remembered Lu Chengkong's words and his confident expression. She endured abruptly, but her heart was no better than Khalifa. 114 Unstoppable. Farewell. Kuzan, who had recovered from elementalization, looked at the small island and sea area that had turned into a world of ice and snow, and said softly before turning around and leaving. Kuzan, have I told you to leave? Hancock didn't know when he appeared not far from Kuzan. A pair of phoenix eyes full of cold murderous intent stared at Kuzan. Meiyan's incomparable jade body contained a nuclear bomb. The generally terrifying power is slowly erupting, and a conqueror haki is scattered from her body, sweeping the entire ice and snow world like a typhoon. Trouble, this kid's Yanfu is much stronger than his strength. Kuzan sighed in his heart. He knew it would be like this the moment he shot, and to be honest, he already knew Hancock's strength when he came here, but the real Admiral, and with her powerful tricolor haki cultivation base and sweet fruit as auxiliary harassment, Kuzan also dare not say that he can defeat Hancock. Bang! Just as the two of them were about to strike, a burst of destructive golden light suddenly shot out from under the ice layer. The terrifying high temperature melted all the ice layer, and two golden light balls like the sun came out from under the ice. The ice layer suddenly appeared, and at the same time all the ice layers around him shattered and melted away. The sun is shining. The move ability is Khalifa's, but the voice is Lu Chengkong's. I saw Lu Chengkong, who was severely frostbitten all over his body, came out of the broken ice block, and his body also exited from the demon transformation. Now, the aura on his body has weakened a lot compared to before, but when Kuzan looked at Lu Chengkong, his eyes were unprecedentedly dignified. Even if Lu Chengkong used a demon to transform him before, he was just surprised, and he had not reached the dignified level. Sure enough, he's a genius. Why wasn't such a character born in Marine? And he used my pressure to make a breakthrough. Although his strength has not yet broken through to Admiral, he was already infinitely close to Admiral when he recovered. It seems that he can't kill him this time. He's gone. A bitter smile appeared on Kuzan's face. He didn't expect that he would be tricked, and he was tricked by someone whose strength was far worse than himself. This kind of feeling is really uncomfortable. The most important thing is to be tricked. After calculating, he can't trouble him. Kuzan, I said you underestimate me too, but thank you very much this time. This battle is the best baptism for me, not only for my strength but also for my heart. The next time we meet may be the time for your defeat. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he didn't worry that Kuzan would attack him, and used Moonstep to return to the pirate ship. Hancock felt relieved when he saw that Lu Chengkong was fine. At the same time, he gave Kuzan a vicious look, and immediately returned to the boat using the Moonstep. The second son will become a great weapon. His rise is unstoppable, and the future will be very eventful. Kuzan only felt that his visit this time was purely unnecessary. Not only did he not solve Lu Chengkong, but he was hated by others. It is impossible to sleep peacefully. He actually survived. God, he actually survived even under the hands of Kuzan Admiral. Is this true? Tashigi saw Lu Chenggong returning to the pirate ship, but Kuzan didn't take action, and there was nothing he could do. The skill was able to withstand Muku's astonishment. It seems that I really have to practice hard. Logia is not invincible, Yuan is nothing in front of him. Smoker looked down at the 3 on his chest. Although the bleeding had stopped, he was still able to feeling the tingling pain. It was not the pain of Ruti, but the pain of the soul. Obviously this time he was hit hard by Lu Chenggong, and Luffy may encounter him in the future. It may be tragic. When Lu Chenggong returned to the boat, Lu Chenggong immediately received the worried eyes of the girls. Lackey, a woman who used to bandage wounds in Shandia, immediately took out the medicine to solve Lu Chenggong's body. There were many frostbite places, but someone moved one step faster than her, and of course it was Khalifa. Holy light shines. Khalifa came to Lu Chenggong and looked at the wound on Lu Chenggong's body in pain. Without a word, he immediately resorted to his most powerful recovery technique, Lu Chenggong, who was surrounded by golden light. He only felt that the coldness in his whole body seemed to vanish in an instant. At the same time, he intuitively felt that he had returned to his mother's arms, and he felt a warm and safe feeling in his heart. It's amazing. Lackey was stunned to see that the wound on Lu Chenggong's body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he looked at Khalifa, he was full of shock and admiration. Is so powerful, and can help him, but himself. Hey, you don't have to be inferior. I remember that this kid in the sky said that I am naturally useful. Everyone has their own strengths. There is no need to compare their weaknesses with others' strengths. Juliana looked after getting to Lackey's appearance. He didn't know what she was thinking, so he couldn't help but pull her aside and whispered to her. I know, I will try my best to help everyone. Lackey finally slowly suppressed the inferiority complex in his heart with Gulana's encouragement, and assured in a serious and firm tone. Sure enough, this kid's beauty is really better than his strength. Juliana's thoughts at this time were exactly the same as Kuzan just now. You guys are still the same as before. When can you make me worry, and actually let Hancock stop me from helping me, Khalifa's tone was worried and angry, obviously because Lu Chenggong just asked Hancock to stop. She made her very angry. Caring is messing around. I have absolute confidence in myself. I calculated mine early in the morning. The most important thing is that I am worried that my wife and sister care too much about me and rushed out to help me. It is me who will be hurt and distressed. Lu Chenggong saw that his body was basically healed, but the consumption of spirit was not so easy to make up for it. After all, the transformation of demons and the use of fruit power many times would consume a lot of spirit, and Khalifa's fruit of light was obviously still alive. Not developed enough to restore the spirit. Forget it, I can talk. Khalifa snorted with satisfaction, but Yusho still checked Lu Chenggong up and down uneasy to see if there was anything else he had not healed. Hancock, what do you think of Kuzan's strength? Lu Chenggong asked Hancock, who was also worried about him, after Khalifa checked his entire body to make sure there were no hidden scars. 115 shocked Akainu. It's very strong. He didn't use his full strength just now, and he still has reservations. But if the strongest among the 3 dogs is him, then there is no need to be afraid. Although the concubine's current strength can't kill him, it is still possible to defeat him. No problem. Boa Hancock thought for a while, and finally gave a very pertinent answer. The strong confidence between his eyebrows was not blindly boasted, but was based on strong enough strength. The strongest of the 3 admirals should be Kuzan. This guy hides deep enough. And Kizaru in the 3 Admiral is already old after all. If it weren't for the powerful speed that Glint fruit brought him, the lewd appearance of that guy, he is very tragic to the master of physical skills, and I don't know how to say Akainu. To put it simply, he offends more people and calls them less. On the contrary, Kuzan, who seems to be the laziest, is the most popular, even Sengoku. Both Garp and Garp are very optimistic about him, and he has also practiced under Garp. Men, so his potential should not be underestimated. Lu Chenggong smiled and said. So where are we going now? I can't think that tomorrow your bounty will change dramatically. although you didn't defeat Kuzan, but you can be as good as Kuzan at your age, and you can live unharmed. Now I think Sengoku can't wait to get rid of you right now." Boa Hancock covered his mouth and chuckled. The mature charm and charming charm exuding from every move made Lu Chengkong's eyes straight. Syrup Village. Lu Chengkong thought about it and quickly gave an answer, which was the destination of Lu Chengkong's next stop. "By the way, Enel, why don't you speak? You see that a real master can't speak." Lu Chengkong suddenly realized that Enel didn't seem to hear his voice since he returned to the boat and set off the boat, so he endured it. He kept looking around and asked, "Che, this god will soon reach his realm. You think observation hockey is so weak like you can't even predict his attack?" Enel said with a feigned disdain. In fact, he was not hiding his shock. After all, it's strange that it's not shocking to see a strong man on the same level as Hancock for the first time. "Cut, I am fully developed. If I let you go, an armament hockey will break your elementalization and then you will become a god in a frozen moment." Although Lu Chengkong is still a little tired, his resilience is not impossible, although it is not as exaggerated as those with super speed regeneration in the God of Death, but the recovery speed is still jaw-dropping for all women. HMPH, it won't take long for my armament hockey to reach the level of observation hockey with the aptitude of this god. Enel's words are a bit hesitant now. God is fair sometimes. Enel's observation hockey's cultivation level is 13 times better than Hancock's, but his armament hockey is poor. Even with the help of Lu Chengkong, he awakens armament hockey, but his armament hockey's cultivation progress is too slow. Observation hockey, who has improved by leaps and bounds, is too far behind. By the way, Chongkong, I remember that you still have a demon-colored hockey. I think this kind of hockey who has never appeared before definitely has his strengths. Why didn't you use this demon-colored hockey in the battle between you and Kuzan just now? Come out, if you use it for sneak attacks, it will definitely have unexpected effects. Juliana was very happy when she saw Enel's guilty appearance, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and asked Lu Chengkong. "I don't have a lot of cards. How do I keep a little bit of it? Do you think I could win by using the devil-colored hockey in the battle between me and him just now? At most, I hurt him when I was surprised, but after that it's not useless for him to have defenses, and the power of this demon-colored hockey is no trivial matter. I have a feeling that this hockey must still hide abilities that I don't know yet. Maybe my strength is not strong enough. Maybe when I reach Admiral, when you reach the level, these hidden abilities will appear." Lu Chengkong did not hide it and explained it to Juliana. "You're so treacherous, but can you hide from Kuzan like this?" Juliana asked worriedly. "That guy is very shrewd. He definitely knows that I have spare power, but so what? Knowing what I have spare and knowing what spare power I have are two different meanings. They don't know my ability. No matter how much you take precautions, it's useless." Lu Chengkong waved his hands and said with an expression of reassurance, "Absolutely nothing." Just as Lu Chengkong was driving towards Syrup Village, the village of Kaya and Usopp, there was a lot of excitement in the Marshal's office of Marine Headquarters. The two tall men were each held down. Obviously they were about to fight. "Look. Kuzan, didn't you let them go on purpose? You can't kill them with your admiral-level strength. Don't make fun of me." Akainu roared at Kuzan angrily. "Hey, it's really troublesome and sleepy." Kuzan didn't move after being pressed by Garp. Lying directly on the sofa, ignoring Akainu's crusade, he fell asleep like no one else. "Okay, this is the Marshal's office. Don't make a fuss here. And Akainu, you are an admiralist, take care of your demeanor. Here is a report from Kuzan. Don't say kill him if Kuzan gets entangled. Whether I can come back is a question." Marshal Sengoku, who had not spoken, stood up abruptly and threw a report inside Akainu. The grumpy Akainu barely managed to hold back the anger in his heart. At the same time, he picked up the report in his hand and read it. He was surprised when he didn't read it. It was nothing else. Evaluate. Lu Chengkong. Rokushiki is a great success. After recovering from his injury, his strength will be further improved. He is infinitely close to Admiral. He is a mirror image fruit. Khalifa, surpassing all Vice Admiral, his strength should not be much worse than Lu Chengkong, extremely dangerous. Boa Hancock, Conqueror Hockey, the strength of Admiral level, to kill it, you need 3 Admiral shots at the same time, the possibility of being defeated alone is very high, extremely dangerous. Juliana, surpassing all Vice Admiral, it is suspected that it is close to the peak of the swordsman, and it is possible to break through to the great swordsman. ... Here, when did so many people gather around him? The weakest one is an ordinary person, the other is a bit of strength, the others are far more powerful than all Vice Admiral, and the other is a big level, even if placed in the power of the New World should not be underestimated. Akainu gasped in his heart and thought in horror. At this moment he finally understood why Sengoku said that if Kuzan was entangled, he might not be able to come back. 116 bounty increase. This can't be true, right? There is such a powerful force gathered around him. Akainu was surprised at first, but after the surprise he calmed down and said, if that's the case, then we need to kill more now. If you let these people grow up, you don't know how big a threat to Marine is. Didn't Kuzan give this report now and ask us to send someone to exterminate them? It's your own impulse to waste time, isn't it? It's not that I said you Akainu, you are always on this rampage and something happens sooner or later. Sengoku used to look at the idiot looking at Akainu with the same eyes. Akainu's face couldn't help Vivi's blushing. Obviously, he also understood that he was too impulsive before, but asking him to apologize to Ching Nan, who was incompatible with him, was as much as costing his life. He couldn't say it again, so in the end he had no choice but to let it go, but his performance made Sengoku even more disappointed. How can this guy be a big deal if he wants to be so shameless? To be a marshal, he must bear a lot of pressure from public opinion. In addition to his strength, the most important thing is to be shameless. Learn from Garp and Kuzan. The two are basically lazy or sleep every day, depending on others. How popular are you? You are killing pirates with a dead face every day, the popularity is terrible, hey. Sengoku thought so, and at the same time rubbed his temples with a headache. By the way, why are you the only one back, Kizaru? Sengoku looked around and found that Kizaru, the sleazy guy, was missing, and couldn't help but ask curiously. That guy just disgraced Marine, and he ran away after asking for support. When I arrived, he was surrounded by a group of red-haired people, and he almost couldn't come back. It's shameless, it's better to die with those vicious pirates. Sengoku didn't ask, but Akainu, who had just calmed down, jumped up and scolded his mother again. I have to pay an admiral for such a small dispute. It's really a loser. Well, Kizaru has done a good job. If the momentum is not right, run away. The most important thing is to preserve the fighting power. Sengoku looked at Akainu expressionlessly, but in my heart, I can't wait to rush over and kill the bastard Akainu immediately. Damn, such a trivial matter must be like this, so Marine will die sooner or later, and they will die together. You think everyone is just like you and only rampages. Hey, if I had known that the old man would continue to accompany his grandson in East Blue, it was a tragic death. How can I tell the old man to sleep? Completely unaware of Sengoku's increasingly dark face. I will endure. Those doctors said that my heart is not good, and I must not be stimulated anymore. I must bear it, but I can't bear it anymore when facing that bastard Garp. Sengoku squeezed his fist and kept hypnotizing himself to calm himself. He came down, but no matter how hypnotized he was or even tried every means, he couldn't help the anger in his heart. He smashed the table in front of him and pointed at Garp, and then scolded him 10 times louder and 10 times more rude than Akainu just now. Yell. Bastard, you Garp, you are a fart Marine hero. I will tolerate you when you sleep in the marshal's office. I will tolerate you when you eat donuts here, and you don't give advice during the meeting. Just sleep and I will tolerate you too. Don't fuck me up and shut up. Sengoku's roaring voice was very loud, no less than a 10th magnitude earthquake. At least the entire Marine headquarters trembled. But Sengoku is Sengoku after all. The title of the resourceful general is not for nothing. After roaring at Garp, he finally calmed down and remembered the business, but just when he was about to speak, Garp confronted him again. I told Akainu not to be so impulsive and calm down. Look at you, didn't I just say a word? You are so nervous, so impulsive, doesn't have the demeanor and restraint of being a marshal. No wonder you've been single for so many years, widow, but it's quite normal that you are a big Buddha. Of course the big Buddha has to reboot. Hey, the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Garp preached to Sengoku in an old-fashioned manner, but what he said was almost inaccurate. Pissed off Sengoku. Here, call me a doctor. Sengoku only had time to call out this sentence before being passed out, and then the faceless bastard in the marshal's chair. Che, you're so chemistry, your mental state is not enough. You only say that others can't talk about yourself, and that other people, Akainu will die sooner or later if they are so impulsive, but now it seems that you are the most impulsive and the most prone to accidents. It's a pity that Garp, who has no human nature, not only did not call him a doctor after seeing Sengoku pass out, but continued to stimulate him. The face of Garp's nagging, Kuzan and Akainu, who were originally incompatible opponents, acted surprisingly in unison and walked away without saying a word. Huh, why doesn't that kid Kuzan disappear? Isn't he very lazy? Just sleep here. Anyway, with the old man with him, he will definitely not be able to fall asleep. Garp's response was very slow after nagging, only to find out that Kuzan is gone. As for Akainu, that guy has long been ignored by Garp. Hey, one fainted, and the other ran away. This old man is really suffering. Forget it, the bounty for these brats will be arranged by the old man. After Sengoku wakes up, you have to feel the old man well, even your work. I did it for you. Hey, it's really hard work. No wonder I'm a marine hero instead of you. If Sengoku was still conscious at this time, he might have been really pissed off by Garp. At the same time, it only took one day to arrange the bounties due to Garp's nagging, which caused a delay of several days before these bounties were booked and sent out. Huh, I thought it came out a few days ago, but first didn't expect Marine's work efficiency to be so bad. It's been almost 5 days before my reward came out. Hey, Marine won't be so lazy, right? Me, why is everyone being rewarded? Even Canis, who is no different from ordinary people, has 10 million. It seems that the Marine headquarters, no, the world government wants to tell us what to do. Quote. Lu Chengkong said comfortably while sitting on the beach chair enjoying the massage of Hancock and Khalifa. Canis, come and see, this is yours, Lackey is yours, hello, Enel is right, that means you. Don't look around, this is yours, Khalifa, Hancock, these two are yours, alright, don't you mean it's a little late? I'm afraid of you, it's yours. After Lu Chengkong sent out the reward in his hand, he found that Ji Yuliana looked at him angrily, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to be still if she didn't give it to her immediately. She gave the last reward order in her hand to appease Juliana. 117 beaten Enel. How much are you? Enel immediately turned into a lightning bolt and flew over. It's okay not to look at it. When he saw his bounty, he thought that even if it wasn't the most, he would definitely not be too bad. Receive a blow. Lu Chengkong offered a reward of 350 million Baileys. The Mirror Fruit ability can fight with Marine's highest combat power Admiral for so long without dying, and finally made Admiral unable to kill him. And the fruit ability and the last transformation ability, it made Marine very jealous, so it increased from 80 million to 350 million at a time. After all, there are almost no people in the new pirates who can fight Admiral without dying, especially when Admiral has the idea of killing him alone. Though, if it is not for fear that raising too much at one time will cause turmoil, and Marine is still doing its best to suppress the pirates, otherwise it will definitely exceed 400 million. Boa Hancock offers a reward of 350 million berries. There is nothing to say about this. Sweet fruit, 3-color hockey, the chosen person, the strength of Admiral level, in the case of single player, the 3 Admiral dare not say that they can beat her. If it's not that Boa Hancock didn't make a move, nor did he do anything earth-shattering, and her bounty would probably be higher. Khalifa chose to offer a reward of 300 million Baileys, the fruit of light, and if nothing else, Kuzan felt Khalifa's momentum and her fruit ability, and hockey was absolutely worth the price even if he didn't shoot. Juliana offered a reward of 200 million berries, which is close to the strength of the swordsman's peak. Although he did not make a move, but in Qing Nan's view, he may become a great swordsman. At that time, it will be an admiral-level combat power, so the final reward is 200 million. Long ears, that is, Enel, because the name is unknown, so use this as the code name for identification. The strength is not. Yes, the fruit's ability is unknown. As a member of the Lu Chengkong pirate ship, it is only the first time that he has made a move. In addition, Enel has hidden his momentum, so in the end there are only 10 million Baileys. Haired Angel Lackey, Sky Island Specialty Staff, unknown strength, unknown fruit ability, and finally only 10 million. Blonde Angel Canis, Sky Island Specialty Personnel, strong, fruit ability is unknown, the same as 10 million. Damn, are those marine eyes going to eat shit? The bounty of this god is only 10 million, and it's the same as a woman who has no strength, but only a little strength. Damn, I'm going to sail the boat and blow it up. Marine Headquarters. Quote. Looking at everyone's bounty, especially Lu Chengkong and Hancock, they are all over 100 million, and they are 200 million, 300 million compared to him. Even the opponent's fraction is not comparable to him. He immediately roared, and in the end it was Lu Chengkong. Enel, whose foot was about to rush to Marine's headquarters, kicked it down and forcibly held him down before stopping him. It's normal, those people who see your ears so long must think you are a lazy person. How can you be so strong? But Marine is also because of giving me face. You are also touched my light, otherwise you won't be rewarded. Sigh, only 200 million berry is so little, it's really sad and can't sleep. Ji Yulien used her sad words to tell everyone in front of her, but those who were not blind could see that Ji Yuliana had a sad look on her face, and she said it to stimulate Enel. Damn woman, you stop. Enel, who had barely calmed down, broke out again. In the end, Lu Chengkong had no choice but to ask Hancock to lock Enel with a sea-stone handcuff to calm the matter. You two have seen it now, no matter what, you have been rewarded now. You are very dangerous with such a low strength. Even if I can protect you, it is impossible to be by your side all the time, every minute. These must not depend on others, so starting tomorrow I will let Juliana train you. Lu Chengkong said to Lackey and Canis, who were still snickering after he dealt with Enel's affairs. Yes. Lackey and Canis looked at each other and saw a trace of seriousness and firmness in each other's eyes. Obviously, the two of them didn't want to be the tail of a crane that would only hold back their legs, and Lu Chengkong was also good for them. If they still look like they don't care, then the mud can't support the wall. Very good, Lu Chengkong said with great satisfaction. Looking at the syrup village in front of him, Lu Chengkong secretly calculated in his heart and found that the time was almost up. It seems that Kaya's father's father died at this time, and Kuro was killed. If he killed him, then no one should be looking for her family wealth now. It's time for him to be a good person and heal his father. At that time, Kaya's father will make money for him, and he can even find a devil fruit or a famous knife. Not sure, after all, a businessman, especially a top-level businessman, always has many channels. The pirates are here, the pirates are here. As soon as Lu Chengkong and others landed on the shore, the two pirate ships were very eye-catching. At this time, Usopp, who was only a teenager, immediately shouted, because at this time, the time period of the original book has not been reached, so the people in Syrup Village are still not immune to these lies. After all, it is okay to fake it 100 times, but if it appears once it is true, it is not over. So when they heard Usopp's cry, the villagers immediately took out their binoculars and looked at Lu Chengkong's side. What shocked them was that Usopp wasn't lying this time, but there was a real group of pirates coming. All of a sudden, they were completely chaotic, and they were boiling. Usopp's son, if he's not too timid, the first thing he thinks about every time he encounters something is to run away. If he grows up with the blocking talent he inherited from his father, it would be very good. Lu Chengkong thought to himself, although Usopp doesn't have any close-ups in the original anime, the reality here is not anime. The strength of a man with the title of the world's #1 sniper must not be underestimated, at least he must have the strength of Admiral. Is Chengkong going to implement that plan? Although Khalifa was asking, her tone was full of affirmation. Yeah, our pirate group lacks everything but lacks intelligence capabilities. It's too slow to know everything, so I need someone who is on the bright side and who won't be wanted and destroyed to help me fill it up. This lack of information, and Kaya's father after years of high development, he can already be regarded as a top businessman. First believe Marine has sent many good doctors to treat him, but he can't be cured. Lu Chengkong nodded and replied. 118 saved Capel. Don't you have to leave someone to watch the boat? Canis asked worriedly. This time, everyone disembarked. Both boats were on the shore. It would be dangerous if no one came to watch, especially Enel. This guy who likes to pull the wind, that ship is mostly made of going, and it will definitely attract a lot of malicious people. Hee, many of us here are observation hockey practitioners, not to mention Enel, the guy whose observation hockey coverage is too wide, but Hancock's observation hockey's coverage can cover the entire island. If someone gets close, they will definitely find out what's more. If Enel's ship has so many goings, it's someone who has to worry about it. Lu Chengkong curled his lips and said indifferently, while not forgetting to glance at Enel. Oh, Canis nodded knowingly immediately. After all, Enel still had a fresh memory of using God's punishment when she was on Sky Island, so she felt normal and relieved that Enel could perceive all this. HMPH, there are people who dare to steal the ship of this god. I will kill anyone who dares to attack my ship. Enel snorted, and raised his head arrogantly. Make Lu Chengkong laugh. They're going to miss Kaya's mansion. What are they going to do? Usopp became worried when he saw Lu Chengkong and his party completely ignoring the existence of these villagers and walked towards the mansion of Syrup Village like no one else. Kaya's father, Kapal, was seriously ill but not dead after all, so Usopp didn't have anything to do with Kaya. That's why the relationship between the two is not as close as in the original book. At most, when Kaya came out, they met several times and met each other. The two sides can be said to be not even friends. Otherwise, Usopp would not be. I will call Kaya a lady. Maybe these pirates have taken a fancy to Miss Kaya's wealth. A male villager guessed. How can this be possible? Pirates are brave sea warriors, how can they do these robbery things? Usopp immediately defended and said angrily. I don't know if he is stupid or an idiot. It means that he is a pirate. Is it still a thief who robs? How many pirates are really as pure as redheads who yearn for a free life, and robbery and murder are nothing more than trivial matters? I hope they'll be fine, but as long as they don't hit us, ordinary villagers, it's fine. These villagers thought so in their hearts. Obviously, everyone is selfish in the face of danger. For these villagers it would be good to give you a prayer. Sure enough, the world is so realistic. As long as there are people, it is the same, no matter what society it is. When Lu Chengkong came to this mansion, he found that there should be a lot of marines stationed as protection, but now there is no one person. Lu Chengkong only sensed the existence of 3 auras in the whole room. It goes without saying that the people in Marine knew that Capel was going to die, so it was realistic enough to remove all the people who protected him. Although there was some emotion in his heart, Lu Chengkong, who knew how terrible the reality was early in the morning, didn't care too much. After all, people are like this, so after knocking on the door, he quietly waited for the people inside to give him the gate of opening. Click. The door opened, and a middle-aged and nearly elderly man caught his eye. At this time, his face was full of unconcealed worries. He was a little surprised when he saw Lu Chengkong and others, but he didn't ask any more questions, just said, "Who are you? Are you looking for Mr. Capel?" That's right, Capel isn't in a coma yet, so let me tell him directly, don't need to be on guard, if I have any bad intentions, will you still be alive? Lu Chengkong put himself slightly, his murderous aura was released, and the old man, who was just an ordinary person, shuddered as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Please. This person is Kapal's most trusted person, that is, the housekeeper Haley, who was killed by Keg and replaced in the original book, is the same name as the ship Kaya gave Luffy. Under the leadership of Haley, Lu Chengkong and his party soon came to Kapal's room. There were 2 people in it. One was Kapal, who was pale and bloodless, and the other was red-eyed and haggard with blonde hair. Lowly Kaya. Mr. Kapal, I'll keep it short. I can cure your disease, so what can you give? Lu Chengkong looked at Kapal, who was about to die at any time. Lu Chengkong was worried that he would die suddenly, so he signaled to let him go. Khalifa saves his life first. Holy light. Khalifa immediately pointed towards Kapal knowingly. A golden light flew out from Khalifa's jade hand and landed directly on Kapar's body. Khalifa had no blood on his face and was about to die at any time. Par miraculously appeared a little rosy. Except for Kaya, I will give you everything I can give you. It can be said that Kapal, who is very close to death, sees through many things. For him, his life and money are nothing at all. Important things, fighting is just a passing glance. Life does not bring death or death, for him the most important thing is Kaya. Very good, if you sell all your own daughters, then I really want to think about not saving you. You pass the test, I don't need your wealth, the money is still yours, all I need is your intelligence ability. I'm not afraid that you will regret it, I believe that after you recover, you will be able to know who we are by your means, Khalifa. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he nodded to Khalifa, indicating that she can be implanted. Light of Liberation. Khalifa is also very satisfied with Kapal's performance. After all, she really can't save a person who can betray her daughter for her own life and death. Now Kapar's performance also makes her more satisfied. Many times stronger than the bright aura of the holy light before, the light emerged from Khalifa's jade hand and condensed into a small ball of light, and then threw it onto Kapal's body. HMPH. Kapal snorted lightly, feeling as if he had come to heaven and entered the arms of an angel. The pain that had tormented him for many days seemed to disappear in an instant, and at the same time he clearly felt that the body that was about to enter the abyss of death actually recovered at an astonishing speed. It seems that Khalifa watched the battle between you and Kuzan, and Joe became stronger and stronger for the fruit ability. This ability should be clear about all negative conditions, such as illness, frostbite, burns and the like. Not a devil fruit ability person, but this vision is still there. 119 Kapal's gift. Yes, the fruit of light is indeed one of the top fruit abilities. It is all-encompassing, and it is very complete and close to perfection in all aspects. Boa Hancock also said with admiration, but she did not have any inferiority complex, because she felt sweet fruit. It is more suitable for her, otherwise in the original book, she would not be able to have the strength of Admiral under such a huge shadow of inner demons. Sweet fruit can be said to be the most suitable ability for Hancock. I used to think so too, but now my opinion has changed. Since Logia's fruit ability is divided into ordinary and top level, will there be a difference in the top level Logia ability? Lu Chengkong said here, his eyes were full of seriousness. What? Listening to you, it seems that there is such a thing. But I think since Logia has these in Paramesha, is there any in Zone? Boa Hancock said a little before, she really does this thing, did not think about it. I think there is. If I personally comment on whether a fruit is a normal devil fruit or a top-level devil fruit based on the function of its abilities, then I think Paramesha and Zone also have a point. Whitebeard's shocking fruit is even space. It can be shattered, and this alone can definitely be included in the top Paramesha. As for Zone, I don't need to say, the top Zone is of course the devil fruit of the Eudemons type. Lu Chengkong replied in a positive tone. It seems like this is really the case, so is your mirror fruit a top-notch Paramesha fruit? As soon as Juliana said these words, all those who didn't know the inside story looked at Lu Chengkong. Full of curiosity. I don't know if it's the top Paramesha, I only know. Lu Chengkong first chuckled, then he told Hancock and others about the woman they met when they were young. Now, let alone Lackey and Canis, two more ordinary people, even Enel was shocked. That's why I suspect more than once that the mirror fruit is not simply to create a mirror image of other people's life, although with the improvement of ability and strength, this ability alone can be included in Paramesha's top fruit ability, but if it's just that woman shouldn't say the word perfect, and that's why I'm constantly researching what other abilities I have. I didn't have a clue before, but after the last fight with Kuzan, I had an idea. Touch, I'm sure it won't be long before you will be surprised. Lu Chengkong said with a mysterious face, and after adjusting the curiosity of Juliana and the others, he didn't say anything, which immediately made their hearts tickled and very uncomfortable. His illness is basically cured, but his body has been tortured by the pain for so long and is very weak, but it is not difficult to take care of his body with your wealth, right? We will live here for a few days and wait for you. Let's talk about his health better. Lu Chengkong and others are not in a hurry, not to mention that he also wants Kapal to do his best for him, and he still has the ability. Haley, go and arrange a few places for them. You're right, you need a good hospitality. If they ask for anything, just do everything they can. Although Kapal still looks very weak, but after the pain is gone, his eyes have regained the shrewdness and ability that he only had as a top businessman in the past. Father, are you really healed? Kaya didn't expect that these people in front of them waved their hands and the disease that had been bothering them was healed, and suddenly felt like waking up from a dream. Yes, father is good. My little princess doesn't need to be sad. Kaya, you are tired too. Go back to rest first, otherwise father is good but your body is tired. It will not be good. Kapal, he said to Kaya with a kind face. He knew very well that Kaya's body was not good since he was a child, and he has been accompanying him sleeplessly recently, so he was worried that Kaya's body would collapse. Yeah, Kaya didn't refuse. After all, she was really tired, and now that her father is healed, she can sleep peacefully. Who are they? Marine. If Marine had this ability, he should have cured me early in the morning. So it should be a new pirate or someone from the Revolutionary Army. It's a group of interesting boys, but the woman seems to be familiar. By the way, the captain of the 9 snake pirates, the emperor of the Amazon Lily Island, she is actually inside, and she is so affectionate with that man. Who is he? Kapal's strength is very poor, but his eyes are very sharp and unique, otherwise he would not be in the situation of East Blue, the worst sea area. Even Marine valued him so much, just got along for a short time. He noticed a lot of things and got a lot of information. 3 days passed quickly, and Lu Chengkong and others also lived here. Because of Kapar's orders, Haley was doing his duty. As long as Lu Chengkong and others said he did everything, and everything is done properly. Today, I have recovered a lot of Kapal, who is able to get out of bed and walk around freely, but can't wait to find Lu Chengkong and others. These 3 days are neither long nor short, but if they are used for work, they can do a lot. At least the 3 days that Kapal was in bed was not in vain. After he recovered, he immediately manipulated his Chamber of Commerce. His powerful intelligence ability was immediately displayed to the fullest, and almost a day's time was used to be owned by the outside world. All the information about Lu Chengkong and others was found back, and at the same time, they understood the life of Lu Chengkong and others at this time. It's amazing. I didn't expect that the identities of these people are exaggerated. It's too easy to ask for money based on their strength. They don't need to come to me at all, so the only thing that can make them fancy is my intelligence ability, and the operation of the Chamber of Commerce can find a lot of what they need. Quote. Pal is indeed a top businessman. He has figured out all the reasons for Lu Chengkong and others to find him in 3 days, and he has even made preparations to come to Lu Chengkong and others to discuss. First of all, I would like to thank you for your life-saving thoughts. No matter how kindness is, you must pay back what you owe. This is something I treasured. I personally think it should be of some help to you. I originally planned to stay and wait until the end. It was sold when the price was the highest, but now these are all yours. Of course, this is just my personal thanks to you, and it does not represent anything else. It is just a repayment of kindness. Kapil brought a few boxes, long and short, but the packaging was very delicate, came to Lu Chengkong and others' residence, bowed and asked Haley to give these things to Lu Chengkong. 120 swordsman, devil fruit. This is. Lu Chengkong was really surprised at this moment. He wasn't pretending. He didn't expect Kapil to understand them clearly in such a short period of time, and even his intentions. The gifts that Lu Chengkong and the others needed the most in return were worth over 100 million. There are still 2 devil fruits. This is a famous knife. Lu Chengkong looked at the 3 gifts in front of him. He was a little unbelievable. He didn't expect Kapil to be able to get these things in just 3 days, but these original works what Kaya didn't know, otherwise Kaya would have given it to Luffy and others. Obviously, Kapil's shrewdness also knew the truth of the innocence and the guilt, so in order to make Kaya safer, he didn't tell anyone about these things. People. Yes, these 2 are Paramesha's devil fruits, but I don't know what their abilities are, and although this knife is not the best supreme sword, its quality is only below the supreme sword. Lakey in the 21st work of the Big Quick Knife, it is said that the first owner of this weapon used him to cut off thunder and lightning, but I don't know if it is true. I think this ant is a powerful swordsman, so I brought this weapon. Kapil was obviously satisfied with Lu Chengkong's surprise. After all, there are not many people who can take out these things at once, which is definitely a big deal. After all, Kapil is just a businessman. He has worked hard to get everything back, and it is not easy for him to get so many treasures under the protection and surveillance of Marine and to hide it from the other party. If it is the world government, Marine headquarters, Tenryubito, the Revolutionary Army, these big forces are of course normal to come up with these things, but for a businessman, it is a very rare thing. Thank you Mr. Kapil, these things are of great help to us. Gulena, this weapon is yours, and you are the only swordsman in the boat. I wish you an early defeat to the world's strongest swordsman, Eagle Eye. I will give you this weapon by offering flowers to Buddha. Lu Chengkong threw Lakey to Juliana without a trace of nostalgia. I will do it if you don't say it. Juliana nodded earnestly. Her tone was no longer as casual and bold as usual, and some were just solemn, without the slightest joking look. Then you and Canis can choose between these 2 devil fruits. Lu Chengkong's distribution and performance surprised Kapil on the side. He didn't expect that with so many good things in front of him, he could be expressionless and have no nostalgia for the whole part. It was given to the crew, and this situation made Kapil look at Lu Chengkong even more. Okay, now the private affairs are settled, let's talk about business, but I think Mr. Kapil's shrewdness also understands our intention. Lu Chengkong put away his peaceful smile, and then looked at Kapil Par, although the meaning of the words is questioning, but his tone is full of affirmation. Although I am not a pirate, but a businessman, I still know that if the power is the strongest today, it is definitely a pirate. In the New World, as long as it is a pirate level, it should not be underestimated, even if it is not like Admiral. Strong, but I think it's not much worse, but there is no one who rules them, often fighting each other and not uniting, so Marine can always stabilize the pirates and Marine is getting stronger and stronger. Kapil is worthy of Kapil's opinion, talking is straight to the point. A powerful pirate group lacks everything for them. What is lacking is love, and there are also flow routes for material transactions, etc. It is very troublesome to find everything they want. These are what the pirates lack. Yes, but the 4 emperors are the exceptions, they all rule over many sea areas, and everything there is theirs. Yes, many times I need to know some information. It is very troublesome to obtain information through many means. When we know it, it is too late. Small things may be fine, but big things will be over, and things need to be bought or exchanged. What? It is very inconvenient to buy anything, such as famous knives and the like. As long as you help me, I think you will always find a lot of channels and routes to let us know where there are famous knives or shangshui fruit, etc. Then you can go there and get it. Lu Chengkong didn't say to buy, but to take. Obviously he didn't intend to give money. Of course, he wouldn't mind giving it if it was pleasing to the eye, and he didn't play tricks. It's just a piece of paper, and you can get a lot of it when you want it, so as long as the other party isn't playing tricks, Lu Chenghong basically doesn't mind giving money. However, the most common phenomenon in this world is that the black eats the black. Even if Chenghong gave money, the other party would not let Lu Chenghong go, so Lu Chenghong had no idea of giving money. Of course, although I saved you, it is enough for you to give these things in return. In other words, the most important thing for businessmen is profit, which can be said to be exchanged for unequal value, but I am not a businessman, and I don't like to do so much. However, I can give you something that no amount of money can buy. Lu Chenghong didn't say it directly, but Kapal seemed to understand clearly. Safety, life, body. Kapal had a lingering fear in his heart. He really didn't want to experience the pain he had experienced before, the feeling of being tortured. It can be said that without Kaya, he really wanted to commit suicide countless times, but he was all looking forward to a miracle, but he didn't expect the 1 in 10,000 hope that a miracle would actually happen. No amount of money could buy it, and the most important thing was that he didn't want to see his daughter sad. Do your duty as a father. Then it's settled. Phonebug, I think you have it. Then give me one. As long as something unforeseen happens here, like someone threatens your life, deal with some of your competitors, some dark, we can completely handle disputes for you. No matter where we are, as long as we die or don't fight back and forth with the strong within a minute, there is no problem. Quote. Lu Chenghong glanced at Khalifa and Enel. One was moving at the speed of thunder, and the other was moving at the speed of light. After memorizing the route, going back and forth was simply dead. It's absolutely fine. For a person like me who almost died once, these are no longer important. The most important thing is my daughter. As long as my daughter is okay, then I will absolutely do everything you need me to do. Do your best to get it done without any reservations. Quote. Kapal solemnly assured that what he has in his eyes is only kindness and sincerity. Without the shrewdness and cunning of the merchants of the past, this kind of transaction can be said to be of little interest to the merchants. If it is another merchant, it will never be. I will do it. After all, businessmen are mercenary, but Kapal has seen through a lot of things. For him at this time, the most important thing is that Kaya can live a prosperous and peaceful life. He has worked hard for the Chamber of Commerce and earning money for half his life, but he has never taken good care of his daughter. Before, he experienced the pain of almost losing everything. Now he is no longer a businessman who saves money for profit, but for a daughter. A good father who pays and works hard. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 121-140. 121 Mutual Benefit. Although he used to be very kind to Kaya, in order to make more money, he also went out early and returned late. He didn't have much time to spend with his daughter. Fortunately, Kaya was very sensible and well-behaved since he was a child, and he never lost his temper. On the contrary, he did his own thing well since he was a child, and arranged everything for himself properly, which saved Kapal a lot of trouble, which is why he loved Kaya, the only daughter, from the bottom of his heart. Just as a businessman, and a businessman who is getting bigger and bigger, once he enters this circle, it is not so easy to get out. Pirates have enemies with each other, and businessmen also have enemies, otherwise Marine will not send people. Protecting Kapal, in addition to guarding against some pirates, is actually guarding against Kapal's enemies. Now that Lu Chenghong is here, he has no worries. It can be said that he quit after quitting. Now all he needs is just do what a good father should do, the obligations and responsibilities that should be fulfilled. Of course, at the same time, it is also to make use of the intelligence capabilities in his hands. The route of resource buying and selling will help Lu Chenghong solve a lot of troubles and gain more convenience. These are too simple for Kapal. For him, as long as Kaya can be safe, a healthy life is enough. Now that Lu Chenghong and others have enough strength to protect her daughter, and there is still this legendary fruit of light, and he has experienced this ability firsthand, then his daughter will definitely grow up healthy and not suffer from any illness. Tortured, coupled with his father doing his responsibilities, his eyes were filled with love for a while. It's absolutely fine. Of course Lu Chenghong agreed to this. After all, Everyone has something he is good at, and he needs to make use of what others are good at, but it saves a lot of trouble. It's simple for Pal, but it's not simple at all for Lu Chengkong. As for those Lu Chengkong who killed Kapil and replaced him, he never thought about it. But it is like a mountain. Even if you get these intelligence agencies, the sales routes and so on don't have Kapar's strong personal connections, know so many people, and it is not useless if you are familiar with the methods and means of free operation. After all, Lu Chengkong is not a businessman. Many don't. Rather than make it so troublesome, it's better to let an old Xingzhen be completely loyal to him like now. After all, he can see that Kapal is really treating Kaya. It can be said that as long as Kaya is safe, it will be fine. Kapil will definitely do everything for himself and save a lot of unnecessary trouble and effort. As for protecting Kaya, these things are really too simple. With the phone bug to contact at any time, Khalifa and Enel can come back at any time, and in the past, Lu Chengkong let Khalifa live a light on their father and daughter. Energy, as long as it is a critical moment, it will form a shield. As long as it is not an admiral-level strong shot, then there will be no big problem in a short time, and there is enough time for Khalifa or Enel to come. This is the phone bug I got. It's very clear to accept everything. No matter how bad the environment is, it can still be contacted, but if it doesn't sound so clear in some kind of harsh environment. Kapal is also very after all. As long as Lu Chengkong and the others do not die in the future, then his daughter will be able to live in peace without being tortured by illness, and there is no need to worry about safety. For a father, there is nothing more gratifying than such a thing. This thing is not bad. By the way, I have a few more friends. I have some friends who can contact me at any time. Lu Chengkong looked at the special phone bug in his hand and knew that the communication aspect, that is, the signal aspect, was absolutely powerful. The global pass must be awesome, and at the same time thinking of Amazon, Lu Chengkong asked Kapil to get a few in places like Kokoyasi village. Of course, Kapil fully agreed to this. After all, the more people Lu Chengkong knew and the stronger his strength, the happier he would be. Of course, it was impossible to refuse such trivial matters. Then I'll go back first, and the little girl will trouble you in the future. After Kapil finished speaking, he stood up and bowed again to Lu Chengkong and the others. This bow has no interest, but I simply hope that Lu Chengkong and the others will try their best to protect their daughter. Don't worry, as long as we promise you, we will definitely do it well, and I like your daughter very much. Don't get me wrong, this one is the kind of friend, she is not the kind of scheming person. We all like to drink this kind of drink. Simple-minded and straightforward people deal with, so as long as we don't die, your daughter has nothing to worry about, but I suggest you use the wealth resources in your hand to get your daughter a devil fruit. It's better to be stronger. After all, it can don't you feel more at ease if you have the ability to protect yourself. Lu Chengkong said with a smile. I understand this, I have been paying close attention to it, but the illustration of the devil fruit is in Marine's hands. It is not so easy to understand the ability of a fruit and to buy it, so it takes more time. Kapil, I also have this idea. Although Lu Chengkong and others will protect him, there will be no accident, but Lu Chengkong is also right. Kaya has his own strength, so isn't he more at ease? Do you think he can be trusted? Enel, who had been eating apples without speaking, suddenly said as soon as Kapil left. There are not many people in this world who can be absolutely trusted. It's just that I don't have any conflict of interest with him. Our cooperation has only huge benefits for him and no harm. Our strength and the ability of Khalifa's bright fruit are all very good. He has experienced the torment of illness, but he knows how to do it. How can he have poor vision and judgment with his incomparable strength to beat the weak? Don't worry. Lu Chengkong knew that Enel would treat those who were not accepted by him. They are all very wary, which is also caused by his childhood experiences. And do you think there will be fewer people who have attacked him over the years? But he has not lived so well. This guy is very shrewd. He chose to settle in this small village in the weakest East Blue. The monthly payments to Marine were innumerable. Do you think Marine would let his berry press go wrong when he knew his body was healed? So even without us, he will be fine. What he really values is our development potential and the ability of Khalifa's bright fruit to heal the pain. After all, he did not want his daughter to have this kind of situation after experiencing it once. And we live here for a few days and let Khalifa use the holy light on Kaya a few times to remove impurities and so on from the body, and then inject a holy light into the body. As long as it is not a big problem, she is very healthy, so you think we still need run back. It seems that we have become doctors, but in fact we have paid nothing, at most a few rays of light. Lu Chengkong slowly analyzed his thoughts to Enel. 122 new abilities. It's so cunning. I think you won't starve to death if you don't do business as a pirate like that guy. Enel said vaguely while eating apples of various colors. It's not as exaggerated as you said, but people who have strength are used to solving the problem in the simplest and most direct way, which makes it easy to ignore the importance of their own heads. It is not just that human beings can stand at the top of all things. The reason for strength is wisdom. Although strength is a little more important than wisdom in this world, wisdom is also indispensable for the combination of the two to obtain more nourishment. Lu Chengkong didn't care about Enel's ridicule, but if he meant something. Said. I like this sentence. In fact, we are all like this. This is not a good phenomenon. Since God has given us a good head, of course we should use it. Gulina said in agreement. Lackey and Canis even looked at Lu Chengkong with admiration, which made him a little embarrassed. After all, it was normal to have lived in different worlds with different opinions, so there was nothing to be proud of. Okay, let's not talk about this. Canis, you should eat the devil fruit quickly, and see what power it has. Khalifa on the side suddenly said, and she has also accepted this woman who has ideas about Lu Chengkong these days. Lackey's performance of devotion to his duties, coupled with his hard work during training, and his comedy and humility, have made Khalifa impeccable. Anyway, aside from her thoughts on Lu Chengkong, Lackey is definitely a good companion, at least Khalifa is more trustworthy. This is only after living for a short time. If it is longer, it is not impossible to completely trust her. As for her liking for Lu Chengkong, she has already seen it, and she doesn't care as much as before. After all, the strong are always the most attractive, especially handsome, and it is even more rare to treat them like jewels. After all, in Khalifa's eyes Lu Chengkong is the best and most perfect. This kind of thinking is normal. After all, every lover looks at each other's other half, and Lu Chengkong is so powerful that she can't bear it, and she doesn't want to watch it. She couldn't get a satisfactory release to Lu Chengkong, and in any case, she occupied the biggest position in Lu Chengkong's heart. With this kind of thinking, Khalifa didn't have the unpleasantness before when looking at Lackey, but slowly accepted her. How good the man is, how happy she is to marry, and as the first person in the harem, she can't be too stingy, otherwise even if Lu Chengkong doesn't mind, she will feel that she has lost face to Lu Chengkong. If it's just her, she doesn't care what others think of her in her own words, but she will do it even if she is wronged when it comes to Lu Chengkong. Canis, you go first. Lackey is older than Canis, and Canis' straightforward personality makes Lackey treat her as a younger sister. Plus the two women joined at the same time, the relationship between the two of course heated up. Faster. Okay. Canis knew he couldn't hold back, so he casually picked up a fruit in front of him and ate it. Vomit tilde. It's so unpalatable, I don't think there's anything more unpalatable than this. Canis said with a disgusting expression, and everyone who had eaten devil fruit nodded in agreement. Is it really that bad? Lackey, who had never eaten it, thought it was a bit exaggerated, but when she ate the last devil fruit in front of her, she immediately became the same as Canis, and even worse. It's too unpalatable, I suspect that even poop is better than this. As a female warrior of Shandia, she is a little less feminine and more heroic than ordinary women, so she is more talkative than Canis. Much more direct, compared to Canis. The gentle girl who came out of the Jiangnan water town is a little less reserved and a little more daring. Otherwise she would not have caught up with Lu Chengkong because she liked Lu Chengkong, and she was being told in her heart. He didn't flinch after the words, This courage to pursue true love is definitely worthy of appreciation. I think so too. Lu Chengkong, Khalifa, Hancock and others all nodded in agreement. Come on, some devil fruit abilities will appear after 1 minute of consumption, while others will appear in about 5 minutes. Feel the information that suddenly appears in your mind, and then you will know what kind of fruit it is. Lu Chengkong urged. 5 minutes later, the two women opened their closed eyes at the same time. In fact, they could feel it even if they didn't close them, but they wanted to feel it more quickly and clearly, so they could find out the first time. The devil fruit I eat is the fruit of music, or it can be said to be the fruit of sound. Anyone who is fascinated by my music or sound, and who is intoxicated by my music or sound can fall into eternal sleep. Canis took the lead, said. Haha, good, very good, your luck is really good. This fruit ability is just a typical existence for you. As long as you develop the fruit ability more powerfully, the higher your music level will be, combined with your specialty music, that the more powerful each fruit is. Lu Chengkong didn't think that Canis' fruit matched her specialties so much, but he couldn't help but be happy for her. Energy fruit can be used as a thing that consumes energy indefinitely, such as this. Lackey's eyes were full of excitement, and she saw that she put down the box that she had been carrying behind her back, and then took out a pistol-like thing from it. Arms. This is an enhanced and reduced version of the incendiary gun I made based on the principle of the incendiary gun. Before, I was worried about how to solve the problem of his energy. After all, the energy stored after the reduction is enough to be used once, but now all problems can be solved. As long as this gun can withstand the impact of energy, then I can use it indefinitely. Of course, the premise is that I can still use the energy fruit. I just ate it, and now with my fruit ability, I can use it about 3 times at a time. Quote. In order to let everyone know more about her talent and the power of the energy fruit, Lackey brought everyone to the coast. I see clearly. Lackey fired at the sea in front of him with his incendiary gun, and with a puff, a condensed version of blue light was ejected from the gun's muzzle and hit the sea directly. Chi-chi. The sea hit by the blue light suddenly made a harsh sound, and white smoke rose, apparently evaporated by the high temperature. I've seen Khalifa's shining fruit that the holy light turns into a beam of light to attack. Not only the power is much stronger, but also the penetrating power is amazing, so I thought of this method, but I haven't researched it yet. The incendiary gun is used as an energy storage device that can be used more frequently, but it seems that I don't need to worry about these now. In the future, I only need to develop weapons and improve the ability of my energy fruit. I don't need to think about the power consumption of weapons. It's gone, Lackey said with joy on his pretty face. 123 Kaya. If this energy fruit falls on some people who use swordsmanship and physical skills, it can be said to be the most tasteless fruit, but when it falls into the hands of people who use hot weapons such as Usopp and Lackey, it is simply the best devil fruit. Sure enough, there are no garbage devil fruits, only garbage users. Although these words are not all right, they are definitely not all wrong. It just depends on who will fall into the hands of this fruit. It's really good. If these weapons can withstand the damage caused by long-term use, then you really don't need to worry about these. You can even install some tools that can support flight on the pirate ship, and then use your energy fruit to it. Would be much nicer to provide the energy used to fly. Quote. Lu Chengkong is also a little excited, but the fly in the ointment is that this fruit can only be used as a tool. The energy consumed by the weapon, if the energy brought by the energy fruit can be given to Enel, Guro Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, if you use it to urge it, it will be abnormal. At least his lightning bolt will be higher. Sure enough, no fruit is absolutely perfect from the beginning. Everything depends on the user's talent and understanding to complete the day after tomorrow. Even solved the problems of Canis and Lackey, decided to temporarily stay here for a few days, and at the same time instructed Canis and Lackey's experience in the development and use of fruit abilities. After all, the group here has the worst fruit ability. It is far more than Vice Admiral, and almost all are close to the Admiral level. Therefore, it is not easy to guide two rookies with all their strength, and while guiding each other, everyone pulls out their own experience, and everyone with similar strengths has a great benefit and a refreshing feeling. After all, everyone has their own development. Yishi method to improve fruitability. If everyone learns from each other, the benefits are naturally very large. Brother Chenkong, thank you. Thank you for saving my father. This day, the blonde lowly Kaya, who was full of energy, trotted to Lu Chenkong, probably because of her poor health, plus the trot. After a while, his face was a little rosy, and he was a little breathless, so his speech was a bit intermittent. It's nothing. If you want to thank the elder sister with the same blonde hair as you, she is the one who saved your father. Lu Chenkong waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing, and at the same time, he extended his finger to the one who was exercising the fruit of light. Khalifa. Yeah, Kaya was stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered, so she nodded her head vigorously and ran to Khalifa to thank her. Her cute appearance couldn't see the quietness and tranquility of the original book. It was obviously hers. Her father, Kapal, did not die, nor did it cause any blow or sadness to her. On the contrary, she was in a very good mood after her father got rid of the disease. In addition, she has so many people to accompany her now, and her little face is always sweet. Smile. Chenkong, when are you going to leave here? Boa Hancock walked to Lu Chenkong's side with elegant steps and sat down, leaning his head against Lu Chenkong's shoulder, and asked casually. It's almost time to leave. Lackey and Canis are basically familiar with the ability of the fruit. Application. What is lacking now is only the application of the fruit ability to actual combat, and the lack of combat experience. It is time to travel. Lu Chenkong thought for a while, and after calculating the time, he had stayed here for almost half a month, and it was time to leave here. After all, he knew that on the surface they were very beautiful, but in fact they didn't even have a powerhouse at the level of the 4 emperors. As long as the 2 admiral pay some price together, Lu Chenkong and others may be wiped out, so they dare not stay in one place for too long, especially East Blue, which is the most strict in Marine's management. After all, that guy Garp often come here. But have you noticed anything missing in our boat? Hancock and Khalifa are the kind of women who are careful and willing to give everything for the man they like, so they can often find more small problems. What? Lu Chenkong asked confusedly. This time he really doesn't know very well. To be honest, what he is best at is fighting. He is really not good at other people. If it wasn't for the cooperation between Hancock and Khalifa, Lu Chenkong would have been able to deal with other problems. Maybe this pirate group would have been collapsed. Although we can all cook and taste very good, we are not very good at the combination of nutrients such as what the human body needs. Now many island towns may not be good, but if you are sailing at sea for a long time, there is no good chef. It is very troublesome to talk about the nutrition of various vegetable meal tickets. Even if we have Khalifa's bright fruit, it can avoid all negative effects of the disease, and it can also cure all kinds of ailments, but it is not good for us for a long time. After all, we are not strong enough that we don't need to eat anything. Boa Hancock's words suddenly made Lu Chenkong ponder. It's really troublesome now. I remember that the 2 people who followed Zoro at the beginning just got sick for a long time because they didn't eat a meal ticket with normal nutrition and even nutrition. Is this really troublesome? Lu Chenkong kept thinking in his heart. He was looking for a solution to the problem, but when he glanced at Hancock unintentionally, he found a sly smile on the corner of her mouth, which was not easy to detect. Lu Chenkong's heart moved immediately, and he immediately understood that Hancock had thought of a solution early in the morning. Just make fun of yourself. If that's the case, then I'll cooperate with you. Lu Chenkong thought a little funny in his heart. He knew very well that Hancock didn't say it at first. It was not the time when he was in trouble, and then he said it to help himself, and then let himself praise her well, and at the same time show how much she has helped Chenkong. Needless to say, she is also having a little struggle with Khalifa. I can't think of what to do. What can you do, Hancock? Lu Chenkong scratched his head and pretended to be distressed, so that Hancock immediately reached out and gently placed Lu on Vivi's wrinkled brows. Chenkong's brows were smoothed, and then he coughed to attract everyone's attention to her, and then said with a light smile. If you have a concubine, you can rest assured. I have already thought about this. Boa Hancock immediately raised his head like a winning hen, glanced secretly, and lowered his head with gritted teeth. Khalifa, like a defeated hen, then spoke her mind. 124 Reappearance of the Beautiful Queen. First of all, as far as I know, East Blue has a sea restaurant where the chef's cooking skills can be ranked first even if you look at the entire Great Waterway. But those are all men, so pass, but now I know that there is a person who is against this. I know a lot about it. Boa Hancock said mysteriously. Then who is it? Lu Chengkong looked at Hancock's mysterious appearance and the schadenfreude smile on the corner of his mouth. His curiosity was really aroused. Of course it's the concubine's apprentice. I didn't know that she was so skilled in cooking before, but during the period of teaching her, the concubine's meals were all handled by her. As a result, I found that the food she cooks not only it is very delicious, and each item is carefully selected. You also know that the transportation in Amazon Island is inconvenient. Basically, those goods and resources are brought back by our 9 snake pirates when we go out, so for when it comes to food, our people don't waste it and they try to make it the best it can be. Quote. Lu Chengkong was a little surprised by Boa Hancock's words. The original work was simple in thought and very emotional, but the female warrior who was just a flash in the pan could actually cook so superbly. But after thinking about it, I think it's normal. In the original book, Boa Hancock became Shichibukai's blatant robbery, and with her charm, a lot of food raw materials came in as long as she opened her mouth, but now Boa Hancock has her own reasons but did nothing to Shichibukai. Amazon Lily Island also does not get the benefits of marine, so it should not be as good as the original in many aspects, and the transportation of things and resources is one of them. And the fact that the original book did not appear does not mean that there is no. After all, anime is always anime, and the description is mostly the protagonist. How can these characters who have appeared a few times be described too much, and the cooking skills are fine? I understand, I kidnapped you before Hancock and made the Amazon Lily Island without the Empress, so no one accepted Marine's Shichibukai invitation. This time, the former Empress of the previous generation has been given a cup for a long time, but you found out that Margaret is actually the chosen one, and the previous emperors will do everything to cultivate her. If I were to kidnap her, then you can imagine the expression of the previous emperors. Lu Chengkong finally understood. Hancock felt ashamed that the people from Amazon Island didn't come to save her, whether in the original book or now, and now had the opportunity to make the old woman angry and depressed. Hancock would not like it, plus Shang Hancock did his best to help Lu Chengkong. With the addition of a strong conqueror Haki, and the help of the next female emperor to the Lu Chengkong pirates, it started to be great, and everything in Amazon Island was basically the same. It was in the hands of Lu Chengkong and others. Obviously, Hancock had done his best to help Lu Chengkong. You guys are really evil. You kidnapped an empress and actually made a plan for another empress, and the empress took the initiative to help you out with advice. Your female predestined relationship is really much stronger than your strength. I will tell you how did your pirate group appear. There will be so many strong people. It turns out that they have been connected with each other since childhood and then organized together when they grow up. Just when Lu Chengkong was about to ask something, a beautiful and magnetic voice suddenly sounded. It's her. Was it a surprise to Hancock and Enel? Because someone could come to them silently under the cover of their observation Haki, and Lu Chengkong's Li Fa was surprised to hear who the owner of this voice was, although they were all surprised, but surprisingly it was different. Sure enough, it's you. Lu Chengkong's face sank, his eyes suddenly turned pitch black, his body gave off a violent, destroying feeling, a pair of demon wings and 2 small demon horns on his head suddenly appeared, the momentum climbed higher and higher, and Lu Chengkong suddenly entered the strongest state. Khalifa beside her. The holy light, which was originally golden yellow and full of holiness, has now become full of destruction and destruction. 2 holy swords, which are completely condensed from holy light, appear on her left and right hands in a vigilant corner. Looking at the whole woman in front of him. Chengkong, who is she? It was the first time that Hancock saw Lu Chengkong and Khalifa show such serious and vigilant expressions. You must know that neither of them would be like this when facing Admiral, but although she was curious, she also did well. After preparing for the battle, the powerful conqueror Haki burst out at any time when her tender body was ready, and the others saw the appearance of Lu Chengkong and the three of them and got ready for the battle. Hey, I haven't seen you for a while, but I can't think of how fast your strength has improved, especially the two of you. Khalifa, turned out that you were still eating the fruit of light, so you concealed it from me. At the beginning, I thought you were eating the fruit of the restoration system. I didn't expect it to be the legendary fruit of light, it really surprised me. Compared to Lu Chengkong and the others who were waiting in a serious line, the woman in front of him seemed calm and more casual, but her performance made Lu Chengkong and others extremely dignified. People took it seriously and also told Lu Chengkong and others that even if your strength has improved a lot, it is still not enough to see in front of me. She is the woman Khalifa and I taught us before we entered ACF9. Because we didn't know her name, we called her the Beauty Queen in private. Lu Chengkong explained to Hancock and others who didn't know. She's really strong, she's definitely a real powerhouse of the four emperors. Hancock nodded, his pretty face full of seriousness. The gap between the four emperors and Admiral's level is not that big. Take Whitebeard as an example. Even if he is the strongest among the four emperors, he is in his 70s, but his strength is also very terrifying. It can be seen in major events. If it is Whitebeard in his heyday, then the final victory or defeat may not be like the original. Don't be so nervous, Beauty Queen. I didn't expect you two to call me that in private, but this title is indeed worthy of me. That's right, this person is the Beauty Queen who taught Lu Chengkong and the two of them back then. Although Lu Chengkong didn't want to admit it. But neither he nor Khalifa could deny that the Queen of Beauty was very helpful to them. If it wasn't for her to lay the most solid foundation for the two of Lu Chengkong, and to exercise such a superhuman physique and will, plus the best guidance, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa's strength is now at most, which is almost the most than Vice Admiral. She is stronger than herself, so if you don't say anything else, you can see that this woman's strength is very strong from this point alone. 125 Go to war. I am here with 4 news to tell you, 2 are good and 2 are bad. The Beauty Queen giggled before saying. Let's talk about the bad first. Lu Chengkong knew that even a powerhouse like her would never be able to force her to be ordered by the world government. Just like Garp, Sengoku can order 3 admirals, but he will never order Garp. Although there are private individuals here, the reason is because of feelings, but also because of strength, so this woman has not appeared for so many years, and now suddenly appeared and has not found herself. It will definitely not be so simple. Is it bad? Except for Hawkeye, all Shichibukai are basically united to prepare to encircle and suppress you. The Beauty Queen didn't notice how shocking what she said. You know that every Shichibukai is very arrogant. Just look at Gecko Doll. When they are at a disadvantage in major events, they still refuse Don Quixote Doflamingo's alliance, Gecko Moria absolutely Bartholomew Kuma's alliance. And so on. You can see how arrogant they are and disdain to be with others, join forces and draw on the strength of others. But now these guys who are usually arrogant and their tails are raised to the sky, everyone except Hawkeye has united to encircle the rookie pirates group Xiaoyao Pirates and others. If this incident spreads out, it will definitely shake the sky. Then what about the second bad news? Although Lu Chengkong was surprised and shocked, he didn't have any fear. Whether Khalifa, Hancock or even Lackey Canis were new members of the pirates, there was no fear at all. If you are strong, you must have a person who is not afraid of thousands of mountains and hardships. Even if the sky is broken, you will not allow your heart to be timid and retreat, let alone facing the siege of the enemy, so they are just surprised but not afraid. I've made progress, the heart of the strong, no wonder the strength has improved so fast. I hope you will be so calm after hearing the second bad news. The second bad news is that the world government asked me to kill you guys. I expected it a long time ago. Lu Chengkong and the others did not have the shock expected by the glamorous queen, but said calmly. Cut, it's really boring, so there are 2 more good news for you to listen to. The beauty queen pouted and said very boringly. Waiting for you to say. Lu Chengkong nodded. If he heard the bad, then it was time to listen to the good. At the same time, he put his hand behind him and made a gesture to Enel and the others, indicating that they were ready to shoot at any time. It's very simple, it would be too boring to ask me to kill you. This game will not be fun if it ends all of a sudden, so I will give you a chance. Don't say I bully the small. 5 minutes, as long as you can play in my if you hold it for 5 minutes, then not only will I not kill you this time, but I will also let you grow thoroughly before I will do it to you, so is this a good news? The beauty queen said with a chuckle. Where's the last one? Lu Chengkong breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of death, but it didn't mean he wanted to die. Even though it took 5 minutes, it was still very difficult, but there are still people here. Can't survive. As for the last one, let's wait until you survive. If you can't survive for 5 minutes, then the last good news will not exist for you. After the beautiful queen finished speaking, the joking expression on her face was immediately put away and replaced by but it was a cold murderous aura. At the same time, a powerful haki burst out from her body like a 10th level typhoon and swept towards Lu Chengkong and others, and countless cracks appeared in the ground under her feet. Damn, when did Conqueror become a big hit? I've seen so many of them since I went to sea. Isn't there only 1 in a million people? Plus I know the original book and I'm dizzy, isn't it too much? Lu Chengkong's face changed suddenly, although he had guessed that the woman in front of him might also be Conqueror Haki, especially after she said the words that the world government invited her to come. HMPH. Hancock snorted coldly. As the contemporary queen of Amazon Island, her haki cultivation base, especially Conqueror, is not weak. After all, Conqueror is different from armament and observation haki. It becomes stronger with the improvement of strength. Now Hancock is an Admiral level powerhouse, then her Conqueror haki is also Admiral level, and her use of haki is far more than the same level powerhouse. After all, Amazon Island can exist for so many years, and all the people are haki users, how can it be? There isn't some esoteric use of haki. As expected of the Queen of Amazon Island, the Admiral level can actually resist my haki, but I haven't set all my strength, I hope you can hold on. The beauty queen was a little surprised when she saw Hancock's performance, but she didn't expect Hancock only Admiral's strength was able to resist his Conqueror haki, but he was only slightly surprised. The already terrifying haki suddenly came more violently, and the clouds in the sky were blown away. Not only that, with the beauty the queen's haki is getting stronger and stronger, and the sky feels like it's about to crack. This phenomenon is completely similar to the scene in the original book when Whitebeard and the red-haired knife are facing each other. Of course, Hancock's strength at this time is still not as good as the red-haired at that time in the original work. Although he lost an arm, the red-haired haki has a strong cultivation base. It will not be weakened by the loss of the arm, but the aura will become stronger and stronger, so Hancock's haki at this time is impossible to compare with the red hair at that time. Hey, is there nothing I can do? It really seems to be exposed. Lu Chengkong looked at Hancock, whose face was getting heavier and heavier, and the sweat on his forehead was getting bigger and bigger, and he sighed inwardly. The woman in front of him was a genuine 4th Emperor level. The powerhouse, held in her hands for 5 minutes, no need to do anything at all, just releasing haki is enough to give a headache. No wonder that Whitebeard is so sturdy in the original book. One person can almost block most of Marine's combat power. If he is fighting alone, his body has degenerated, but it is not expensive to clean up any of the 3 Admiral. After all, the difference between a duel and a group fight is still very big. It is not a fun thing to be able to concentrate on fighting with all your heart, and to guard against everything around you. His eyes have changed. Could it be that he is also Conqueror haki? No, this strange feeling is not possessed by Conqueror haki, so what is it? The beauty queen suddenly found that she really couldn't see through this man more and more, right? Lu Chengkong became more and more interested in her. 126 Haki Showdown. Devil-colored haki is fully open. Lu Chengkong roared in his heart, the violence in his black eyes became clearer and clearer, and a haki, completely different from Conqueror haki, suddenly appeared on his body and slammed into Mayan like a storm. Queen's Conqueror haki. Bang! A crash sounded suddenly. Lu Chengkong's demon-colored haki and Hancock's Conqueror haki completely combined and directly collided with the Beauty Queen's Conqueror haki, rushing straight into the sky like an invisible storm. At this moment, it became more and more obvious. At the end, the sky seemed to be completely split. This strange situation immediately attracted the attention of the people on this island, and they all raised their heads, full of people who responded faster, such as Usopp. Immediately, he brought his own binoculars and stood at a high place to look at Maiden. Sure enough. God, are these really pirates? The sky above them is torn apart. Is this really they did it? What is that? How does that man look like a demon? Wings, could it be his demon? Usopp shuddered and almost screamed when he thought of the demon's usual timidity. Hey, I didn't expect you to have so many cards. In the battle with Kuzan, you didn't use this strange haki that never appeared. It was hidden deep enough. No wonder Marine wanted to get rid of you before I left. You've changed so much in a while, it's so funny. The Beauty Queen kept the Conqueror haki released, smiling like no one else. Is this a powerhouse at the level of the four emperors? It seems that her strength should not be comparable to that of Whitebeard, but she definitely surpasses the redhead. Who is this woman? Lu Chengkong thought in shock. This is the powerhouse of the four emperors level. It's terrifying. Just to release haki, Lu Chengkong and others can only resist if they want to resist. My head is getting heavier and heavier. If it goes on like this, I won't be able to last for 5 minutes. Lu Chengkong only felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier, as if it would take a lot of strength to open his eyes, so Lu Chengkong glanced at Enel behind him. And Khalifa, only he and Hancock in the boat can fight the Conqueror haki of the beautiful queen, so it's time for the two of them to come out. 200 million volts. Thor. After Lu Chengkong and Hancock blocked haki of the glamorous queen, Enel shot immediately. Thor. The sun is shining. Khalifa flew out and turned into a small golden sun, bursting with rays of light, but the photons that burst out like sunlight did not burst out, but became more and more solid. In the end, Khalifa wrapped the little sun on Khalifa's body and shrunk into a small ball of light the size of a palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the destructive power contained in this tiny little sun-like VV, even Admiral dare not despise. This trick is sunlight illuminated condensed compressed version. One is a group attack, the other is a single attack. Judgment of light. Khalifa drank tenderly, the hand in his hand sprayed out at the beautiful queen like a turtle qigong, and the speed of light bombed directly on the beautiful queen, causing Enel on the side to be a step slower but to the naked eye, it doesn't seem to be much slower. Evil ghosts erode. Juliana also pulled out Lakey, and also used her most powerful sword skills. Like countless evil ghosts crawling out of the gate of hell, these evil ghosts all integrated into Julian inside Nas Rachel, and then a terrifying sword she slashed out at the glamorous queen. Combat power of the happy pirates has all used their most powerful tricks Yan Queen, but it is enough to resist. Bang! The haki duel just now was a kind of spiritual confrontation, and it could also be said to be a battle of habitation, but this time, the golden, yellow, blue, and black 5 kinds of tricks all bombed in one place and then exploded, a huge incomparable like a plum tornado. Generally, the 5-color beam of light rushing into the cloud will completely block the sky that was originally the tearing point. The people who radiate the light on this small island immediately closed their eyes because it was too dazzling. After a while, when the storm of energy slowly dissipated, everyone was so tired that they all sat on the ground like dead dogs, while Lackey and Canis, who couldn't help because of their weakness, immediately left. I came here to help everyone, but unfortunately Lu Chengkong entered the demon transformation and used the maximum amount of demon-colored haki at one time. Originally, the demon-colored haki consumes a lot of spirit, and the use of demon-colored haki overdrafts consumes a lot of money. This is not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. How can it be so easy to lift up? As for Khalifa, Enel and others have overdrafted their most powerful tricks and still tried their best to increase the power of these most powerful tricks to the extreme. It can be said that the entire pirate group has real combat effectiveness. Lackey and Canis are left. As for Kaya, where has this little auntie ever seen such a scene? As early as the beginning, Lackey and Canis were pulled to the back by Lackey and Canis, and the beauty queen also disdained to fight a hand without the power the girl who did it, and she was not a member of the Happy Pirates. There was no need to do anything to her. This woman is so strong, but if she stands there without dodging, she should be able to hurt her, right? Lu Chengkong barely opened his eyelids, looking at the billowing smoke and the huge stream in front of him, he said uncertainly. It's hard to say. Hancock gasped. Using Conqueror Hockey for a long time would consume a lot of money. If it didn't cost much, then Whitebeard would release Conqueror Hockey for a long time during a big event. Then Admiral still use the ability of a fart fruit. Even if faced with so many master, Whitebeard has already killed 3 admirals long ago. That is, Conqueror Hockey cannot be used for a long time and consumes a lot of money. Otherwise, the strong with Conqueror Hockey do not need to learn Observation Hockey and Armament at all, and they can directly learn to control Conqueror and specialize in Conqueror. Is because Conqueror consumes a lot of money, but Armament and Observation Hockey are not. Moreover, Armament and Observation Hockey consume less and work well. They are also very good when used together, so even the powerhouses of the Whitebeard level are not. Putting down the training of Armament and Observation Hockey is one of the reasons that it helps a lot. The less consumption makes up for the huge consumption of Conqueror, and the most important reason is that it will not affect the combat effectiveness. 127 shocked. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, a burst of crisp applause came from the billowing smoke and dust, and suddenly the smoke and dust around him suddenly disappeared cleanly, and the unharmed body of the beautiful queen came into view. No, impossible. Lu Chengkong's eyes almost didn't come out, but in a flash, he felt that it was right. Looking at Whitebeard, he knew that a person can still be so sturdy in the face of so many strong people. And there are 2 more powerful Sengoku and Garp on the same level as Whitebeard. Although the beauty queen is not as strong as Whitebeard, the Lu Chengkong and others she faces now are not as many as the enemies and powerhouses that Whitebeard faced in the big event. That is, a few people, an Admiral level Hancock, an infinite Lu Chengkong, who is close to the Admiral level, plus 2 Khalifa and Enel, who are far more powerful than Vice Admiral and only slightly worse than Lu Chengkong. Finally is a Juliana who is infinitely close to the peak of the swordsman. These 5 people add up to Whitebeard. Faced with Marine, almost all the battle strengths are too far away, and it is normal for the beautiful queen to live in peace and unscathed. There is nothing in the world that is impossible. As long as you can reach that height, nothing is impossible. You don't have to worry so much. 5 minutes have passed. I really didn't expect you to have something that has never appeared before. The new hockey is really unexpected to me. The beautiful queen always seems to keep a sweet smile on her mouth, but in different situations and different things, the smile on the corner of her mouth will change into various smiles. There are sneers, there are mild smiles and so on. This woman is just like the old urchin in the legend of the Condor heroes. They are all games of life, but one is kind, and the other is dangerous if you make her unhappy and dissatisfied. Lu Chengkong thought to himself. To be honest, although the woman in front of her always said Lu Chengkong was a fun toy, but then she thought that every time she appeared, it was of great help to Lu Chengkong. The first one was to hit Lu Chengkong the most. A solid foundation, superhuman will, and superhuman physique made Lu Chengkong progress so fast. Chengkong because of his recent achievements and the pride and satisfaction brought by the battle with Kuzan. At the same time, he also told Lu Chengkong that he is still very weak now, at least until the 4th emperor. Only at that level can you be satisfied, and now complacency is simply courting death. Hee, it seems that this woman is not as interested in me and Khalifa as she seems. She really helped me a lot. It is precisely because of this idea that Lu Chengkong was not angry with her performance, nor did she feel aggrieved, because no matter what, it is a fact that she is fine, and it is also a fact that the other party has unparalleled help for her. Thinking like this, Lu Chengkong found that he and Khalifa have been continuously gaining a lot of benefits from now on, especially this time hockey's battle has made Lu Chengkong more clearly understand the mystery and power of the devil-colored hockey, and the beneficiary has always been Lu Chengkong. Long Sky. Then can you tell the last good news you said? Lu Chengkong's incomparably strong resilience finally showed its advantages after the news was over. He was not as tired as before, at least he was able to stand up. Recovery really fast. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. What were you and Hancock talking about just now? Queen Zhongyan saw that Lu Chengkong had recovered so quickly and couldn't help but let out a sigh, very profound. Glancing at him, he said, "What did Hancock and I just say? Looking for a chef? No way, this woman doesn't want to come to my pirate team to be a chef, does she? She seems to be some kind of CFO, after all, she's from the world government side, why are you hanging out with pirates now?" Lu Chengkong thought back and found that he and Hancock were talking about finding a chef, so Lu Chengkong immediately looked at Mayan with disbelief. The queen wanted to make sure she was wrong. "You're not mistaken, I really want to come to your happy pirates to be a chef." Queen Beauty seemed to see through Lu Chengkong's thoughts, and she nodded and admitted without concealing it. "I'm dizzy." Not only did Lu Chengkong fall into a sluggish state, but even the others were dumbfounded. They were obviously enemies, so it would make sense not to kill himself and others, but now he actually came to us to be a chef, although a chef is not anything. A low-level occupation, on the contrary, is a very important existence in the pirate world, but for this woman, it is indeed self-depreciating. "I said, you are also a member of the world government. You are doing this. Isn't that too much?" After a while, Lu Chengkong came back to his senses, stretched out his hand and said, "Cut, I'm just working for the world government, I'm not theirs, I can do whatever I want, they can manage it." The beauty queen said disdainfully. Then you don't need to come to my pirate group to be a chef, anyway, we are also hostile, you won't have any wicked intentions against us, right? Lu Chengkong suddenly said suspiciously. "Cut, what can I do with your current strength?" The glamorous queen glanced at Lu Chengkong. Indeed, with the current strength of Lu Chengkong and others, and the strength of the opponent's 4 emperors, there is really no need to do anything small. The trick, killing himself and others, is just a very simple matter. Although he knew that the other party would not make any small moves, Lu Chengkong still couldn't accept it for a while. After all, the other party was a ticking time bomb, and now he had to be with her every day. Lu Chengkong didn't want to live such a life together. "Then you have to give me a reason. Although your strength is stronger than mine, if it's just that, I will refuse your participation." Lu Chengkong did not feel timid because of the opponent's strength, but said confidently. "Then why don't you let me join? If you want strength, I don't think anyone in your pirate group is stronger than me, so my joining will not be a burden to you even if I don't help, and this girl's chef art is a top-level existence. I have even been to All Blue, the Sea of Legends. I think even if I look at the whole world, there are not many people who can compete with my cooking skills. It is your honor to be able to eat this girl's food every day. Pick and choose," the glamorous queen said very unhappily, as if she had been greatly wronged. "I said, I've met you no more than 3 times. I don't even know your name. I'm absolutely worried about letting you, a stranger, and someone like a ticking time bomb join my pirate group." Lu Chengkong shook his head and refused again. 128 Porgasti Dana. Boa Hancock, Khalifa and the others saw that the 2 people who had been beaten to death just now were arguing with no one else, and their minds were a little bit overwhelmed, but they were very concerned about Lu Chengkong's direct rejection of this woman's request without fear of power. Satisfaction and admiration. "I've met you no more than 3 times. It's fate between you and me. If we don't have fate, it's not useless to be together every day, and what I'm saying is that it's also your and Khalifa's mentor. You just reject someone who is considered your master. Is it? You make me homeless. I don't know if it's an illusion." This time the glamorous queen seems to be a little different from before. Touching, a little more popularity, It used to be simply to be seen from a distance but not to be played with, but now it seems to give people a real feeling. Che, that's what you think. You taught me and Khalifa just to pass the time. Don't think I didn't know it when I was young. I didn't even know your name and let you join. Like my wife, how can I explain it like my crew? Lu Chengkong refused without thinking. Others Liu Bei looked at the cottage 3 times, but Lu Chengkong refused 3 times. HMPH, right. I'll tell you if you don't. If you know my name, then we're not strangers. Did you hear this aunt's name is Portgas D. Dana? Beauty Queen, not Portgas D. Dan. Now Na coughed softly, then read her name aloud. D. Portgas, Dana, why are you so familiar? I'm dizzy. Portgas seems to be the name of the wife of One Piece, King of Pirates, the mother of Ace who has died. Why is this woman also the surname? This woman will not marry. What does Rouge have to do with it? And I've read a lot of fan fiction that seems to say that Luffy's mother is also called Portgas D. This woman can't be Luffy's mother, right? Lu Chengkong was stunned for a while, but he remembered that he was watching it on Earth before. After a lot of speculation and so on, I suddenly think about it. What's the matter? Is there anything strange about Ben Gulu's name? Portgas D. Dana looked at Lu Chengkong, who remained silent after she said her name, and couldn't help it. Can I ask you a question? Lu Chengkong, who was talking eloquently, suddenly seemed to want to ask and didn't dare to ask, which made Portgas D. Dana feel a little bit of curiosity in her heart. It's not quite like you. Didn't you just talk about it? Why did you become a mother-in-law now? Portgas D. Dana said. Because this question affects your reputation a bit, it may be a bit offensive, so I'm embarrassed to say it. Lu Chengkong knew very well that if he didn't say something, it would be very bad for a woman. Ask. Portgas D. Dana was also aroused by Lu Chengkong's curiosity, and waved his hand for Lu Chengkong to ask quickly. Do you have a son? Since Portgas D. Dana had urged herself to hurry up, Lu Chengkong had no choice but to ask. Hey, which one of your eyes sees me like the girl who has given birth to a child as an absolute girl, but although I haven't given birth to a son, if you want to be clear, I do have a son, but how do you know? Portgas D. Dana looked at Lu Chengkong curiously. It's not really Luffy's mother, is it? Wait, she said that she is not a woman who has given birth to a child, but is a girl of yellow flowers. Although she plays in the world, a person like her will never laugh at her reputation. It's necessary to lie to yourself, but since she is a yellow flower girl, she is also an adulteress, so how can she have a son? Lu Chengkong thought with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? It's strange. What's so strange? Let me join your pirate team if you want to know. She is a very arrogant person like Henku, but now not only has she put down her body, but she has repeatedly asked to join a rookie pirate group that is not very strong, and it is really confusing that she still wants to be a chef. It's really all pervasive. Lu Chengkong patted his forehead speechlessly, but he had no choice but to gather all the crew members to hold a meeting and let them decide. After all, if this time bomb doesn't allow her to come in, she will refuse once or twice. Forget it, but if she still refuses next time, who knows if she will become angry and start killing. If only Lu Chengkong is alone, it may be fine, but now he is the captain. There are so many people in the pirates, including his wife. Friend, possessive, he didn't want to get caught in a whim. Husband, let her join for safety. I think she is just playing on a whim. I don't believe she will live in our pirate group for a long time and even cook for us. Then I will see if she can cook. Boiled, not boiled Guntung can justifiably drive her out, and she can't be ashamed to kill us because of it. If she cooks it, it's better. If it's not delicious, we can drive her away as well. Joining is imperative. Quote. Khalifa touched the bridge of his nose. Without the pair of gold-rimmed glasses in the original book, Khalifa's charm has not been weakened, but it is a little less quiet and a little more than the original book. It can only be like this. I really want to break my head and can't understand why she wants to join. It's really strange. Lu Chengkong also felt that it was the only way, so he walked up to Portgas D. Dana and said to her, then you can tell me. Of course, I have a son who seems to be called Munchie D. Luffy. If I remember correctly, it should be like this. As for the one I said just now, I am a yellow flower girl, because Luffy is my son, but not me. Come out, Portgas Dana explained. What is your son that you didn't give birth to? Could it be that he was born by Munchie D. Dragon and someone else, and you are his adoptive mother? Lu Chengkong asked. No, although he wasn't born to me, he is my son, not someone else's. Hey, I don't even know how to tell you, I'll show it to you once and you'll understand. Portgas D. Dana said that she didn't even know how to explain it, so she stretched out her hands and watched Lu Chengkong and the others watched, only to see a green light suddenly rise from her pair of pure white jade hands, full of the breath of vitality is coming, different from the bright breath of Khalifa. This breath gives people a life that seems to have passed. This, the breath of life, you didn't eat the fruit of life in Logia, right? Lu Chengkong said in a stunned manner, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. The woman's father is the owner of the fruit of the weather, so old it is not impossible to have the fruit of life. 129 Dana is a virgin. That's right, the devil fruit I eat is one of Logia's top devil fruits, the fruit of life, like Khalifa's bright fruit. Now I think you understand it too. Monkey D. Dragon is the ruler and founder of the Revolutionary Army, so to speak every generation of Munchie D family is a single lineage. Since Dragon is a revolutionary army, he doesn't know when he will die, so he must leave a trace of blood in order to pursue his dream without any scruples. Portgas D. Dan Na was talking about some secrets that didn't appear in One Piece, King of Pirates. Then what? Lu Chengkong was also interested, and immediately asked. And what I ate at that time was the fruit of life. Dragon saw my ability, so don't look at me like that. I didn't lie to you when I said that I was a yellow flower girl. He wanted to marry me at the beginning, because if I have his child, then both of us are the owners of Conqueror Hockey, then the child born has a great possibility of using Conqueror. Moreover, I have the fruit of life, and I have a child born in my stomach. Because I have life energy, his vitality is extremely amazing, and his aptitude is also extraordinary, but I don't want to be with someone I don't like, people who have no emotional foundation or together, so I thought of another way. Portgas D. Dana chuckled. I took his blood with one of the abilities of the fruit of life, coupled with the high technology of Marine and the Revolutionary Army. I raised a child for him, which was entirely conceived by me with life energy, so this child, although it wasn't born in my stomach, the vitality is equally astonishing, and even if you use a lot of tricks that overdraw vitality, there will be no big problem. And this child is Munchie D. Luffy, and I am also his mother, so I can say no, because although he has my blood, but after all, it was not born by me, so now I am still a single noble. How about a gossip kid? Satisfy your gossip desire. It's a fantasy, but since I can pass through it, it is not impossible to create a life with the ability of the fruit of life and the two major organizations of the Marine Revolutionary Army, and the ability of the devil fruit is indeed very powerful. It is powerful, and the fruit of life, which is the top Logia fruit, does have this ability. After all, the terrifying and taboo-like ability of Khalifa's light fruit has gradually awakened. Lu Chengkong didn't believe it in his heart at first. After all, as an Earth Chinese, although he is not engaged in biology, he also knows that babies have sex and sex together in the beginning, but now they don't need it. Just the blood of the two people and dragon, plus the hidden technological energy of Marine and the Revolutionary Army. How can you believe Lu Chengkong? But on second thought, it seems that many things in this world cannot be explained by pure science, not to mention that the people who sent themselves to this world have such terrifying abilities. It cannot be explained by science, and the various devil fruit, all kinds of strange and mysterious abilities are not all that Lu Chengkong can know all by himself, so he soon accepted this fact. Because as the top Logia fruit, he has it, but Khalifa has it. Khalifa told Lu Chengkong that if her fruit of light develops to the later stage, it is likely to have the ability to revive the dead, and even resurrect the body and soul together. Brook's yellow spring fruit can also resurrect himself, and even the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, can exist from the dead, so it's no big deal to create a life. Okay, but I'm going to say something ugly. It's you. # my pirate group, and your position as a chef. If you don't do well, then I have the right to blast you out. Although Lu Chengkong listened to Portgas D, Dana said that she was very surprised when she went out to the sea area, but with her strength, it was nothing to go there, and if she went there, it did not mean that she would cook. Allah, then you asked me to cook for you. Portgas D. Dana replied heartlessly. So this time Lu Chengkong and others are so miraculous that it is a crisis of no wind and no waves, and a new 4 emperor-level chef has been added. Although I don't know what her motives are, at least they have survived the disaster now. I really don't know what to do in the days to come, and I don't know whether her arrival is a blessing or a curse. Kaya, we plan to leave here tomorrow. Since Chiwume has found us, I would be too sorry for them if I didn't prepare to meet them. Lu Chengkong took Kaya to the go-to Kapal's house. As for the others, of course, go back to the pirate ship. What? Brother Chengkong, you're leaving so soon, so Kaya is the only one left. Don't go, okay, stay longer, it's boring to be alone with Kaya. Kaya looked unhappy, said sullenly. Kaya, my brother is a pirate, how could it be possible to stay in this place for too long? I'll meet you by chance, and I didn't say I wouldn't come back. Lu Chengkong was right, his departure was only temporary, he didn't say that he wouldn't come back, just that Kapal was here and he was going to come back. Then can you take me with you? Kaya pursed her lips when she saw that her tried and tested coquettish failed this time, but she thought that she could follow along, so she immediately said her thoughts. Bring you with me. I don't care if your father is willing to let people go, and Kaya, although my pirate group has no rules, I can't just bring a person who has no ability. What talent do you have? Although Lu Chengkong was a little different, he thought of Kaya's constitution, which was inferior to ordinary people, and because he didn't seem to have any specialties, he couldn't agree to it immediately. Kaya is stumped now. She has been a daughter of daughters since she was a child, and the constitution is poor, so she can have whatever she wants, even if she asks herself to do housework or something. Kapal and May profits are also not allowed. Tell me when you think about it, or wait until you have something to learn, something that will help us. Then you can use the phone bug to contact us. Don't you have a personal phone bug? You can contact me at any time. If it is really helpful to us, and little Kaya really becomes a talent, then at the speed of your sister Khalifa, I can come back here to find you. At this time, Lu Chengkong didn't expect it at all because he said a sentence at this time. Then next time I meet Kaya, Kaya really has what he needs to impress him. 130 Shichibukai Gathering. Triller Bark, in the Devil's Triangle of the Great Root has gathered a lot of people who are absolutely powerful outside, but now these people are all gathered to discuss such a matter. Sand Crocodile, the happy pirates don't seem to have any conflict of interest with us, right? It seems that their captain was seriously injured when he was a child, right? Now you actually want to pull us into the water for this reason. Said to the Sand Crocodile in front of him in a schadenfreude tone. Really? Don't tell me you don't know the power of the Fruit of Light. They are just a new pirate group. They are so powerful. Do you think that at this speed, there will be several pirate groups that can compete with them on the Great Route? There is no guarantee that you will not conflict with them at that time, and more importantly, don't tell me that you are not afraid of the ability of the Fruit of Light, and do you really serve the world government wholeheartedly? When the time comes, the world government will let us Kibume deal with them. Can you refuse? To refuse is to face the world government's annihilation. Don't we refuse to kill them with our single strength? The world government began to want us Kibume and them to lose both, and then they came to take advantage. Shot Crocodile's scar was uncovered in person, although his face was very gloomy, but as an excellent strategist, he showed his calmness vividly, and the analysis made Kibume who was present silent. Yeah, although this guy wants to use us as spearmen to avenge him, but sooner or later the Marine headquarters will let us kill this easy pirates. This new pirate group actually has admiral-level combat power, although it is a freshman that is a very strong comprehensive strength, and it is impossible for me to destroy them by myself. Quote. At this moment, Chiwume's heart is full of associations. Every pirate who becomes Chiwume is arrogant and disdain for others to join forces, but it does not mean that they will be like this all their lives. If they encounter something they can't solve, it's not impossible for things to come together. And they are not really Marine's lackeys, but they all use the name of Kibume and the benefits given by Marine to fill their own thoughts and wishes. They are all big pirate-level existences, so what about their brains? It will be bad. Sand Crocodile is right. Now the pirates in the New World have basically calmed down, and their use value of Chiwume is getting less and less, and Marine will definitely let them face this increasingly powerful and threatening Happy Pirates the Regiment. If they don't go, they will be wiped out. If they go, they will probably lose both, and Marine will take advantage of them and kill them all at once. HMPH, even if you know what I'm thinking, don't you guys have to be me as a gunman? Sand Crocodile once again showed his strategy as a strategist to the fullest. Even if the other party knew what he was thinking, he just dug a hole and waited for them to jump, but they had to jump. Moria, don't you want to get their shadows? After abolishing them, the shadows of them are yours. Sand Crocodile saw that the scene had basically been mastered by himself, so he immediately added a fire. Okay, I promise you. Gecko Moria, who wanted to get the shadows of Lu Chengkong and others, agreed immediately. His eyes were full of greed and hatred. Hatred was hatred for Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Greed certainly wanted to get it. The shadows of Lu Chengkong and others disappeared. Meisha Jibal, as far as I know, they killed all of you fishman, in Dongmai. Seeing that a sand crocodile was secured, he immediately transferred the target Meisha Jibal, that is, Jinbei. HMPH, they are all scum in Fishman, especially that Arlong. Did he kill fewer innocent people? The old man knows that he spared Hachi. He just killed those scum in Fishman. There is garbage in human beings. Fishman is killing all the murderers with the same release. Hachi has not killed any innocent people, but he let Hachi go, and wants to provoke the old man to fight with them. This alone is not enough. Jinbei said very calmly, worthy of being the leader of the clan, and this attitude alone is not comparable to Gecko Moria. But as the boss of Fishman, since he killed Fishman anyway, I have to look for him, but don't look for me when they encircle them, the old man will look for him in person. After saying that, Jinbei left directly. He doesn't give Sand Crocodile any face at all, but his bearing is indeed extraordinary. As the boss, he doesn't care whether his people are wrong or not. Since he was killed, he has the responsibility to find the person who killed Fishman, so the battle with Lu Chengkong was indispensable, but he was disdainful to participate in such a siege of them. Damn, if it wasn't for Whitebeard to cover you, your Fishman would have been extinct long ago. Sand Crocodile roared with gnashing teeth in his heart. Count me in, Bartholomew Kuma said suddenly and agreed directly, but it didn't surprise anyone, because they didn't know Bartholomew Kuma's true identity, so they all thought that Bartholomew Kuma was the only one who was willing to obey the world government. Chiwume was not surprised by his promise to Sand Crocodile and others. Since you've all gone, then I'll go too. Don Quixote Doflamingo knew that he couldn't do it if he didn't go. If he didn't go, the 3 people present might not let him go, and he might even join forces to keep him. In addition, he also wanted to kill the happy pirates in his heart. After all, the threat was too great. Then I will tell the Marine headquarters about this matter. When the time comes, they will set a route for us, and we will leave them on the road they must pass. Bartholomew Kuma saw that the matter had been decided. He immediately left Gecko Moria's ship, and Don Quixote Doflamingo saw that the matter was basically decided and went back to prepare. After all, each of them had their own power. They knew very well the strength of the 4 of them alone is not enough to encircle the Xiaoyao pirates this time, and it is very likely that they will be destroyed by the anti-group, so they have to go back and organize their own forces. After all, they are all people with brains. If the 4 of them go there, they are likely to be taken advantage of when they both lose. It is better to sacrifice their subordinates than to sacrifice themselves. For them, human life is the least valuable, and with 7 it is too easy for Wu Mei's status and power to regain the combat power that has been consumed, so an encirclement and suppression of Lu Chengkong and his party from the Happy Pirates officially began. 131 Dana's cooking. Since we know that they will ambush us somewhere in the sky, why don't we hide and destroy them one by one? As a female warrior of the Shandia, Lackey's fighting mind is also very good. Which one can become Chiwume as a simple and easy person. If we hide and destroy one by one, then the others will definitely be fully prepared or even hidden. Since this is the case, it is better to solve them all at once. And do you think that we can hide now that we can hide? Lu Chengkong patted Lackey's shoulder a little funny. Why does Marine's bounty often get the pirate's sting, intelligence or fruit ability right after the incident happens and no one knows about it? Lu Chengkong asked. Are you saying that we are being watched by Marine all the time? Lackey's expression changed. She immediately understood what Lu Chengkong was saying, picked up the ultra-long-distance telescope she made and looked at all four sides, front, back, left, right, and left. Nothing out of the ordinary. Look at the sky. Lu Chengkong pointed at the blue sky and white clouds above. What is that? Lackey immediately took the telescope and looked up. She was worried about what kind of tiny monitor Marine was using, so she put an amplifier on the telescope, and found that there was something similar in the sky. There is a small machine like a camera. Of course it's the Marine thing that Marine's surveillance focuses on. We also have one, so every battle we have is watched. Otherwise I used to use the fruit ability in the Ennie's lobby, and I wouldn't have to find a lot of dense forests. That's why I didn't use the fruit ability when I fought Sand Crocodile for the first time. Lu Chengkong knew these things when he watched the anime, and if it was Whitebeard, there might be a lot of sky. Then our battle with that woman was also seen by that thing. Canis said a little worriedly. After all, the battle with Portgas D. Dana Lu Chengkong and his party exposed a lot of trump cards. If they were seen clearly, isn't it dangerous then? That thing is not as powerful as you think. The images he can see are very blurry. If he can see so clearly in such a high sky, Marine has such a technological ability to destroy the pirates. When we landed and found a hidden place to take pictures, plus the aftermath of the last time we fought was so terrifying, you think that thing can see clearly? Lu Chengkong was not worried at all. Instead he signaled to let Canis, and the others were relieved. That's okay. Lackey, Canis, and the other newcomers breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Chengkong's heart couldn't help swaying because of their cute appearance. Anyway, they are aware of our route, so there is no need to hide it. Just find a place where we can let go of our hands and feet to fight and wait for them. Lu Chengkong said his thoughts. Then where are you going? Asked Bodana, who had been cooking in the kitchen without speaking. Alabasta, this time I suspect that the Sand Crocodile guy came up with it. Since there is his base camp, I will wait for him there. I can beat him when I am young. Now I have grown up, he is a loser in front of me. Lu Chengkong snorted coldly. The feeling of being tricked is not good, but if it is used properly, it is not a bad thing to solve all the troubles at once. It is not a comfortable thing for a strategist to keep calculating himself in the dark. You're so confident, I hope you won't be overconfident by then. Portgas D, Dana, and Isho, without saying anything, she shrank her head back to continue cooking, but when it comes to cooking, Lu Chengkong and others have been eating her for the past few days. It was so cooked that Lu Chengkong and the others almost ate all their tongues. Lu Chengkong has been to many places over the years, even the Meisheng restaurant in Dongmai Shangjishi, but these foods were cooked by Portgas D. Dana. Compared to the difference between heaven and earth, it is really delicious. Let Lu Chengkong and others choose to send her away after eating the food she cooked, but now there is no way to do it. After all, the food she cooks is really delicious, and every day is a new style. No one is repeated, so they can only accept the fact that a time bomb lives around them for the time being. Don't worry, I've made a lot of weapons. Now I don't have to worry about the energy problem. Although I can't help, I will definitely not be a burden. Lackey said confidently, as if she was hiding some powerful weapons. As for Canis, because it wasn't long after eating the devil fruit, even if someone with strong strength unreservedly guides her, there is a limit to how she can improve in a short period of time. He has become a top expert, so Lu Chengkong and others plan to leave a high-level hand here to guard Canis. At the same time, adding more and more guns and weapons on board, it should be no problem to be controlled by lackey. Therefore, everyone in the Happy Pirates is fully prepared for this battle, but there is one thing that is bothering them now, and that is who protects the people on the ship. After all, if Lackey has no worries, he will fully control the ship. Her weapon, coupled with her energy fruit, can completely suppress huge firepower in a short period of time, and Canis can also play a little harassment while using her abilities, especially in the face of weak gangsters. I want to prepare Lei Ying as the trump card, so I have no choice. Enel immediately shook his head and refused. After all, he didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity, and he was also telling the truth. After all, in the original book, although Lei Ying hadn't released it, the huge thunderball was terrifying at first glance. It was used as a trump card to make a comeback, and he had never fought well since he came to Ohm. The militant blood has long since protested to her countless times. Okay, seeing you guys pushing around, how can I say that I'm also the cook of this ship? Then I'll make sure the safety of these two little girls, but don't expect me to help you, yourself. The matter will be resolved by myself. Portgas D. Dana looked at Lu Chengkong and the others. And you pushed me to let me go. I don't know if she was in a good mood, but she agreed directly. Okay, Lu Chengkong and the others said in unison. This was the first time they found out that Portgas D. Dana was such a good person. 132 Shichibukai-s ambush. It's been many years, I really miss it. Back then, we used a little trick and luck in this country to beat Crocodile seriously, and even nearly killed him. When Lu Chengkong set foot in this country again, he immediately discovered that the coverage area of the oasis is getting smaller and smaller, and the desert is getting more and more. According to this development speed, it will definitely become a huge desert when the original book is reached. Yeah, I still remember when those guys in CP9 were scared to death when they heard that they were going to face Chiwume. Khalifa leaned on Lu Chengkong's side, and Hancock hugged Lu Chengkong's two arms with one hand hold. His face is also a little nostalgic. The puppies of the world government, come out, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Not long after Lu Chengkong landed, he shouted with emotion. How did you know? Lu Chengkong's voice fell, and a whirlwind suddenly swept up the originally peaceful sand, and a crack suddenly opened in the endless sand, and many people walked out one after another. It was Shichibume who participated in this operation. It's hard for me to explain it to you based on your IQ. Since it is an enemy and it is the land of life and death, Lu Chengkong doesn't care about stimulating the sand crocodile more. You, Shot Crocodile's face turned blue and then white. No matter what he said, he was also a strong man who has been around for many years, and he is also Chiwume. The most important thing is that his wisdom and strategy are in the 7th place. Wu Mei ranked first among peers, but now Lu Chengkong, who was just a yellow-haired boy in his eyes, actually said that to him. And I remember that I defeated you when I debuted for the first time when I was a child. At that time, you seemed to be running away like a dead dog. How can a little person like you deserve me to explain to you? Lu Chengkong kept challenging sand crocodile limits. The teeth are sharp and the mouth is sharp. I will drain the water in your body a little bit, so that you can experience the taste of life rather than death. Facing the strange eyes of the people nearby, although this matter it's a fact, and many people know it, but being told in person immediately made sand crocodile angry. Do you have this strength? Lu Chengkong said mockingly, stepping out with a single step. A demon-like aura with a violent, destructive aura descended directly on everyone in front of him, and some weak ones couldn't resist Lu Chengkong Hockey's pirates were all terrified to find that they had lost all control over their bodies, brains, etc., as if they were like a living dead. They wanted to call for help but couldn't. What is this Hockey? The faces of the 4 Shichibume, Sand Crocodile, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria changed dramatically. It was the first time they met this kind of Hockey. Everything was out of control, but they were all Chiwume, and it was not that they had not faced hockey for the first time, so they quickly stabilized their minds and joined forces to resist Lu Chengkong's demon-colored hockey. Haha, is this the so-called Chiwume? With such a little strength, it seems that I am just a newcomer. My hockey alone needs 4 of you to resist, but think about it, if you are strong, a powerful dog of the world government, a poor bastard who can't stand up after being defeated by Kaido, a waste material who can only use fruit power, a garbage who doesn't know whether it is a pirate or a businessman. The last one, he surface the dog is the government's dog, but the owner is another. Lu Chengkong's naked contempt, disdainful voice and what he said, the secrets or scars that were revealed made their faces change greatly, so they immediately shouted and let the pirates behind them take action. He didn't dare to tell Lu Chengkong anymore, and at the same time they were very surprised by Lu Chengkong's words, especially Bartholomew Kuma. His secret would be known by others, and it was terrifying to be known by someone with no background. Will the cannon fodder consume our physical strength first? The idea is good, but you are not worthy of being a talented captain. You should continue to be the dog of the world government, Enel. Lu Chengkong looked at Cheng, who rushed towards him and the others. Hundreds of thousands of pirates, each with the strength of Dongmai, can become a strong existence, but in the Great Route, places like the New World can only become the existence of ants and cannon fodder. A reptile, trembling under the glory of God, be afraid, dare to challenge God's virginity. If it ends, it will be death, 30 million volts. Thunderbird. If it wasn't for Lu Chengkong, he would have taken action immediately. Now that he heard that he could finally make a move, after holding back for so long, when he came out. It was a unique move. The huge Thunderbird formed from above him and bombed the group of pirates in front of him. Damn, Sand Crocodile, why didn't you say that there will be 2 Logia fruit power users in their pirate group, and they are Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face sank. No more wretched, sinister smiles, and after Enel showed Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, he knew in his heart that this action could change dramatically. Cut, the world government can't find it out. You think I can find it out, and besides, we are all long-established strongmen. Is it because a person with the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, shrinks back? Sand Crocodile knew that he had to stabilize the military, so he immediately satirized Don Quixote Doflamingo. Hey, you don't need to provoke me. Since we are here this time, the 2 sides have become mortal enemies. I don't want to be beaten by such a group of people. Don Quixote Doflamingo said very unhappily, and at the same time his right hand moved quietly. An invisible line, the sharp silk thread, quietly flew towards Canis and Lackey on the pirate ship. Obviously, he wanted to take the weakest as a hostage. Even if it could not play a decisive role, it would be a good blow to the opponent's morale. It's a pity his idea it is destined to be only a fantasy. Snapped. A crisp and pleasant sound suddenly sounded from the boat. Portgas D. Dana appeared in front of Canis at some point, and said with a displeased expression, I didn't want to shoot, why did you force me? There are also high hands. Don Quixote Doflamingo's face was even more ugly. He could see his ability in such a chaotic situation, and he could crack it with a wave of his hand. He immediately knew that there were high hands on board. And still more powerful. Damn, I was tricked into the water by the bastard Sand Crocodile. Where is this newcomer? It's just a hungry wolf. Damn, if these pirates go to the New World to work hard and survive, they will definitely become the existence of the 4 emperors. Damn, I actually offended me. These guys. Don Quixote Doflamingo regretted to death now. If he could go back in time, he would definitely reject the Sand Crocodile, and he would beat the other party severely, but unfortunately everything has now become a reality. 133 Fighting for Shichibukai. As expected of a hooligan of the sea, he can do anything to the extreme. The hooligan is not scary, but the most terrifying thing is that the hooligan has culture. Lu Chengkong knew that Don Quixote Doflamingo had made a move. I am also relieved, although this woman likes to play with everything except herself, but her arrogance said it. Tongue will definitely do it, so Lu Chengkong doesn't need to worry anymore. The guy with the wretched smile and the sunglasses was handed over to the concubine, and the concubine looked at him very uncomfortable. Boa Hancock's pretty face was frosty, and he took the initiative to choose his opponent. "Leave the sand crocodile to me." Khalifa glanced at the enemy on the opposite side, and finally chose the old opponent, Logia to Logia, but unfortunately the Khalifa at this time is no longer the Khalifa that had just developed the fruit ability many years ago. At this time, the development of Khalifa's bright fruit is completely worse than that of the sand crocodile. "I want the guy with the ugly bat face." Enel was afraid that his opponent would be robbed and immediately chose Gecko Moria. "That bear is mine." Lu Chengkong realized that he really had no choice, and when he saw Juliana, who was on the side, he was about to speak out and said immediately, "Bastard, you all chose for Chiwume, so what should I choose?" Juliana said with a look of resentment. "Che, haven't you seen so many pirates in front of you? Chichibume, especially Don Quixote da Flamingo, has the most pirates in his hands. One or two may be nothing to you, but there are dozens and hundreds of them. What? This arduous task will be handed over to you, it will be a challenge for you, and we will meet again." Lu Chengkong was worried that Juliana would be chasing after him, and immediately used shaving to leave. "I'm going to clean up those guys too." Hancock, Khalifa, Enel and the others said in unison when they saw Gulena turning their eyes to themselves. One left at the speed of light, one at lightning speed, and the last one also used shaving. "Bastard, I will never let you go when this battle is over." At this moment, Gulena only felt as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. She was extremely upset, and she immediately pulled out Lakey and rushed in front of her. The pirates were killed in a big way. "It's really boring, can't your strength be stronger?" Khalifa strolled leisurely in the desert. With the speed of light, he disappeared suddenly at critical moments, even if there was an increase in natural places above the desert, but the sand crocodile's attack still couldn't hurt Khalifa, not even a single hair. "Damn, I knew at that time that this woman is extremely difficult to kill when she grows up. Damn it, but I didn't expect it to be so tricky. This woman actually possesses all the abilities of the Glint Glint fruit of Kizaru. Hey, Glint Glint fruit is also a branch of Glint fruit." Sand Crocodile's face was gloomy and terrifying, almost dripping water, but he had no way to do it. He had a field advantage, but Khalifa has an absolute speed advantage, and he doesn't use it at all. Elementalization, just use the speed of light to move out of the way at critical moments. "It's time for you to fight for so long, the light of judgment." Khalifa's eyes flashed coldly. It can be said that Khalifa is completely the nemesis of Sand Crocodile. If Sand Crocodile could use hockey, then it would not be so passive. It's a pity it's just that the fruit ability is simply used. Once he faces the person who restrains his ability, he will be very passive, and it can even be said that he has no resistance. Damn, Quicksand Storm. It's just passive to passive. Crocodile didn't think about the ability to fight against the Fruit of Light after he was defeated, but without observation hockey, he couldn't predict Khalifa's attack at all, so he could only be in a hurry. I used a trick that was not used in the original book. Although his body was hit by the light of judgment and couldn't be elementalized, was blasted away by the powerful impact force, and was burned by the fiery holy light, but it did not mean that he could not use the ability. The light of judgment was only able to hit the ability of elementalization. However, he couldn't seal the fruit's ability, so the moment he was hit, he also used an extremely large-scale trick. With a loud bang, the desert beneath his feet shook like a roar of plum blossoms, and then another wave of tired sand waves attacked Khalifa. It's still not enough. Rankyaku Tempest Kick Photon Laser. Khalifa stood on the spot this time without using the speed of light to move, but kicked directly at the rolling sand waves. Not a blue-white vacuum slash. Instead, it was a golden laser that contained bright energy full of scorching temperature, directly piercing the sand stream in front of it through a huge hole, and very skillfully cracked the terrifying sand wave like a natural disaster. With a bit of a face, what my husband said is indeed the most correct. My Fruit of Light is going to take this route in attack, and then generate a large-scale attack. Crocodile, you are still far behind. Khalifa thought disdainfully. Dao, At this moment, when Khalifa is facing the Logia fruit ability that is not the top level, if the opponent is just a strong person who simply relies on ability, then he is absolutely disdainful of all these existences, so it is obvious that Crocodile's strength is not weak. Wu Mei is definitely not the bottom of the existence, but Khalifa is crushed to death as the reason. Also suppressing Kibyume is Boa Hancock. The three-color haki simply use the observation haki, and then coupled with the fruit ability, it has steadily suppressed the gangster Don Quixote Doflamingo. Does Kibyume have this kind of strength? If that's the case, then Empress should be thankful that they didn't accept Kibyume's invitation. Boa Hancock completely ignores the already embarrassed Don Quixote Doflamingo in front of him. This is not because Hancock despised his opponent, but because the gap in strength is too great. After all, Hancock has not been in vain over the years. So fast, didn't Hancock improve? Even Kuzan said that if Admiral fights alone, the possibility of losing to Hancock is very high, and this is still a guess if Hancock has not shot. If he has really seen Hancock's strength, then Kuzan would not dare to say this. The most important thing is that Boa Hancock had a pure haki contest with Portgas D. Dana, who is also a conqueror haki several times stronger than the four emperors. Although he lost, he was still proud. She has also made great progress in haki's cultivation, so she is also destined to be the cup of Don Quixote Doflamingo. 134 Pack 1 Up. This woman is too strong, and the bounty also says she has conqueror haki. Damn, how could I be so unlucky to be chosen by her as my opponent? Don Quixote Doflamingo thought with tears in his heart, while seeing Hancock the arrow of love turned into an arrow of love immediately used his fruit ability, and controlled several nearby pirates as his shield. HMPH, this method can also be used. It really is inferior to pigs and dogs. No wonder it can only be the dog of the world government. De Doflamingo's subordinates, as the captain, actually use the lives of his crew in exchange for himself, which is simply something inferior to pigs and dogs, and Hancock's attack is even more ruthless. The Arrow of Extinction. I saw Bohancock's face sank, and the powerful conqueror haki immediately burst out from her delicate body and directly enveloped Don Quixote Doflamingo's body, making Don Quixote Doflamingo unable to demonstrate his ability, and at the same time Hancock's cultivation base was not weaker than conqueror haki's observation haki, who immediately predicted Don Quixote Doflamingo's next move and attack. Cut, even if you can also use haki, what if you use observation haki to predict Empress's attack? Stupid, in the same situation as observation haki, the winner depends on whose observation haki is stronger and hears more voices. You predicted Empress's first attack, but unfortunately Empress predicted your third move, you can die. The corner of Bohancock's mouth turned to Vivi, full of disdain. It can be said that she calls herself a concubine when it comes to her enemies. Only when she is facing Lu Chengkong and Khalifa will she call herself a concubine. This is to show her status, her nobility. She is a high-ranking queen who cannot be desecrated. The only enemy who can become an enemy is death. She fully despises the enemy strategically, and takes the enemy seriously in her heart. It is a pity that the May hooligan in front of her is not worthy of Hancock's attention in terms of strength or moral performance. She even accepts the qualifications of the opponent. None. In Hancock's mind, he is inferior to pigs and dogs. Boa Hancock condensed a bow like a love in his hand, and then an arrow full of destructive aura suddenly formed. Armament haki was attached to it, but Hancock did not shoot at Don Quixote Doflamingo, but instead it was shot behind Don Quixote Doflamingo. As soon as a strange scene appeared, I saw that Don Quixote Doflamingo, who could not dodge, was able to dodge Boa Hancock's arrow, but the strange thing was that Doflamingo jumped backwards with Boa Hancock's arrow. Step, which resulted in a hit. How is it possible? I have already foreseen your attack. Don Quixote Doflamingo said with disbelief. In fact, he didn't know it when he didn't jump up together, just he still couldn't believe that he would be defeated so easily. In fact, she was not wronged. Then observation haki, compared to Hancock. Among the hockey powerhouses at the same level, no one would foolishly compare with the people of Amazon Island, let alone the Empress. Comparing her with hockey is simply courting death, not to mention the fact that the two hockeys are so far apart. Fruit ability to control Boa Hancock. Don't laugh at people, cheek cracking, or conqueror hockey coverage cracking, then the fruit ability is useless to the Empress. Hockey competition is even more incomparable, the fighting technique is also very different, the rhythm of the battle is completely in Hancock's grasp. Don Quixote da Flamingo is simply being manipulated by Boa Hancock. HMPH, you saw my next attack, but my next 3 attacks, do you think you can dodge it? Boa Hancock snorted coldly. Cough cough. Don't be complacent, I eat puppet fruit. I admit that my strength is not your opponent, but it is not so easy for you to kill me. Haha, I, Don Quixote da Flamingo, can fight for so long in the Great Waterway. It's not just pure strength that gets so moisturizing, it's also here. Don Quixote da Flamingo's body actually began to petrify, but just when he was completely petrified, his body actually began to become illusory and finally disappeared. Lost. Puppet fruit. Is this his puppet? You can't kill him without finding out his body, but a hooligan is a hooligan after all. If you don't even have the courage to face each other, no matter how strong you are, it's useless. After all, you can't stand on the stage. Boa Hancock was not angry when he saw Don Quixote da Flamingo escaped, and his tone was full of disdain from the beginning to the end. If Lu Chengkong saw Don Quixote da Flamingo's appearance and his fruit ability at this time, he would definitely understand. No wonder he dared to challenge Whitebeard in the big event. It turned out that it was not his body at all, but a puppet that could play the same role as his body, so even if he was killed, it was nothing. At most, the dead body of the puppet was attacked. You can fully recover after a period of rest. Just when Boa Hancock solved a kibume quickly and incomparably, the battle between Enel and Gecko Moria on the other side was in full swing. The original Enel was a pure fruit ability, although there was observation hockey as an assistant. However, his physical skills are poor. If he is poor in hockey, once he faces the strong hockey, it will be a tragedy, but now after following Lu Chengkong and others to cultivate, his progress in the past few years is amazing. He is a thunderbolt himself. When cultivating, he went crazy and stimulated his body cells, internal organs, and constantly strengthened his body. The speed of physical skill improvement was no worse than Lu Chengkong, Hancock and others, or even better. So just a few years later, Enel was completely reborn. If he were to face Luffy, he would be able to K0 Luffy in 1 round. He also learned Rokushiki and used the fruit ability to use it with great power. Damn, even though this is not a light fruit person, it is also Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. Damn, it's only the ability under those legendary fruits, but if you can get his shadow, fusion if it's Oz, then I won't be afraid of Kaido. Gecko Moria didn't bring zombies this time, and simply used his abilities to fight against Enel. Gaga, this is the strength of your Chiwume. I thought how strong it could be, is it this level? 60 million volts. Discharge. The terrifying thunder and lightning were continuously thrown to Gecko Moria, which made Gecko Moria overwhelmed and could only passively defend. 135 lightning strikes Moria. This lunatic, the fruit ability is infinitely close to the level of Admiral. Oh my god, when were there so many strong people, but Moria, are not easy to bully. It's true that he likes to rely on other people's strength, but often when a crisis comes, people's potential is unleashed, unless he wants to die, and so does Moria. Shadow Box. Moria's shadow suddenly flew out, and Moria, who had no shadow as a defense, was immediately struck by lightning, but Moria, who should have been baptized by lightning at the moment of being struck by lightning, turned into a shadow. Obviously he switched positions with the shadow, and at the same time, the shadow after being hit seemed to have nothing to do with turning into a huge box forcibly trapping Enel. HMPH, Elementalization. It's just that Enel is not Luffy, he is a real Logia fruit power user, how can he be trapped, and his lightning speed is only under the speed of light of Kizaru and Khalifa, with his even stronger than Hancock, observation haki was too easy to predict Gecko Moria's attack, so he avoided Gecko Moria's attack with ease. HMPH, Shadow Revolution. Moria is someone who can fight Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Although he lost, he has his own way of facing haki, and maybe no one knows, Gecko Moria is also capable of haki. But compared to his fruit ability, his haki level is far worse, but it still makes him less passive and helpless when facing Logia fruit ability. Enter my shadow. Change the shape of the main body. It's a pity that your speed is too slow, brother LJ. Lei Shan. Enel is no longer simply using his own fruit ability, and the Shadow Mage is about to enter the shadow of Enel. Enel immediately used his unique ability. Obviously, he developed a unique Rokushiki shaver based on his fruit ability. There are not many people who can improve the shaver inside Rokushiki. Even Rob Lucci just shaved the inside of Rokushiki. It has become a razor that is no longer a simple movement ability, but has an attack ability. Of course, this is only the original work. Now, in this real world, because of the arrival of Liu Chengkong and others, will Rob Lucci have new abilities, and whether he can develop his own enhanced and optimized version of shaving is also unknown. After all, because of Liu Chengkong's influence many people have undergone great changes, not to mention Hancock, Khalifa and others are the best examples. But now Hancock, Liu Chengkong, Khalifa, and Enel have all developed enhanced and optimized versions of shaving. Liu Chengkong's is shaving, muffler and the explosive step developed by combining the return of life, Khalifa's is shaving. Blinking, Boa Hancock's shaving lotus step, and Enel's unique step came out. It's so fast. Gecko Moria's huge eyes and pupils shrank suddenly, but his observation haki could still predict it. But before the duel with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, Moria had a chin and was strong, but later because of he ate, slept and ate every day on the horror ship, and gained weight, and then he became the shape of onion and wine belly, so he is now the same as Enel when he faced Khalifa. He predicted the attack of the other party but his body reacted. But come. Let you taste the stunt of the god, Shigen finger pistol. Thunder and lightning. Enel roared, and all the other fingers of his right hand were retracted, leaving one index finger, with electric light flashing on it. After experiencing the Battle of Khalifa he also understands the huge benefits and advantages of compressing and breaking the face, although he can't compress to such a terrible level as Khalifa. But compressing to the size of a finger and using Shigen finger pistol can still be used. Oops. Gecko Moria's face changed greatly, and he felt a flash before his eyes. Enel's Shigen finger pistol had pierced his body, but he didn't let out any screams. Instead, there was a hint of insidiousness in his eyes. Obviously everything just now was just disguised by him. Thinking about it, he was able to escape with his life in the hands of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Even though his physical skills have become worse and worse over the years, his fruit ability is not. Will weaken. Looking down, the part of his body that was supposed to be pierced by Enel turned into a shadow. Apparently, he woke up a partial shadow substitute. At the same time, he did not know when a shadow mage appeared under his feet. He immediately bound Enel, and even more so. Although it is not very strong, it can touch the body of Enel after elementalization, so although the restraint time is very short, Enel is quickly freed, but the changes in the battle occur in 1 second, even in 1 second. In a time that doesn't take seconds. Let you taste Lao Tzu's most powerful attacking trick, the Shadow Horn Spear. Moria roared, his physical skills were getting worse and worse, but with Haki, who was neither strong nor weak, and the fruit ability was incomparably rich with him however, the combat experience of the player can make up for these deficiencies, and can often change the outcome of a battle. Shadowhorn Gun is definitely not to be underestimated. Not to mention, Gecko Moria can still use this move to penetrate the Son of Oz, which is even bigger than the giant, so Enel is fierce in the face of this attack. Doji is missing. That face, don't think that you are the only one who is perennial. The observation Haki cultivation base of this god is not comparable to you. The god of your attacks has long known, and the intentional trick is just to end this battle quickly, you the shadow and the main body are constantly changing and want to solve the problem with speed. You don't have to sacrifice anything, you can go in peace. It's just that Enel, who was caught, didn't have the slightest worry, but just like Gecko Moria, his face was full of conspiracy success. Let you see the strongest defense of this god, armament armor, iron block. Thunder shield. Enel shouted, but did not break free from Moria's shackles, but blocked the opponent's powerful penetrating shadow gun, only seeing that Enel's muscles, which are much stronger than the original, suddenly tensed, a layer of invisible armor covered his body, and at the same time, countless lightnings compressed and condensed in front of his chest to form a shield and directly collided with Gecko Moria's shadow gun. Now your shadow and body are here, I see where you are going, 100 million volts. Discharge. Enel freed his right hand and pressed it on Gecko Moria's body while resisting the shadow gun. Now the shadow and the main body is all there, and it is useless to convert him. Ah! The thick and terrifying thunderbolt all bombed Enel's body through his hands. In an instant, Gecko Moria was struck by the thunder and lightning, but it was a pity that it was not popular in One Piece, King of Pirates. Otherwise he is likely to become the first time traveling man in One Piece, King of Pirates to be struck by lightning into another dimension. 136 depressed Enel. HMPH, I thought this god was easy to bully, but you were really useless. You were originally strong, but your inner demons are too heavy, and you don't believe in your own strength and like to rely on external forces. It's really stupid. Enel looked down. Taking a look at his chest, he found that it was bleeding. Moria's strongest attack had obviously wounded Enel, but for Enel, these injuries were just minor injuries. Grass, this god is not the first god to deal with the enemy. Damn, that woman has already cleaned up the glasses man. Huh, the Battle of Khalifa is about to end. Enel originally planned to deal with his opponent as quickly as possible at the cost of injury for injury, and then he would be able to be powerful, but he didn't expect that at the cost of injury, he would only be second to deal with his opponent, and Hancock not only faster than him, but also unscathed, and Hancock's strength against Don Quixote Doflamingo is much stronger than that of Moria he faced. Now the battle between Khalifa and Crocodile is about to end, and Khalifa is not only unscathed, even his clothes have not changed a bit, and there is not much dust. Compared to him, he seems to be the most embarrassing. Damn, it seems that the weakest opponent is my bat face, and the strongest is that big guy, Tyrant Bear Dizzy. Facing the weakest opponent, the god is actually injured, and it will definitely be beaten by that hateful opponent. The woman, Juliana, laughed. Enel's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that he would not lose money by stealing chickens, and even at this time he had already thought of Juliana's mocking face, which made him not nearly fainted past. Crocodile, it seems that the battle is over. Khalifa's eyes flickered with golden light, and two lasers suddenly shot at Crocodile. Is this woman a robot? How can she shoot lasers in her eyes like a bear? Crocodile knew the operation might be a failure when he heard the screams of Gecko Moria and Don Quixote Doflamingo. The action of bringing together all the forces of Chiwume will also fail, and the target is still a new pirate group. Even he can already imagine that the happy pirates will become famous after today, and they are still stepping on it. Their bodies serve as stepping stones to fame. Damn, I'm a sand crocodile. I'm a powerhouse for a while. I didn't expect that I would become the nourishment for a group of little devils. Crocodile's eyes flashed terrifyingly. It can be dangerous to get distracted while fighting, especially if you don't have the upper hand. Are you distracted? Then you can die. Khalifa immediately seized this golden opportunity. With Crocodile's strength, even if his physical skills are poor, he has hockey, but with the desert as a home game, if he wants to compete with it would take a long time before Khalifa got into a fight, but he was distracted at such a time. Damn, Crocodile is worthy of being Chiwume. He knew it was not good at the moment he was distracted. He bit the tip of his tongue. The pain on the tip of his tongue immediately pulled his spirit back, but unfortunately the enemy he faced was not power type, but so he was a step too late. Khalifa came behind him instantly with the speed of light. I want to become elemental. It's too late. the light of judgment. The power of this move can only be regarded as medium and low in all Caliphag, but he is an indispensable ability when facing the fruit of Logia, because of its effect. It is the ability who can directly attack the elementalization and amp, but it will not seal the ability of the other party. The fly in the ointment is that the power is not strong enough, but directly hitting Crocodile, a person with poor physical skills and a weak body can also play a certain role. The most important thing is that the power bursting out by the speed and the high temperature in the light of judgment all hit Crocodile's body to cause continuous damage and affect his combat effectiveness. Damn, I'm not reconciled. Do I have to lose twice in a row to this trick? Crocodile roared. His eyes were full of bright red bloodshots. When Lu Chengkong and others faced him when they were young, the biggest reason for defeating Kuro Keda is because of Khalifa's ability, Crocodile's underestimation of the enemy, and clever cooperation, plus Kaku's water-throwing action at the end, and Crocodile did not expect that he would be seen by a group of little devils who met for the first time. There are reasons for failure, but chief among them is Khalifa's light of judgment. Hey, just to be safe, let's have another one, the binding of light. Khalifa saw Kuro Keda. He looked a little crazy and immediately used little attack power, but it was the ability of an elemental nemesis, the binding of light, which was Crocodile, which is enveloped by the aperture, cannot be elementalized unless the aperture on his body is freed. Damn, it's this trick again. Crocodile roared with palpitations on his face. This trick played a decisive role in the outcome. He didn't want to be a loser who lost to the same trick twice in a row. HMPH, even if the restraint of light can restrain you for a second, you can die, tear of light. Khalifa shouted coquettishly. A palm-sized light ball appeared in the center of the jade palm. The moment the light ball was formed, a laser shaped like a lightsaber shot out from Khalifa's jade hand. Ah! Crocodile only screamed and was drowned in the golden lightsaber-shaped laser, not knowing if he was alive or dead. If it wasn't for my husband saying that leaving your life would have a role in the future, I would have killed you long ago. Khalifa muttered to himself as he looked at the radiant desert in front of him, leaving Crocodile's life to make a bigger difference. Everyone can guess what it is. This kind of opponent that is outdated to Lu Chengkong, no matter how much intrigue and tricks, can't make a big wave, and Lu Chengkong, who is familiar with the history of the original book, knows the future of Crocodile very well. He came back and took care of Alabasta and Vivi when they needed it the most. This will not only gain the heart of a princess and beauty, but also directly control a kingdom as a backup resource. From the bodies of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Whitebeard and others, Lu Chengkong found that his pirate group must be strong and long-lasting. There must be enough backup resources to support his profligacy, and Alabasta has obviously become a target of Lu Chengkong, but this is not the time to start. After all, it is easy to control a kingdom, but it is difficult to control people's hearts. After all, it is the most difficult since ancient times. Control, the most change is the human heart. 137 bears purpose. The contemporary king of Alabasta is definitely a wise king. As the saying goes, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger, which fully shows that the heart of the lord of a country is even more changeable. It is impossible for him to serve himself wholeheartedly like Kaya's father Kapal. Night talk, so he thought of the Alabasta incident created by Crocodile in the original book. At that time, Vivi's father was framed, but his reputation in Alabasta had fallen to the lowest point, and he had no son and only a daughter, Princess Vivi. In the original work, Vivi's performance in the Battle of Alabasta has gathered unprecedented popularity. As long as he behaves properly in that battle and gets Vivi at that time, it will be easy to control the entire kingdom through Vivi, and it's not in vain to ask Alabasta to serve him. After all, Vivi is not an idiot. What he and others have to do is to be like Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors, and it is enough to be their peaceful patron. It is also because of this that Lu Chengkong deliberately let Khalifa leave Crocodile's life, otherwise Khalifa can completely kill him here after Crocodile was distracted just now. After all, Khalifa's strongest group attacks the sun and the strongest single. The body attacked the sun-drenched compressed condensed version of the Trial of Light, and it can be seen that Khalifa deliberately kept his hand. Your actions seem to have failed. Strangely, the battle between Khalifa, Hancock, Enel, and Juliana was fierce, but the tyrant Shang and Lu Chengkong did not start until this time. When Lu Chengkong saw that Enel and the others had defeated 3 Shichibukai and all came to him, Lu Chengkong looked at Tyrant Bear with a little doubt. Originally, I planned to unite with them to obliterate you, but now I changed my mind when you revealed my identity. It is just wishful thinking for the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government with its current strength. If there is no pirate as a restraint, the Revolutionary Army has long been destroyed by the terrifying world government, and now with the death of Roger, the arrest of the Golden Lion, and the aging of Whitebeard, the strength of the pirates has been continuously weakened. When the pirates are suppressed, it is time for the Revolutionary Army to perish. The tyrant Shang did not directly answer Lu Chengkong's question, but instead muttered to himself. The Revolutionary Army needs time to strengthen its strength, and constantly reduce the huge gap in strength caused by the gap between the two sides. The power of the pirates can undoubtedly play the greatest role, so the Revolutionary Army is not enough to face the powerful forces of the world government. Before the strength of self-protection, the strength of the pirates must not be weakened too much, but it should not be too strong, otherwise the pirates will be unable to control the pirates after the overthrow of the world government, am I right? The cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Lu Chengkong's eyes in a flash of light, it was clear what the Tyrant Bear was going to say. He was interested in the strength of his own pirate group. Yes, the older generation of Whitebeard and others will soon become the past. If there is no new successor, then the pirates will be completely suppressed. Then it will be the Revolutionary Army. Tragic, that's why the Tyrant Bear let the Straw Hat and others go. Although there is a reason for Luffy's father, Long, the more important thing is the potential of Luffy and the others. After all, people who do big things are cruel and cruel. Without that potential, even if he is the son of the dragon, Tyrant Shang will definitely kill. This is the reality of the world. It's the same reason that he didn't take action immediately, because Lu Chengkong and others not only have the potential far beyond the original Straw Hat pirates, but they are now full of wings. This kind of pirates is obviously the best way to contain the world government in the future. Therefore, even if Tyrant Shang has the strength to obliterate the happy pirates, he will not start. After all, the Revolutionary Army has existed for too short a time, and the background is too poor, and what is most needed is time. And now the Great Channel really has the courage to confront Marine head-on, and how many people can contain Marine? In the 4 emperors, except for Red Hair and Whitebeard, the other 2 are all people who want to replace Whitebeard's position, and they have no effect on the Revolutionary Army. As for Shichibukai, the Tyrant Bear is too lazy to take a look, although Shichibukai Don Quixote Doflamingo is the most powerful, but in front of the real powerhouses, what he does is nothing more than making small troubles. In the words of the Empress, he doesn't even have the courage to face the person who can only hide on the side and be afraid of death. What kind of climate can it be? Undoubtedly, he is now the enemy of Marine, and he cannot help Tyrant Shang secretly. At this moment, Lu Chengkong, who already has great strength, is the best candidate. The combination of many reasons is the reason why Tyrant Shang did not take action immediately. After all, the strength of the Tyrant Bear is absolutely not to be underestimated. Even in the big event in the original book, Shichibukai's strength can be ranked in the top 3. Needless to say, the first is Hancock, Admiral-level strength, Conqueror, Observation Hockey, Armament, 3-color Hockey plus Powerful Fruit ability. Even if there is a huge psychological shadow trouble, it is a well-deserved first person. The second is of course the world's strongest swordsman, the great swordsman Mihawk, and the third is the Tyrant Bear. After all, he lost all reason and was completely remodeled. He was able to defend Luffy's ship for 2 years by himself. In the original book he has never made a full effort, but Lu Chengkong never dared to underestimate his strength. He can become a core member of the Revolutionary Army, and he can enter the world government, and he is a friend and comrade in arms. Will be bad. Then if you didn't do it just now, in addition to looking at the strength and performance of the people in their boat, is it also a kind of show to me? Wait until they are over before you do it to me. Lu Chengkong Isho, to be honest, the idea of the tyrant bear is a dispensable thing for Lu Chengkong. After all, the idea of the tyrant bear is right. The world government wants to get rid of them quickly, so even if the tyrant bear has this idea, Lu Chengkong, etc. people also have to fight against the world government. In this way, not only will it not cause any damage to the interests of Lu Chengkong and others, but it can also make a deal with the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps with the dual identities of Bartholomew Kuma in the Revolutionary Army and Marine, he can at some point be able to deal with Lu Chengkong and others. What help is there? So this transaction is worth carrying out, but before that, we still have to play a game. This is to test whether the two parties are qualified to cooperate. Although there is already a reward, I will not be relieved if I haven't personally tested it. Just now the battle is the test of Lu Chengkong's crew, and now it is the test of Lu Chengkong's captain. 138 Contest. That's right. Bartholomew Kuma nodded and admitted without denying it. At the same time, he glanced at Khalifa and others who were standing not far from Lu Chengkong and others. Obviously, they all heard what Bartholomew Kuma said, so they didn't leave. Come over to give the venue to Lu Chengkong and the two of them, and at the same time protect the law for them, so that they can go on without any interference. Then come on, let me see how strong you can be, who is only under the eagle eye, or whether you are qualified to cooperate with me. Lu Chengkong Haki said incomparably, yes, the other party wants to test himself whether you have the qualifications to become a partner. Why don't you want to test whether the other party has this strength? But in his heart, he admired Bartholomew Kuma's calmness. At first, he deliberately provoked him so many times. Not only was he not angry, but he came up with such a good solution rationally. It was just this wisdom and calmness, plus in the original book, his decisive sacrifice, etc. are enough to make Lu Chengkong admire him. If this guy hadn't been a cadre of the Revolutionary Army early on, he would have wanted to pull him onto Enel's ship and become a member of his own pirate group, but regrets, but the battle must continue. Teleport. Bartholomew Kuma was not ambiguous. When he saw that everything was going on as he thought, he immediately shot decisively. With a bang, not only did his huge body not appear cumbersome, on the contrary, his speed was actually faster than in the original book. Rob Lucci and others used a much faster shave, and that bang was obviously one of Flesh Fruit's abilities. Bartholomew Kuma couldn't control his strength from a long distance, but if it was visible to the naked eye, he could still control it. Pressure cannon. Bartholomew Kuma came to Lu Chengkong's hand almost in the blink of an eye, not to mention that this speed alone was valued by all the members of the Happy Pirates. Shock wave. Then let's have a comparison. Lu Chengkong used observation haki early in the morning, so he was prepared early in the morning. The moment Bartholomew Kuma moved, he turned around and merged his fists up and down. Together, they collided directly with Tyrant Bear's pressure cannon. Six Kings Spear. Lu Chengkong roared loudly, and the powerful impact beyond the platoon shell continued to burst out from Lu Chengkong's double fists, as if it had the support of infinite energy. And Bartholomew Kuma's pressure cannon formed a close hold. Boom. At the end, the impact of the two sides reached a peak and the rebound force pushed both of them out. Bartholomew Kuma used his fleshy palm to slap a few times in the midair that was pushed out, sending all the atmosphere to the air. It hit the bottom and bounced back to stop the body in midair, and then safely resolved the impact and landed without any damage. Lu Chengkong on the other side was even more direct, using the Kami-E directly to follow the impact force that bounced back, and the airflow change was very easy to dodge the bounce-back shockwave. The first round of the contest was evenly divided. Do your best. I know you have a transformation-like ability, use it. Although Bartholomew Kuma is still indifferent, his eyes are full of solemnity. He also knows the Rokushiki, 6 styles 6 King's Spear. After all, he can score in Marine. Of course, he knew very well about Rokushiki, and even he chose a few moves that were useful to him to learn, to complement his own shortcomings, so he also knew the power of the Six Kings Spear, but he did not expect Lu Chenggong to use it. The power of the 6 king guns that came out was so huge that it could be evenly matched with his own pressure guns. Fulfill your wish, the devil will change. Lu Chenggong did not refuse. After all, he would use this ability in the face of Bartholomew Kuma later. After all, Bartholomew Kuma's strength at this time is stronger than that of Don Quixote Doflamingo that Hancock took care of. It is much stronger, and Lu Chenggong's strength is obviously far less than Hancock's, so it is obviously very difficult to defeat Bartholomew Kuma, whose strength is unknown, without using demon transformation. Bang! A black airflow that cannot be seen by the naked eye, but is perceived by perception, surrounded Lu Chenggong, and suddenly vented out to the surrounding like a storm, and Lu Chenggong's appearance also began to undergo amazing changes. Originally peaceful, indifferent, all the aura disappeared, replaced by the most violent and violent aura. If Lu Chenggong, who did not use the demon transformation, was calm but gave people an unfathomable sea, then Lu Chenggong, who has used the devil transformation now, is simply caught in the sea of rage and anger, and the most terrifying eruption is hidden. The power of his makes those who face him powerless except for fear. It's so strong, the strength has increased so much. Bartholomew Kuma's eyes flickered, although he knew this ability from the Marine headquarters, but if he didn't experience it himself, he couldn't feel how much Lu Chenggong's strength improved, and if he went up once Bartholomew Kuma also watched Lu Chenggong use the demon transformation to fight Kuzan, he would definitely find that the demon transformation used by Lu Chenggong this time increased his strength by at least 1/3 compared to the first time he used it. It is a growth ability like the transformation of a Super Saiyan. Jia, experience it for yourself. At this time, Lu Chenggong was like the Sun Wukong after his transformation. He was cold and ruthless, but he was extremely violent when he went, full of a strong desire to fight, and the demon wings on his back were fanned, like the fired arrow disappeared in a flash without making any noise, and came to the back of Bartholomew Kuma strangely, and directly punched the simplest and most simple punch. Simplify the complexity. 100 split pressure cannon. Bartholomew Kuma was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lu Chenggong's physical skills to be cultivated to such a terrifying height. He immediately used a pressure cannon that was stronger than the previous pressure cannon. Many times the pressure cannon was opened, and the surging shock wave like the sea water at high tide rippled out from Bartholomew Kuma's palm in circles. It's too slow, Lu Chenggong said in a mocking tone. The punch that was originally punched unexpectedly stopped in a way that violated the laws of physics. There was no physical discomfort, and the shock wave was about to come to his body. In a moment, he disappeared in the same place as before. Obviously, moon step, shaving, noise reduction, and the devil wings behind him are perfectly combined through the return of life. This is the real attack without dead ends. You can go to the place you want like a momentary movement, and there is no discomfort to the body. 139 Mirror versus meat. It's so fast, does it improve in all aspects? Bartholomew Kuma was taken aback, and the powerful and precise instruments in his body immediately judged that Lu Chenggong's improvement was in all aspects, not a single improvement. On one hand, not only the speed and flexibility, but also the small-scale movement, etc. have improved so much that he couldn't react for a while. Rokushiki, 6 styles devil killing. Lu Chenggong roared wildly. His mental awareness was very low on his right arm. The cells, blood, bones, blood vessels, etc. all seemed to form an independent body of consciousness. The control forces were all in operation, and at the same time, a powerful force burst out and then fused all from Lu Chenggong's fist and passed it to Bartholomew Kuma's back. Not good. For the first time, Bartholomew Kuma's expression changed significantly. At this time, even if he wanted to use teleportation, it was too late. An impact force several times larger than that of his 100 rifle open-hand pressure cannon was like a circle of invisible ripples generally impacted his back. Bang! A huge rumbling sound suddenly came out, and what followed was that the huge body of Bartholomew Kuma was knocked out, just as this powerful shockwave was about to blast away the skin of Bartholomew Kuma's owner's incomparably powerful defense. Bartholomew Kuma actually patted his chest with his fleshy hands. Yin Healing Bomb. Bartholomew Kuma used this move at the last minute, which is his strongest recovery and strongest defense ability, so that all the damage that could hurt his body popped out, including the shock wave that came out of his back just now. It can be said that it is precisely because of the existence of this ability that Bartholomew Kuma is so terrible. After all, Bartholomew Kuma with this ability is regarded as an immortal existence to a certain extent. Can you pop the damage? You can pop it out if you kill a demon. How about 2? What about 3? Mirror clones. Lu Chengkong was a little surprised when he saw Bartholomew Kuma use this ability that can be said to be a bug. The effect is really not huge, but Lu Chengkong, who is a traverser, is very affectionate. These seemingly powerful abilities all have their bottom line or limitation. For example, Bartholomew Kuma, a yin healing bullet, he can pop the damage also has a degree. If it exceeds this degree, then he can't pop out the damage. You still have a keen sense of observation. You can see through my ability in an instant, but what if you see through it? The Rokushiki 6 styles you just used should be your strongest attack. I'm not afraid to tell you. The bottom line is at least 3 to 4 times as powerful as your demon slaying power just now, can you? Bartholomew Kuma was very surprised at the look of the man in front of him, but he didn't expect his ability to be seen through once, and it was found that Lu Chengkong seemed to be very familiar with him, not only in his fighting style but also in his style. Who told you that my most powerful ability is this? The 3 Lu Chengkong, who have exactly the same demon wings, said in unison. While speaking, the demon wings behind them immediately fanned, showing the same speed as before. Bartholomew Kuma, who has only suffered a loss, has long been prepared. Bear Shockwave. The terrifying impact of this move under the reaction of the atmosphere is simply terrifying, and the destructive power is so huge that even Lu Chengkong would not dare to try it with his own body. Oh, reversal mirror image. Lu Chengkong chuckled lightly. Not only did he not worry, but instead waved his hand completely absent. Lu Chengkong's fruit ability has obviously broken through again. He could only create 2 mirror images before, but now he can actually create 1. 3. This time it was none other than Bartholomew Kuma in front of him. Although the strength of the mirror clone I made is not as good as yours, it still has 30% of your strength, and is proficient in all your abilities, including how to crack this move. Lu Chengkong smiled strangely, heartbroken. As soon as he thought about it, he didn't need his control at all. The mirror image Bartholomew Kuma seemed to have his own wisdom and rushed directly to the block, which became more and more stingy, and patted it with the same fleshy palm as Bartholomew Kuma. It's miserable. Bartholomew Kuma instinctively felt the danger. The power of this trick is huge, but if it is destroyed in the manufacturing process, the power that will burst out of control in an instant will be implicated, and now this one has his ability. The mirror image of the fleshy fruit uses the ability to destroy the small air block that is about to be formed in his hand. Then even if he does not die and is seriously injured, it is inevitable. Damn, why didn't the guys in Marine headquarters say that he has this ability, and he can create clones of others, not only has such a powerful combat power, but even has the ability of devil fruit. God, I finally understand why Marine headquarters people are so desperate to get rid of him. Bartholomew Kuma knows that he is miserable this time. Although the mirror image of Bartholomew Kuma's strength is not as good as him, but using teleportation, the speed is the same as his body, and he instantly came to him and slapped the small air in his palm. On the block, the same fruit ability, the mirror image of Bartholomew Kuma, who understands all the secrets of this trick, suddenly destroys the balance point inside the small air block. Bang! The huge shock wave whose power was so terrifying that words could not describe it was like a tsunami, centered on Bartholomew Kuma, raging in all directions, and the ground was forcibly pressed down, creating a huge deep space, and the nearby air was so heavy. At a level that is visible to the naked eye, once people enter this area, they will definitely be crushed into powder by the pressure of the atmosphere, and Bartholomew Kuma, who is at the most powerful center point, can be said to be more fortunate than for luck. There, don't you know that this attack has exceeded your bottom line? Lu Chengkong stood there and said with a schadenfreude laugh. The same two mirror images on the other two sides of Lu Chengkong also maintained the same smile. A going triangle surrounds Bartholomew Kuma, and waiting for Bartholomew Kuma will be a thunderclap once the pressure passes. Do you really think that the last time I fought with Kuzan was in vain? I have prepared a lot for this Shichibukai fight, and let you see the real horror of my state. Lu Chengkong thought to himself. At the same time, the incomparably dark eyes suddenly flashed a hint of coldness. He knew that although Bartholomew Kuma, who was attacked by his own attack this time, would be injured, he would definitely not be seriously injured and lose his combat effectiveness, so the decisive victory or defeat still depended on my own. 140 Demon Rokushiki comes out. Devil Rokushiki Shun. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed. And after he had a demon transformation and the battle with Kuzan, he found that unless a simple Rokushiki reached the level of Garp, he would not come to the Admiral-level powerhouse who knew Rokushiki well. To say that Rokushiki and Rokushiki's enhanced versions are not very useful. Lu Chengkong wasn't bothered by this problem either. Later, when he saw Enel and Khalifa integrate the fruit power into Rokushiki, he had a flash of inspiration. In addition to improving his strength in all aspects after the transformation, his demon transformation included body, internal organs, and recovery. The strength and so on have increased many times, otherwise he would not have died after taking the big tricks that Kuzan did not use in the original work, so he thought of changing according to the devil color haki and Rokushiki, plus more and more. The deep control ability is getting stronger and stronger. And the life returns to control the upper and lower body as an auxiliary to combine the unique tricks that can only be used in this state. It cannot be used in normal state, because the requirements on all aspects of the body are too high, and only after entering the demon transformation can all aspects of the body improve in all aspects, and the terrible resilience can be used to help. Rokushiki is too much. Brush. It's so fast. What kind of ability is this? How can it be 5 times faster than the speed just now? The face of Boa Hancock, who had been the strongest in the field, changed, and Lu Chengkong suddenly used a faster speed than the previous use of the razor. The speed is too much faster, otherwise she would not have such a big change in her face. It seems that my husband's demon Rokushiki has come out, but his demon Rokushiki may have only developed 1 or 2 styles at present, and he can't be familiar with it yet. Now he just wants Bartholomew Kuma, a free meat shield, to help him familiarize himself with the newly developed one. Demon Rokushiki. Khalifa's eyes shifted, and he immediately understood what ability Lu Chengkong was using now. You mean the demon Rokushiki that my husband said before? Can his body be used now? Boa Hancock said a little worriedly. She also knew about the demon Rokushiki, but she was more fond of the demon Rokushiki. How much damage is done to the body. Didn't you see that your husband dares to use it after he has entered the demon transformation? It seems that it is still a bit reluctant to use it now. Khalifa was not less worried than Boa Hancock, but he was very affectionate. This is Lu Chengkong's transformation battle. She can't stop it no matter what, not to mention that Lu Chengkong now has an absolute advantage. Even if the devil Rokushiki Lu Chengkong is not used, he will win. And she has no need to do things that make Lu Chengkong unhappy. What's the matter? Bartholomew Kuma, who had already survived his own unique attack, suddenly felt a hairy feeling in his heart. At this time, he only felt that he had become an ordinary person in an instant, and at the same time, he was being attacked by someone who didn't know where he was hiding. As if the demon was staring at him, a feeling of extreme danger rose from his heart. Do you feel the danger? It's a pity, it's too late, the devil Rokushiki Zonkong. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly came from the back of Bartholomew Kuma. Just when he knew it was bad, he was also horrified at Lu Chengkong's speed. When he had raised so much at one time, he felt a sharp pain suddenly coming from his back, as if he had been slashed by a powerful sword energy, and his whole body was smashed out. The healing bullet could not be ejected either. Obviously, the power of this attack had exceeded the limit that his yin healing bullet could achieve. Pucci, no, impossible. Bartholomew Kuma roared in disbelief. His face was no longer as calm as before. Some were just unbelievable and horrified. He couldn't believe Lu Chengkong's speed again. It has increased so much, and I can't believe that Lu Chengkong's attack power has also increased so much. This level of slash is almost comparable to Hawkeye's slash. Nothing is impossible, didn't I say it just now? The demon killing just now is not my strongest trick. Lu Chengkong's tone was no longer as violent as before, and the demon wings behind him did not know when to close it. It was out of the state of demon transformation and returned to the normal state, but if you look carefully, you can still find Lu Chengkong's feet, especially his right foot, which is constantly shaking. Obviously, he used 2 of the demon Rokushiki just now. One it is equivalent to Rokushiki, S shaved shun, and the other is equivalent to Renkyaku Tempest Kick, S Zonkong. Of course, the speed and destructive power are far from what Marine 60 can match. Not to mention that Lu Chengkong's Rokushiki, 6 styles devil killing can't hurt Bartholomew Kuma in the state of demon transformation, but now he just uses one of the attacking skills in the demon Rokushiki, Zonkong, and severely injured Bartholomew Kuma directly. Breaking through his terrifying skin defense and preventing his yin healing bullets from doing these damages. One is the profound meaning combined by Rokushiki, and the other is just one of the physical skills in the demon Rokushiki. The gap between the two is huge. Words can't describe it. If one day Lu Chengkong can use the demon Rokushiki to the extent of Marine Rokushiki, and then develop a mystery combined with the demon Rokushiki, then the destructive power at that time is really unimaginable. Successful, but the physical requirements are too high. Even I can only use Shun and Zonkong 3 times, but it is still possible to use it as a trump card. Of course, when my demon Rokushiki is fully developed, even Admiral I can defeat it too. Lu Chengkong thought of the confident smile on his face. Why he was so confident, it was very simple. Although Lu Chengkong at this time is afraid that he is in a state of demon transformation to use the demon Rokushiki, 2 of them, Shun and Zonkong, are also very reluctant, and the requirements and damage to the body are very large, so they cannot be used for a long time, but every time they use it. It is also a test of the body, a kind of oppression on the body, which can force out the hidden potential of the body, and Khalifa, who has the fruit of light, does not have to worry about the damage to the body beyond repair. Therefore, although his demon Rokushiki caused a lot of damage to his body recovered after each use, and his body was stronger than before. Like a demon, as the number of uses increased, his strength increased. The greater the increase in strength after entering the demon transformation, and then coupled with Lu Chengkong's usual exercises, thunder and lightning exercises, etc., it is only a matter of time before reaching the Admiral level. There, how is it, not dead yet? Lu Chengkong looked at Bartholomew Kuma, who had been kicked out for so long, and hadn't come back, so he couldn't help shouting to see if he was dead. After all, his own demon, Rokushiki Zonkong power is no joke. One Piece The Legend of Creation, Chapter 141 to 160. 141 Terrible Potential. I can't die yet. Bartholomew Kuma stood up slowly. The huge wound in the back actually started to squirm. If a normal person encountered such a wound, he would have died, but Bartholomew Kuma seemed to be injured. It's not like him. Obviously, Marine's high technology cannot be underestimated. The combination of technology and the advantages of human beings, coupled with the ability of the devil fruit, makes Bartholomew Kuma have a strong vitality. Then do you want to come again? Although Lu Chengkong's resilience in his normal state was not as good as his resilience in a demonic state, it was also not to be underestimated. After a few seconds, his feet were trembling so badly, especially the right foot has recovered and looks the same as before the fight. The external damage has been repaired, and the internal repair is now being done. No, I'm not your opponent. Bartholomew Kuma did not have the narrow-mindedness of the other defeated people. Instead, he justly admitted that he was not Lu Chengkong's opponent. In many cases, it is not simply because of his strength that he needs to be recognized by others. What is more needed is his mind and spirit, etc. Just like the Blackbeard in the original book, his strength is getting stronger and stronger after getting the dark fruit, but who can he recognize? Who will admire him? It is only his forbearance and endurance that may be admired. After this time, the Marine headquarters will pay more attention to you, and may even send to Admiral to encircle and suppress you. Also, be careful of the CPO, I wish you good luck. Bartholomew Kuma can say that these are obviously transactions between the two parties. So he also told Lu Chengkong the information that he knew and was helpful to Lu Chengkong and others, and then teleported a few jumps and didn't know where he went. Although there was no one here, Lu Chengkong was sure that this time the people in the Marine headquarters absolutely know that when the time comes, their bounty will be higher, and Marine will pay more attention to them. In fact, it doesn't take long at all, because after Bartholomew Kuma told Sengoku of this plan, Sengoku has already arranged several monitors at high altitude, and Lu Chengkong and others did not cover up, so they are all fighting here. It is clear to see, although I can't hear the dialogue, I can't see some details, and the picture is a bit blurry, but the victory or defeat of the battle, some moves, etc. can be seen. The clarity is the same as the pinhole camera, a little bit blurry. Bang! In the Marshal's office of Marine headquarters, Sengoku's face became solemn for the first time after watching this battle. The solemn expression on Lu Chengkong and others was because of the mysterious girl, but without the support of the mysterious girl, Sengoku was still this is the first time to show such an expression. His strength has become stronger again. I think the most frightening thing about him is not his fruit ability, but his speed of progress. Every time he fights, the battle he shows is obviously much stronger than the last one. The Admiral Kizaru finally appeared this time, and he was the first to give his opinion after watching the whole battle. My biggest worry is that he is still hiding his strengths until now. Sengoku, as the marshal, as the resourceful general, sees farther and deeper than the people present. You mean he might have a conqueror? Admiral Kizaru can't sit still now. His strength has improved so fast, and his ability is so abnormal. If you add conqueror, it's still worth it. Look here. Garp, who had been snoring all the time, not only didn't sleep, he didn't eat donuts, but instead pointed to the corner of the teleported screen. Sengoku and the others immediately followed the place where Kapu pointed, and what caught their eyes was a vague shadow, golden hair, and a tall figure. The silhouette of Sengoku knew that the man's face was a little livid. Why is that woman there? Didn't she agree to the world government to kill them? Why didn't she take action? Sengoku's face was very gloomy. He didn't expect such a mess at a critical moment, especially when the woman in the picture shot. After taking Don Quixote Doflamingo's attack, and she is now standing on the pirate ship, this has to make Sengoku think whether this woman has joined Lu Chengkong's happy pirates. Why is that woman there? Could it be that she joined the free and easy pirates? Bastard! What did that Lu Chengkong eat to grow up? How could he recruit so many people stronger than him to join the pirates, and still let our people betray? Sengoku growled no longer. What's the matter? Akainu, who didn't know the identity of the woman, asked in confusion. Ask Garp yourself, that bastard. Sengoku hurriedly threw the question to Garp, and Garp was even more direct. He was standing beside the screen just now, but he was already back on the sofa and fell asleep. Let Sengoku almost fainted. Forget it, this woman is inherently unreliable. If it weren't for her strength and ability, I would have gotten rid of her long ago. Now the pirates in the New World have basically calmed down. What a big storm. Let them fight in their nests now. Kizaru, Kuzan, Akainu, 2 of the 3 of you go and clean them up. This time they must not be allowed to live. If it is really impossible, they can only be shot. Sengoku's face. He took a deep breath and ordered immediately. Damn pirate, this time I, Akainu, will definitely let you bury you in the sea. Akainu saw that there were 2 people going this time, and he had no task and was very free, so he took up the task. Let this old man go see the king in this pirate nova. What is the capability of the happy pirates? Kizaru didn't know if he was trying to get along with Akainu. The last time Akainu came, he ran away. This time, Akainu said go, he went too, and his actions obviously reminded Akainu of what happened last time. If it wasn't for Sengoku staring at him there, signaling him to learn to calm down, he would have rushed over and fought with Kizaru. Sengoku, I said, do you think Kizaru and Akainu are getting old and want them to die so they can get 2 new admirals? Garp said heartlessly. Brush. Akainu and Kizaru immediately turned their heads and looked at Sengoku with suspicious eyes, especially Kizaru. He has worked with Sengoku for many years, but he knows that Sengoku is very insidious. Fruit was so fast that Sengoku might have killed him several times, so Garp's words immediately alerted Kizaru. 142 Garp is also cheating. Garp, what do you mean by that? Sengoku was a little confused now, obviously he wasn't pretending. He really didn't know what Garp meant this time. Hey, it seems that you not only have a bad heart, but your memory is also a little degraded. Garp didn't answer Sengoku's words immediately, but instead stimulated Sengoku's heart a little, and explained after Sengoku's veins burst. Didn't I just point at that woman? Although I don't know if he is from the Happy Pirates, but you have to take precautions. If so, if she does, then Kizaru and Akainu will be able to come back. Oh, I really forgot about her existence, but she is so arrogant. Although Liu Chengkong's pirate group has unlimited potential, there is only 1 admiral-level combat power. Even if there is no 4 emperor level, she should not be able to join. Sengoku's face was a little bit unbearable. He really accidentally forgot the existence of this woman just now, but his expression was misunderstood by Kizaru that Sengoku was bashing him. I also said that I am the resourceful general. I reminded you just now, but now you have forgotten it. I really don't know if someone did it on purpose. Don't forget to provoke the relationship between Sengoku and Kizaru Akainu. It looks very funny, but in Sengoku's eyes it is extremely hateful. Didn't I say I forgot? It's all right now, since you have a good relationship with her, Garp, and you discovered this problem, then this woman will be handed over to you. The resourceful general is worthy of being the resourceful general, immediately thought of a way to push Garp to the front, and even blocked Garp's retreat immediately so that Garp had to go. After all, he was still a marine in name, and a marine hero, and his position was vice admiral, and now the marshal is in front of him. So many people, especially admiral, let him go, and if Garp can't escape this time, Sengoku won't have much deterrence in the future. Come on, just go. Although Garp is always struggling with Sengoku, Sengoku is his old friend after all, and he can't do it if the old friend can't step down, but Sengoku has a good plan, and so does Garp. Those who cross the wall ladder, after all, are people who have lived for so many years. They are already old fritters, but their thinking is very mature. Sengoku, it's not a problem for me to go, but we are not facing ordinary pirates, but vicious pirates who have the opportunity to become 4 emperors, and they are still a group. It's okay to fight Kuzan before, then this time they but facing the siege of the 4 Shichibukai and their forces, they can still win, plus that woman is there. Although a 4 emperor level combat power is not sure whether it is a member of the Happy Pirates, but it depends on the situation to a large extent. It's dangerous for us to go this way, and you should show something. Sengoku said with an evil smile on his face, rubbing his hands that he had just picked up his booger. He walked to Sengoku and waved. Then what do you think? Sengoku immediately knew that he had not said all of what he had just said, so Garp found a loophole and secretly thought that he was not good. Just when he was about to add, Garp was the first to say it dead, and what Caput said is also reasonable. Let the highest combat force fight to the death outside, and he sits here and enjoys the success. There is no point in saying that Garp's bastard may really be slow to work. The easy pirates have done such a sensation this time, shouldn't you increase their bounty, and if we go to solve them, should we be able to receive this bounty? Garp's words immediately echoed Kizaru's. Both eyes are full of Barry's patterns, and although Akainu still has a dead face on the side, if you look at his eyes seriously, you can still see a hint of desire from the depths of his eyes. Obviously, Akainu is also tempted. After all, this is not a small amount of money. Although the number of people combined is small, the bounty is very large. Bastard, if you tell the truth about this time, do you know that it will have a big impact on Marine's reputation? Do you know that this may make the pirates that have gradually calmed down to flourish again? Sengoku didn't think about it. He shook his head in rejection, shaking his head like a rattle. Sengoku, I said that you have short hair and shorter knowledge. I really don't know how you can get the position of Marine Marshal. Think about it, the three of us can say that it is Marine's highest combat power. If you publish this incident going out, the bounty has increased, but we will solve them in the next moment, then not only will it further damage the morale of the pirates, but even the prestige of Shichibukai will be suppressed, and some of the Shichibukai who want to develop their power are also getting twice the result with half the effort. And don't forget that the opponent they faced was only Shichibukai, and the pirates were the pirates. They didn't deal any blow to Marine's reputation. The one who was hit was Shichibukai. In addition, we took care of them immediately, and Marine shot. Yes, we solved them at one time. Then you said that Shichibukai and these pirates could not clean up the happy pirates, but we solved it as soon as we made a move. You said that Marine's morale will be high. At this time, Garp seems to have become the world's #1 cheating powerhouse, and continues to perform cheating magic on Sengoku. Sengoku has to admit that Garp's idea this time is really good. If it is successful, Marine's prestige will really increase to an unprecedented level, and his marshal has made a great contribution. Although Garp and these guys will earn more than 1 billion, but 1 billion can solve the pirate group. Sengoku does not mind. After all, the world government has a lot of money, and the business group that Gorosei 5 Elders secretly controls is thousands. It is too simple to buy shares without worrying about breaking the balance and taking out tens of billions of bellies. It is possible to solve a serious problem with 1 billion bells, and it is possible to become a pirate group of the 4 emperors in the future. Sengoku also thinks it is feasible after thinking for a while, but he is familiar with Garp's character and knows that this guy is absolutely impossible. He thought so much for Marine sincerely, so he quickly found a problem. That is, all of this is based on the premise that the Garp guys can clean up the easy pirates. If it fails, then, the reputation of Marine will definitely be damaged, and if the Gorosei 5 Elders can't handle it well, the blame for blaming him is a setback, so he still prepares for it. Garp, what you said is very reasonable, but the early stage is based on the fact that you can clean up the happy pirates. What if you fail? Have you ever thought that I can promise you what you said, but in the early stage, you have to guarantee this time only success is allowed and no failure is allowed, otherwise I will not dare to promise you. Quote. 143 Impulsive Punishment. Marshal, are you looking down on us? 2 of the 3 highest combat powers have now gone, and Garp can compete even against the 4 emperor-level pirates. You are worried that we will fail. It's just against us. An insult to dignity. In the name of Akainu, I promise to absolutely kill these pirates that shouldn't exist in the world. The best face, and arguably the most impulsive station, Akainu immediately stood up and assured. Haha, Akainu, you've been tricked now. Of course you forced Rouge to death. It's okay for this old man to make a small calculation for you, and whether you can successfully calculate you depends on the strength of the happy pirates. I hope you won't let the old man down. Garp's face was expressionless, but he thought very proudly in his heart. That's right, Garp's purpose this time is to calculate Akainu and Sengoku. Of course, Sengoku used him to find Rouge and made him lose his trust in One Piece King of Pirates Roger. In the end, although Ace survived, Rouge was dead. Now, Garp is still brooding about this matter, and even got into a fight with Sengoku because of this. As for the outcome, it is unknown. Everyone in Marine headquarters has justice in their hearts and their dignity. 3 Admiral pursuing his own justice, Garp will do the same, so this time he can be considered to seek justice for Rouge and the others. After all, an innocent woman was implicated on some trumped-up charges, and even more so, she wanted to kill the child in her stomach, and if Garp agreed, could Garp not be angry? Akainu is ruthless because of his justice, and Garp will also be angry because his justice is desecrated, but he is a rational person after all, and also a Marine person, and Sengoku is his old friend for many years. Not too much of a thing. so he just thought of a way to make a calculation based on the strength of the happy pirates. Anyway, he is only responsible for building the line. Whether he can succeed in the end depends on the strength of the members of the happy pirates. After all, if the happy pirates the regiment can survive the siege of the three of them, even Sengoku can't say anything. Even Gorosei, 5 elders can't blame Sengoku, and Akainu, who is the most impulsive and hates Liu Chenggong the most, will definitely think with Garp. It jumped out to guarantee, then the last unlucky is definitely Akainu. In the Marine headquarters don't like Akainu. It's not because of his temper, but because he's not very good at being a man and has offended too many people. If it wasn't for his combat power and his many years of credit, it would be Sengoku couldn't help but slap him, let alone Garp who was injustice because of his avoidance of Rouge, but because of his identity and Sengoku's blocking Garp has been unable to shoot, otherwise Garp can catch up with One Piece, King of Pirates Roger's strength to kill Akainu is not difficult at all. Therefore, the success of this calculation is not due to Garp, but to the strength of Liu Chenggong and others. Garp did not simply calculate Sengoku and Akainu. He also gave them a great benefit and bait. However, the premise is that Liu Chenggong and others will be cleaned up by them. Then all of this can be said to be a contest of strength between the two sides. Akainu and others lost, so no wonder that others went by yourself this time. You deserve to be unlucky and you can make Garp feel comfortable. If it succeeds, then Garp will not say anything. After all, the world is such a reality, and it is no wonder that the strength is not as good as that of people who want to be a pirate and die like a pirate. After all, even if Garp doesn't propose this idea, the Marine headquarters will not let Liu Chenggong and others go, so what will the final result be if you don't do it? No wonder Garp. You're right. It seems that I'll be a little stressed, even if that woman takes action. Garp, you can restrain her. 2 admirals can't kill a newly born pirate group, so it's no wonder someone else. Sengoku also felt that his worries were a little unnecessary, but after seeing Akainu jumping out to promise, he also dispelled the last wisp, but he always had a feeling of being calculated in his heart. Fortunately, it's Akainu's own guarantee, the old man has no guarantees. In Kizaru's heart, Garp and Sengoku are both very deceitful, and they will be counted if they are not careful, so he is cautious, not as impulsive as Akainu. After all, the justice he insists on is justice in the face of danger, an easy-going personality, also called a Wallist. So he was very careful in his position. This time, he obviously found out that it was a fight between Garp and Sengoku, so he chose not to choose either side for safety. He chose to stand in the middle, and there was no guarantee. Admiral is supposed to do his duty. He can't be blamed for any accident. It is precisely because of this that Kizaru has lived very well for so many years. Although it is not as popular as Garp, Sengoku and Kuzan, it is definitely better than Akainu. There are many, at least they will not be missed every day. Akainu, Sengoku, you are in a tragedy this time. Kuzan, who has never spoken or expressed his opinion, thought to himself, Kuzan, who has trained with Garp, knows Garp very well. Not to mention that Garp, as a father who can teach a son like Munchi D. Dragon, do you think his scheming will be bad? Just that Garp's character disdains to use these intrigues. What he prefers is to be straight and forthright, so that he can live more comfortably and freely. This time Garp can be said to be the first time he has tricked people. It is entirely because Sengoku tricked him before, and Akainu killed Rouge and blasphemed his justice. Trapped him in injustice, so he only used it once a little. So a battle under the leadership of Garp's needle and lead is about to begin, but this time, it is not Garp who masters the result, but the strength of Liu Chenggong and others. Very good, then Sengoku, how much do you plan to increase their reward? Garp immediately threw the little juju in his heart out of the sky, his eyes were full of money, and Sengoku almost couldn't help turning into a giant Buddha. Garp, let him not be obsessed, but it may be because Garp's obsession is very deep, and his Taoism is not under his great Buddha, so he did not implement his salvation plan in the end, so Garp can't turn his back. Liu Chenggong's reward has been raised to 400 million. Garp interrupted Sengoku immediately when he was about to speak. Hey, I said Sengoku, aren't you too stingy? You have improved so much after one fight with Kuzan, and now his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Especially the latter one is very similar to Rokushiki's ability. The speed of improvement is so fast, the fruit ability is so strong, and there is a possibility of hiding Conqueror, and the captain can recruit so many strong people, and now you have defeated the alliance of the 4 Shichibukai and their forces, you actually only raised 50 million. I don't think you have any sincerity. Garp said with a heartbroken look of my own good for you. 144 fame. Then 450 million is always enough, right? It can't be any more. How long has he been out, and how long has he been a pirate? He has improved so much in a row. You should know that after 350 million, every 100 million increase it's a hurdle, and it's an assessment of the pirate's strength. He admits that he may have hidden a lot of strength, but at most his current strength is that he can fight against an admiral, at most 450 million. More. Sengoku made a decision immediately, completely ignoring Garp's silent gestures to Kizaru and Sengoku behind his back, otherwise he would definitely vomit blood with regret. It really is a Garp cow. Even Sengoku can't escape the end of hemorrhage. At this time, the small balance in Kizaru's heart has been slightly cheaper to Garp, and the most important thing is that Garp's ability to collect money is too strong. Well, mixing with Garp is definitely more oily than mixing with Sengoku. Bastard, catching pirates is a matter of course, so you have to care about these things, but in order to better implement justice and kill all the evil pirates, funding is essential. Akainu also rarely calmed down. Impulsively rushed out, but stood here calmly and looked at Garp's expression. It seems that the charm of money plays a pivotal role in any time, space, or world. At least it can make Akainu change so much. Not out yet. Boa Hancock 400 million. Sengoku, the previous one may have Conqueror and can only compete with Admiral. You have given 450 million, but this Boa Hancock is the queen of 9 Snake Island. Although she has left now, her influence is still huge. He gave an order. The entire 9 Snakes Island will rush out, and she is also the powerhouse of the 3-color hockey. From her strength in the battle with Don Quixote Doflamingo and Kuzan's guess, it is possible that this woman will make a full shot. Will beat Admiral. How can this be more than 500 million? It's just that Kakushi clearly intends to cause Sengoku to bleed a lot. In Garp's heart, even if there is nothing wrong with Sengoku in the end, he can't make him feel better. At least hemorrhage is absolutely inevitable, so he is a bit preoccupied with negotiating with Sengoku, and the bargaining skills he shows make him feel better. The 3 Admiral are dumbfounded. Is this still a marine hero? It's like a nanny who buys food in the market. I will endure. I will endure. I will endure for this action. For Marine, Garp, you wait for me. If I fail this time, I will never let you go. Sengoku kept comforting himself in his heart, trying his best to let himself the fiery heart endured, and at the same time, he thought of his own heart, and he was worried that he would pass out accidentally like the previous few times. In order to avoid losing face again, he immediately put a pill into his mouth at an amazing speed. The beating speed was getting faster and faster. The fast heartbeat slowly calmed down. Then it's 500 million, Khalifa, 400 million, no more, Juliana, 300 million, don't give me anything you have. This woman has not fought Shichibukai, and can only increase by 100 million at most. Sengoku, seeing that Garp wants to talk again, he is telling his reasons not to let Garp speak, but he is very surprised. I didn't expect Garp's bargaining power to be so strong. No wonder he can take care of a son and 2 grandchildren by himself. Long years. It's Enel. Garp corrected on the side. After this battle, with Bartholomew Kuma's report, the Marine headquarters also knew their names. Lu Qingkong told Bartholomew Kuma and asked Bartholomew Kuma to report it. It's just a habit. Sengoku couldn't change it for a while. Enel, a Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, capable person. Judging from the performance in the previous screen, his observation haki is very strong, but armament hockey is much weaker in comparison, 355,000. Sengoku worried Garp wants to bargain again. This time, he did not hesitate to increase Enel from 10 million to 10 million. It can be said that Enel has the largest and fastest increase. Therefore, Garp can't find a reason to bargain this time. After all, Sengoku's price is very pertinent. Kanas, it should be music fruit, 30 million. Lackey, energy fruit, 30 million. Because the last two have the least contribution, and their strength is not very strong, it seems that they should have eaten the devil fruit for a long time. Capabilities are only just beginning to be developed. I'll do the math. Garp ignored Sengoku's blue face, took out a calculator from his bag and started calculating without anyone else. 2,060 million, Sengoku, you really have a lot of money. Don't worry, I will try my best, but if I find a piece of berry missing, I will just let them go. Garp said cautiously. Obviously Sengoku's reputation in his heart is endlessly close to zero. I promise in the name of Marine Headquarters, Marshal. Sengoku found that since he fought with Garp, he seemed to be getting older and worse, and his heart was getting worse. For the sake of his own health, Sengoku assured that he was very aware of current affairs this time. Well, fortunately you said in the name of the Marshal. If you are in the name of Sengoku, I really want to consider agreeing to you. Kakushi nodded, and did not forget to stimulate Sengoku a little before leaving, and at the same time he was also very smart and walked away quickly. Bastard Garp. As soon as Garp walked away, Sengoku finally roared unbearably, even with hockey in his roar, and some weak marine soldiers nearby were immediately crushed to the ground by the enormous pressure. The Garp guy is still the same as before, but that time Sengoku and Akainu really went too far. They calculated Garp and made Garp fall into injustice. Being calculated is a tit for tat, but Garp, do you really think can they help you win this calculation? He, who was not far away, thought a little funny, as the intelligent crane in Marine, how could she not see Garp's calculation, but she didn't want to expose it either. After all, she was a little blinded by this matter. When the Marine Headquarters released the latest bounties of Liu Chengkong and others, within a few days, these bounties had basically flowed through the 4 sea areas in the south, north and west. The highest and most amazing pirate gang's bounty. After seeing the bounty, their first thought was that they didn't believe it, but after seeing the comments below, they were all surprised that the 4 Shichibukai and their forces joined forces to be defeated. Could it be that Shichibukai has become weak? For a while, some pirates who had already given up on Shichibukai's position began to hoard their strength to defeat Shichibukai in one fell swoop, to win Shichibukai's throne and become a new Shichibukai. After all, Shichibukai's power and benefits are really attractive. 145 wonderful figure. Curl la la la, this kid really didn't let me down. The speed of growth is really amazing. He can already fight against 4 Shichibukai. The power of that kid is only under the Eagle Eye Admiral level powerhouse. It's amazing to think that he was still beaten unscathed. Whitebeard drank the wine while looking at the reward in his hand, and there was a rare admiration in his tone. It seems that Dad's eyes are much sharper than mine, and he saw the potential of these guys early on. Marco looked at these bounties and thought with admiration. At the same time, he also wanted to fight Liu Chengkong. Rob Lucci, Kaku and others gathered around the number 1 dock and looked at the reward order in their hands. There were all kinds of feelings in their hearts: admiration, joy, pride, bitterness, and sadness. The 5-flavor bottle is more complicated. On the one hand, they are happy and proud of Liu Chengkong and Khalifa's achievements. On the other hand, they are saddened by Liu Chengkong becoming a pirate, and at the same time they think that when they meet again in the future, they may have to meet each other. Lucci, it seems that even if we hide our strengths and bide our time here and try to become stronger, we thought we could shorten the distance between the two of them, but now it seems that the distance has not decreased, but has increased a lot. Kaku said with complicated eyes. They have been working undercover in the water capital for a while, and they have gained the trust of the people here. It's a pity that Liu Chengkong and Khalifa are missing. They always feel as if something is missing, and the atmosphere is not as good as before. Active and harmonious. He still treats us as brothers. Although Rob Lucci had a cold face, he looked at an anonymous letter in his hand with emotion and sadness. After reading it, he put the letter in his hand. It was handed over to Kaku and others in front of him. Because there were no Khalifa and Lu Chengkong, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Bluno, and Khalifa were originally the four who came to be undercover in the original book, but now they have become Fukuro. Of course, Kaku and others are worried about Fukuro. Nonsense had prepared a small lock mixed with sea stone to lock the zipper on Fukuro's mouth. So Fukuro can't speak, and of course only the three of them have the key, and that's why they are so relieved that Fukuro will follow, otherwise all secrets will be revealed with Fukuro's big mouth, and they will be a fart undercover, but without Khalifa as a secretary, it is not as convenient to listen to secrets and so on. What is this? Hockey. Kaku, Fukuro, and Bluno were shortlisted together and looked at the letter in their hands. Because of the influence of Lu Chengkong and others, they didn't know as much as CP9 in the original book. I have learned to look at everything with my own eyes, at least not being affected by Marine's inherent brainwashing ideas. The real masters of the Great Waterway must be familiar with the use of hockey. Here are hockey's cultivation methods and insights. Who else is there besides him, and these contents are more precious than devil fruits. After reading it, write it down and burn it, it must not be spread out. Quote. Rob Lucci said this with an unmistakable tone. After Lu Chengkong left, he served as the captain of CP9, so he was responsible for everyone in CP9, and Kaku and others also agreed. Nodding his head, he was also very moved. From today onwards, in addition to the necessary tasks, we have to awaken hockey and practice hockey. Of course, it is up to you how to do it quietly without everyone's eyes and ears. After Rob Lucci finished speaking, he stood up and worked. Too long can be suspicious. This time, the future is even more variable. Originally because of Lu Chengkong, Rob Lucci and others have far surpassed the original work. Now they have told them about hockey's training methods and his own insights. In the future, if the Straw Hats see the gang of thieves clashed with them, and without Robin to deal with them, they would definitely be out of luck. Not to mention the various shocks caused by the bounty offered by Lu Chengkong and others at this time, but said that the original owner Lu Chengkong and his gang who caused these things at this time were enjoying their just moments on a small island on the way to Sabayati Archipelago. When you come to the beach, only the people on the whole boat are capable, so basically you can only play in the shallow sea. Looking at all the girls wearing all kinds of sexy swimsuits, they showed all their beautiful bodies that have been hidden for a long time. Of course, our god Enel, since he is a god, of course we can't let him appear. After all, Lu Chengkong is domineering. Incomparably, he directly locked him on the boat. Fortunately, the combination of hockey and Xingang could only hear the sound, but not the image, otherwise Lu Chengkong, Hancock and others wouldn't mind knocking him out. However, this guy is also very aware of current affairs, and can definitely be compared with Shaolin monks in terms of abstaining from female sex, so every time he encounters such a situation, he will come to his own cabin to practice. Cover your towel and cover your body. After Lu Chengkong got the new reward, he asked the girls to pick up the towel that had been prepared by his side and wrap the bumpy and beautiful jade body. Only then did Chengkong shout, "Enel, a new reward has come out." What? How much is mine? Enel, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed in the cabin, heard the sound and flew out immediately. He said with a moved face. Lu Chengkong didn't say anything and directly handed over his reward. Gave him. Haha, 350 million, this price is barely worthy of its own identity. Hey, even if the number of battles is too small, it is not bad. It is worthy of being a god, but it has been raised from 10 million to 10 million after one shot. More than 300 million, hey, sometimes being too famous is not a good thing. Enel immediately laughed proudly when he saw it, but later found that everyone was looking at him with strange eyes and immediately restrained. This is definitely not true. How can this long ear be taller than me? I only have 300 million and he is actually 350 million. Are those people in the Marine headquarters filled with shit? Juliana glanced at herself. Yes. After comparing it with Enel, I found that I was actually 50 million less than this guy, and immediately became popular. Seeing Enel's dazed appearance, Juliana immediately fought with him. In the end, it was Lu Chengkong's persuasion. Just to stabilize your emotions. Okay, Bulena, Marine is not just judged by his strength. In addition to his strength, it also depends on what you do, the level of threat, and the opponent you face. Last time Enel faced Shichibukai, and the first time is to face Shichibukai, plus Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, who is also a master of hockey. The Marine headquarters certainly offered him a lot of bounties. If your opponent is also Shichibukai, definitely not less than him. After Lu Chengkong's exhausting words, Juliana finally calmed down and understood. 146 CP0. My 450 million. It seems that the bear guy is right. The next fight with Marine may be two admiral or even stronger people. Be careful CP0. CPO, I still don't know what it is. Lu Zhongkong looked at his reward. That photo was before he used the demon transformation. Black windbreaker, self-colored clothing underlay, black bright trousers, and handsome facial features combined to form a sword eyebrow, star eyes, bohemian face, plus the charm of the evil smile on the corner of the mouth is really irresistible. Hancock, this time you're number one again. Khalifa looked at his bounty. At this time, Khalifa's dress was exactly the same as the original. He wore a pair of glasses without prescription on the bridge of his nose, and a secretary dressed up against Lu next to Chengkong. She seemed to be telling everyone that if she wanted to be a secretary, she would be Lu Chengkong's secretary. I don't think this time is easy. After seeing these bounties, I always have a bad feeling, as if we are being targeted by some beast. Compared with the laughter of others, Bo Hancock's face is a little serious. I don't know why she always has a very depressed feeling in her heart. It seems that the bear's words will soon be fulfilled. Marine's pursuit is coming, but this time it is not Shichibukai, but 3 admirals and at least 2, but these are not my worst worries. I'm worried about her. Lu Chengkong said with a heavy expression as he looked at Portgas D. Dana, who was grilling. What are you looking at me for? Portgas D. Dana said strangely, as if I didn't know anything. Since Marine can see our live battle, they can also see your presence. At that time, you resisted the attack of Don Quixote da Flamingo, then the old guy Sengoku is likely to regard you as one of our members. For the sake of be prepared, the possibility of that guy from Garp coming is very high. Lu Chengkong never let his brain go to waste even if he had the power. Since he came to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, he didn't want to develop the opposite power it is best to develop in all aspects. Oh, the analysis is pretty good, so what are you going to do? Portgas D. Dana said, still pretending to be confused. It's very simple. If Caxi will come, then it's obviously aimed at you, so if Garp makes a move, you must contain him. Don't forget that you are also a member of the Happy Pirates now. Lu Chengkong has no scruples at all. Portgas D. Dana's strength, said in an unquestionable tone. Okay, don't look at me like that. I promise you that's all. If that guy Garp shoots, I'll help you hold him. I'm a little regretful of joining your pirate group, but Marine's actions are also it's too fast. Portgas D. Dana saw that everyone around her was looking at her with the same eyes, and in the end she could only raise her hand and agreed. After all, she said it herself before that she was from the Easy Pirates. Once she is, then she has to take this responsibility. Where did CP0 come from? I remember that you and the lizard man said these things back then. You killed the captain of CP0, can you tell me these things? Lu Chengkong asked the biggest question in his heart. It is said that the most terrifying enemies are not those who are unattainable, but those who are hidden in the dark and unknown. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying. There is no doubt that CP0, which has never appeared in the original work, is one of them. That's what you said. It's okay to tell you guys, eat it first. Portgas D. Dan picked up the items on the barbecue table and put them in front of Lu Chengkong and the others. Lu Chengkong and others didn't worry about the poison and ate it directly. Go on. After all, it is too easy to kill yourself and others with the strength of the other party, using poison. It's really embarrassing, isn't it? And she didn't need to use poison at all. Sure enough, it's still so delicious, what variety. Lu Chengkong sighed in admiration after eating and then didn't forget to ask. It's nothing, I just added a little life energy into it, and eating it is good for your life. As for the raw material, of course, it is the Sea King rye that was shot from the sea. Portgas D. Dan said directly without concealing it. Hearing this, Lu Chengkong and the others immediately closed their eyes and used life to return to feel their bodies. Except for Enel, Lackey, Connus, and Juliana, all of them would use life to return, and they all practiced to the full version. The level of the return of life, and it is getting more and more advanced, far from being comparable to the return of life used by the original CP9 and others. Original book, the return of life of CP9 can only be regarded as the return of life of an unfinished product, just like Lu Chengkong's first half-finished shaving. It is not even the return of life of the most basic level, and the return of life of Lu Chengkong and others has been practiced to the point of close to the master. Therefore, the difference between the two can only be described as the difference between heaven and earth. All aspects of the body's functions have been significantly improved. After a while, Lu Chengkong opened his eyes. His eyes were full of joy. He never expected that a little life energy would have such a huge benefit. The light fruit is the same as the light fruit, which is the top fruit. Otherwise, do you think I'm going to kill you? This is a reward for you. It made me appreciate a good fight and made these days less boring. Portgas D. Dana said with a chuckle, and immediately gave Lu Chengkong and others explained. CPO is simply an existence beyond CP1 to CP9, which was jointly cultivated by Tenryubito and Gorosei, 5 elders. Of course, this does not mean all of them. For example, I only joined later, but 80% of the members they are all cultivated by them. As for the strength of the people inside, you can imagine. But you don't have to worry so much. This team is only under the orders of Tianlong and Gorosei, 5 elders, of course not the trash Tenryubito of Sabayati Archipelago, but the owner of the core such as Tenryubito, basically controlled by these people, basically all it's to deal with some secret things. For example, you and Khalifa knew that Crocodile had information about Hades, which they inquired about. I knew it was them, so what level is their worst strength? Needless to say, the strongest one, it's you. Lu Chengkong hurriedly asked. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. Even the proud Enel's face darkened. The worst. Hee, of course Admiral level, but luckily there are very few people, so you don't have to worry. CPO people generally don't come out. They only come out when dealing with some big events. You have to face them, at least you have to reach the level of the 4 emperors. Basically, the 4 emperors now, as well as the dead Roger and the Golden Lion who escaped from prison, have all faced the pursuit of this team, but it is also a good thing that you are prepared. Portgas D. Dana said some secrets with a smile, completely ignoring how shocking what she said was. 147 Lackey and Connus courtship. Grass. This CPO actually has the ability to chase down Roger, B. Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. It's too exaggerated, but think about it. How can someone jointly trained by Tenryubito and Gorosei, 5 elders, be rubbish? Lu Chengkong was first. Actually, but even if he calmed down, he also accepted this fact. Can you control your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys after returning to your life? Suddenly, Portgas D. Dana asked. It's not that exaggerated. The heart is too sensitive and important. I don't have a complete grasp of it, but I don't dare to distribute my spiritual awareness there. If my heart doesn't beat or breaks down, it's too late even if Khalifa has the ability to save me. Now, the precision of these internal organs is only under the brain, so I don't dare to mess with it. Lu Chengkong shook his head with a wry smile and said, Ji Xian, who can return to the life that Lu Chengkong knows, is perfect for everything in the brain. Control, turned into a terrifying weapon, but it was obvious that Lu Chengkong had not yet reached this stage. Oh, but looking at your appearance, it's fast. When you have Admiral level strength and your mental strength improves again, then I think it's almost the same. Portgas D. Dana was slightly surprised. She also didn't expect Lu Chengkong's life returning has been cultivated to a state close to the internal organs such as the heart, liver, spleen, lung and kidney. Chengkong, my body is so hot, I don't know why, Just as Lu Chengkong was about to say something, Lackey and Kanis said with their faces burning red. Khalifa. Lu Chengkong's face changed vivi, his eyes shot coldly at Portgas D. Dana on the side, and at the same time asked Khalifa on the side to check the bodies of the two girls. Their bodies are fine, it's just. Khalifa's face was a little rosy, he vomited, and he didn't say a word for a long time. Okay, don't be so nervous, if I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead long ago, the two of them are fine, it's just that I added something to them. He was staring at him, but said slowly. Could it be? Lu Chengkong looked at Portgas D. Dana's half-smile but suddenly seemed to understand. The cold light in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by embarrassment. Don't tell me, you don't know what these two women think about you. I said you were lustful but not courageous, but you are not. The two juice beauties of Gouda won't even do Hancock for your emperor. I miss you. The reason why I haven't done it is because I'm worried about their hearts and I don't want them to be unhappy, so I'll help you. Portgas D. Dana said with a look of, I'm good for you, and at the same time did not forget to pretend to be pitiful. He looked as if he had been greatly wronged. How can the two of them recover? Lu Chengkong secretly thought to himself, and he did not object to what Portgas D. Dana said. After getting along for a while, Kanis is upright and generous, and treats others with humility. Lackey is firm on the outside and soft on the inside, strong and decisive, no matter what she does. She is serious and never lazy. She takes care of everyone here like a big sister. As long as she can do it, she will always rush to do it. And these two have their own characteristics. Without exception, they are all beautiful and flowery women who live together every day, facing each other day and night. In addition, the two women obviously have a good impression of themselves, and one of them is even more loved before coming. It is a lie that Lu Chengkong has not been tempted to live with these two women for so long, but Hancock and Khalifa are the first two women he has known since he came to this world, and he is also the first to enter his heart. Yes, so he really didn't want to make them unhappy because of this. Even if they allowed him to do it, he couldn't do it for a while. It just didn't occur to him that Portgas D. Dana had a kick in this matter. Lu Chengkong had a hunch in his heart that he couldn't escape today. They didn't take any medicine, it's just that I gave them a little control and stimulated their body senses in the life energy, so it's very easy to recover, just accept the two of them. Portgas D. Dana smiled complacently, as if she had done a very great thing. The sky can't be done. I'm hot. Lackey's face was peach red, his eyes were blurred, and Yuan Ji's flames rose in his watery eyes. Husband, go ahead, we are not unhappy, because you have told us with actions and facts, no matter what your love for us will not change. Khalifa pushed the glasses above the bridge of his nose, his tone was very calm, without the usual jealous look. Khalifa fully showed her temperament and mind as Mrs. Jungshi at the critical moment. I'll settle the account with you later. Lu Chengkong left a vicious remark, then pulled up Kanis and Lackey, and asked Khalifa and Hancock to follow him. Why? It's very simple. Can two CHUNVs resist Lu Chengkong's fierce attack? Of course not, so in order not to fail, of course he had to bring two good wives, and Lu Chengkong felt a little guilty for them when this happened, and at the same time was very moved by the generosity of the two of them. Of course he had to be good. My condolences to both of them. Hey, don't think I don't know, you're absolutely proud of yourself right now. You want to settle accounts with me, I'm worried that you will thank me tomorrow. Nor did she continue her culinary career while sitting on a beach chair. Hey, since I don't have anything to do with me, I'm still cultivating. Yeah, the speed of progress is too fast, and if he has an admiral-level combat power, then the god is a shit. Enel turned into a thunderbolt without saying a word and returned to the ship to concentrate on practicing with closed eyes. Obviously, the previous battle between Lu Chengkong and Bartholomew Kuma deeply stimulated him. He knew very well that the gap between Lu Chengkong and him was gradually increasing. Lada, if he doesn't work hard, he will probably be left far behind. As the dignity and pride of God, he will never allow himself to be overtaken by others, even if that person is his captain. Changkong, Dan, Donna is right, I have liked you for a long time, can you, even if I don't be your temperament, just be a little woman behind you. Now, I don't fight with Khalifa and the others. Lackey, who was the most affectionate, heard Portgas D. Dana's words so emotionally. She also knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and immediately she was in her heart that had been repressed. Speak out. 148 One Dragon Plays 2 Phoenix. Lackey is telling the truth. She is strong on the outside. In fact, everyone who knows her knows that she is a very gentle and weak person at heart. She used to fight Enel in Shandia and she had to get back the land. She became strong and restrained all the weakness in her heart, but in the days when she lived with Lu Chengkong and others on the pirate ship, she gradually removed the disguise she wanted to protect herself, revealing her truest side. She just wanted to be with Lu Chengkong and others. When Chengkong is together, she doesn't care about her status at all. Me too. Canis on one side is younger than Lackey, and her experience is not as deep as Lackey's, and although she also has feelings for Lu Chengkong, she has not yet reached the level of Lackey's unforgettable memory. In the face of such emergencies, for a young woman like her, she is more shy and afraid, and of course, she is looking forward to this upcoming event. Zongkong, don't worry about us. I know that every time you do that thing with us, you have to endure it. You can do whatever you want in the future. We really don't mind, we just hope that you will always remember it in your heart. The two of us, Boa Hancock and Khalifa looked at each other and said in unison. Don't worry, the two of you will always be my treasures. Lu Chengkong was moved now, but he also knew that this was not the time to say these things, because Lackey and Canis looked more and more serious. Everyone was entangled in the left and right sides of Lu Chengkong's passing, while constantly dragging their clothes, and at the same time reaching out and pulling on Lu Chengkong's clothes. Chengkong had no choice but to take off his clothes at a speed exceeding the speed of light, so that the two women who were about to become him would be uncomfortable. Hancock and Khalifa threw Canis and Lackey onto the bed under the shy gazes of Hancock and Khalifa. Looking at the two Kai Luo Snow White Utis on my body, one may look a little green due to age, but it is still exquisite and watery. The places that should be concave are concave and the places that should be convex are convex. They all give people a feeling of youth and pressing. Needless to say that the owner of this UT is Canis. As for Lackey, she is about the same age as Khalifa, so her physical development has long been perfect. Coupled with the long-term battle, she gives people a mature beauty all over her body. She can't bear to see such two UT Lu Chengkong. The incarnation of the living became a beast, driving the giant dragon under the crotch to enter the body of the two women that had been prepared for a long time. Ah! Followed by a scream of satisfaction and joy, and not long after Lackey's satisfied Zhao Yin had replaced the scream of pain, a whimper that made people feel horny and kept coming from her little one. He spit it out from his mouth until Lackey couldn't bear Lu Chengkong's impact any longer. After he fell into a complacent state of contentment, Canis, who had endured very hard for a long time, actually threw himself at him and sat down directly from the top like a female knight. Well, it hurts. Is this what it's like to be a woman? Early. I knew I would take it slow. Canis was already a little confused because of the severe pain from his lower body, and Vivi suddenly cleared up and sobered up. The first sentence that came over was something that made people laugh and cry. I really didn't expect the usually innocent and quiet Canis to have such a funny side in bed. Following Lu Chengkong's comforting, Canis quickly got used to Lu Chengkong's size, and even the youngest she actually took the initiative to learn Lackey's way of twisting her waist and begging for joy, and then reported Lackey's footsteps to Canis because after the first POSHEN plus Lu Chengkong's amazing fighting power and size, he fell asleep with satisfaction. Lu Chengkong immediately stretched the claws of Lucian to the most mature Khalifa and Hancock, and soon the gasping sound and Shen chant that had stopped sounded again. Up. This time Yanfu is really not shallow. He is more powerful than him, but in other words, Chijiu's strength is really powerful, the size is also unprecedented, and it is good for women. If nothing else, at least he is still very happy to be his woman. There is only one person left on the beach. Portgas de Dana's eyes are very complicated, as if her heart is all-encompassing, and even the best literati can't describe her feelings and thoughts clearly. Lu Chengkong, who was still fighting hard at this time, was absolutely proud to hear that. When Lu Chengkong and others came out of the pirate ship, they realized that it was already night before they knew it. Looking around, they found that there was a Li Ying standing on the beach. It was just Portgas de Dana who looked at this time. It seems that she has lost her usual high-spirited spirit. Instead, it seems like an inexhaustible history book, giving people a feeling of desolation in autumn, alone, and extremely lonely, as if she was isolated by the whole world. There seems to be a person with a story behind this woman. Wait, the surname Portgas seems to be a bit familiar. Isn't Ace's mother also surnamed Portgas? Why is she also this name? Does she have something to do with Portgas de Rouge? Can't you do it? Lu Chengkong looked at him and fell into his inner world for a while. His mind was full of his own thoughts. Even Portgas de Dana, who was standing there motionless, didn't even notice when he came to him. Hey, I'm back. Knowing Portgas de Dana stretched out her hand and shook it in front of him, and at the same time shouted before she came back to her senses. What are you thinking, kid? Don't you know that a beautiful woman is placed in front of him and ignores her? Is it a very bad thing? It's nothing, I was just thinking about CP0. Okay, let's not talk about that. It's so late, why are you still not sleeping? Lu Chengkong asked without changing the subject. Hey, someone and his wives make such a loud noise. How can you tell me to sleep? Women don't get enough sleep, but it's taboo. How do you want to compensate me? A very pitiful expression that you are about to make amends for me made Lu Chengkong speechless. He always felt that this meeting with a queen-like woman like Hancock seemed to have undergone great changes. At least she was more approachable than before, and she did not those words that used to treat you as a toy or something were scraped on the lips. Whatever you want with your strength, you can't get it at your fingertips. Your devil fruit is the legendary top logia. Hockey, you are conqueror hockey. If you have physical skills, I will teach you. If you wave your hand, you will have a lot of money. What do you say I can give you? It should be what you give me, right? Didn't you say you were my master before? Then your master did not give me the apprenticeship gift, and now I just made it up. 149 Supreme Sword. It's really a wild goose plucking hairs. I got the true inheritance of my teacher and now I come to extort my teacher. Hey, this apprentice is really a teacher. Portgas de Dana shook her head and sighed, looking like a church apprentice starved to death. Shibo. I didn't say these words before I knew it, and now I'm at a disadvantage. Portgas de Dana said in a distressed tone, but the next moment she really had a small treasury just like Lu Chengkong said. Think about it. It was also Lu Chengkong who made a fortune in CP9 when he was a child, not to mention the strength of the four emperors, and was in the mysterious Portgas de Dana of the CPO. You have eaten the devil fruit again. Even if I gave it to you, you will use it, not to mention that your fruit ability will become more perverted as your strength increases. I now understand why that woman values you. It turns out that you ate the devil fruit she was looking for. Portgas de Dana said. You finally know, I've escaped death. Hearing this, Lu Chengkong couldn't help but see a picture from many years ago in his mind. His curiosity arose at the same time, and he even asked Portgas de Dana. The matter of taking gifts is temporarily suppressed. Who is that woman? Can you tell me how strong she is? Now that you know about these things, it may not be a good thing for you. If you don't have the same strength, you can easily kill yourself. Portgas de Dana glanced at Lu Chengkong with a deep meaning. BB's warning appeared inside, apparently telling Lu Chengkong not to ask more. Forget it, anyway, as long as my strength goes up, that woman will definitely come to me, so what about my gift? Lu Chengkong felt a little lost, but he didn't expect to be able to flirt with her identity. Lu Chengkong only guessed that she was Tenryubito, and the others were unknown. I'm really careful, remember, I still have some things, but you don't seem to need them, right? If you use a sword, then I can get you a supreme sword, but it's a pity that you are a cultivator. Skilled, Portgas D. Dana said in an astonishing tone. What, the highest level famous sword? Do you have the supremely sharp sword? Lu Chengkong would be lying if he wanted to say that he didn't eat it. The lowest level famous sword had already exceeded 1 million, and it was even worse in the chaotic era of the Great Pirate. Even if you have money, you can't buy it, there is no market for it, and it will be better in the future, but whether it is now, in the past or in the future original, the supreme sword is extremely rare, and there are many devil fruits. It can be found, but how many people can have the supreme sword? A total of 12, very rare and precious. What's wrong? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be your business, right? Are you planning to give up physical skills to focus on kendo? Cut, I only believe in my own body. I don't want to rely on external forces. Although the swordsmanship is very powerful, even if I lose the strength of the weapon, I still rely on the weapon to a certain extent. I don't want to do that. Lu Chengkong waved his hand and quickly clarified. Then why are you so happy? Oh, I understand, you fell in love with Juliana and wanted to pursue her with the supreme sword. With such a good relationship between you and her, plus the swordsman's dream, you must be able to capture her body and mind. Wow, I didn't know that someone was still unable to endure because of Khalifa and Hancock. How can you be so proactive now? Portgas D. Dana's face I know what you think expression, and then said with a chuckle. Che, am I as evil as you said? I just want Gulena to have one more trump card, so that I can have greater confidence in challenging Hawkeye in the future. Lu Chengkong pretended to be high-spirited and said, in fact, he was a little ashamed, because Khalifa and Hancock had already told him in bed this morning, as long as Lu Chengkong liked it in the future. At the same time, the woman was recognized by them. After passing the test, they would definitely accept it. After all, Lu Chengkong had always endured his lust for them, but it moved them very much. I'm too lazy to care about you. If it wasn't for those two women who were pleasing to the eye, I would be too lazy to care about your affairs, and I was almost misunderstood. Hey, others will forget me as a benefactor and teacher. Dana's voice was full of grief, as if she was being treated badly. Okay, thank you for your help, can't you? Lu Chengkong was a little speechless. When did Portgas D. Dana become so preoccupied with her? It was very incompatible with her noble and graceful temperament. What else? Portgas D. Dana was obviously still very dissatisfied, with a pair of extremely agile eyes that seemed to be able to speak, staring at Lu Chengkong and slashing, as if he would never give up. No more, Lu Chengkong said blankly, although he was a little sorry in his heart, but if he did it again, he would do the same. After all, Portgas D. Dana was a mystery to him. Why did he come here? He didn't know what purpose he was holding, so he would definitely do this in such a situation. If Portgas D. Dana didn't give him a reasonable explanation at that time, he would definitely do it. HMPH, you need face, the supreme sword. It's not that you can't slap you, but you have to get it yourself. Portgas D. Dana rolled her eyes and pouted, but she didn't pursue it anymore. After all, at that time Lu Chengkong, the performance of Lu Chengkong is also human nature. If Lu Chengkong was afraid of her strength at that time and regarded it as nothing, she would look down on him. Now, instead of being angry, he appreciates Lu Chengkong even more. Didn't you put it away by yourself? What's the difference between you picking it up and me picking it up? Lu Chengkong asked in confusion. There is a supreme sword, but I didn't take it away. There are people guarding it, and it's useless to me. Why should I take it away? It's more troublesome to carry a knife by my side, or it's better to be free alone. It doesn't make you feel comfortable. Portgas D. Dana's bearing made Lu Chengkong very admired. After all, as long as you are not an idiot, you can know the value of the supreme knife. If nothing else, just use this knife. It can definitely win over an eagle-eyed powerhouse, and it is even more attractive to the swordsman. Now she actually regards this kind of weapon as dung. Okay, then take me there. Lu Chengkong doesn't mind either. After all, he is really not used to getting something for nothing, because he believes that there is no free lunch in this world, and the last thing he doesn't believe is that there is something cheap to take advantage of. There is often a conspiracy behind these cheap things. After all, he still remembers the saying that if things are abnormal, it will be a demon. Knowing the location of the supreme sword is already the greatest help to him. Just like when he ate the fruit of the mysterious girl, he admitted his own psychology and began to owe him a huge favor. If there was no mysterious girl, Lu Chengkong and Kappa would have died and could no longer die. Also, it's just that he has to wait for his strength to become stronger before he has the qualifications and ability to pay it back. 150 Kizaru's wretched mind. Where? Lu Chengkong hurriedly asked Portgas the exact location of Dana's knife after learning that there was a great knife. Aren't you going to Sabayati Archipelago now? Just follow this route, and I will tell you when the time comes. Suddenly, Portgas Dana showed a sly smile, and Lu Chengkong instinctively hit a chill, as if he will be calculated by Portgas Dana again. After a night of silence, after waking up the next day, Lu Chengkong and others immediately set off for Sabayati Archipelago, but the happy pirates, who had already started sailing at high speed, didn't even know that they were chasing him from a distant place. The two marines with the highest combat power on a huge ship made a quarrel like a shrew scolding the streets. Kizaru, how can you be so afraid of death as an admiral, and now you are not asking you to die, but only asking you to haunt them and slow down their sailing speed, not for you to confront them head on. You are like this, it's a shame for Marine, you don't deserve to be an admiral at all. Akainu said with a serious face. That's nice, why didn't you come to pester them? Although the old man can move at the speed of light, don't forget that the whole group of them are perverts. Let's not talk about the woman on the same level as Garp, just the confirmed members are all perverts. There is an admiral level combat power, two are infinitely close to admiral, and the last two are only slightly worse than the admiral level combat power. If it's someone else, it's okay to say that my glint fruit is just a branch of her fruit of light. Even if my strength is stronger than his, my ability will definitely be suppressed in front of him. Losing the speed of light, being surrounded and beaten, I am not dead and can no longer die. Kizaru is worthy of being a superhero, but he won't fight with his old life until he is absolutely safe. In his words, the old man had already fought enough when he was young, but now that he is old, he doesn't want to die so fast. Enjoy a few more years of life as king. Bastard, can't you hang them from a distance to attack their ships? It's not that you want to face them head on. You have so many long-range attack capabilities, and are you afraid of a new pirate group? The speed of their two ships is yours. It's not that I don't know, it's just faster than Admiral's ships, and the distance between the two sides is so far, how to chase? You can't catch up to the new world if you don't drag it or chase it. Akainu thought of the time. Maybe they lost their whereabouts or couldn't catch up. Thinking of the promise that he had sworn in front of Sengoku before, his heart became irritated. Che, since it's not a matter of time to catch up sooner or later, then I don't need the old man to find them. Didn't you see that Garp, the initiator of this incident, was still sitting there so calmly? He must have a comprehensive plan. In the new world, he hunted down One Piece, king of pirates, and he knows more about the waters there, weather changes, etc. Then you know, why are you angry? Kizaru knew that he had to pull a strong man on his side at this time, so he didn't forget to pat Garp's flattery, but it was a pity that Garp was already asleep at this time, and he didn't hear Kizaru's flattery at all. Speaking of boats, the boat that Lu Chengkong originally owned was the Boa Hancock, which is the best boat on Nine Snake Island. At present, the navigation technology of Nine Snake Island is ahead of the entire One Piece, King of Pirates world, and it will be worn in a year or two. Marine headquarters and iceberg shipbuilding in the water capital have surpassed it, but it is still the fastest. Originally, the speed was slightly faster than Admiral's ships, but now it has added Enel's flight technology design, and then Lackey's invention and transformation, and added the latest functions such as jets. However, it is far more than Marine Admiral's ships, so it is definitely not an easy task for them to catch up with Lu Chengkong and others at normal speed, not to mention that the distance between the two sides is so far apart. HMPH, it's not me who will be embarrassed at that time. I'll see how you explain to Sengoku. Akainu is not stupid either. He's just short-tempered and impulsive, and it's not all idiots that he can sit in Admiral's seat, but often when he encounters a problem, his impulse and temper are to let him solve it directly with strength, and after the solution, he will use his brain. So many times he seems to others to have no brain, but it is not. When did this bastard become so smart? Although I have no guarantee, but it is really bad if you fail, and the most humiliating thing is not the defeat, but the Marine headquarters of a big promise can't catch up with a pirate group, then that's what's shameful and thrown home. With this idea, Kizaru had to think carefully now, but when he saw Garp's heartless sleep, he calmed down instantly. Yes, this is what Garp jumped up to. Although this guy is usually not serious, but once he gets serious, he is definitely not joking, but he is very affectionate that Garp, who got serious at the beginning, almost pushed One Piece King of Pirates Roger into a corner many times, because he was with Garp at that time. Chasing Roger, so he can see these details clearly, on the surface careless, it is absolutely no trivial matter to be serious. With this thought in mind, Kizaru didn't get nervous or pursued, so the time passed quietly between the pursuit, and Lu Chengkong and others also approached Sabayati Archipelago. Okay, here it is, the small island in front. Portgas D. Dana said with a twinkle in her eyes as she looked at the seemingly ordinary island in front of her. There, it's quite ordinary, but think about the fact that these islands are almost surrounded by the Great Waterway. Who would have thought that such an ordinary island would have such a supreme knife? Lu Chengkong immediately let Hancock drove the boat forward. Juliana, I have a gift for you later, I hope you won't be too happy then. Lu Chengkong didn't realize that since Khalifa and Boa Hancock spoke their hearts out last time, they didn't mind Lu Chengkong looking for him at all. After the woman, the harem fire in his heart immediately burned all the cages that bound it. A lot of times, instead of being secretive as before, I let it go completely, chase after it if you like it, and own it if you want it. In his words, no matter how many women he has, Khalifa and Hancock are always the most important. As long as his love for them never changes, it is enough for them. Overjoyed. Che, what else could make me overjoyed with my state of mind? Juliana obviously didn't believe it, but she was a little looking forward to it. She was also watching the changes in Lu Chengkong these days. There was no one there. They kept teasing and teasing her, intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously Lu Chengkong liked her, but because he was worried about Hancock and Khalifa, he never made a move. Now he finally made a move. I don't know why GU. Not only was Liana not angry about this, but her heart that had been silent for a long time actually jumped up. 151 Beast Swordsman. You'll know when the time comes. Lu Chengkong pretended to be mysterious, completely ignoring Portgas D.'s joking gaze. Humph. Juliana wrinkled Xiao Chong's nose in dissatisfaction when she saw that Lu Chengkong had actually aroused her curiosity, but she didn't say anything. At this moment, she showed a very rare little woman's attitude that made her Lu Chengkong's heart swayed. There is a strong man on the island, and his strength is no worse than Gulena. Enel opened his eyes before approaching the island. His eyes were full of surprise. Obviously he did not expect such an ordinary island. There is actually such a strong person, and at the same time, he is also glad that he did not go to the infinite land, but did not go to the blue sea, otherwise he would only be a god who sits and watches the sky until now. Is this the surprise you gave me? Gulena asked with a puzzled look. It doesn't seem like a good gift. Khalifa and other women who don't know the inside story are also curious. Lackey and Canis, who are new wives because of doubt, and Vivi's frowning brows exudes a different aura than before. Of course not, you'll find out when you wait. Lu Chengkong actually had no idea in his heart, who knew if Portgas D. Dana would play by herself. If there was nothing at that time, then it would be a real shame. So Lu Chengkong, with this idea in mind, moved towards the small island going, which was getting closer and closer, and arrived at the shore of the small island within 5 minutes at the speed of the boat of the happy pirates. For safety's sake, this time is the same as before. No one stayed on the boat, and Lackey was even more ready to go. He carried many weapons that were very convenient to carry. There were 2 gun holsters on the left and right sides of the 2 slender and round legs. Obviously, they were placed on some pistol-type weapons. The power is even greater than that of a cannon. Mad, someone has come to get your sword. Portgas de Dana saw Lu Chengkong's look at her. She also knew that Lu Chengkong was a little nervous, so she stopped playing with him, and shouted out loud. It's not big, but it can spread all over the island. Who's going to take my sword? A roar like a roar of a beast sounded from the depths of the island, and after a while the smoke billowed, but it was accompanied by a middle-aged man in animal skin. With a knife on his waist, he appeared on the realization of Lu Chengkong and others. Sure enough, you are the woman. Hey, it's a pity that you are not a swordsman, otherwise the supreme block knife with your strength is definitely worthy of you. The beast man sighed after seeing Portgas D's appearance. With a bang, if people outside hear it, it will definitely scare people to death. Why does the supreme sharp sword seem to be something bad in his hands, and he wants to send it out quickly, which is actually the case. Basically it is a famous sword. The more advanced famous swords have their own characteristics or spirituality. For example, the 3 generations of ghost swords, the swordsmen who had ghost swords before all died unexpectedly. In the weapons store in Logatown, after Zoro learned that this was a demon sword, it's still up to your own luck to try and win to master it. This is only the 3rd generation of ghosts, but the lowest level quick sword is just a good quick sword. They already have such spirituality and test their masters, let alone the supreme quick sword. Juliana stared at Lu Chengkong in disbelief. She was not an idiot. At this time, she didn't know where Lu Chengkong said that the gift he wanted to give her was the supreme sword. All swordsmen dreamed of it. The coveted famous knife. In addition to shock, disbelief, and joy in her heart, she was moved, and there was a touch of sweetness. I'm not a swordsman, it's useless for you to send me, it's just a hassle, it's really inconvenient to carry one, it's better not to, but this time there is an excellent swordsman here, and I want to challenge Hawkeye to replace him as the woman with the strongest swordsman. Portgas de Dana's words almost made the beast man pass out. This is the most precious weapon. It is actually a trouble in Portgas de Dana's hands. It is really worth to scare a lot of people to death if it spreads out. Woman. Before I met you before, I still really didn't believe that a woman could become a strong man, let alone the strongest swordsman, but it seems that I really sit in the sky and underestimate the world's women, so I can make you say that they are excellent. The female swordsman. Let me see. The beast man's eyes were really like a wild beast, and a sharp, like an unsheathed sword, shrouded Gulena, who held the words Rachel and Yoshioka in his hand. Juliana's strength is no joke. There are so many strong people around her. Under the fierce and healthy competition, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Her strength is only under the big swordsman. It can be said that it is only a thin line. You can enter the level of a great swordsman, especially when you often fight against Logia's capable people. Enel, Khalifa, her vision. Kendo is more powerful and much broader, facing the same swordsman, and the strength is not worse than her own. How could she show weakness with the momentum of people? Okay, just with this momentum, there is no retreat. You have the right to say what you want to challenge the world's great swordsman, but it's not my decision to get the supreme sword. Come with me. The light of admiration flashed in the beast man's eyes, and then he put away the momentum on his body and turned to leave. Lu Chengkong and others quickly followed. With a beast man as a tour guide, on this small island with 9 bends and 13 bends that looks very ordinary on the outside, it is almost like going home. There is no need to worry about getting lost, and soon it is at the core of the island. Place. What's the matter? There seems to be an incomparably evil aura in the air. And it gives people an incomparable sharpness, as if it can chop everything. Although Lu Chengkong was not a swordsman, he was immediately aware of the changes in the air. It was captured, and the eyes quietly turned into 2 small black holes, as dark as ink, as if all the light nearby was sucked in, and an evil, violent aura and the evil coming from the front suddenly erupted. Meaning, the sharp and imposing pair meet. Is this still a human? How could human beings have such a violent, evil, aura that seems to destroy everything? It is like a black hole that attracts all matter. Once attracted, it will be absorbed and destroyed by him. Beastman immediately turned around and looked at the master of this momentum. His eyes were full of disbelief, obviously not believing that humans would have such a momentum. Sure enough, that woman not only ate her fruit, but also saw his extraordinariness. Portgas D. Dana's eyes rolled, a flash of understanding flashed in her eyes. 152 Village Jung. What is that? After seeing Lu Chenggong release his own aura, the others also released their own aura, rebounding all the evil aura in the air, and soon the group arrived. At the very center of the island, the entrance is a small circular pond with a stone protruding from the center, and on top of the stone is a sword. The source of the incomparably evil aura in the air is that one. Knife. The momentum is uncontrollable, and it is a knife without a master. Lu Chenggong had already judged that this knife was absolutely unowned at first glance when he saw it, because as far as he knew Hawkeye's supremely fast knife is completely controlled by Hawkeye, so as long as Hawkeye likes it, that knife will not release any breath at all, but it looks like the most ordinary knife, but this one in front of it. A sword that looks staggered, but gives a quaint, chilling, evil, and sharp feeling is obviously not the case. This is still the evil sword, Muramasa, a supreme sword of the same level as the first ghost, and it is also one of the 12 workers of the greatest business. Gulina's eyes seemed to be fixed when she saw this weapon. The demon was tightly controlled, and his eyes focused on this weapon. In fact, it is not only Juliana, but also the beast man beside him. As long as it is a swordsman, the real swordsman sees this weapon. Weapons will show this reaction expression. That's right, this is the saber that my teacher used to have. He was going to pass it on to me back then, but unfortunately I can't control this saber at all with my strength. In the end, he died in the hands of this knife. The beast man's eyes were surprisingly not greedy, and he obviously knew what would happen to him if he took this knife. That's why the master asked me to stay here before he died, waiting for someone to come and take a knife. I hope you won't let me down. HMPH, even if you are a famous knife, you still need a master to master it. A knife is a knife. Even if you have spirituality, your destiny can only be to become my weapon and help me to reach the peak. Juliana didn't have the usual condescension, but said very seriously, the momentum on her body seemed to be infected by the village masa, and there was a smell of evil. Wait, just as the imposing Juliana was about to step forward to draw the knife, Lu Chenggong suddenly stopped Juliana. I have a feeling that this knife seems to be of any help to me, and it should be the reason for the devil's blood. Then what are you going to do? Everyone was serious when they heard Lu Chenggong's words. After all, Lu Chenggong's peculiar hockey and they were very affectionate. Now that they heard the source of this hockey, the blood of the devil actually reacted to them, too. Get curious. Wait a minute, this knife doesn't have an owner yet, so he's showing his sharp edge now. This way should help me, the devilish hockey kai. Lu Chenggong thought with a thought, and with a wave that was countless times stronger than before the extremely powerful violent, ancient aura erupted from his body, and swept away towards the village like a storm. Boom. Chi-chi. The two invisible auras collided fiercely in midair, and then fought against each other as if water and fire were incompatible. A harsh roar continued to sound, but a knife is a knife after all, and even the highest level famous knife is not a living person after all. It is not as exaggerated as a comprehension novel. At most, it has the spirituality to test the strength and potential of its master, etc. So after a stalemate for a moment, Lu Chenggong's demonic hockey has been stubbornly exuding Muramasa. The momentum was all suppressed. This is. Haha, that's right, my demonic hockey really still has hidden power, but it has always lacked a kind of stimulation. Now, although Muramasa's aura is not as strong as mine, to a large extent one is sharp. Evil intent, one is violent, full of destructive aura, both tend to be dark, dark side, they are all close, although the level is far apart, but the hidden ability finally came out. Not only that, it seems that my demon color hockey assimilated just like Muramasa's advantages. He has a feeling of being as sharp as a knife and showing off his edge. Lu Chenghong closed his eyes involuntarily, as if some information appeared out of thin air in his brain. Lu Chenghong opened his eyes again in an instant. His eyes were full of joy and there was a hint of such a look. I didn't expect that the devil-colored hockey actually has this effect. It is actually an assimilation, which absorbs the momentum and breath of all negative attributes, and even awakens a new ability. What's wrong, husband? Khalifa saw Lu Chenghong in a daze. They're actually familiar with the new ability, and couldn't help but gently pushed her. It's alright, it's just a big gain. I'll tell you later. It's alright, Juliana, let's go. Lu Chenghong, who had recovered, found that Khalifa looked at him with worried and concerned eyes, and stretched out his hand to hold Khalifa. Yusho seems to be able to tell her that she is absolutely fine through this. Yeah, Juliana wanted to rush over immediately, but because of Lu Chenghong's words, she kept holding on to the touch in her heart. Now, after hearing Lu Chenghong's words, she immediately rushed over and came to Mujung. Without any hesitation, he pulled up Muramasa decisively. If he was a beast man, it would not exist. It seemed that this was a docile knife, not a knife that would retaliate if he couldn't control it. He knew that he was likely to die. But he still maintains the swordsmanship in his heart, and he continues to move forward, and this courage alone makes the beast man feel inferior. From the current point of view, Muramasa should be regarded as admitting him. It should be her potential and her goal, but if she can't fulfill the promise she made when she picked up Muramasa in the future, she will be backlashed. The price of the backlash is exactly the same as that of the original Onito. When the beast man saw that Gulena picked up Muramasa, not only did he not lose Muramasa's loss, but he was relieved. In order to fulfill his master's last wish, the filial piety of living alone on such an isolated island for so long has been recognized by those present. I think I can do it, because I am Juliana. Juliana was not only not timid or afraid, but said confidently. At the same time, the village in her hand seemed to feel Juliana's determination. Quaint, the chilling blade trembled slightly, and made a sound of a knife, as if to identify with the new master of Juliana. 153 Glenna's courage. Haha, I'm finally leaving. I can finally leave this island, but before that, I hope you have a fight with me, and let me see the strength of the person who has been recognized by Muramasa. Laughing loudly, it is impossible for people who have not experienced it to understand his mood at this time. For the last wish of Shibo, he was willing to wait here for so many years. It can be said that the most precious youth has been paid. This kind of person is his own. The strength is low, but this heart is enough. That's what I mean. Juliana's eyes were full of fighting intent. Although there are many masters on the pirate ship who can learn from each other every day, but after all, they are not swordsmen. The swordsman's favorite battle is to defeat the swordsman who is stronger than himself. This is their way of fighting. Of course, if it is an enemy, it will also be defeated, but Janao likes to fight a little more with those who use swords. Muramasa, you have sealed the evil spirits. Today is your sword, although my strength may not be as good as your previous master, and the blood I drink is not as strong as the enemy of the previous master. But it won't be long before I will definitely surpass your previous generation master and become the strongest swordsman, and today will be the first. Juliana said softly, looking at Muramasa who was extremely sharp in her hand. Juliana's eyes actually appeared. A sharp light, as if at this moment she is Muramasa, and Muramasa is her. Aren't people and swords one? The beast man's face became heavy in an instant. He didn't expect that Juliana would actually reach the point where people and swords were unified after picking up the village chief. This is no longer the reason for the weapon. It is the cultivation of kendo. Daichi Ryu ghost cut. Gulena shot when she said it, and if she didn't, it was her own. As soon as she shot, the usually naughty Juliana changed immediately. If you say that he is a dusty scabbard for a long time if the sword was trapped, then Juliana at this time was a sharp-edged 3-foot green peak. With the same sharp-edged Muramasa in her hands, the momentum on her body rose steadily, and she was actually more powerful than before. It seems that Juliana's kendo body and mind have been mysteriously baptized in an instant, and the kendo road has once again been broken through. What? You actually broke through? The beast man was shocked. He only felt that the person in front of him was no longer a charming and beautiful girl, but a vicious devil. He opened his bloodthirsty fangs and attacked him. Shake up. He is defeated, and his aura has been overwhelmed by Gulena. Khalifa stroked the golden hair that fell from her forehead, exuding a mature, sexy, charming and moving aura between her movements, but her body gave humans have a feeling of incomparable holiness and inviolability, but two extremely contradictory temperaments are perfectly blended together, and there is nothing unnatural. Oops, hungry wolf erosion. As the person locked by Juliana, the beast man immediately knew that his mind had fallen. If he couldn't resist Juliana's edge, he would definitely lose, but he has also lost all these years. It's not in vain. I have been guarding here for many years. Every day I keep a low profile and keep a low profile. I am a companion with the village, and I am a friend with nature. He seems to be transformed into all animals in nature. He represents lions, tigers, goshawks, and lions. He is obviously like a hungry wolf. The general attack has the advantages of all animals of nature. It's useless, my swordsmanship, when you cut down everything that blocks my steps, when you go forward, never back down, you are strong, I am stronger than you. Juliana seemed to have fallen into a state of epiphany. His momentum became more and more fierce and sharp, and the village in his hand took out a dazzling knife light on the road of rushing forward, as if to cut through the space and cut through all restraints. Click. The two knives collided, except for the fierce fire, but after a stalemate, the weapon in the hands of the beast man was cut off by the brave and unstoppable Juliana, and at the same time, a huge arrow appeared on the beast man's chest. Wounds, blood spilled. Very good. Now you already have the cultivation of a quasi-big swordsman. I didn't expect that you won't develop a dependence on Mujung, but instead use Mujung to make your kendo better. It's better. The beast man didn't care about the wound on his body at all, as if the blood was not his own, picked up the broken knife in his hand and left without any nostalgia. As soon as the beast man left, Juliana immediately withdrew the knife. The whole person seemed to have been drained of strength in an instant, and the whole person sat down on the ground, but the firmness in his eyes never disappeared. It's a pity, is this a chance? If your breakthrough this time is not Muramasa, but your own perception, you may be a great swordsman now, although your perception plays a leading role in this breakthrough. But Muramasa's help is also indispensable, although it is very little, but after all, it has used external force. Portkas D. Dana shook his head and sighed. His face was full of regret. After all, witnessing the birth of a great swordsman is also very exciting. It's a pity that in the end, Juliana was still one step behind, but only got the cultivation of the quasi-big swordsman, that is, the pseudo-big swordsman. It's not a pity, it's a chance. How can it be so easy to control? But I only believe that with my hard work and my dedication, so these are random, but this time the harvest is really big. Juliana is much more free and easy. Compared with her, she is more inclined to the side of herself that has not broken through to the great swordsman, because she wants to rely on her own hands and her own efforts to be a great swordsman, not by relying on her own efforts. If the external force is forcibly promoted, then it is not obtained by herself at all, it is boring, and it is not comparable to the real great swordsman, so the current situation is the best ending for her. I thought you were blinded by the superficial imagination in front of you, but luckily you didn't let me down. Portkas D. Dana's eyes flashed with satisfaction. The owner of this sword once saved me, so I don't want the new owner of her weapon to shame her. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the former owner of this sword has the cultivation of the peak of the great swordsman, and she's still a woman, but unfortunately she's dead. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Whether she is a woman or not is because of me. Even if the world is destined for women to not be the strongest swordsman, I will not give up. This is my pursuit, my goal. I just believing that others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. I will definitely surpass her. Surpass all swordsmen and become the strongest swordsman. I will let the world know and let Muramasa know, and I will be my weapon because I am fortunate. And proud, not that I am proud of having Muramasa become a great swordsman. Quote. The firmness of Juliana's tone could not be shaken even if the sky was torn apart. Supportkas D. Dana, who was standing on the side, nodded in appreciation, secretly thinking that she did not choose the wrong person. 154 Akainu of Tragedy. Damn pirates, actually made us go around in a big circle. Akainu said with a very unhappy face. He did not expect that the pursuit of himself and others would turn into a superfluous existence. Sengoku's phone call has not been passed. The other party actually went to Sabayati Archipelago, which made them useless. If they didn't pursue it, it would be better if Lu Chengkong and the others came to Sabayati Archipelago and set off. A large circle returned to almost where it started. However, this result is also due to the fact that the Great Channel has 7 paths. Who knows if they will stagger if they do not pursue this way. After all, the sea area is too large. At the beginning, they were also worried that Lu Chengkong and others would change their paths halfway, so this is the case. After all, they were not sure if Portkas D. Dana belonged to their group. After all, that woman knew a lot about marine, but now it seemed that the other party obviously didn't know the pursuit of her and others, and she did a lot of useless work. It's not that someone is impatient and unwilling to wait for a few days. If you are sitting in the Marine headquarters, there are instruments from the Mad Doctor Marine headquarters to monitor them. Where do we need to sit here and make a big circle? Kizaru saw this rare opportunity, of course will not miss the opportunity to ridicule Akainu. Akainu's face became even more ugly, but this time it was indeed his mishandling. After all, the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, is too big, and even the same route may not be able to meet in the sea. If they wait a few more days at the Marine headquarters, they can determine the route of Lu Chengkong and others. Know that they were in the Sabayati Archipelago, and it would take a few hours to arrive, but now it is because of his impatience, even the location, the direction and the place to go without knowing where to go, which will lead to this situation. So he is duty-bound, and because of this, he could only snort and say nothing in the face of Kizaru's ridicule. Hey, Zhang is still old and hot. I already knew that they must go through Sabayati Archipelago as early as when you set off. I just won't tell you this idiot, who told you to stay in the Marine headquarters in the world and not go. The Great Channel, I don't even know this bit of common sense. Anyway, the old man has no guarantee, and it will not be me who will be unlucky. Quote. Kizaru smirked a little when Akainu couldn't see it, but what Kizaru didn't know was that Garp's eyelids, Vivi, who had been snoring when he smirked, opened, but it returned to its original state in an instant. Obviously all of this, it all fell into Kaxi's eyes. Is this the Sabayati Archipelago? Of course, we only came here once, and we said goodbye in a hurry, and we didn't have time to see everything in Qingchu. Khalifa looked at the bubbles flying all over the sky and looked around. After all, there are so many interesting things about the Great Fairway. Let's walk around. I have nothing to do anyway, and I have to code it, so if you like it, walk around. By the way, Enel, your observation hockey monitors this place. There are 2 hidden powerhouses here, and they are definitely at their peak. It is the existence of the 4 emperors, but it may only be around Admiral now. If you meet someone who needs to kneel, you will be disabled. Lu Chengkong knows that Enel does not know what is going on here, so of course the person who is disabled is Tenryubito. Dare to make this god kneel. This kind of person doesn't seem to be born yet. Enel reached out and took out an apple from the small bag behind his back, and said confidently, obviously this guy's strength is also getting stronger. The original work, he is just a pure ability person. If he loses the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, he will be at a loss, but now he has improved in all directions. This guy is exceptionally talented, hard-working, and willing to work hard. It will be a matter of time to improve. After all, in his original work, he can develop the fruit ability to the admiral level without a strong opponent, which shows how high his talent is. Let's go. Lu Chengkong chuckled lightly, and didn't care about Enel's words. If he hadn't owed the mysterious girl a favor, Tenryubito would have been beaten to death instead of being maimed. Where are we going? Kanes was curious about everything about East Blue. After understanding some things about Sabayati Archipelago under Khalifa's explanation, his eyes were full of curiosity. He looked around and looked very cute. Maybe the whole ship was also it is that Kanes still maintains the innocence like a child. Of course, Khalifa and other girls will often show the side of the youngest daughter when facing Lu Chengkong alone. Let's take a tour at will. I think you are very boring at sea for a long time. You can play whatever you want, buy whatever you want, don't let your heart have any regrets. Lu Chengkong said very boldly. Why? Because there is too much money, not to mention the wealth they obtained from CP9 alone is already 5.6 billion berry. Plus the going brought from Sky Island, except for Enel's ship, all the others are sold. It is also a huge fortune. Yeah, long live my husband. Kanes, who was the youngest and least experienced, immediately kissed Lu Chengkong's face happily when he heard Lu Chengkong's words, then pulled Hancock with his left hand and Lackey with his right hand, his eyes beckoning Khalifa to follow. Go, Khalifa, enjoy the life between you women. You have worked so hard for so many years. Lu Chengkong kissed Khalifa's cherry lips and motioned her to go over. Khalifa's eyes flashed with tears, and he shook it forcefully. He shook his head, indicating that he was fine, as it should be, and then Vivi Isho followed them to some women's monopoly under Lu Chengkong's Hancock's persuasion and Kanes's pleading gaze. Following me for so long, I think you should come out too. Lu Chengkong turned around and looked at the corner of the wall. A burly middle-aged man walked out from inside, his eyes full of greed. Looking at Lu Chengkong, don't get it wrong, he only showed this look because of Lu Chengkong's worth. The bounty hunter who has hunted down many powerful pirates in the Great Waterway, Joseph, is your target me this time. Hang me from a distance, dare to come out after I let them go, is it because you are not confident in yourself? Lu Chengkong still understands things in the New World very well. He is not a bull like Luffy. 13 He is rampant without knowing anything. In the New World, the power of pirates is so powerful, so there are some bounties. The hunters are also extremely powerful, but they don't like being bound so they didn't join Mei Jun. The same can be said. Joseph was obviously directly speaking out of his mind, so his face was a little bit overwhelmed, but in the end he directly admitted it. 155 times the fruit. Then I'm left alone now, so come on, don't worry, I'll never let anyone help me for a challenge that's just one person. What's more, the challenger's strength is so weak. Lu Chengkong was a little unhappy. So speaking is also very rude, very simple, it is difficult to be able to accompany his woman well and make up for the guilt in his heart, but there is such a person to destroy it, can he feel good? Really, many people say the same thing, but I took off the heads of those people. I hope you won't follow their footsteps. Joseph said in a gloomy tone, completely ignoring the existence of the people around him. All of a sudden he rushed towards Lu Chengkong, punched out, and a crisp sonic boom suddenly sounded, as if the air was completely torn where the fist passed. Iron Nugget Tai Chi. As soon as Lu Chengkong entered the battle, his whole person was calm and indifferent. This was also cultivated by years of fighting, and at the same time, he was also influenced by the blood of the devil. Only by fighting in such an absolutely calm and rational state can his strength be used. Play to the extreme. What's the matter? The power has been removed. A flash of surprise flashed in Joseph's eyes, but just when he was surprised, Lu Chengkong made his move, and the right hand in his pocket was suddenly pulled out, killing him more than a bullet. It is necessary to stab Joseph's body horizontally at a high speed. Shigen finger pistol piercing heart. Not good. Joseph's eyelids jumped, and the heartbeat seemed to slow down a lot. A sense of danger enveloped him directly. He turned around without thinking, and escaped Shigen finger pistol piercing the heart, while pressing both hands, a Thomas swinging leg kick towards Lu Chengkong. Kami-e. Lu Chengkong's expression didn't change. His whole body was like a piece of paper, easily dodging Joseph's attack with the wind brought by Joseph's kick. Rangkyaku, Tempest Kick Tempest. Lu Chengkong looked at Joseph who was in front of him with a mocking smile. Unless someone with special abilities was so close, he could only face his Rangkyaku, Tempest Kick directly. Hardly blocked, the small vacuum slashed like a storm bomb directly on Joseph's body, and the powerful slash and impact blasted his whole body out. Just so much strength. Lu Chengkong's tone was full of disappointment. If his opponent was stronger, he could vent. But with such a little strength, it seems to be similar to Luffy in the CP9 battle, right? Cough, it's really strong, but if you think you can take care of me just like this. I can't be included in the new world until now. Joseph looked very embarrassed, and even his body had been chopped many times. It's just that his eyes were still bright, and he obviously didn't do his best. Oh, really? Then you should be more serious. If your strength is too weak, then it's really boring. Lu Chengkong, who was originally disappointed, suddenly came to his senses, and hoped that Joseph could bring him some excitement and surprise. Arlong bite. Joseph suddenly roared, his body made a clicking sound, and shot at Lu Chengkong at a speed several times faster than before, like a runaway horse, and the whole person was like a terrifying Arlong. He opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Lu Chengkong. Iron Nugget, Steel Body. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed a trace of disappointment again. Is it still the case with all his strength? A little better than Luffy in second gear, but it's not enough if it's just that. Don't underestimate it. Let you taste my fruit ability, Triple Attack. Joseph saw the disappointment in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and suddenly he felt despised, and a burst of anger rose up in his heart and punched him in vain. On Lu Chengkong's body, his strength has actually tripled. Very good fruit ability. Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed, and he turned over and kicked the hand that Joseph's hands were blocking, and the whole person kicked out. I eat double fruit. Whether it's speed, defense, or strength, I can instantly increase to the multiple I think. Triple is just the beginning. Joseph said that his fruit ability is also very proud, and he has a lot of strength. Those who are stronger than him just underestimate him during the battle. The moment he is hit, his attack power increases, and the success of the sneak attack all at once leads to a change in the outcome. In his opinion, Lu Chengkong will do the same. It's really good. It suddenly improves at the moment of attacking people. If it is an ordinary person, you will definitely be turned over by you. Unfortunately, it is still useless to me. I have completely lost the desire to fight for you. Let him play with you. Mirror clone. Suddenly, a person who looked exactly like him appeared beside Lu Chengkong. Judging from his aura, he actually had 40% of Lu Chengkong's strength. In addition, he possessed all of Lu Chengkong's abilities, as well as unlimited physical strength, etc. Not to mention that strength alone is enough to crush Joseph in front of him. Okay, wait for the mirror image that you defeated me to come to me. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, regardless of Joseph's extremely unsightly expression, he disappeared in a flash and was obviously going to play. Husband, was someone chasing you just now? Hancock, the strongest, found out early in the morning, but she didn't want to ruin the harmonious atmosphere. Now that Lu Chengkong was back, she couldn't help asking. Let the avatar take care of him. The avatar works, and the main body enjoys this as the kingly way. Let's go to the playground. Lu Chengkong said, and walked to the playground with the girls who had already had enough shopping addiction. Vivi, who was sitting on the Ferris wheel with all the girls, smiled at the corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth. Don't forget that he and the mirror share the same perspective. Everything is shared, so what the clone experiences, sees, and does are all the same. It is clear that the ontology has absolute control over the clone. When fighting, as long as the main body gives orders, there is no need for Lu Chengkong to control the clone. He will use all of Lu Chengkong's combat skills to achieve the orders given by Lu Chengkong. The tacit understanding of fighting is not comparable to twins who have been trained together since childhood. Just now, Lu Chengkong learned through the same connection with the main body that the clone had killed Joseph. At the same time, Lu Chengkong obtained a new clone, which is the double fruit of Joseph, which can improve speed, strength, defense, etc. Equal multiples. Who said that Logia is the most powerful? Paramesha. Zone also has his terrible ability, but Logia as a whole has the ability of each Logia fruit has all-round ability, and many Paramesha have no direct attack power, and the strength of the user needs to be strong in order to exert the due power, just like this double fruit. 156 Mirror image of fruit devouring ability. The ability of this fruit is very good, but it is still not enough compared to my mirror image fruit, but I really thank you, although my mirror image clone has all my abilities, including hockey, demon transformation, but in many cases attack power, speed, defense, etc. are far worse than the main body, and now with this multiplied fruit, everything is solved. Lu Chengkong almost couldn't help laughing, and he really gave a pillow when he fell asleep. Husband sees you smiling so happily, have you found a new ability that you are satisfied with? Lackey, who had joined with Lu Chengkong, saw the smile on Lu Chengkong's face, and immediately guessed what Lu Chengkong was thinking. That's right, let's see, mirror clone. Lu Chengkong didn't hide his new abilities from his woman, and summoned a mirror clone of him directly in front of them. Reversal mirror image. At the same time as mirror image Lu Chengkong appeared, Lu Chengkong immediately performed reversal mirror image. Joseph's clone appeared next to mirror image Lu Chengkong, standing like two statues in Lu Chengkong and others in front of. Hey, witness my first time. To be honest, when I developed the fruit ability to the point where my clone had 40% of the strength, I was shocked when I obtained this ability. It was terrible, see clearly. Mirror image conversion. Lu Chengkong shouted, his eyes flashed with silver light, and the mirror image Joseph in front of him suddenly became transparent and finally turned into a little starlight, all of which merged into the mirror image Lu Chengkong. Did it succeed? Boa Hancock looked at Lu Chengkong nervously, as if she was the one who used this ability. Obviously, in her heart, she still cared more about Lu Chengkong than herself. Successful. Now my clone has Joseph's fruit ability in addition to everything I have, which can barely make up for the fact that the clone's current combat strength can't keep up with the main body. But unfortunately, this new ability is also defective. When the clone uses the fruit ability, it also needs my body to support it. Quote. Chengkong's tone of voice was a bit regretful when he said this, but it's okay to think about it. After all, nothing is perfect. It's already shocking that this fruit has such a terrifying ability. The ability will definitely be more terrifying. This kind of fruit requires the strength of the main body to be strong, so that his power can be exerted. Otherwise, the main body is not strong, and the clone will kill Joseph. Mirror conversion cannot be used directly by reversing the mirror, and there are several requirements. Use the clone to kill the ability person, and then you can integrate his ability into the clone. Each clone can only have one ability and cannot be changed. However, after the distraction has the ability, the three avatars that are divided can have the same kind of ability, that is, the avatar ability sharing, which means that everything depends on the avatar itself, which means that the strength of the main body cannot keep up. The avatar the strength is not strong, can't kill the ability person with the clone, or it is impossible to integrate the ability of other ability person into the clone. This ability can be said to exist specifically to make up for the ability of the clone to keep up with the main body in the early and mid-term. It does not help the main body at all, but is a test of the strength of the main body. It can also make up for the deficiencies, and it can also become more powerful at that time. It can be said that many of the fruits of Paramesha and Zone need to have a strong body, and then their powerful abilities will be reflected. But Logia is not the case. As long as the fruit ability of Logia is simply developed, it can be very powerful. You can see from the sand crocodile. Simply using the fruit ability can reach the level of Shichibukai. Don't be dissatisfied. If you let the marine people know that you have such a powerful ability, Sengoku may come to you directly. Khalifa burst out laughing, and reached out and touched Lu Chengkong's forehead. Road. People can't be content with the status quo, let alone be satisfied with the status quo. If we hadn't met that mysterious girl when we were young, we might have thought that on the surface, the Marshal of the Four Emperors and Marine Headquarters was the strongest, but now it seems that the world is hidden a lot of hidden powerhouses. If nothing else, it is unclear how the devil fruit came from, and the meaning of D, etc. Our pursuit of strength and strengthening can never be satisfied. I believe that there are people outside the heavens, and there is no strongest, only more strong. I don't want you to be threatened, so I definitely don't allow myself to be satisfied. Lu Chengkong's face was suddenly full of seriousness, although the words he said were very old-fashioned, but in this world of the weak, it was very useful to Hancock and others. I didn't see them all enjoying themselves. Intoxicated look. At the end of the day, Lu Chengkong put everything aside and devoted himself to the career of accompanying his woman. It was only in the evening that Lu Chengkong and the others stopped, but this kind of stability and ordinary life were made by Lu Chengkong. The others are still unfinished, but they all know that wanting to live this kind of life is all based on strong strength. Just look at Rayleigh. He is the deputy captain of One Piece, king of pirates, and the world government does not want to kill him. I really thought about it, but why did I know that he hasn't shot for so many years in Sabayati Archipelago? It's very simple. One is that Rayleigh has no plans to confront Marine, and plans to remain anonymous. The other is Rayleigh's strength. Although he has been regressing due to old age and waste, he has steadily suppressed Kizaru, and the third is because of Rayleigh's name and reputation. Connections. Once the world government moves to deal with Rayleigh, the redheads of the four emperors who came to help immediately, as well as other hidden powers who used to be on One Piece, king of pirates, can be stronger than Whitebeard. Golden Lion's rogership is not so simple. If there are only so many people, how can they win against Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Mei Jun's headquarters? It's just hidden. Red starts, then Whitebeard is absolutely indispensable. Then when the time comes to face the four emperors and the pirates who are constantly in chaos, the Marine headquarters will lose a layer of skin even if they win, and face the remaining Shichibukai and others. The four emperors are absolutely dead and dead. Although there is a hidden power behind the Marine headquarters, the world government, but the world government is hidden, so the pirates have not hidden the strong. So in the end, if you want to be comfortable, the premise of living a life above others is that you have a proud strength. 157 Meet Rayleigh. Where are you going to eat? Kanaz's delicate little face was full of unfinished expressions. It was obvious that she had been playing crazy for a while just now. The long-term life at sea was very depressing for her little woman. Lifa and the other women may be with her, and she may not be able to bear it anymore. Of course it's interesting to let the strong cook for us, am I right? Dana. Lu Chengkong looked at Portgas D. Dana, who didn't know when he appeared, and asked with deep meaning. You know a lot. Sometimes you really want to pry open your head to see what's inside. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to know these things. Chew. Portgas D. Dana chuckled and said in a half-joking tone. Let's go and see the demeanor of the deputy captain of One Piece, king of pirates today. Lu Chengkong didn't care. He released observation haki directly, feeling the two powerful auras above Sabayati Archipelago, and immediately walked in the direction of the momentum. At the same time, in a bar in Sabayati Archipelago, Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, who usually sees the dragon but does not see the end, is now sitting in a sloppy chair, drinking and saying, "That guy is about to die. He is really mysterious enough. He actually knew about our hunger early in the morning, and even knew about the relationship between me and Hachi. I'm also very surprised. When I heard Hachi, I really didn't believe it. How old is he? How much he knows so much? Hee, don't be surprised, they're coming this way." Suddenly, Pluto Rayleigh's eyes changed, and his eyes shot out, completely opposite to the usual bad old man. After Rayleigh's voice fell, the door of the bar, which had been closed, opened with a click, and a young man in a black trench coat, a white bottom shirt and a hat came into view. Followed by a more beautiful beauties. Some are mature and attractive, some are charming and sexy, some are indescribably glamorous. Any place this group of women is placed is an existence that attracts everyone's attention. It's so strong. Although the king of Pluto Rayleigh has retreated a lot over the years, his vision is still there. He has seen too many strong people, so when he saw Lu Chengkong and his party, he immediately judged their strength. I couldn't help but glance at Aunt Xiao who was behind me, and I could see the shock in the other's eyes. Although I had seen it in the reward order, it was still far from what I saw with my own eyes. Such a see the pirate group in the New World as the existence of the first-line powerhouse, and it is only one line behind the top 4 Emperor-level pirate group. Is Pluto Rayleigh? There is another woman who was hunted down by Garp. Aunt Xiao, hee, we are here to eat. Lu Chengkong spoke his own words very directly, facing Lu Chengkong, who spoke amazingly. Zongkong Rayleigh and Aunt Xiao's eyes suddenly became dull, but after all, they are strong men who have existed for a long time, and they came back to their senses in an instant. It even directly confronted Lu Chengkong. If everyone comes here to eat, then am I going to go bankrupt? If you don't have money to spend, just stay and wash the dishes. Aunt Xiao said after taking a breath. It's really stingy. As a senior, shouldn't you take care of the junior? Lu Chengkong did his part and went to the chair in front of the counter, sat down, grabbed a drink and drank it. Rayleigh, go in and cook. Do you mean I'm very old? When someone said that she was a senior, does that mean that she is very old? But she is really old. If it weren't for her strength, and the fact that she was well maintained, she would have been wrinkled just like the female doctor at Chopper, but she was still a middle-aged woman. I didn't say that, but if you want to understand that, I can't stop you. Anyway, the brain is yours, not mine. Lu Chengkong secretly looked at the woman in front of him. Although she was not as strong as Rayleigh, it was not much worse otherwise. She wouldn't have lived so well in Sabayati Archipelago. After all, the strength of someone who can be hunted down by Garp, a 4 Emperor-level powerhouse, would be poor, even if he didn't wash his hands for many years. Interesting kid, can you answer a question for me? Aunt Xiao Vivi Isho showed a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Want to ask how I know about you? This is difficult to answer, because even if I say it, you won't believe it. Lu Chengkong didn't lie. Really? Then forget it, kid, since I still like you, I'll send you a private message. Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, the 3 of them are chasing you, just because Akainu and Kizaru are fighting in the nest, plus Garp did it on purpose, so there was a problem with their route, otherwise you might not be able to stand in front of me. Quote. Aunt Xiao's words came out, the expressions of Khalifa and the others changed. After all, although they had never seen Garp, the shadow of the famous tree, Garp's strength, as long as he is not an idiot, knows that he is definitely beyond Admiral's existence. Now not only does Garp have Garp, there are even 2 admirals, although Lu Chengkong had already guessed it before, but now that it is confirmed, his face is still extremely heavy. Hey, the pirate business is really hard to do. No wonder you've lost your hands after so many years. Is it necessary to be so serious about our new pirate team? Lu Chengkong's words almost didn't make Rayleigh who was cooking in the kitchen angry. After death, what kind of rookie is this? Even if it is not Portgas D. Dana, the combat power of Lu Chengkong and others is frightening to death, and all of them are so young, so they don't let people live. Now you can't do it if you want to wash your hands. You're a powerful man now. Marine is a thorn in the eye. Only Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger and others can receive such treatment, so even if you die, your reputation will spread throughout the greatness the waterway is over. Aunt Xiao's face was also a little strange when she faced Lu Chengkong. So, I said just now that you should take care of the juniors as seniors. Now there is a great opportunity to put them here. When Garp and the others come, help me block Garp and Kizaru, and wait for us to surround Akainu. He was beaten to death and was carrying them both. Lu Chengkong said directly without feeling ashamed of his words. 158 Rayleigh in tears. You really know how to say, I finally washed my hands in a golden pot, but I don't want to lose my stable life and solve my own affairs. Aunt Xiao ruthlessly refused directly. If you refuse, just refuse, can't you be a little more polite? Lu Chengkong just said casually. He didn't like to rely on other people's strength to solve the problem, so he never thought of asking Aunt Xiao for help. His favorite or use your own hands to remove all obstacles that stand in your way. even if the enemy is very strong this time. But we were hunted by Marine twice, once by Kuzan and once by Shichibukai. As the saying goes, there are only 3 things. Since Marine is biting my tail like a dog, this time I have to give them a big gift, hee hee. Do you think that with Garp and 2 admirals, we will be settled? Lu Chengkong's eyes were full of vicious light, but his tone of speech was very calm. Seeing this, Aunt Xiao was also a little chilling. The second son of Kung Fu, who is heavy and calmly controls his emotions, will become a great tool. Oh, these are Marine's highest combat power. It can be said that if it is not a life and death battle, other than Whitebeard, even the General 4 Emperors will not have this treatment. I admit that the strength of your pirate group is even the strongest. There can also be a place in the New World, but Garp is a real 4 Emperor level powerhouse. Even if the red hair with his left hand is not broken, he is not his opponent. Maybe the one who can stabilize his head among the pirates in the world today is Whitebeard. Quote. Aunt Xiao was also interested now. He really couldn't come to Lu Chengkong to face this matter and not only calm down, but he even thought of killing him. If it was someone else, Aunt Xiao would have thought he was an idiot, but he was calm in front of him. Her eyes were full of viciousness, but the murderous Lu Chengkong instinctively made her feel that the person in front of her was not bragging. Garp, this Rokushiki, has long since cultivated to the point where he returned to his basics and is a mellow and comfortable person. It is very difficult to kill him completely. If he wants to escape, even Whitebeard can't kill him. As far as I am right now, I have never thought about it. I want to kill him, but Akainu has a bad temper. When encountering a problem, he often does not think about it at the first time, but takes action directly, and he has a good face. If he uses it properly, he may not be able to keep him. Lu Chengkong Hihi Isho, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can keep Kaxi, at least it is impossible to stay now. Not to mention that after Akainu was killed by Akainu in the big event in the original book, Garp immediately shot and wanted to kill Akainu, but Sengoku on one side held him down. A vice admiral dared to say these words in front of so many people. This is not too sad, but because Garp has this ability, and Sengoku on the other side also knows this, so he stopped Garp too. He didn't want to go with the angry Garp and kill Akainu. So Lu Chengkong wants to kill only Kuzan. As for Kizaru, he doesn't want to ruin his life and face, but he doesn't have the impulsiveness of Akainu. Once he is provoked, he will not stop until he kills the opponent. It's very, and with his glint glint fruit, even if the glint glint fruit is the source fruit of glint glint fruit, it can suppress it, but it is impossible to kill him with the current strength, unless Khalifa or Lu Chengkong's strength reaches Admiral. After all, that's the advantage of speed. I admit that your words are very reasonable, but this time it's not just the 3 of them. Vice Admiral's words are definitely a little bit. If their Vice Admiral is just dragging you down, 1 or 2 of them are still enough. Yes, and the strength of these 2 little girls is dead or alive in the face of Vice Admiral, so you must send someone to protect the 2 of them, even if you can beat Akainu. Aunt Xiao is very cool. Anything can be said, as long as her interest comes. It doesn't matter whether you keep it secret or not. It seems that you don't know how to help. Why do you need to pay for a meal? So I won't tell you. Although Lu Chengkong knew that it was okay to tell her, but just now this woman didn't give her face so much, so she had to fight back. One time. Cut. I won't say it if you don't say it. Congratulations on your team's destruction. Aunt Xiao, who had interrupted his interest, said with a venomous tongue. Portgas D. Dana, who was on the surprising side, didn't speak today. Instead, she restrained her aura and pretended to be someone with strength similar to Vice Admiral. Soon Rayleigh, the cook, would after taking out the cooked food and having a full meal, Lu Chengkong and others decided to get up and leave to go to the auction house. After all, there is Tenryubito in the auction house of Sabayati Archipelago. Thing. You guys also go to the auction house. I'll go too. Rayleigh became interested after knowing the whereabouts of Lu Chengkong and others. After all, when he had no money, he often went to the auction house to collect money, took himself to the auction, and then robbed him. The man who auctioned him. You pretended to be a slave to be auctioned off again, and then robbed your auctioneer. Although Lu Chengkong was asking questions, his tone was full of affirmation. Aunt Xiao's eyes flashed behind him, and he secretly said that he really understood everything about us, even Rayleigh's habit. I'm just acting as a messenger of justice and educating those slave owners. Rayleigh said with his face unchanged, but if he looked carefully, he could still see a little cramp in the corners of his eyes. Obviously, these things are not glorious things, not to mention the fact that people say it face to face, even if he has high experience and thick skin, he can't hang on. Ha ha. Although Aunt Xiao was surprised that Lu Chengkong knew about Rayleigh's habit, she couldn't help laughing more. In the end, she couldn't help laughing. She didn't care about Rayleigh, whose face was getting darker and darker. Isn't Aunt Xiao coming? I was planning to give you a gift. Lu Chengkong knew that in the pirate world, Aunt Xiao and Rayleigh, although the strength of the old rivers and lakes had regressed a lot, but the connections and fame of that person were definitely very strong. In the case of enemies, making good friends with them is only good for Lu Chengkong and others, not bad. After all, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy in this world, not to mention that the two of them are not vicious and sinister villains, but broad-minded people. This kind of friend is worth making. Oh, you're a cheapskate who can also give gifts, but at least it's better than some old man who only prostitutes and gambles money and eats soft rice. Aunt Xiao did not hide and care about Rayleigh's face directly to Rayleigh's malignant. It was made public, and Rayleigh couldn't help speeding up and disappearing in front of Lu Chengkong and the others, but Rayleigh faintly heard a burst of laughter behind him, which made him step faster. 159 Auction House. You are lucky today. Every year at this time of the year, the auction house has treasures that are not usually available. Of course, they are usually prepared for Tenryubito. After Aunt Xiao closed the door of the bar, they followed Lu Chengkong and his group. The auction house may not be as good as the world's top auction houses in terms of decoration, but the contents inside are extremely precious in any place. It looks like you are really familiar with this place, Rayleigh. I think you make a lot of money here at this time of year. Lu Chengkong still did not forget to give a small blow to Rayleigh, Khalifa and other women who were sitting next to him as he spoke. Laughing, they didn't expect the vice captain of One Piece, king of pirates, to have this hobby. Well, let's not talk about this. I received news that Tenryubito actually fights the Princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island. The Princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island, who only appears once in hundreds of years and can communicate with Neptune Lu. Mermaid Princess, has the huge power that can save countless lives or sink the world into the bottom of the sea. Although I don't know if they succeeded, if they succeed, it is very dangerous. Pluto Rayleigh can only surrender to Lu Chengkong's mouth, and at the same time change the topic. Princess Mermaid, Lu Chengkong asked puzzled. This time he didn't pretend, because when he crossed over, he only saw the end of the big event and Luffy's group going to practice, and Bartholomew Kuma guarding Luffy's. Those things about the boat were all he saw in the fan novels. In the original book, he just saw there, so he didn't know anything about the mermaid princess behind him, so he showed this expression. You don't know. Now it was Rayleigh and Aunt Xiao's turn to be surprised. The two of them thought Lu Chengkong was a know-it-all and knew everything, but they didn't expect to know such a big thing, but instead they knew some shameful things about Rayleigh. I don't know what's so strange. Don't forget that the farthest I have come to the Great Waterway is to come here. How can I know what happens next? Lu Chengkong said angrily. At the same time he also secretly hated one. Why didn't the author of Peace, King of Pirates, finish writing One Piece, King of Pirates before he crossed? If he finished writing, he would know more things. You also know that Tenryubito has some more perverted hobbies, like to play with slaves, especially rare and beautiful ones, especially mermaids. So the Supreme Mermaid Princess is their favorite, but they are not on land, and the Mermaid Princess seems to have been staying at home, so even if Tenryubito has a lot of money, there is no way to get it. After all, it is impossible for the world government to directly help them send someone to the Dragon Palace Kingdom to snatch someone else's princess, but Tenryubito actually sent a reward privately this time. Who can help them catch this Mermaid Princess and give him 500 million? Pluto Rayleigh said that his face was a little heavy. Roger agreed with the coexistence of humans and mermaids before his death. Unfortunately, the differences between races and discrimination are not so easy to solve, and he let Whitebeard take care of mermaids before he died. It's a pity that he can't solve this problem himself, so of course Rayleigh, as the deputy captain, doesn't want these things to happen. After all, once Tenryubito gets the mermaid princess, the relationship between the two will definitely become hatred and can't be anymore. The existence of hatred. It's just that Lu Chengkong didn't know that because of his existence, many things have changed in the original book. Just like the mermaid princess, although Tenryubito also wanted to beat her in the original book, but the results were unsuccessful, but now these things have changed dramatically, but unfortunately he doesn't know it now, and he can't know it anymore. 500 million, hee. A pirate with admiral-level strength in the New World has to do several major things to get such a reward. Tenryubito is really rich, Lu Chengkong said with a tisk. This is only on the bright side. Tenryubito has such wealth. If it is the core existence, then isn't the rich scaring people to death? After all, I prefer young girls, let alone mermaid princesses, so I came here to see. After all, although Tenryubito's heart is extremely dirty, they have one advantage, so they are extremely proud and rarely do it. Some things that don't give money, so basically the people who help Tenryubito get the bounty and send it to the auction house, and the auction is going on, and Tenryubito doesn't care about a little money, maybe for them, this is equal to us. Alms, but also a way of showing their superiority. Quote. Rayleigh drooled when he said that young girls. Hancock sent a marrow mellow very directly to petrify Rayleigh. Okay, welcome all guests to our auction house. Although we only auctioned 5 items today, the price of each item is definitely over 100 million, so please look forward to it. A male auctioneer held a hammer knocked everyone's attention, but he didn't dare to say too much nonsense. After all, there were a few Tenryubitos sitting in the front row. If it was too long-winded, one would not annoy them. People are dead and can't die again, so he directly enters the theme. The first piece to be auctioned is the famous sword that all swordsmen flock to, only the Big Quick Sword Hongxie Zuo character under the Supreme Big Quick Sword, and it is a relatively rare short sword, easy to carry, even if it is not a swordsman, it is self-defense. Because this kind of famous knife is relatively rare, the bottom price of the second knife is 30 million berry. The male host briefly introduced this short knife with only a little curvature and gorgeous decoration, and then started the auction directly. 40 million. 50 million. Ellipsis. It seems to be a lot cheaper. Lu Chengkong found in his heart that as the time from the original book got closer, the price of famous knives became cheaper and cheaper. The big knives that were only under the infinite knives before could not be obtained without 100 million. But thinking about it, it was also at that time that pirates emerged in an endless stream, strong people continued to emerge, and new worlds were constantly fighting, and now they have basically stabilized. Some of the famous swords in the hands of the dead swordsmen also basically went to the auction house or were harvested by marine. The strength of the pirates began to weaken, and the era of the great pirates began to decline from the peak, so these weapons that have greatly improved their strength are also cheaper. Many powerful swordsmen have died in the battles of the New World, and this phenomenon is caused by a combination of factors. 100 million. Tenryubito, who had never made a move, suddenly shouted. After shocking the audience, he raised his head proudly. The old man swept the crowd with contempt, as if he was telling everyone about this. I Tenryubito who dares to grab it. 160 treasure tree Adam. Tenryubito is really careless, but he's idiot enough. He's proud to be a water fish. Lu Chengkong sneered. When Hancock looked at Tenryubito, he didn't have the fear and panic in the original book. Looks like he's going to kill someone. If it wasn't for the mysterious girl back then, plus Lu Chengkong's signal to wait a moment, Hancock didn't violently kill people. Don't think that her female tyrant's name was blown out. The female emperor just converged in front of Lu Chengkong to be a good boy little woman, but once she treats other people and makes her unhappy and unpleasant, she definitely made a mistake and didn't let it go. Don't be impulsive, wait for the 5 auction items to come out, and then let's take action. Killing will be avoided, but maiming is absolutely necessary. There is a saying in the world that life is better than death, let these Tenryubido buy everything. Now, not only will I be able to take care of them directly, but I will also be able to get these things at no cost. Quote. Seeing Hancock's appearance, Lu Chengkong could not wait to rush out to kill all the Tenryubido here, but thinking that Garp and the others were chasing him, if he killed Tenryubido at this time, the last admiral in Marine's headquarters would come to drag him, or if the marshals all came, then it would be troublesome. And although these Tenryubido hate, but Lu Chengkong and others owe the mysterious girl a favor after all, so if they kill it, it's fine, whether it's for the sake of themselves and others or the favor. They can't kill them for the time being. Of course, if Tenryubido takes the initiative to provoke if you wait for others, then you will definitely kill. This is a 100 million berry in Hongshuizhuo. Seeing Tenryubido speaking, Tenryubido didn't bother to buy things, but these things were definitely Tenryubido's, and others were just here to set off Tenryubido's existence. I said, Juliana, this short knife is good. In the future, you will become the strongest swordsman, or you will encounter some challenges from swordsmen whose strength does not satisfy you. They disdain you to pull out Muramasa, so you can use it to carry it easily. The dagger is gone, and maybe at some critical moment this dagger can also play a key role. Quote. Lu Chengkong hadn't even got the knife, and it had already been allocated to make Rayleigh and Aunt Xiao on the side stunned, but what he said was not unreasonable. After all, this weapon was like the dagger on Hawkeye's neck. It is just a little longer than the dagger of Hawkeye. It is the best challenge to send some people who are not strong enough, and it is easy to carry. Maybe it can play an unexpected role in the absence of weapons or in some situations. You're right, I want this. Juliana thought it was a good idea, so she agreed directly under the strange eyes of Rayleigh and Aunt Xiao. Does this count as a clear robbery? It's sturdy enough, and the account has already been split before the shot is taken. Aunt Xiao and Rayleigh looked at each other and thought to themselves. At the same time, they also understood what Lu Chengkong meant by giving her a gift. If you rob it, you don't have to spend a penny. If it is found on her body, it will be another trouble. Damn little brat, I want to trick the old lady, but don't think I'm a vegetarian. If you dare to give it to me, dare to ask for it, take it with you, and see who dares to trouble the old lady. The big deal is to push Rayleigh out to face the trouble. Aunt Xiao thought fiercely in her heart, while Rayleigh on the side shuddered all over at the same time. Apparently innocent, he had been sold by Aunt Xiao without his knowledge. The second piece is a precious jewelry seized after a kingdom that supported the Revolutionary Army was destroyed by Marine. It is a set of 10 pieces. It is gorgeous and noble. It is the treasure of the royal family of which kingdom? As he said that, the auctioneer opened the big box in front of him, and the 10 pieces of jewelry in it immediately caught the eyes of everyone present. Even though many of the people present were rich people who had added a lot of good things, they saw that they were shining brightly in front of them. Full of it is noble and gorgeous, but it also has a mysterious atmosphere. It is obviously a long time ago, but there has not been any change in the past New Year. It is simply the top-level existence in jewelry. Hancock, Khalifa, Lackey, Connus, I've never given you any gifts, although I know you don't want to be here and don't care. But as your man, husband, I know what to do. Those jewels, even if it is the first gift I give you, it can be regarded as a token of our love. Quote. Lu Chengkong had already made up his mind when he saw the jewelry in front of him. He had never given them any gifts, but they never cared about them, nor did they bother to ask for these things. All he wanted was his concern, but Lu Chengkong still felt that he wanted to give them a good gift, and these were good choices in front of him. Hancock and Khalifa didn't speak, they just looked at each other. Without exception, they were all touched and wet. They involuntarily stretched out their jade hands and put them in Lu Chengkong's hands, as if they wanted to express all the love in their hearts through this. Pass it into Lu Chengkong's heart. Sure enough, the jewelry this time was taken away by Tenryubido, and everyone else came to serve as a foil. The third auction item was indeed the same devil fruit as Lu Chengkong had imagined. I don't need to say more about the price of the devil fruit. No matter what the treasure of the sea will never drop in price. The starting price is 150 million berry. The auctioneer took out a zone devil fruit, but it's not clear what the ability is, and I don't know if I think about it. This kind of devil fruit that doesn't even have a picture book is usually more expensive to shoot, because who knows if there is some terrible and powerful ability in it. Of course, it may also be a low start. Ability, everything is a gamble. 300 million bellies. Tenryubido's patience seemed to be worn out, and he didn't give other people the chance to bid at all. He doubled the price without even thinking about it. Faced with Tenryubido's wealth, everyone could only shut up. Then again, this devil fruit also belongs to Tenryubito. Now it's the climax of the auction. The last two items will definitely surprise everyone. Please wait and see. After speaking, the auctioneer clicked his fingers, and the door on the left suddenly opened, almost a dozen or 20 muscles. The man struggled to carry a large object covered by a white cloth and walked in. Maybe everyone will feel strange, what such a thing would be, and today I will tell you that it is the treasure tree atom. Of course, this is only part of it, but I think everyone knows how much this thing is worth. The starting price is 200 million. The auctioneer's words made everyone present except Lu Chengkong and Tenryubito gasped involuntarily. The reserve price was 200 million, so how much was the auction?